When sister Shenyao plunged tight light of Thelagof Timan before her, crying out Father, take me way, Shenfu realized that their sister had also been reborn. In their past life Bachi and their sister had been abandoned by their biological parents of Thegofsik in Adasalit wilderness, only to be adopted by Tuo passing when Shenfu was taken by Songjingshan, a sixth rank official in the capital and became a the cherished daughter of Song family. In contrast, Shenya's fortune was less favorable. She was adopted by the impoverished Tian family and became a the youngest daughter. Shenfu and her sister Shenyao were twinsels. In that era, twins were considered an element, and upon their birth, their grandmother and father had contemplated drowning them. However, as the firstborn children of their mother, she could not bear to do so and pleaded with her husband and mother-in-law, ultimately managing to keep them. When Theriaket Hejiovsix, Aonger brother was born, and this time, even their mother could no longer tolerate their presence, in a time of scarcity, unable to bring herself to drown ham herself them, she bonded them into wilderness to fend for themselves. Vikings, Songjingshan and Dunjenking stumbled upon the 12 forsaken children and, moved by their plight, took them in. Thus Shenfu was brought to Song residence, where she enjoyed the life of a healthy young lady, while Shenyao was taken to their young family. The young family had cousins, and their mother longed for a daughter. Unfortunately, she had been injured during childbirth and could no longer conceive. After being brought into the household while both life was quite difficult, Shenyao was told upon by her adoptive parents, would treat her with more affection than their 5 sons. The young matriarch believed that a girl should be pampered, while little boys should endure hardship to grow strong. From a young age, Shenyarasi avida vera things she desired delicious food, delightful toys, and fine clothing, whatever her adoptive parents could provide. Initially, her 5 brothers were hesitant to accept her, but over time, they grew to embrace their sister wholeheartedly. Pampered throughout their childhood, Shenya grew dissatisfied with their meager existence and so took the opportunity to align herself with the powerful. When she learned that their biological sister Shenfu had become the wafaft he here Tothshuani Marquisate, she felt a deep sense of injustice. Why should her sister busk in wealth and splendor while she struggled in poverty? During Goniov Shenfu's visits to Baoguang Temple to pray for blessings, Shenyao seized the opportunity to acknowledge her sister, compassionate towards her sister. Shenfu brought Shenya to Tothshuani Marquisate, unwittingly inviting Danger into her home. Shenyao seduced the high of T Marquisate, Bekamingas concubine, which enraged Shenfu's adoptive parents to the point of illness. As Shenyao's ambitions grew, she resorted to scamming against Shenfu, even plotting to become Marquisatess lady. After one attempt to poison Shenfu, she was expelled from the household, only then recalling her adoptive parents and brothers. Upon her return to Thian family, she was met with the sight of a mourning hall, realizing too late that the adoptive parents had been devastated by her descent into debauchery, ultimately leading to their declining in health and eventual death. Her 5 brothers, upon seeing Shenya return, were consumed by angry cast her out, severing Galtius with her. She was no longer a member of Chen family. In her desperation, she resorted to selling herself in a brothel, and before long she contracted it, leading to tragic and untimely end to her wretched life. Shenfu was adopted by Songjingshan, raised into levy comforts befitting the legitimate daughter of Song family. By the time Shenfu turned 15, her adoptive father had been promoted to skin rank official in the court and had formed a Damratel alliance with Shuani Marquisate. When Shenfu was bestowed with an official title with a noble family, she learned that their sister had become a courtesan 100 Flowers Pavilion, which filled her with sorrow. Although Shenfu enjoyed a life opulence, after her sister attempted to poison her, she survived, but her health deteriorated every day, eventually succumbing to illness at the Agaf 28. When Shenfu pined her recent summer, she found herself gazing gather little the strength of a desolate path where they had been abandoned. In that moment, she realized that she had been reborn, returning to the earth they were recast society at the tender age of 6. Still reeling from the shock of returning to her childhood, she heard her sister say, "Little sister, be good let him as mere sami dirt in your face." As Shenyao spoke, she scooped a handful of soilens mere dit across Shenfu's cheeks. Shenfu paused, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Perhaps Stevens, unable to bear the tragic fate of her sister in the previous life, had granted them both as very opportunity for a birth. In her past life, Shenya had not shown such kindness. "Little sister, our parents have abandoned us. Can you still be so happy?" Shenyao asked. "Because from the one our grandmother and father will never scold us again, thankfully, is still have you by my side. Dear sister, you wouldn't want to abandon me too, would you?" Shenfu blinked thurbajais, gazing innocently at Shenyao. The little Shenyao, composed and self-assured, replied, "Little sister, from now on it will just be tit of us relying on each other. How cold you ever leave behind?" In Ruth, Shenyao agreed with Shenfu that they would no longer fast without their parents. As for whether she would abandon her sister, that was a certainty. Given the of birth, Shintan dead telleth her sister experience a thelaneliness she had endured in her previous life. "Dear sister, why do we need to smear dirt on my face?" Shenfu finned ignorance, asking innocently. "Silly sister, if wetter orifices, bad people won't recognize," Shenyao explained. Shenfu allowed her sister to smear the mood across her face, becoming a dirty little bigar, Heron's fair complexion of soil. Shenya smiled with satisfaction. "Shenfu, this time, let's see how you compete with him. In her previous life, it was precisely because of as much in her face that Song Jingshan had favored the pristine Shenfu for her. Wadantio smearderton your facetu, aren't you afraid of bad people, Shin asked. As the elder sister, Shinyao insisted, Sister Sari mean to protect Tony another if bad people come, let him discover me first. Shinfu pretended to bedocht you were so kinton, dear sister. Yet this was something she did not wish for, she had no desire to accept such a favor. Suddenly Shinfu grabbed a handful of dirt and, before Shinyao could react, smeared it across her own face. I feel were kind tone, I must protect you too, Shinfu declared. Seeing her own facility, Shinyao angrily pushed Shinfu to the ground and demanded, what are you doing? Ash spoke, she vigorously wiped her own face with her sleeve. Sitting on the ground, Shinfu cried, so it was salatric, you didn't want to protect me, you just wanted to dirt my face. A flicker of disdain crossed Shinyao's eyes. Indeed, it seemed that their sister had fallen for Herus, it appeared that Fat had favored her Shilani had been reborn while her sister remained uncaged, this thought made her heart leap with joy. Shinfu do not blame him in this life, just be good villagegirl, she mused. In the distance, the sound of a carriage approaching from afar. Shanyajiard leapt with excitement they had arrived ensuring her face was clean, she stood by the roadside and began to cry drawing the attention of Song Jingshan. He left at the curtain of the carriage and, upon seeing a small girl standing by the road, called out, stop the carriage. The driver understood immediately and halted the vehicle. Shinyao a desirically dressed middle Gedman descended from the carriage. It wasn't adoptive a father of her sister in her previous life. Song Jingshan crouched down admiring the girl's fair and delicate features, wishing she could be his daughter. Unfortunately, despite his 11 years of marriage, his wife had not borne a children. Child, why are you standing here? It's getting dark, you should return home to find your parents, he said kindly. With glistening, tear-filled eyes, Shinyalo kejapat Song Jingshan and replied, I have no home, I am so hungry, can you take me with you? Song Jingshan felt a surge of joy in his heart, could this be chill bestowed upon him be heaven, he resolved to adopt Shinyao, fielders often say that if one remains childless for too long one might consider adopting a child, for it is believed that this could lead to the revival of other children as well. It seemed thought for tune smiled upon him to they have engultered his root for the sake of expediency, he unexpected lie stumbled upon a daughter. What is your name? He inquired. Yaoer, she replied. Very well, from now on you shall be known as my daughter, Song Yao. As Song Jingshan took a small hand of little Song Yao to leave, Hinata set the filthy shin fustening nrb. He frowned slightly and asked Song Yao, Woish? Song Yao shook her head, I don't know her, Bucha seems squatepidiful, why not bring her along, father? The reason Song Yao suggested as was to make a favorable impression on her adoptive father, she vividly recalled her past life where Harry Unger's sister had tearfully begged this for regardianto te caralon, only to be met with disdainful rejection. There can be only one young lady in the household, and Theta Songfu had said, the foolish Unger's sister had creed, if me elder sister do esneder, then he shall not go there. Until Yun Zhangking arrived. At the time she had seen Yunjin Kingersadin Finigermans, though she was still young she could discern through the camera from Athamal for better off than her own. When she spotted him passing by, she rushed forward to cling to his leg. Little did she know, Yunjin King had done latest in descent outfit, which Ararelli wore, as she was on a visitor relatives. It was only when she accompanied him to the Unfamala thought she discovered he to a impoverished, forage and four-wall vegetables and subsisting on coarser grains. In this life, leather younger sister endured the hardships of life. Indeed, as soon as Song Yao spoke, Song Jingshan promptly declined her suggestion. He gazed at Song Yao and has Malinhizes, convinced that they had noted in his judgment this child was truly kind-hearted, as still their sister, should surely treat this children well in the future. Observing the tender Sinofe the granddaughter, Shin fuzzled lightly, take way to you wish, she thought, elder sister, Yao welcome a tok know the truth on day. There is in her adoptive father, Song Jingshan, Rosito prominence as a high-ranking official was largely due to the contributions of this daughter. After marrying into a prestigious family, her frivolous husband ascended to a high position, all thanks to a support and groundwork laid by her estimable consort. Event the titles and honors she received were akiva through her own efforts. Oh, elder sister, in this new life, your main some ignorant sister as in your past, you believe a thought and yourself with the powerful, you can attain a life of luxury, unaware a thought thebans of affection between people your merfacades, fundamentally root in mutual interests. Whether in Sanja Stadi or Chuani Marquis residence, their spectafor dead to her stemmed not only from her status as the legitimate daughter of Song family but also from another layer of identity. Even if older sister managed to serve Song Jingshan as her adoptive father, she could never see her life. She will take quadishers, and when the day comes the elder sister realizes her life at trajectory diverges entire life from that of Harry Unger sister in the past, will she not be struck with a harsh really? The very presence of the matriarch of Song family would be enough for Song Yao to fajig with her tears. As for the Yun family, she truly felt it weighs a hand redder 1,000 times superior to San state. All of Yun family was weight impoverished, both Mr. and Mrs. Yun shower reginu and Olivia carry upon her older sister a sentiment that even her 5 brothers could not surpass. And those 5 brothers if she could tria them sincerely, would she not become the tria sorter ling ofti household, as for their poverty, the twas merely a temporary state, with their presence, she believeth the infamolis fortunes would your life flourish. Child wiry o'hiri alone, wary orparents? Yun Genking had taken a lust revealed pathaniaswe humato arrives on ear after visiting friends, spot and gaffrail little girl standing there in thin clothing, heffel tapping of compassion, thespring chilwas biting, with thuathar oscillating between warm tan cold asathather himself, hekud hard libertosi chilled suffer in such conditions, surely her parents must be worried sick of bother in this frigid weather. Hequa clier movadisco tandrapa did around her small frame, Toby surprised when she grasped his arm with sincerity, her bright tea sparkling as he skid in a sweet voice, can you be me father? Shin funward lay scoffed she did not wish for this, butin this desolate place, with nightfall approaching she had na kois buto cling to his manskindness to avoid freezing to death. Yunjin King was momentarily taken aback, button hishered softened, the voice bell and gentagirl, he and his wife had longed for a daughter, but after several since 5 boys were semble the mean a very way they had been left with the lingering regrets and seth their wife he could no longer bear children. Child, what is your name, wary or prince? Yun Fu shook her head. Mine am eyes for, I have no parents. Yun Genking felt to Sir Job joy in hishiart sur lithiskald way say gift from Iaven, a daughter besto dupanim, hen of imagine Ed would have a daughter in this lifetime. From the one you shall be known as Yun Fu, mid-daughter, he declared, come, lead us go home. Ash spoke, hekro chedown, allowing Yun Fu to klimbantovik. Meanwhile, Song Yao, observing Harry Unger's sister being taken away by Yun Jingqing, could hardly contain her delight, sister, in this life, ye will surely live better than you. Song Jingshan watched Song Yao with satisfaction, nodding approvingly this child is truly kind-hearted. Yart thechel despin taken away you can restisino cantio, ha just steered from earth that she had escaped from a mantrafikers, bringing gull on fat little begard now she needed to see the beggar safely taken away to feel reassured. Father Latusco, she urged, eager for the carriage to hasn't space Sasha couldn't indulge her life and lady. On the other side, Yunjin King was bimin gashikaradin for home. Initially, she felt a bit uncomfortable being carried by a middle-aged Edmund, but gradually she relaxed. After all, she was just a 6-year-old child, and being carried by her naman alfather felt entirely normal. Otherwise, with her little legs, she would never reach yon household. His back was warm, and drapschniblay in his coat, Yun Fu experienced a comfort she had never known in her past life. In her previous existence, her adoptive father, Song Jingshan, had been too busy with his official duties for her to see him for days on end. As for her adopted mother, Wei, she had suffered from ill issues for 7 years, constant lidocaine medicine, while a thematriar cough Song family incessant lie remandadero for inability to bear children, introducing an concubine to another, driving Witobeka increasing liparanoid. Although they had managed to eliminate these concubines through various means, the cumulative stress had pushed her to thebring Kaufmadness. Upon her arrival at Song State, Wai had believed that Song Jingshan's decision to obtune for was merely a way to irritate her, a reminder of her own shortcomings to some with her. Naturally, she had no affection for this nominal daughter and went rest in caring for her. As wheels of at a begin tottern Song Yo returned to Song family, embarking on her journey of blissful festis on familiarity, while Yun Fumity her way to the household. Yun Jingqing, carrying Yun Fu, chatted Dan Lodwood with her, bringing her joy and allowing her to experience the thorn thof paternalov. The infamous reside in the countryside, and therod waspumpi. Noticing Thethan Silis of Yunfashus, he could not bear talither walk, therupathamite hurt this little girl's feet, and would be heartbroken if that happened. Upon reaching home, he resolved to have his wife a craft a pair of sturdisos for their daughter that very night. Father and daughter meandered through the rustic but until Yun Genking finally arrived at the household. Passing froth the gate, he gently said Yun Fu down's child, where home, come, let us go in city and it. Then, calling out to his wife from Thethet cottage, he announced, Midir, a have wonderfulness we have a daughter now. Chapter 3 of the Yun family. Lu was inside the house, sewing garments for several children when she heard Yun Genqing's words and assumed he was jesting. Very well, you must be weary from your journey. Come inside and have a meal, she responded casually, setting aside her needlework. Lu had long yearned for a daughter. If she were to have one, surely it should be her, the mother, who would be informed first. What did he, as a father, know about whether there was a child growing in her womb? She instructed several of her sons to accompany him into the kitchen to serve the food. Yun Fujing stood in the courtyard, surveying the 5 humble earthen rooms of the Yun family. The modest yard was enclosed by a bamboo fence, and the kitchen was constructed from piled earth, while the woodshed was merely a thatched hut. As Lu and her sons emerged from the house, she spotted Yun Fu standing there, and a wave of surprise washed over her. Oh, whose child is this? Yun Jingqing replied, Mother, her name is Fu. Come, take a look at this child who could become our daughter. Upon hearing the word daughter, Lu's interest was immediately piqued, and she stepped closer to examine Yun Fu. The child appeared so frail and delicate that it tugged at her heartstrings. Mother, the sweet call of mother resonated deeply within Lu's heart, warming her spirit. Ah, what a good child! Lu's south eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she smiled. As dusk began to settle, she crouched down to get a better look at Yun Fu's features. The child had a lovely face, yet it was marred by dirt, obscuring her true beauty. Lu felt a pang of sympathy, realizing this was a clever child who must have endured considerable hardship. Perhaps her striking appearance had made her fearful of encountering ill-intentioned individuals, prompting her to smear her face with soot. At the same time, Yun Fu was observing Lu. The woman appeared to be around 35, with fair skin and delicate features. Her hair was neatly styled, and though her coarse clothing had faded, it was clean and tidy. Eldest, second, you two hurry and boil some water to prepare a bath for your sister, and while you're at it, cook her a couple of eggs. Third and fourth brothers, you two get ready to serve the rice. Your sister must be hungry a little. Fifth, go fetch the new clothes your mother made for you and let your sister change into them. With that, Lu took Yun Fu's soft little hand and led her towards the main room. Noticing her 5 sons had yet to move, Yun Jingqing adopted a stern expression. What are you all standing there for? Has your mother's call fallen on deaf ears? His shot startled the 5 sons into action. As they entered the house, Yun Fu couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness. In her past life, she had encountered countless dignitaries and nobility, yet she had never felt this way. Today, upon meeting Yun's 5 sons for the first time, a tinge of anxiety crept in. In her previous life, her elder sister had died young, leaving her unaware of what she had missed. The eldest brother, Yun Jiqian, had been her fiercest rival in the business world in her past life. A dashing young man known for his charm. Clad in white, he exuded an aura of gentility, appearing humble and kind, yet his methods were ruthless. The second brother, Yun Jizhan, possessed a commanding presence with his sword-like brows and bright eyes, exuding authority without uttering a word. However, he was rather obstinate, a man of principle, who relished martial pursuits and fought valiantly on the battlefield, ultimately rising to the rank of a general commanding great forces. The third brother, Yun Jiyan, was fond of books and had achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, entering government service. With the financial backing of his elder brother, he ascended the ranks to attain the esteemed title of a first-rank official. The fourth brother, Yun Jilan, was strikingly handsome with fox-like eyes, his allure captivating countless young maidens. In her previous life, her sister had only known that the fourth brother had been taken by a mysterious figure. Their family presumed he was lost, but in truth, he had been taken under the wing of a renowned physician, a master of both medicine and poison, a treasure difficult to acquire. Later, he entered the prestigious Longzong sect, and upon investigation, Yun Fu discovered that Yun Jilan had become the young master of Longzong. Regrettably, her sister had remained oblivious to the true identity of her fourth brother until her death. The fifth brother, Yun Jilai, lived up to his name, appearing gentle and polite, yet he possessed a deep cunning. In one moment, he could befriend an enemy, and in the next, plunge a dagger into their heart, with an identity that was even more. Feeling Yun Fu's hand tense within her grasp, Lu realized that despite the child's outward composure, she was merely a 6-year-old girl, undoubtedly feeling anxious in this unfamiliar environment. She crouched down to meet Yun Fu's gaze, speaking softly to reassure her. Child, do not fear, your mother is here. Having never experienced maternal love in her 2 lifetimes, Lu's fondness for her surged in that moment. Soon, the third brother, Yun Jiyan, and the fourth brother, Yun Jilan, brought the food to the table, while the fifth brother, Yun Jilai, presented the new thin coat their mother had made for him. Just as Lu was about to take it, she noticed Yun Jilai retracting his hand, a look of reluctance etched across his face. This is the coat mother made for me. Why should I give it to her? He shot a fierce glare at Yun Fu. Yun Fu glanced at Yun Jilai, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Was this truly the childhood version of her fifth brother? He was utterly different from the person she had encountered in her past life. Little fifth, you should let your sister wear it first. Tomorrow, mother will buy fabric to make you a better one. Really, indeed, when has mother ever lied to you? Lu sighed, noting that among her children, this fifth son caused her the most worry. From a young age, he had climbed trees to catch birds, scaled walls to reach jujubes, and teased chickens and dogs, becoming the leader of the children wherever he went. He had often returned home with bruises, forcing the family to relocate multiple times. They had only been in Shiling village for 2 years, but fortunately, little fifth was now of school age, and with 4 older brothers to keep him in check, he had finally settled down. Yun Jilai pouted but ultimately handed it to Lu. This was the coat their mother had made for him, one he had never been willing to wear, and now, having to part with it for someone else, he felt a sense of unwillingness creeping in. However, he could not disobey his mother. She had once favored him the most. Would this little beggar take her away from him in the future? Lu remained oblivious to her younger son's emotions. Good child, you must be hungry, right? As soon as the food was on the table, Lu served Yun Fu a bowl of brown rice porridge and handed her the only large white bun. This drew dissatisfaction from the third, fourth, and fifth brothers. Yun Jian could not help but inquire, Mother, did you not say that fifth brother is unwell? Shouldn't he be the only one to eat this bun? Lu felt a twinge of guilt. Little fifth was robust enough to fell a bull. Previously, allowing him to eat the white bun while the four brothers had to settle for coarse grain was merely an excuse. Your fifth brother has regained his strength. Besides, he is the elder brother and should give way to his sister. Yun Jilai rolled his eyes again. He was still not fully recovered and often felt dizzy during lessons. However, he opened his mouth but ultimately held his tongue. Seeing Yun Fu hesitate, Lu gently urged, "Fu, do not be afraid, take it and eat. Mother, I wish to wash my hands first. I need to be clean before I eat." Yun Fu tilted her little head, looking at Lu with a voice that was fresh and innocent, akin to a budding sprout. Lu was taken aback upon hearing this. "Oh, this child is quite particular about cleanliness. She truly is a good child." She instructed Yun Jian to fetch hot water, and only then did Yun Fu wash her face and hands. Lu helped her dry off, and it was only then that the others in the room beheld Yun Fu's true appearance. Chapter 4 A Mother's Love. Though Yun Fu was frail, she possessed delicate features, her round face accentuated by a lack of flesh that made her eyes appear large and luminous, and her small, rosy lips were graced with two faint dimples, perfectly enhancing her countenance. Even the most beautiful Yun Jilan, upon seeing Yun Fu, seemed to lose some of her radiance. Lu Shi remarked, "Ah, Fu is truly beautiful. It is indeed a blessing to have her as a daughter." In terms of appearance, Yun Fu held a quiet confidence. The only precious gift bestowed upon her by her biological parents was her lovely visage. Lu Shi, having worked as a servant in affluent households, had encountered numerous highborn ladies, yet none could compare to this child's charm. Suddenly, a pang of unease gripped Lu Shi as she cast a glance at Yun Zhangcheng. No, she needed to inquire about where Qing Go had found this child, and further investigate. If it turned out that she was indeed unwanted, then she would gladly raise her. However, this child did not appear to hail from a destitute family. Although her own children were also decent-looking, they paled in comparison to Fu. Upon noticing the rags that clothed Yun Fu, Lu Shi reassured herself that she was overthinking. Surely, Fu must be an abandoned child, otherwise, how could she be dressed so threadbare and thin? Despite raising 5 children, even in poverty, they would never allow their offspring to go without adequate clothing. With this thought, Lu Shi felt a sense of relief. Even if this child's biological parents were to come, she would not let her go, lest the child suffer again. Lu Shi picked up the only white steamed bun and offered it to Yun Fu once more. This time, Yun Fu accepted it. The love from her mother, she embraced it. "Fifth brother, here, have some." Yun Fu broke off half and handed it to Yun Jili. She felt compelled to cling to her brother's thigh. Yun Jili glanced at Lu Shi and then at Yun Zhangqing, hesitating to take it. With their father in the house today, he felt too intimidated. Additionally, there was a hint of resentment, as he believed that his mother would no longer love him. "Fifth brother is unwell, this bun should rightfully belong to him. If you can share half with your sister, she will be quite pleased." Yun Fu's words filled Yun Jili with a twinge of guilt. "Little 5, take it. It's for you." Only when Yun Zhangqing spoke did Yun Jili accept it. This prompted Yun Jili to reassess his younger sister, imagining how nice it would be to have a sister calling him brother as she chased after him. In the village, Huzi had a sister named Arya, and Huzi often complained to him about how troublesome girls were, expressing his disdain for his own sister. Why did he feel that this sister was not so bothersome? He thought he should consult Huzi about it someday. Perhaps the sister was merely pretending. Yun Jiqian and Yun Jizhang were in the kitchen boiling water. Holding a cleaned raw egg, Yun Jizhang asked, "Elder brother, what do you think of today's events?" "What is there to think? Hurry and put the egg in the pot, your sister is still waiting to eat." Noticing his younger brother's pained expression as he looked at the egg, Yun Jiqian snatched it away and carefully placed it in the pot, covering it with a lid and igniting the fire. Yun Jizhang pouted, "That egg was saved to sell for our tuition fees. A father and mother have only had little 5 for a few years, doting on him like an eye jewel, and we have only just accepted him as our brother. Now, father and mother, for reasons unknown, have picked up a girl again." "Shut your mouth." Yun Jiqian's face darkened more than the bottom of the pot. "What do you mean by picked up? Such remarks must never be uttered in front of anyone, especially not in front of the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Little 5 is born of our mother, do you understand?" Yun Jiqian could not help but scold his straightforward younger brother. At 15, he was growing taller but not wiser. It was only acceptable to speak like this in front of him, but if their father heard, he would certainly punish him. Back then, little 3 and little 4 were still young and oblivious. Only he and the second brother understood that little 5 was embraced by their mother. Their parents had repeatedly warned them not to speak of this matter to anyone. Little 5 was born of their mother after 10 months of pregnancy. Did the second brother not think about why they had moved? Though he felt some dissatisfaction regarding their parents adopting this girl, he recognized that their parents had yearned for a daughter for many years, and at least once she reached the age of 15, she could be married off, merely adding another pair of chopsticks to the family. With his usually gentle elder brother reprimanding him, Yun Jizhang suddenly came to his senses. Indeed, the Yun family had kept this secret for 9 years, though they did not know whose child little 5 truly was or why their parents had moved. One thing was certain. This secret must not be disclosed by him. The thought of their father's stern face sent a shiver down his spine. Elder brother, I was wrong. Yun Zhang hurriedly admitted his mistake, fearing that if elder brother told their father, his life would be forfeit. Yun Qian patted Yun Zhang's shoulder and spoke gently, second brother, remember this is mother's wish, do you not want to make her happy? The water is boiling now, do not overthink it and come see your sister. If she is difficult and cries a lot, when father and mother are not home, I will find a way to send her away. Yun Zhang looked at his elder brother's smiling eyes, feeling a chill. His elder brother was becoming increasingly like their father, no, even more fearsome. Father was merely authoritative, while elder brother appeared kind on the surface but was, in fact, that Yun Qian scooped the egg from the pot and placed it in a bowl, carrying it outside. Elder brother, wait for me. Seeing his elder brother leave the kitchen, Yun Zhang hurriedly followed after him. Lu Shi was about to call the third son to see if the older brother's water was ready when she noticed the two of them entering the room. The whole family sat around the table, not yet touching their chopsticks, waiting for the two to join them. Mother, Yun Qian glanced at Yun Fu, his eyes flashing with surprise. It turned out that this sister was so beautiful, the water for the sister was ready, and this was the egg for her. Suddenly having a sister, Yun Qian found it hard to voice his thoughts. Lu Shi took the bowl and said, quickly sit down and eat. I originally wanted your sister to eat first, but she insisted on waiting for you two to return so she could eat together. This child was so young yet so considerate, truly heartwarming. This made Yun Qian observe Yun Fu more closely. She was indeed sensible. Noticing Yun Qian's gaze, Yun Fu could not help but study her elder brother. That he appeared to be around 17, with a handsome face and gentle eyes. His lips curved slightly upward, adorned with a hint of a smile, as warm as a spring breeze. In her previous life, Yun Fu had encountered Yun Qian a couple of times and had suffered greatly at his hands. Fortunately, in this life, he was her elder brother. She then turned her gaze to Yun Zhang. The second brother had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a well-defined profile and a tall stature. He was half a head taller than the elder brother. When he noticed Yun Fu staring, he shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly lower her head. Yun Fu's father, noticing Yun Zhang's small gesture, scolded, second brother, are you not hungry? Chapter 5. A mother who doesn't eat. Yun Zhang hurriedly sat down, averting his gaze, no longer daring to glare at anyone. After both sat down, their father spoke, Fu will be your sister from now on. You must take good care of her. Fu, let me introduce you, this is your elder brother Yun Qian, this is your second brother Yun Zhang, and this is your third brother Yun Jian. Yun Zhengqing introduced each of his 5 sons to Yun Fu. Elder brother. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Yun Fu called out to each in turn. Yun Qian responded with a faint hum. Yun Zhang grunted, and when their father looked at him, he quickly corrected himself, sister. Yun Jian nodded slightly, offering no words. Yun Jilan cast a sidelong glance at Yun Fu before turning her head away. Yun Jili reluctantly called out sister. Their father secretly sighed. It seemed that the 5 sons needed more time to accept their sister. However, it did not matter. When little 5 had first arrived, little 3 and little 4 had been too young to understand, and at that time, little 1 and little 2 had also struggled to accept him. Yet, the eldest had still cared for little 5, and whenever village children bullied him, the second brother would still help his brother beat them to a pulp, leading to their parents being sought out for an explanation. By now, little 5 had long since integrated into the family. He scanned the table, using his eyes to warn them to be polite to their sister. The 5 sons quickly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. The Yun family's dining table was quite large, crafted by their father from trees he cut down in the mountains, and even with the addition of Yun Fu, there was ample space. Let us eat. At their father's command, Yun Fu did not move her chopsticks. It was not that she did not want to eat, she had merely been reborn, and having seen and tasted all kinds of delicacies in her past life, she currently had no appetite for the wild vegetable porridge and steamed buns on the table. Lu Shi hurriedly peeled an egg for Yun Fu while their father continuously placed dishes in her bowl until it was overflowing. Fu, start with this, when your mother returns from work tomorrow, she will bring back 2 pounds of pork belly to make dumplings for you. Lu Shi noticed that Yun Fu had not touched her bowl and handed her the peeled egg. Yun Fu understood that the Yun family was struggling, having investigated after acknowledging her elder sister in her previous life. This was a village in Shiqiao town, near the capital, and the Yun family were outsiders with no land in the village. Their father worked in a blacksmith's shop, while their mother served as a maid in a wealthy household. Additionally, Lu Shi often sold embroidered goods, bringing in about 4 to 5 taels of silver each month. However, with 5 mouths to feed, their father was determined to send all 5 sons to school, consuming more than half of their yearly expenses on tuition. Given this, the 4 to 5 taels were barely enough to scrape by, and as the 5 sons grew, their appetites increased, leading to substantial monthly food expenses. Generally, the sons were fed enough but not well, living on coarse grains, wild vegetables, and steamed buns, with only the occasional festive meal when Lucia returned from work with leftovers from wealthy households. The eggs were a luxury they rarely indulged in, thus, upon her sudden arrival at the Yun family, Lucia had not prepared anything special, and the dishes on the table were what the family normally ate. Feeling touched, she said, "Mother, you eat first." Lucia smiled and replied, "Good child, I am not fond of eating, you should eat quickly, look at how thin you are, eat well to nourish your body." This sentiment might be a universal refrain among mothers. "Father, you eat too." Yun Zhengqing also smiled, "Good daughter, I do not care for eating either." "You should eat." "Brother, you eat." Yun Fu insisted, but no one would take a bite. The brothers thought they would like to eat, yet their father's authoritative gaze made them too intimidated to accept. The 5 brothers quickly picked up their bowls and began to eat noisily. Though Yun Fu had lived in the Song family, she had never experienced such a scene, as Madame Wei had never favored her, and she had always eaten alone in her room, away from the family. Watching her brothers eat with gusto made her feel hungry herself. Yun Jiqian, while eating, occasionally served dishes to her and Yun Jili. "Thank you, elder brother." Indeed, he was a true elder brother. Even though he had not fully accepted her in his heart, he did not forget to care for her. This made Yun Fu regard their parents with newfound respect. Were they merely a blacksmith and a maid on the surface? In her previous life, apart from her elder sister, they had raised several outstanding sons. After the meal, the brothers collaborated to clean the table and the room thoroughly, then washed clothes and chopped firewood. Lucia was skilled with her hands and quickly altered Yun Jili's clothes to fit. Looking at the garment, Lucia felt dissatisfied. The drab color did not suit a girl. She measured against Yun Fu, and ultimately, she embroidered a few red plum blossoms, feeling much more satisfied. 4. Mother will take you to bathe. Yun Fu nodded. Though she housed a mature soul within her, her small body was hardly noteworthy, and she had nothing to be shy about. After bathing, Lucia dressed Yun Fu in a new outfit. Lucia gazed at her daughter, who was so beautiful that even a burlap sack would make her look better than those young ladies of high birth. No matter how she looked, she could never get enough of her. She felt she had struck gold. Soon, it was time for bed. Yun Fu insisted on sleeping alone, and Lucia finally relented. The Yun family had 5 rooms. Aside from one used for shared meals and resting, there were 4 bedrooms. Their father and mother shared one, Yun Jiqian had one, Yun Jizhang had another, and the remaining room was shared by Yun Jiyan, Yun Jilan, and Yun Fu. Under their father's orders, the reluctant Yun Zhizhang packed his belongings and moved to his elder brother's room, vacating his room for Yun Fu. This arrangement was convenient, as it kept her close to their parents, making it easier for Lucia to care for her. Lucia cleaned the room thoroughly and took out the bedding she usually spared. Only then did she let Yun Fu get into bed. She added oil to the lamp and said, "For, do you really not need mother to accompany you? 4 is not afraid. Mother is tired too, you should go rest." This made Lucia even more appreciative. This daughter was so thoughtful, far better than her several sons. Well, those sons seemed to care for her as well, but somehow, the feeling of having a daughter was just better. Lucia turned back several times as she left the room, taking away Yun Fu's soiled clothes. Yun Fu's frail little body was exhausted from the day's events. Not only did she want to lie down, but even standing made her feel drowsy. Once Lucia left, Yun Fu closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber before half a joss stick had burned out. Lucia first washed the clothes, then entered the room with her embroidery frame and began her needlework under the lamp's light. Yun Zhengqing, feeling sorry for his wife, advised, "You should not work at this hour. Do you not find your eyesight worsening?" Chapter 6. She is called Yaoer. Lucia understood that her husband was concerned for her health. When their 5 sons were young, she had to care for them during the day and only managed to do embroidery in the evenings after they had fallen asleep. Over time, her eyesight had deteriorated. "I want to make our daughter a pair of embroidered shoes, lined with cotton. Early spring is still quite cold, and when I saw Yun Fu's thin shoes while bathing her, her little feet were frozen and purple, which broke my heart." Upon hearing that the shoes were for Yun Fu, Yun Zhengqing immediately encouraged her, "Then go ahead. We cannot let our daughter freeze. However, you must also take care of yourself and not work too late." He thought they were on the same page. "Do you need me to tell you that? If our daughter gets cold, I, as her mother, will certainly feel heartbroken." Lucia had secretly measured her daughter's small feet while bathing her. Lucia was quite skilled with her hands, and soon she had completed the sole of one shoe. "Xingu, it seems 4 is truly fated to be with our Yun family. Since she arrived, she has not cried or caused trouble and has grown close to me. Indeed, I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw her by the roadside," Yun Zhengqing agreed, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yun Fu's father noticed his wife eavesdropping by the wall. "What are you doing?" Seeing her husband question her, Lucia did not answer. Fu is calling for her, I must go check on her. Arriving at Yun Fu's bedside, Lu Shi found her sleeping soundly, a small bundle nestled in the thick quilt. With her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes appeared even more enchanting, and her fair little face glowed with a rosy hue, her tiny mouth red and delicate. Lu Shi simply could not get enough of her. She gently adjusted the quilt around Yun Fu and, with a silly smile, left the room. This was her daughter. She had thought about staying in her daughter's room, but the embroidered shoes were not yet finished, and she needed to complete them before dawn to surprise her daughter in the morning. In the Song residence, Song Yao was brought back by Song Jingshan. Upon entering the Song residence, a servant immediately informed Wei Shi. It is just a little girl, if you have brought her back, then so be it. Although she must be raised for 2 years before she can work, being raised in the Song residence from a young age will ensure her loyalty, Wei Shi remarked. Zhang Mama, take care of the new little girl and train her well. If she is clever, she might even become your successor. As Song Yao stood at the doorway, her footsteps faltered. In her previous life, her younger sister had been raised as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, yet she had been reduced to the status of a servant. She timidly looked up at Song Jingshan, father. Clearly, Song Jingshan had also heard Wei Shi's words, and he comforted her. Yaoer, do not be afraid, your mother is easy to get along with. I will explain everything to her. Hearing her father speak in such a manner, Song Yao felt reassured. I will listen to father. Seeing Song Jingshan return, Wei Shi quickly approached with a smile and performed a slight bow. Husband. It had been many days since she had seen him, and she could hardly count them on 2 hands. Over the years, her greatest concern had been childbirth. However, her husband had left her alone in their room, and how could she conceive a child without his presence? At that moment, seeing Song Jingshan brought her joy, and she ordered the servants to hasten the meal. Go, add a chair for the young miss. Song Jingshan instructed. Wei Shi was taken aback, then glanced at Song Yao, and finally looked back at Song Jingshan. What did you say? Husband, her name is Yaoer. This child is quite unfortunate and pitiful. On such a cold day, she was left standing alone by the roadside. If I had not happened to pass by, she might have frozen to death there tonight. I took a liking to her and decided to bring her back. She will be raised in your chamber. Wei Shi was taken aback. She looked at Song Yao, then up at Song Jingshan, her eyes filled with shock, grievance, unwillingness, humiliation, and anger. She had endured for 7 years, and now she saw her position as the legitimate daughter of the Song family being usurped. For 7 years, the old lady had been sending women into her husband's room, and she had tolerated it. Her only bottom line was that no woman should give birth to an illegitimate child before she had borne the legitimate son or daughter of the Song family. Each time her husband was with those lowly women, she would send them a bowl of bird's nest soup under the pretense of nourishing their bodies to bear children for him, but in reality, she had added contraceptive medicine to the soup. Unexpectedly, her husband had brought back a child, who had taken the place of the legitimate daughter of the Song family. Bastard, this must be a child born of my husband's infidelity. A flash of hatred crossed Wei Shi's eyes, and just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Zhang Mama giving her a knowing look. She did not understand Zhang Mama's intentions, but since Zhang Mama was her dowry maid, she would not harm her. Thus, she reluctantly replied, Husband, let this child stay in my room. She looks fortunate, and perhaps she will bring good luck to the Song family and give birth to a son or daughter. Song Jingshan agreed with this sentiment. The old lady had advised him similarly before, but he had not taken it seriously. Now, 7 years had passed. If only Wei Shi remained childless, then it would be her fault. However, his mother had taken in 5 concubines, none of whom had borne him any offspring. Slowly, Song Jingshan began to question himself. If this child could indeed bring a son or daughter to the Song family, then she would be a benefactor to them. He began to view Song Yao more favorably. The servants moved quickly, soon laying out the meal and adding an extra chair at the dining table, where they assisted Song Yao to sit. Seeing the table filled with delicious dishes, even after living 2 lives, Song Yao could not help but salivate. In her previous life, she had never tasted such delicacies while living with the Yun family. Later, when she went to the Shuaniho residence, Yun Fu had warmly welcomed her as her elder sister at first. However, as time passed, she had schemed to become a concubine of the dandy husband, yet Yun Fu had not held it against her, feeling nothing but disappointment for her elder sister. Song Fu had intended to find a good match for her elder sister, leveraging her status and position to secure a reputable family as a legitimate wife would have been no problem. Unexpectedly, her elder sister had rushed to become a concubine of her frivolous husband. Despite this, Yun Fu still occasionally sent good things to Song Yao. However, it seems Song Yao was never satisfied. Sharing the same blood, why was it that she could only be a concubine while her younger sister could be the respected wife of a noble heir? After repeatedly scheming against Yun Fu, the bond of sisterhood had been all but severed. Yunfu no longer sent anything to Song Yao, and her quality of life plummeted. Sometimes, the kitchen would even serve her spoiled food. It had been years since she had eaten anything good. Yaoer, try this 5-flavor braised chicken made by the kitchen chef. It tastes wonderful. Weishir smiled as she served a large piece of meat to Song Yao. You little vixen, just wait until your father is not at home, I will show you how to deal with you. At that time, would it not fall into her hands? In this inner courtyard, it was always her, the Song matron, who had the final say. Just wait. Chapter 7, confined to the woodshed. Thank you, mother. Indeed, this mother is quite good. At the Song residence, there is still meat to eat. However, Song Yao always felt that Wei's gaze towards her was somewhat peculiar, though she could not quite place the reason for it. Surely, it must be her overthinking. In her previous life, did not her younger sister grow up just fine, so why should she not? During this meal, Wei appeared to be in particularly good spirits, as she noticed that her husband seemed to treat her with greater kindness today. She finally understood why Zhang Mama had been casting her knowing glances. As long as this child was present, she could win her husband's heart. Wei's heart finally eased a little, and she cast a sidelong glance at Song Yao, acknowledging her usefulness. After the meal, it was unprecedented for Song Jingshan to linger in Wei's chamber, which filled her with uncontainable joy. She instructed Zhang Mama to prepare the finest room in her Tsuhua courtyard for Song Yao, and Zhang Mama, understanding her intent, led Song Yao away. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Mama pinched Song Yao hard and hissed, "You little wildling! Why are you pinching me? Ugh." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Mama covered Song Yao's mouth with one hand and lifted her with the other, threateningly saying, "You little wretch, keep making noise, and I'll tear your mouth apart." She dragged Song Yao all the way to the woodshed and forcefully tossed her onto the ground. "You will sleep here tonight. At least the firewood will serve as your blanket. Consider yourself fortunate. How can you treat me this way? Aren't you afraid I will tell father? You are nothing but a servant in the Song residence. I will inform father, and he will have you beaten to death." Anger flashed in Song Yao's eyes, which only amused Zhang Mama. "Oh, look at you, just entering the Song family and already acting like a young lady. Do you believe that if I beat you to death today, tomorrow the mistress will tell the master that you died of illness? He will believe her? You little yellow-haired girl, I will teach you a lesson. At just 6 years old, you have such a sharp tongue. How can I train you to serve the mistress properly?" With that thought, Zhang Mama kicked Song Yao, causing her to wince in pain. Then, she squatted down, glaring at Song Yao, and said, "If you dare to utter even a word in front of the master tomorrow, beware for your life." Feeling unsatisfied, Zhang Mama kicked Song Yao a couple more times before locking the door behind her with a loud click. The woodshed, being a place for firewood storage, was pitch black after Zhang Mama closed the door, rendering everything invisible. Song Yao felt both cold and pained, her expression one of indignation. "This cannot be happening. Why is it like this? Was my younger sister also confined to the woodshed in her previous life?" Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of determination. Tomorrow, she would definitely tell father and ensure that this old hag faced consequences. Lying in front of the firewood pile, she hugged her knees and sat on the ground, her lips turning a painful shade of purple from the cold, her small body trembling. Instinctively, she called out, "Mother." But this mother was not Wei, it was Lu. Although the Yun family was somewhat impoverished, Lu had genuinely cared for her, yet upon arriving at the Song residence, she found herself locked in the woodshed on her very first day. The wealth of the Song family seemed utterly useless to her. In the enveloping darkness, she could see nothing, and with the chill seeping into her bones, she felt both cold and frightened. She stood up slowly, feeling her way until she discovered soft firewood, which turned out to be wheat straw. Knowing this would prevent her from freezing to death, she spread it out, layer upon layer, until it formed a thick bed. Then, she lay down on the straw. Ouch! She had accidentally hit a wound, causing her to grimace in pain. "You old hag, just wait, one day, I will make you taste the bitterness of being beaten and leave you crippled for sale." Cautiously, Song Yao sat down and covered herself with a layer of straw, yet she still felt unbearably cold. Curling up into a ball, she forced herself deeper into the straw, tears streaming down her face. She regretted coming to the Song residence. Yun family. Throughout the night, Lu had visited the small room where Yun Fu was no less than 10 times, fearing her daughter might struggle to adjust to the new surroundings, worried that if she woke up in the middle of the night with no one beside her, she might be frightened, and anxious that her daughter might kick off the covers and catch a chill. Before dawn, Lu began cooking, and despite not having slept a wink, she felt no trace of fatigue. The joy radiating from her face was unmistakable. Yun Fu, even before Lu called for her, had already awakened. She turned over and, in a drowsy haze, instinctively called out twice, "Sheer, sheer." Suddenly realizing something was amiss, she opened her eyes to see the gray walls before her, and it dawned on her that she had been reborn. She gazed out the window. The light outside was just beginning to emerge, indicating it was still early. Looking around her room, she noticed that the Yun family had kept a lamp lit throughout the night. In such a poor household, they surely would not usually spare the oil for a lamp. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. She had slept soundly, unlike any night spent in the Marquis's residence, where she had to remain vigilant against both the open and covert schemes of the Song family, and the plots of those in the Marquis's household, always wary of the treachery of those around her. Even those who were most loyal to her could only be trusted to a certain extent. Yun Fu knew her parents were simple and honest, and she had already understood this in her previous life. With them around, she would never suffer any grievances. Only her elder sister, that foolish girl, had failed to cherish it. Reflecting on this, Yun Fu smiled. Elder sister, I suspect you are still locked in the woodshed. You who scheme at every turn, even in your rebirth, wish to usurp my younger sister's life, unaware that her life is not what you desire at all. Lying in bed with her eyes wide open, Yun Fu felt the morning chill, and with the thick cotton filling her blanket, she nestled deeper. Reluctant to rise. Turning over once more, she caught sight of the embroidered shoes resting at her bedside, and warmth spread through her heart, dispelling her drowsiness. She donned a cross-collared jacket and sat at the head of the bed, unable to resist picking up the embroidered shoes to examine them. The emerald green upper was adorned with red plum blossoms, which appeared so lifelike, as if they were blooming right on the shoe's surface. Yun Fu had not anticipated Lu's embroidery skills to be so exquisite. Looking at the intricate stitching on the layered soles, she realized that these must have been crafted by Lu in a single night without rest. Lu was indeed a diligent person. Were it anyone else, even 2 nights would not suffice to produce such craftsmanship. Unwilling to return to sleep, Yun Fu felt increasingly guilty about Lu's efforts. She knew she had to help her mother with chores. After dressing, she slipped on the embroidered shoes made by Lu and finally got out of bed. As she took a few steps, the soft cotton filling the soles of the shoes felt comforting, and the upper part snugly embraced her feet. The shoes were indeed warm and well fitted. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the chimney of the kitchen billowing white smoke, indicating that Lu was busy cooking. Sure enough, as she entered the kitchen, she found Lu bustling about. Lu, seemingly sensing her presence, turned her head and spotted Yun Fu approaching the kitchen door, her short legs moving eagerly towards her. Mother, I'm awake. This child, why didn't you sleep a little longer? It's quite cold, and it's not yet bright outside. Hurry back to your room and sleep a bit more. Yun Fu shook her head, pointing to her little head, and declared, doesn't feel sleepy anymore. I want to help mother with the work. Yun Fu understood that she was now a 6-year-old child, although she had forgotten what she had been like at that age. Yet, she had already been a mother before her untimely passing. She remembered how her child had been at 6, and pretending to be young was always a good strategy. Her 5 brothers were clever and full of mischief, and she could only play the role of a 6-year-old well. Lu could not bear to send her away and hurriedly said, go wait in the main room for breakfast, it's dirty and smoky here. Be good. As she spoke, Lu tried to usher Yun Fu out. I want leave. I want to stay and help mother cook. Lu had no choice but to relent, allowing her daughter to assist. Chapter 8. Mother, what is she eating? Even though Yun Fu grew up in the Song residence, she had still engaged in a considerable amount of labor. She was not a pampered young lady, and during her initial years in the Song household, life was quite hard for her. However, Lu Shi would not allow her to get even a hint of dirt on her, providing Yun Fu with a small stool to sit upon, instructing her to merely remain seated. Observing little Yun Fu sitting obediently, her small mouth chattering incessantly, Lu Shi was nearly moved to laughter, her face creasing with joy. Suddenly, Lu Shi felt a warmth in her eyes. This was her longed-for daughter, just as she had wished. It was often said that daughters are particularly affectionate, and indeed, this was true. When had her sons ever accompanied her in this manner? Though her 5 sons would occasionally express concern for her, it paled in comparison to the affection shown by 4. To her astonishment, Lu Gaihua had a daughter in this life. In a world where sustenance was scarce, others yearned for sons, hoping they would grow into strong laborers to alleviate family burdens. Yet Lu Gaihua was different. She cherished her daughter. What was wrong with having a girl? She could teach her embroidery skills, and when she grew up, she could also sustain herself. Lu Shi lifted the pot lid and retrieved a chicken egg, rinsing it in cool water before deftly peeling off the shell and offering it to Yun Fu. Are you hungry? Take this to fill your stomach, the rice will be ready shortly. Yun Fu accepted the egg, insisting, Mother, you eat first. She brought the egg to Lu Shi's lips, which filled Lu Shi with emotion. Her efforts were not in vain. Lu Shi gently pushed her small hand away, saying, Mother is not hungry, eat quickly. Eating the egg will help you grow taller. Indeed, Yun Fu was quite hungry. A child's body craves sustenance quickly. Seeing little Yun Fu take small bites, Lu Shi initially worried she might choke but soon felt reassured. Were it not for Fu's tattered garments, she might have mistaken her for a young lady of noble birth. closing the pot lid to continue cooking. Though the egg was done, the rice still required further time to cook. Just as the rice was nearing completion, a few brothers, drawn by the aroma, began to wash up. "Mother, is the food nearly ready?" Upon hearing the voice, Yunfu hastily finished the last piece of the egg. When Yunjilan entered the kitchen, he was taken aback to see a small figure seated there. He turned his gaze, his elongated eyes glancing at Yunfu, who had her cheeks puffed out with food, and asked, "Mother, what is she eating?" At 11 years of age, Yunjilan was at a growth spurt, and his appetite was considerable. "Enough with the she. This is your sister, quickly call her sister," Lu Shi admonished, brandishing a fire poker at Yunjilan, as if threatening to strike him should he refuse to comply. "Sister." Yielding to Lu Shi's authority, Yunjilan reluctantly addressed her. Yet internally, he felt a sense of injustice. Did this mean their mother no longer loved them? But then again, it seemed she had always been this way. Why, then, did she look at that little girl with such tenderness? Yunjilan cast another glance at Yunfu. It appeared that this little girl was no ordinary child. If only he could also become a girl. The more he pondered, the more confused he became, ultimately deciding to return to his room to discuss with his brothers how to deal with this troublesome girl, to expose her schemes and drive her out of the Yun family. Meanwhile, Yunfu blinked her innocent large eyes, as if to convey her innocence. "Mother, doesn't he love you? This is not my fault." After Yunjilan left, Lu Shi added 2 more sticks of firewood to the stove, recalling her daughter's cleverness. Noticing someone had arrived, she quickly stuffed the last piece of egg into her mouth, which made her heart swell with joy. She gazed at Yunfu with admiration, believing her daughter to be intelligent and perceptive. She could never get enough of watching her. Hastily, she poured a bowl of water for Yunfu to prevent her from choking. Indeed, when it was time to eat, there was no egg on the table. The only egg had long since disappeared into Yunfu's belly. She and Yunjili each had half a plain bun. After the meal, Yunfu pulled Yunjili aside, mysteriously rummaging in her pocket until she produced a boiled egg. This was not entirely Yunfu's fault. Her pocket was too small, and the egg took up all the space, making it difficult for her little 6-year-old hands to manage. "This is for you, big brother." She needed to cling to him tightly. If she secured his favor from a young age, she would have someone to rely on as she grew. Yunjili felt a slight tremor in his heart and feigned surprise as he looked at Yunfu. "What is this?" He had not seen any eggs at the dining table today. "Don't worry, big brother. This is not from yesterday, it is from this morning, given to me by mother. I saved one for you," Yunfu said, pressing the boiled egg into Yunjili's hand. Yunjili recoiled slightly. "Humph, don't think you can win me over." He was not easily deceived. Yet as he gazed down at the boiled egg, his expression softened unconsciously. "This is from mother, so you should eat it," Yunjili said, intending to leave. "What mother gives me is mine. I saved this for you, big brother. I have already eaten, so please, take it." Yunjili hesitated, recalling how his 4th brother had mentioned that their sister was cunning and had been deceiving their mother into letting her eat alone, warning them against engaging with her. He met Yunfu's hopeful gaze and, inexplicably, felt he could not bear to see her disappointed. Ultimately, he accepted the egg. "Little 5, you traitor!" Yunjilan exclaimed, stamping his foot. "Be quiet. You're older yet less sensible than a 6-year-old sister. I'm embarrassed for you," admonished their eldest brother. Yunshi Chen. To his surprise, this sister was quite kind-hearted, willing to share the good things their mother had given her. In truth, when Yunfu had sneakily pulled Yunjili away, Yunjilan had witnessed the entire scene. He had called upon his older brothers to secretly follow them, curious about what mischief she was up to. What he saw was Yunfu's little hands rummaging in her bulging pocket to retrieve an egg for Yunjili. This realization made him inwardly exclaim, "This girl truly has a scheme." At that moment, Yunji Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been the first to support the idea of getting rid of the little girl when his 4th brother had suggested it. Here he was, an elder brother, behaving worse than a 6-year-old child, and he was 9 years older than his sister. Yunji Yin observed the scene with an impassive expression, making no comments. Aside from books, nothing else piqued his interest. Only Yunjilan wore an indignant expression, feeling it was truly unfair. He had underestimated her today. "Everyone disperse, let today's matter end here. I do not wish to see anything like this happen again, otherwise, beware of father's reprimand." Yunjilan had intended to say more, but upon hearing his eldest brother's command, he immediately fell silent, swallowing back his words. Meanwhile, from a distance, their parents observed the entire exchange. "Now you can rest easy, can't you? Don't let her small stature fool you. She is the most cherished. Her brothers can't even bring themselves to bully her," Lu Shi remarked, gazing affectionately at Yun Zhengqing. Yun Zhengqing looked on with satisfaction, though he retorted, "I doubt any of them dare. My reprimands certainly carry weight." Chapter 9. A trip to town. Lu remarked, "You only speak boldly in front of me. Who knows who has struck a few children? At night, you can't even sleep from your own guilt. Seeing his wife struggling to suppress her laughter, Yun Jingqing felt a pang of guilt. Alas, the stern fatherly image he had painstakingly built was crumbling. As the first light of dawn illuminated the beams of their home, the 5 brothers of the Yun family prepared to head to school. They were enrolled in the Shirgu Academy in Shiqiao Town. After finishing their meal, under the guidance of Yun Jiqian, they shouldered their satchels and bid farewell to their parents before setting off. In this era, particularly for impoverished families in the countryside, the thought of sending a child to school required careful consideration, let alone the fact that Yun's parents were supporting 5. Yun Jiqian had frequently expressed his desire to abandon his studies to work alongside his father, believing that this would allow him to earn some money to support his 4 younger brothers. He felt that at 17, he ought to help his parents uphold the family. Yun Ziyazhang said, "Let me do it instead, brother, you lack my strength, and besides, I have no interest in studying." Their father, adopting a stern expression, rebuked them, "All of you, go to school. Your father is not old yet, he can still provide for you." Both brothers fell silent. Yun Jingqing worked at a blacksmith shop in Shiqiao Town. Before leaving, he instructed Lu to take good care of their daughter, and then he departed. "4, shall I take you to town?" "All right, I will listen to mother," responded Yun Fu obediently. The more well-behaved the child was, the more Lu felt a pang of sorrow. This child, so understanding, and not crying or causing a fuss, must have endured considerable hardship before. Lu worked as a maid at the Xie family in Shiqiao Town to help supplement the household income. The Xie family was wealthy, and Yun's village, Shiling village, lay about 7 to 8 li from the town. Typically, Lu would reach the town in the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. However, she could not bear to let her daughter suffer, so she decided to take a donkey cart to town. At the village head, Old Li had a donkey cart, and except during the busy farming season, he would carry people to Shiqiao Town to earn some fare. Lu and Yun Fu walked to the village head, and she called out to Old Li, "Uncle Li, how much to Shiqiao Town?" Old Li, surprised to see Lu, remarked, "The Yun family usually doesn't spend money on a donkey cart, especially since you are supporting 5 scholars." Noticing Lu holding a little girl, he replied, 2 per person. The child is small, so let us make it 3 in total. Shiqiao Town, being relatively close to the capital, had higher prices, but with the short distance, 2 was still a considerable sum. Without hesitation, Lu took out 3 and handed them to Old Li, prompting him to glance at her in surprise at her generosity. Today, there were also several other women waiting for the donkey cart. "Ah! Sister Yun, who is this little girl? She is truly adorable," exclaimed Aunt Wang upon spotting Yun Fu, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is my little girl, Yun Fu. I had been too busy to care for her and sent her to her maternal grandparents. I just brought her back yesterday." Lu fabricated a story. After all, they were newcomers and not well acquainted with the villagers, merely having superficial interactions. Upon hearing Lu's explanation, the women dispelled their suspicions and began to praise Yun Fu. "4, this is Aunt Wang, and this is Aunt Zhang. Quickly greet them." There were a few others Lu did not recognize, so she did not introduce Yun Fu to them. "Hello, esteemed aunts," Yun Fu greeted sweetly. "So well-mannered." Once on the donkey cart, Old Li reminded everyone to sit properly before they set off. Yun Fu looked around curiously, her eyes wide with wonder. Having been confined within the large estate in her previous life, she had never had such an opportunity to venture out openly. The sky seemed to be a brighter blue now. Meanwhile, Lu was approached by Aunt Zhang, who whispered, "I've never heard of you having a daughter. From where did you bring her back?" Aunt Zhang, being the mother of Huzi, was somewhat familiar with the Yun family as her son often played with Yun Jilin. She remembered discussing the Yun family before and could confidently say they had no daughters. Huzi and Arya had returned from the Yun household, mentioning their parents longing for a daughter, and Yun Jilin had often envied Huzi for having a sister. The sudden appearance of a daughter raised Aunt Zhang's suspicions. In other families, they were eager to have sons who would grow into strong laborers and carry on the family name. Even those who did have daughters sometimes abandoned them or sold them off early. Kind families would raise their daughters and provide a dowry for an early marriage. The Yun family, however, was truly peculiar. They had no daughters and yet had brought one home. Had she known the Yun family desired a daughter so much, she would have offered her own Arya to them. While the Yun family was indeed poor, they had 5 scholars, and who knew, perhaps one day a talented scholar would emerge from them, and her Arya could benefit from that association in marry well. Lu's face hardened as she replied, "How could I not know my own child?" She did not want Yun Fu to grow up being discussed as an adopted daughter in the village. Fortunately, they had only moved to Shiqiao Town a few years ago, so the villagers were not well acquainted with them. Although Aunt Zhang's words irritated Lu, she understood that Aunt Zhang was somewhat thoughtless, not meaning any harm. "How thoughtless of me." Upon closer inspection, she noticed the child bore a striking resemblance to her 5 brothers. If she weren't biological, how could she resemble them so closely, chuckled Zhang. Sensing Lu's displeasure, Aunt Zhang quickly attempted to lighten the mood. Sister Yun, I heard you are working as a maid at the Xia family. What is it like inside that grand estate? Is it as magnificent as described in the tales? Aunt Zhang swiftly redirected the conversation. Soon, they reached Shijiao town, where Lu exchanged pleasantries with a few people before leading Yunfu toward the Xia residence. Passing by a sugar painting stall, noticing Yunfu staring intently, Lu said, if you like one, mother will buy it for you. Mother, let us go, I don't want the sugar painting. It is too sticky, Yunfu replied. Although her body was only 6 years old, the spirit within was that of an adult. How could she genuinely beg her parents for sweets? Having been confined within that grand door in her previous life, she had seen such sugar paintings but did not know how they were made. Today, having the chance to see them, she was merely curious. Nonetheless, Lu spent 5 to buy one, and Yunfu chose a little rabbit design. In this era, sugar was quite expensive, and sugar paintings were no different. As Yunfu held her sugar painting, she followed Lu into the Xia residence, under the envious gazes of the other children. Entering through the side door, someone grasped Lu's arm and said, Sister Lu, you've come. The old lady is throwing a tantrum. She has already scolded many people. Lu withdrew her arm and asked, if the old lady is upset, why don't you all console her? Why drag me into this? Yuming replied, Sister Lu, we're in a dire situation. The old lady specifically requested you to assist with her bathing and dressing, and she also wants you to prepare her breakfast. We are all at our wits' end. Yuming's voice trembled with urgency. Then let us go. Lu, sympathizing with the difficulties faced by the servants inside the grand door, softened her heart at Yuming's plea. After walking a few steps, Yuming noticed the child Lu was holding and frowned, asking, Sister Lu, whose child is this? Chapter 10 Peach Blossom Pastry. Lu, sure, this is my daughter. Yuming was taken aback, pondering how Lu Dejia, who only had 5 sons, suddenly had a daughter. Lu Dejia, we are here to serve the old lady, not for leisure. Is it appropriate for you to bring a child? Yuming's expression darkened. Lu Shi's face turned cold. Indeed, it is not appropriate. With that, she took Yunfu and headed in another direction. Yuming stamped her foot in urgency. Lu Dejia, you're going the wrong way. Lu Shi ignored her and continued on her path. At that moment, Yuming realized she had misspoken. Don't run around later. Stay close to your mother, do you understand? Yes, mother. Yunfu was well aware of Lu Shi's intentions. Within these, Zhumen, danger lurked at every corner. As a 6-year-old child, encountering unsavory events could bring misfortune. Lu Shi worked as a washerwoman in the Xia residence and led Yunfu through numerous twists and turns until they arrived at the service quarters. Before they even entered, they could hear the lively chatter from within. As they stepped into the courtyard, Yunfu saw many women washing clothes. Their movements were swift, but their lips were equally busy gossiping about the latest happenings outside. One woman caught sight of Yunfu, who was being led by Lu Shi, and called out, Lu Dejia, whose little girl is this? Her voice drew the attention of others. This is my daughter. Her name is Yunfu, Lu Shi introduced briefly. When did Lu Dejia gain such a lovely daughter? I thought you had 5 sons. Lu Shi resorted to the explanation she had given to the villagers of Xiling when they left the village. The Yun family had many children, and Lu Shi could hardly manage them all. Yunfu had merely been staying at her maternal grandparents' home and had just recently returned. Everyone chimed in to compliment the child's beauty, creating a lively atmosphere. Among those working in the service quarters were women like Lu Shi, but most were indentured servants to the Xia family. Working as a servant was unstable and poorly paid. The household would only seek out help when there were not enough hands to manage the workload. Once sufficient servants were available, the help would no longer be needed. Some, in urgent need of money, had no choice but to sign contracts, ensuring a stable income. Lu Shi pulled up a stool for her daughter to sit on, repeatedly cautioning her before beginning her day's labor. Yuming returned to the old lady's chamber at the Xia residence, seething with anger. When Xuan Hong saw Yuming return alone, she glanced behind her, noticing Lu Shi was absent, and asked, Where is Lu Dejia? She has gone to fetch Xiao Bei. She wasn't invited. Stop with the nonsense, Lu Dejia is not that kind of person. Yuming huffed. I told her the old lady was waiting for her to do her hair, yet she had the audacity to turn around and leave instead of hurrying to serve the old lady. Xuan Hong frowned and urged Yuming to recount the events in detail before saying, It's just a child. Let Lu Dejia bring her along. The old lady has so many rooms, surely one can accommodate a little girl. But the rules of the Xia residence, she is so young and naive. If she were to offend someone of higher status, if it's found out that I allowed her in, I would undoubtedly be punished. Xuan Hong replied, Rules are rigid, but people are not. What mother does not love her child? Don't forget, Lu Dejia is a woman of good family, unlike you and me. Moreover, if the old lady's condition worsens, can you manage? Will you be able to serve her? You might still need to call for Lu Jiejia. Forget it, I will go and fetch her myself. You keep the old lady occupied for a bit. Just say Lu Dejia hasn't started work yet. As soon as she enters the Xia residence, she will come to us. Meanwhile, Yunfu sat on a small stool, listening to the conversations in the service quarters about the recent events in Shichao town, with some discussing matters pertaining to the Xia residence in hushed tones. They dared not speak loudly, but Yunfu heard them all. One person mentioned the affairs in Lin Yingyang's room, specifically how her personal maid, Haitang, had been punished to work in the service quarters. Previously, Haitang had been quite arrogant, even dismissing the lady's authority, and now she found herself relegated to menial tasks. No one knew what crime Haitang had committed. Serving in the presence of a master was less comfortable than working in these quarters, where one had to constantly watch the master's mood. Before long, a young maid approached Yunfu, squatting down and pulling a handkerchief from her pocket. As she unfolded it layer by layer, she revealed a piece of peach blossom pastry and offered it to Yunfu. Little sister, here, have some. Yunfu blinked and looked at her. Having heard someone call her sister Haitang, Yunfu deduced that this must be the Haitang who served Lin Yingyang. Lu Shi was vigilant, observing her daughter closely. Upon witnessing this exchange, her heart skipped a beat, and just as she was about to intervene, she heard Yunfu say, "Thank you, sister, but my mother taught us not to eat things from strangers." Seeing her daughter say this, Lu Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm not just anyone. Your mother usually treats me well, so I like you too," Haitang said, attempting to push the pastry into Yunfu's hands. Lu Shi's heart raced. Yunfu dodged the offer, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but the pastry contains peach blossoms, and my grandfather the doctor warned that eating it might cause me to develop peach blossom rash." Haitang was taken aback, finding it hard to believe what Yunfu claimed, and tried to persuade her to take it. Just then, Lu Shi stepped forward, angrily declaring, "My child has already said she cannot eat the peach blossom pastry. Why are you insisting she take it? What are your true intentions?" "Lu Dejia, please listen to me. I simply like this child and wanted to share a treat bestowed upon me by the master. I meant no harm." Lu Shi scoffed. "What is given to you by the master is for you alone to enjoy. My child is not fortunate enough for such things." At this moment, a steward overheard the commotion and reprimanded, "Get back to work. Do you want to forfeit your wages?" Haitang shot a resentful glance at Yunfu before leaving. Lu Shi crouched down to make eye contact with Yunfu and softly asked, "Why didn't you accept the pastry from that sister? Was it really because it had peach blossoms?" It seemed she would need to be more cautious in the future. When they returned home, she would remind everyone that Fu must avoid peaches, and she would also ask Xingge to cut down the peach tree in their yard. Yunfu shook her head, saying, "Mother, I was just deceiving that sister. I can eat peach blossom pastry, and I have never had peach blossom rash." She glanced around and leaned closer to Lu Shi's ear, whispering, "I don't like that sister." Lu Shi was taken aback, gazing at Yunfu in astonishment. Could a 6-year-old truly perceive such things? Seeing Yunfu blink her innocent big eyes, she chuckled and gently tapped her daughter's forehead. "You little schemer, you are so clever." Just as Lu Shi had been busy for a while, someone from the back courtyard came to summon her. This time, it was Chuan Hong, the head maidservant beside the old lady. "Lu Jiejia, stop doing such heavy labor here, come with me to the back courtyard to serve." Lu Shi continued washing the clothes in her hands without looking up. Chuan Hong snatched the wet garments from Lu Shi and tossed them back into the basin, then smiled and said, "Good sister, please be kind. Yu Ming was just being foolish, and I've already scolded her." "Is this Lu Jiejia's daughter?" "She is quite beautiful," Chuan Hong exclaimed. "I understand you're worried about your child being here alone. Just bring her along, and I'll keep an eye on her, you can rest assured." Only then did Lu Shi halt her labors. She had no choice but to continue working, as she had 6 children to support. However, working in someone else's home meant living under their scrutiny. Even someone like Chuan Hong, a head maid, could dictate her fate. She stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and unfastened it, saying, "Let us go." Chapter 11. A peach blossom rash. Chuan Hong's face brightened at her words, and she followed Lu Shi to Yunfu, saying, "Little sister, come with me. I'll bring you some pastries." Yunfu had overheard their conversation. Since her mother was going, she knew she must follow, otherwise, her mother would not be at ease. What surprised Yunfu was that her mother could charm the old lady of the Xie family. This made Yunfu even more intrigued by Lu Shi. Her mother was indeed not an ordinary peasant woman. "All right," Yunfu replied obediently. The three soon arrived at the old lady's courtyard. Lu Shi instructed Yunfu to stay with Chuan Hong and wait for her outside, then she entered the old lady's bedroom. Following Chuan Hong into a room, Yun Fu noticed the decorations and realized it was a maid's quarters. Observing Chuan Hong's distracted demeanor, she said, "Sister, you go ahead and be busy. I can stay here by myself." Chuan Hong felt a bit uneasy. As the head maidservant, she feared the old lady would call for her and find her missing. Seeing Yun Fu happily eating, her disposition softened, and she said, "All right then. I'll call someone else to look after you. You mustn't go anywhere, just stay here and wait for your mother, understood?" Seeing Yun Fu nod, Chuan Hong left it. Before long, another maid entered, grumbling, "Lu Dejia is really something. She comes to work and brings her child along. If one didn't know better, they'd think her child was some young lady." After saying this, she shot an irritated glance at Yun Fu. Yun Fu ignored her, continuing to enjoy her pastries. In fact, when Chuan Hong had just left, she had secretly stuffed several pieces into her pocket, feeling it was still not enough, so she took out the handkerchief Lu Shur had given her, wrapped a few more pieces, and tucked them into her sleeve. Hearing someone approach, she finally picked up the one piece she had been eating all along and took small bites. Meanwhile, Lu Shur finished styling the old lady's hair and prepared her breakfast according to her preferences before hurriedly returning to fetch Yun Fu. Upon entering, she saw Yun Fu sitting quietly, which eased her worries. Noticing the plate of pastries nearly empty, she realized her daughter had eaten several pieces. Let us go," she called. As they were about to leave the room, Chuan Hong entered with a smile, saying, "Lu Jie, thank you for your hard work today. It's nothing. I am earning money from working here in the Xia residence, so it's only right to serve the old lady. In that case, I will speak plainly. Would you like to serve the old lady in the future? It would be far easier than working in the service quarters." Lu Shur did not hesitate to refuse. "I do not wish to." She took Yun Fu's hand and started to leave. "Lu Jie, please wait." Chuan Hong stopped Lu Shur, reiterating, "The madam has said that if you agree, she will increase your wages by half a coin." Lu Shur declined once more, "No need. Please thank the madam for her kindness, but I am not suited for such work. I am better off doing menial tasks." Chuan Hong found herself at a loss. After all, Lu Shur was of good family background. If she were a servant who had signed a contract with the Xia family, it would not be so easy to refuse. "Lu Jie, what is wrong with serving the old lady? You have 5 sons to educate, which requires a significant amount of funds. An additional half coin a month amounts to 6 taels a year, plus your original wages, that is 16 taels annually. You could improve your children's living conditions." Lu Shur remained silent, pulling Yun Fu along as they headed outside. "Lu Jie, please reconsider." As mother and daughter made their way out, Lu Shur still had half a day's worth of clothes to wash before going home. Why did you eat the pastries that Chuan Hong gave you? Do you like Sister Chuan Hong? It's not about liking, it's just that Sister Chuan Hong needs something from my mother, so I had to eat the pastries she offered. I should eat more to reassure her. Besides, there was nothing wrong with the pastries. If I don't eat them, it would be a waste. This made Lu Shur even fonder of Yun Fu. At just 6 years old, she understood such principles. Jingdo had truly found a treasure. Yun Fu pulled out a piece from her pocket, holding it up with her small hand. "This is for you, mother. You eat it." Lu Shur accepted the pastry from her daughter, her heart swelling with warmth. After just half a day of separation, her daughter was already thinking of her. Taking a bite, she found the flavor more delightful than any delicacy she had ever tasted. This made Lu Shur somewhat reconsider her stance on serving the old lady. Perhaps for it would indeed be a good thing to serve the old lady of the Xie family. Upon entering the service quarters, Lu Shur was immediately greeted by the sound of wailing. She approached and asked, "What happened?" A person with whom Lu Shur had a good relationship pulled her aside and whispered, "Today, Aunt Zhao brought her grandson to work, as her daughter-in-law is unwell and unable to care for him. She thought to bring him to the service quarters, but little did she know, after eating a piece of pastry from Haitang, he passed away shortly after." And now, how can Aunt Zhao explain this to her son and daughter-in-law? Haitang had said the pastry was given to her by Lin Yin Yang, and now the head steward had taken her away for questioning, suspecting her of poisoning the treat and implicating the family's master. It seemed her life was in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shur's mind went blank, and she broke into a cold sweat. "Lu Dejia, the person called out repeatedly, finally snapping Lu Shur back to reality, and she tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. Alas, what a tragedy. Such a good child, gone just like that. By the way, wasn't he that Haitang the one who offered your daughter a pastry? It's fortunate your daughter didn't eat any." Before the person could finish speaking, Aunt Zhao charged toward Yun Fu, wailing, "It's all your fault. It is because of you. Why didn't you eat the pastry Haitang gave you? If you had eaten it, you would be the one dead, but my grandson took your place." As she lunged forward, Lu Shur swiftly shielded Yun Fu behind her, saying, "Fu is with her mother. Do not be afraid. I will make you pay for my grandson's life. Aunt Zhao's advance was halted by a friend of Lu Shi's. Lu Shi confronted Aunt Zhao, saying, "You are in no state to speak sensibly. I will not hold your words against you, but what do you mean by claiming my child took your grandson's life? My daughter did not eat the pastry because of her peach blossom rash. How is that related? Is my daughter the one who poisoned your grandson? If you must blame someone, blame your grandson for his ill fortune, he simply did not have the rash. Furthermore, why are you targeting our innocent family instead of seeking out the real culprit? Indeed, Aunt Zhao, you must come to your senses. It was not Lu Dejia's daughter who harmed your child, it was Haitang. Yes, if anyone should pay for this, it should be Haitang. Lu Shi's child is innocent. She almost got dragged into this mess," others chimed in, trying to reason with Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao, however, was incensed by the remark about her grandson's lack of a peach blossom rash. If only he had a peach blossom rash, he wouldn't have eaten the pastry from Haitang. Even if he had developed a rash, he wouldn't have died. Aunt Zhao sank to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Chapter 12. The theft. Madame Lu sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet unable to clarify that she had misjudged the crux of the matter. Before long, the steward of the Xia residence dispatched someone to instruct the dispersal of those in the auxiliary courtyard. The hired help from outside the estate could return home, while the internal servants were to rest, with their wages for the day assured. It was only then that Madame Lu departed the Xia residence with Yun Fu and Towi in her heart. Madame Lu was resolute. This realm of the affluent was fraught with intrigue, and she dared not provoke the matriarch of the Xia family. It would be best to secure some menial tasks here. If that proved impossible, she would leave the Xia estate and seek work elsewhere. As the day was still young, Madame Lu and Yun Fu meandered through numerous shops. They arrived empty-handed but departed with their baskets brimming with goods, including fabric for garments, 2 pounds of pork, and sweet treats and hair ribbons for Yun Fu. After waiting a while at the city gate, Old Li arrived with his donkey cart. He made 2 trips daily to Shichao town, bringing guests in the morning and returning for more at noon, and they happened to catch him just in time. Upon returning to the Yun household, Madame Lu allowed Yun Fu to entertain herself while she busied herself in the kitchen. Reflecting on the day's events, Yun Fu realized it had been a false alarm, and she was grateful for her cautiousness. She surmised that Haitang must have uncovered Aunt Lin's significant secret, leading to her punishment in the auxiliary courtyard, where she had nearly met her demise. The morsels she had received were likely poisoned by Aunt Lin. Should she perish in the auxiliary courtyard, Aunt Lin could distance herself from any suspicion. Haitang was probably aware of this, uncertain of Aunt Lin's true intentions behind the offered treats. The delicacies had become a litmus test. If they were not poisoned, it signified that her mistress still held her in regard and would eventually summon her back. Conversely, if they were tainted, it implied a desire for her demise. Haitang had likely deduced this as well, which was why she had enlisted the children to test the food. Indeed, this world of the affluent was riddled with complexities, not unlike her previous life in the grand estates. As it was just Madame Lu and Yun Fu at noon, she prepared hand-pulled noodles with a savory meat sauce, which made Yun Fu's mouth water. If her 5 brothers were present, they would undoubtedly accuse their mother of favoritism, questioning why she only cooked such delicacies in their absence. Yun Fu took a bite, and it was indeed delectable. She savored a large bowl, quickly depleting it. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you," Madame Lu chuckled at Yun Fu. "Mother, I am full," Yun Fu replied, patting her little belly. Had her frame not been so small, she would have indulged in another bowl. After their meal, Yun Fu retreated to her room for a short nap. Upon awakening, she found Huzi and Arya had come to visit. "My older brother has not yet returned from the academy. You may come back later," she informed them. She had inquired about the time before her brothers departed, knowing they typically finished their lessons around the 3rd watch. Calculating the time, she anticipated their return shortly. "We're not looking for your older brother. We've come to see you. My mother mentioned you are his sister." "Yun Fu, how come I have never heard that he has a sister?" Huzi exclaimed. Yun Fu found little desire to engage with the 2 children, yet dismissing them outright seemed unkind. "I was staying at my maternal grandfather's home," she explained. Huzi replied, "Oh, I see. So you truly are his sister." Meanwhile, Arya scrutinized Yun Fu, noting her hair styled into 2 topknots adorned with crimson ribbons. Although her attire was a drab color, it featured intricate red plum blossom embroidery, made from fine fabric that Arya could not afford. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Why did she, upon arriving, have such lovely clothes and a beautiful hairstyle? "Why are you wearing gray clothing? Only my brothers wear gray," Arya questioned. "This is my brother's clothing. My mother altered it for me," Yun Fu explained. Realizing this, Arya felt somewhat relieved and even sympathetic towards Yun Fu. It seemed that she was not the only one in a family that favored boys. The Yun family shared the same sentiment. However, her parents had not sent her away, while Yun Fu had been fostered out as a child. At that moment, Arya spotted a handkerchief on the table. Curiously, she opened one corner and discovered the treats wrapped within. Brother, there are pastries here, I want to eat pastries, she exclaimed, drooling at the sight of the delectable goodies. Yun-fu quickly covered the handkerchief and tucked it away. These are for my brothers. You cannot have any, she asserted. Arya, feeling slighted, huffed in response. Then, recalling her usual tactic with her brother Huzi, she plopped down on the ground and began to wail, I want pastries. I want to eat pastries, you wicked person. Yun-fu felt a headache coming on. Huzi, feeling embarrassed, tried to pull his sister away, but Arya refused to budge, her gaze fixed on the pastries in Yun-fu's hands. You're in cahoots with her. You both wicked, I will tell mother and grandmother that you are bullying me, and I will drive all the outsiders out of the village. Arya cried as she stormed away. Huzi, at a loss for how to handle the situation, turned to Yun-fu to apologize. In light of Huzi's presence, Yun-fu chose not to hold a grudge against a child and retrieved some candy from the food Madame Lu had purchased that day, offering a handful to Huzi. Here, Huzi, this is for you. Initially reluctant to accept, Huzi relented when Yun-fu pressed the candy into his hands. Hearing the commotion from the main room, Madame Lu hurried in from the kitchen, surveying Yun-fu for any signs of distress. Fu, did someone bully you? She inquired. Yun-fu shook her head just as a loud commotion erupted outside. Everyone, come see. The Yun family outsiders are bullying people, those wicked outsiders are oppressing the villagers of Xiling. Granny Sun, known for her boisterous voice, had drawn a crowd of villagers with her shouts. Granny Sun, what are you making such a fuss about? If anyone is bullying, it is surely you bullying others, someone retorted. Indeed, she came to my house yesterday and stole eggs. When I caught her, she bit back, claiming her chickens laid eggs at my home and demanded I compensate her, another villager chimed in. How shameless. It seems it is not the Yun family bullying Granny Sun, but rather Granny Sun perceiving the Yun family as outsiders, someone speculated. Having previously sought an opportunity, they seized this moment to accuse her. I do not believe Granny Sun is fabricating these claims. The Yun family has always kept to themselves and may indeed harbor some unsavory habits, another villager suggested, garnering agreement from many. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone asked Granny Sun, do tell us how the Yun family has wronged you. It is not me they have wronged, but my daughter Arya. She went to play at the Yun home, only to have some wild child from there snatch away her pastries. Granny Sun, exclaimed the villagers, well aware that the Yun family had 5 sons who attended the academy in Shichao town, scoffed at the notion that scholars would engage in such behavior. If anyone is stealing, it seems it is your daughter Arya who is taking things that do not belong to her, they remarked. Seeing that the crowd remained skeptical, Arya chimed in, it was Yun-fu, the daughter of the Yun family, the sister of the 5th brother, she took my pastries. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. When did the Yun family acquire a daughter? Were they not known to have 5 sons? One villager who had shared a donkey cart ride with Madame Lu spoke up, the Yun family does indeed have a little girl. I heard she was just brought back from her maternal grandfather's home, and she is quite lovely. Pa! Granny Sun spat on the ground. She is merely a little girl. Chapter 13. A Phoenix Tail Pastry. What is the matter with the girl? She is also a treasure of our Yun family. Before Lu Shi emerged, she was already aware of the situation, but for certain reasons, she had not intended to engage with the villagers of Xiling village. Little did she expect those foolish individuals to come looking for trouble. As Lu Shi opened the door, everyone finally caught sight of the little girl trailing behind her, approximately 6 years of age. It was evident that she was Yun-fu, the daughter of the Yun family, as mentioned by Arya. A treasure, indeed, merely a liability, destined to be married off sooner or later. You are a liability, an old liability, your entire family is a liability. Before Yun Jiqian and his younger brothers could reach the entrance of the Yun residence, they overheard discussions about their family, accompanied by an old woman hurling insults. Yun Zhizhang, known for his hot temper, immediately took offense. Although he held little affection for this sister, it did not mean he would allow others to bully her. He hurriedly made his way to the front of the house, only to find a throng gathered around the Yun family. Seeing his second brother's anxious demeanor, Yun Jiqian shook his head, thinking of him as a stubborn yet soft-hearted fellow. Yun Zhizhang perked up his ears and soon realized that an old woman was berating his sister. He could no longer contain himself. Placing his hands on his hips, he stood defiantly before Granny Sun, glaring down at her with fury. You old hag, how dare you insult a member of the Yun family? Just watch me tear you apart. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her. It was one thing to bully his sister, but he would not tolerate an outsider doing so. Though merely 15 years old, he stood at an impressive height, towering half a head taller than his elder brother Yun Jiqian. Before Granny Sun, the imposing figure of Yun Zhizhang resembled a colossal mountain. Granny Sun crossed her arms defensively and inquired, what do you intend to do? Although she was a native of Shilling village, her reputation had always been poor. She had bullied almost everyone in the village, and even the locals did not side with her. Previously, those who had suffered at her hands sought to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Indeed, Yun family's second son, did you not hear? She has been standing at your doorstep cursing for quite some time, even insulting your ancestors, another villager chimed in. If you hadn't returned, she might have resorted to violence, putting your mother and sister in danger. Such a scoundrel deserves a lesson, lest she falsely accuse others again, remarked one of Granny Sun's acquaintances. Despite her flaws, Granny Sun is still one of our own, another woman interjected. How can you turn against your own and allow an outsider to bully us? If word gets out, Shilling village will be ridiculed by neighboring villages. Just as Yun Zhang was about to take action, Lucia intervened. After all, Granny Sun was a local, and despite her misdeeds, the villagers would ultimately side with her, especially considering her status as a woman and elder. Lucia, wishing to avoid trouble, urged Yun Zhang to step back. Zhanger, stand down, this does not concern you. Lucia promptly positioned herself between Yun Zhang and Granny Sun, halting his advance. You are of advanced age, and I respect you. I shall address you as Aunt Sunday. You claim that the pastry belongs to your granddaughter. I would like to inquire where this pastry was purchased. Arya felt a pang of guilt and contemplated retreating, but Granny Sun would not grant her this chance, pulling her forward with a firm grip. You must tell her that the pastry was bought by your mother in Shichao town. The pastry was bought by my mother in town, Arya stammered. One of Granny Sun's allies proposed, I shall fetch Zhang Shi to provide testimony. Meanwhile, Yun Zhili took Hu Zi aside, asking, what is going on here? Hu Zi's feelings were conflicted. Is she truly your sister? Regardless of whether she is my sister, I must ascertain the truth. The Yun family cannot permit false accusations from outsiders. Do you wish to continue siding with your grandmother in falsely accusing my family, or do you prefer to remain my friend? The choice is yours. Hu Zi appeared troubled, torn between his loyalty to Yun Zhili and his affection for his grandmother, who was the most caring person in his life. However, today's events were instigated by his sister Arya and grandmother. I'm sorry, the pastry belongs to your sister, but I cannot expose my grandmother in front of so many people. Very well, then our friendship ends here. From this moment forth, I, Yun Zhili, shall no longer consider you a friend. As Yun Zhili walked away, disappointment flooded Hu Zi's eyes. He glanced at the candy in his hand, feeling a surge of resentment for not having a sister as well behaved as the Yun family's daughter. When Zhang Shi arrived, she was utterly bewildered. Mother, Arya, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Zhang Shi, Granny Sun's fury ignited. This wasteful daughter-in-law had secretly purchased pastries without showing any respect to her mother-in-law. How infuriating. The pastry has been taken by the Yun family. Granny Sun exclaimed, her face contorted with rage. Zhang Shi, perplexed, responded, what pastry? Arya, fearing her mother would expose her and ruin her plan, steeled herself and declared, Mother, it's the pastry you bought in town today. How dare you even ask? You went to town to sneakily buy pastries for yourself, showing no filial piety towards your mother-in-law. I will return and have Deju divorce you. Granny Sun shouted, raising her arm to strike Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi retreated repeatedly, raising her arms to shield herself from Granny Sun's blows. I didn't. You still refuse to admit it. Just wait until I beat you to a pulp, you glutton. You must have secretly hidden money to buy them. Granny Sun yelled as she struck and cursed. Only then did Zhang Shi grasp the situation unfolding around her. She had initially intended to expose her mother-in-law and daughter, but doing so would likely result in a far worse beating from Granny Sun, and perhaps even the abandonment by her husband. Zhang Shi could only dodge and plead, Mother, I was wrong, I will never crave snacks again. The more she evaded, the more ferociously Granny Sun struck. Unable to bear witnessing his mother being beaten, Hu Zi stepped forward. Grandmother, it was Arya who lied. The pastry does not belong to Mother but to the Yun family's daughter. Seeing her grandson come forth to testify, Granny Sun felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. She glared at Hu Zi. I know you are close with Yun family's fifth son. He hasn't threatened you, has he? Grandmother, I haven't. It's Hu Zi stammered, which raised doubts among the villagers. It seemed they had misunderstood Granny Sun. The true culprits were the Yun family. No one could have anticipated that Granny Sun's family would also face theft. This revelation altered the villagers' perception of the Yun family. Is this the pastry in question? Yun Fu held up the pastry and explained, this is the pastry given to me by the Xie family in Shichao town. They mentioned it is called phoenix tail pastry, and it is quite rare, costing 100 taels of silver for a portion. It was purchased by the Xia matriarch from Guangwanzai in the capital, and one must place an order in advance. Even with money, it is not guaranteed to be available. Yunfu earnestly elucidated the matter to everyone gathered. Chapter 14. The truth revealed. What, 100 taels, even with money, one might not be able to acquire it? The delicacies from Guangwanzai in the capital are indeed treasures that are exceedingly rare, sought after even by the concubines of the imperial palace, who dispatched their maids to procure them. Yes, I have also heard of this phoenix tail pastry, which even the late Empress Dowager relished. Wait a moment, didn't Arya just mention that the Zhang family purchased it? How could they possibly afford 100 taels of silver? At this moment, the villagers realized they had been manipulated and began to point fingers at Granny Sunday. Huzi wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground, feeling even more humiliated under Yun Jili's gaze. The pastries that the Xia residents gifted me today were meant for my parents and my 5 elder brothers. When Huzi and Arya visited my home today, Arya expressed a desire to taste them, but I could not oblige her. I only brought back 7 pieces, 1 for each of my parents and brothers, leaving no surplus. Understanding dawned on the villagers. Their expressions towards Arya shifted as they realized her attempt to take advantage had failed, leading her to resort to slander, truly shameless behavior. This child is so young yet already adept at deceit, they remarked, glancing at Granny Sun, who had indeed led her astray. And such precious pastries, each likely worth 10 taels of silver, does she even deserve to partake in them? Faced with the villagers' scrutiny, Granny Sun retorted, "What's wrong with her having a piece? Pastries are meant to be eaten, are they not? Why must one be so stingy?" "Granny Sun, you cannot say that, such an expensive treat, worth 10 taels each, this is not merely consuming pastries, it's as if one is devouring silver. If it were you, would you allow anyone to eat it? What are you cooking tonight? I shall dine at your home this evening. Indeed, let us all go to Granny Sun's for dinner." With someone initiating, the villagers collectively turned their ire towards Granny Sunday. Upon hearing this, Granny Sun became agitated, jumping up in protest. "Why should you come to my house for dinner, you vile scoundrels? Do you wish to impoverish my family? Dream on. Indeed, it is unacceptable for others to exploit you, yet why should the Yun family permit you to take advantage of them?" Granny Sun fell silent. Realizing her untenable position, she sat on the ground and began to wail, "Oh, woe is me, the entire West Ridge village is bullying this poor old woman, it seems they wish to drive me to my death. I no longer wish to live, I will end it all." Huzi, at the tender age of 10, understood the gravity of the embarrassment he faced. If this continued, who would dare to associate with him in the future? "Grandmother, please, cease this commotion. This is the candy that Miss Yun just gave me." Huzi produced the handful of candies from Yunfu, a considerable collection of 8 or 9 pieces. The villagers' gazes towards Yunfu shifted once more. Not to mention the pastries, even these candies were something not every household could afford. The child from the Yun family had generously given Huzi 8 or 9 pieces, clarifying that the pastries were just enough for her parents and brothers, not meant to exclude Huzi and Arya. It appeared they had misjudged the Yun family, and guilt watched over their faces. Yun Jiqian stepped forward, stating, "Since our arrival in West Ridge Village, we, the Yun family, have always been cordial to everyone. Who would have thought that even a 6-year-old child would be treated with such disdain? The character of West Ridge Village is truly disappointing." Yun Zhizhang joined in. "Do you truly believe the Yun family is as easy to bully as you think?" Yun Jiyan stood silently, devoid of expression. Yun Jilan wore a look of schadenfreude, appearing utterly detached from the matter at hand. He had underestimated his sister, who demonstrated such cunning. No wonder their father had brought her back. Yun Jili's expression was complex. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "And I too shall stand with them." The majority of the West Ridge villagers were essentially kind-hearted. Realizing they had misconstrued the Yun family, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, someone summoned the village chief, who pushed through the crowd, declaring, "You jest, how could that be? One glance at the Yun girl reveals her to be a well-mannered child. From this day forth, the Yun family shall be one of us in West Ridge Village. Should anyone dare to cross them, I shall be the first to object. Granny Sun, if you dare to commit any more wrongs, be gone from West Ridge Village." Granny Sun recoiled in fear, taken aback. The village chief seemed rather intimidating today. Some families that were close to Granny Sun expressed their dissent. "Village chief, how could you turn against your own? If you wish to survive, then be silent." With some reminders, they began to understand the village chief's intent. What exactly was the Yun family standing? Even the Xia family had sent pastries to them. The Xia family from Shiqiao town was no ordinary household. It was said that they had connections in the capital as well, their business extending to the imperial city. With the backing of the Xia family, the Yun family would surely hold sway in Shichao town. Lu Shi smiled. Our family has no ties with the Xia family, everyone may disperse now. With Lu Shi's directive, no one dared linger. Their expressions towards Lu Shi transformed as they realized the Yun family's understated nature. While others boasted of their connections with the Xia family, they seemed intent on promoting the entire West Ridge village. As the crowd began to disperse, only small clusters remained in the distance. Cries of Arya and the sounds of Granny Sun's scolding could be heard. I warned you against lying, you glutton. You wretched child, today I shall teach you a lesson. Grandmother, spare me, I shall never do it again. Lu Shi addressed the village chief. Uncle village chief, we owe you our gratitude for today. The village chief smiled, waving his hands dismissively. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. It was merely a small act of kindness. Should such an incident occur again, do let me know, for my word still carries weight in this village. Very well, we shall remember your kindness, Uncle village chief. Will you not stay for dinner at our home tonight? No, another time when Zheng Qing is home, I shall come by to share a drink. After the village chief finished speaking, he waved his hand and departed. Yun Zhizhang inwardly scoffed, wondering why they should thank him. This opportunistic old man had not shown his face in the 2 years they had lived in West Ridge Village. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he voiced his opinion. Mother, why thank him? He is quite cunning. Yun Zhiqian rebuked, what nonsense are you spouting? Yun Zhizhang pouted in defiance. Yun Zhiyan interjected, second brother, do not forget that we must continue living in West Ridge Village. This is ultimately the village chief's domain. Yun Zhizhang clenched his fists, declaring, while we reside here, we need not fear him. Observing his brother's anger, Jun Fu quickly chimed in, second brother, you were so valiant in scolding Granny Sun today, like a true hero. Seeing his sister gaze at him with admiration, Yun Zhizhang was taken aback, a hint of bashfulness creeping upon him as he rubbed the back of his head. Really? Indeed, second brother, Yun Fu replied, batting her eyelashes at him. Yun Jilan felt disdainful, thinking him truly a sycophant. Only his foolish second brother could be so easily swayed. Chapter 15 Making dumplings. Never before had anyone extolled Yun Zhizhang in such a manner. Typically, he was likened to a boorish fellow, yet at this moment, his sister declared him a great hero, stirring an unusual sensation within him. Second brother, be mindful of your words henceforth. Beware that calamity may arise from your tongue, admonished their father. Hearing this, Yun Zhizhang immediately wilted upon seeing Yun Zhengqing return. Yun Fu, filled with joy, scampered forward and exclaimed, Father is back. Grasping her little hand, Yun Zhengqing replied, come, let us return home. In a corner, Huzi observed as Yun Zhili stepped through the doorway, receiving not a single glance from him throughout. He understood that he had lost a good friend. After the Yun family entered the house, they learned that the pastries had been sent by the Xie family for Yun Fu, who, unable to bring herself to eat them, had wrapped them in her handkerchief to take home for her family. One by one, they accepted the delicacy she offered, and the attitudes of several brothers towards her softened slightly, except for Yun Jilan, who merely huffed and ignored her, retreating to his room. Yun Fu felt a pang of helplessness. When would her fourth brother accept her? Noticing her despondence, Yun Zhengqing reassured her, do not mind him, if he does not wish to eat, we shall. I will save some for your fourth brother. Seeing that Yun Fu had distributed all the pastries, leaving only one piece for her brother, he sighed inwardly, reflecting on how this young girl was remarkably considerate for her age, eliciting a deeper sense of affection within him. If father does not eat, let Fu have it. Father has had enough. Fu has already eaten several pieces at the Xia residence, and too many treats can become tiresome. Upon hearing Yun Fu's words, Yun Zhengqing finally began to indulge in the pastries. This is a manifestation of my daughter's heartfelt intentions. He took a bite and discovered it to be the most delectable pastry in the world. The others soon followed suit, relishing the treats, and when only one piece remained, Yun Fu wrapped it up once more to save for her fourth brother. Mother, is this truly from the renowned Quan Guangjai in the capital? Yun Zhizhang asked excitedly, stuffing his mouth with pastry. How would I know? Not everyone gets to taste the delicacies from Quan Guangjai. Back in the day. Lu Shi, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much, quickly fell silent. So, it turned out she had never tasted it herself. Recently, a classmate had boasted of his fortune in sampling the pastries from Quan Guangjai, and now, unexpectedly, Yun Zhizhang too was able to savor such exquisite treats. Yun Zhiqian interjected, indeed, I have a classmate who mentioned Quan Guangjai as well. Their pastries are indeed famous. Lu Shi turned her gaze to Yun Fu, for, how do you know this is a Fengwei pastry? Did a maid from the Xia residence inform you? Mother, this is neither a Fengwei pastry nor from Quan Guangjai. When I visited the Xia residence, I happened to overhear someone mention the pastries from Quan Guangzhai. It seems to be a rather impressive establishment, and I was merely deceiving second Mrs. Grandmother. In their village, few families purchased pastries, and even if this were not a Fengwei pastry, the villagers had never tasted such delicacies, which was why Yunfu could easily mislead them. Yunfu's parents and her brothers gazed at her in astonishment. Was this truly a 6-year-old child, possessing such cunning? After the initial surprise, Yun Zhizhang took another bite of the pastry, wondering why it no longer tasted as delightful as before. These pastries are nothing extraordinary. Previously reluctant to indulge, savoring each bite, he now stuffed the remaining pastry into his mouth in one go. Yun Zhengqing toiled at the blacksmith's shop, with a fixed workload each day. If he completed his tasks early, he could leave ahead of time or opt to work overtime for additional pay. Usually, he stayed late to earn extra money, but today, feeling a pang of longing for his daughter, he decided to return home early to check on her and see if the brothers were mistreating her. To his surprise, someone had indeed bullied her, yet Fu, being clever, resolved the issue with just a few words. The more he thought about it, the more elated he became. His daughter, Yun Zhengqing, was not only beautiful but also astute. When she grew up, she would undoubtedly rival the esteemed young ladies of the capital. With this thought, his gaze towards Yunfu softened even further. At dinner, the Yun family feasted on dumplings. After enjoying the pastries, Lucia organized the family to make dumplings together. It was Yunfu's first time making dumplings herself, and she was filled with delight. Recalling her previous life, where she was always attended to in the Song and Shuani households, constantly instructed by a governess on various rules and restrictions, she had never experienced a moment of freedom. In this life, she yearned for liberty. She desired to take charge of her own affairs, dismissing all rules and regulations imposed upon women. She would rather marry a peasant than live as a caged bird. While a canary may seem appealing, it too would lose its freedom, becoming akin to a walking corpse devoid of a soul. "Haha, sister, your dumplings are truly hideous." Yun Zhizhang chuckled heartily as he beheld the dumplings made by Yunfu. Looking down at her creations, Yunfu had to concede that they were indeed rather unsightly, though they were still edible. "You dare to criticize, when yours are no better," retorted Yun Zhengqing. Yun Zhizhang, initially poised to counter, glanced at their father's stern visage and refrained from speaking. "Children, when the dumplings made by our daughter are ready, make sure to cook them separately. No one is allowed to eat them," Lucia instructed. "Very well, I shall have them cooked separately. Father likes to eat the dumplings I made, so I will make extra for him," Yunfu declared, prompting Yun Zhengqing to chuckle. Fu truly cares for her father. Yunfu's small hands lacked strength, and in the end, all the dumplings Lucia boiled fell apart, resulting in a pot of dumpling soup. Lucia presented a large basin of soup before Yun Zhengqing, who, after searching through it with chopsticks for some time, could not spot a single dumpling. He looked at Lucia in confusion. "Where are the dumplings Fu made?" "This is it," she replied. "What?" Yun Zhizhang laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Yunfu, unable to contain his amusement. Mortified, Yunfu wished for a hole to hide in. Mere moments ago, she had confidently proclaimed she would make plenty for their father, and now it appeared her efforts had been in vain. "Dumpling soup is still delicious. I am still young, I'll make dumplings for father when I grow up," Yunfu nodded, rolling her eyes at Yun Zhizhang. "Oh, look who has grown bold," he teased. After dinner, Yunfu called Yun Jili aside and presented him with the sugar painting that Lucia had given her. "Fifth brother, this is for you. I bought it for you today in town. I don't have any money yet, mother helped me pay for it." Yun Jili accepted it, revealing a small rabbit. The sugar painting was vividly crafted, resembling a little rabbit poised to leap away at any moment. "Thank you, sister. I like it very much." At that moment, Yun Jili no longer exhibited the same rejection he had shown when Yunfu had given him eggs that morning. He was unaware of why. In just one day, he seemed to have accepted this sister of his. Yunfu thought to herself that she must cling to his leg from a young age, so that fifth brother would remember her kindness, and when he became successful, he would surely not forget her. "Is it only fifth brother you have? Why is everything about him? What about your second brother?" Chapter 16. Sugar painting. Suddenly, a head popped up, startling Yunfu. She looked up at her tall and robust second brother with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. How shameless of him to be taller than their father and yet offer sugary treats to his 6-year-old sister. However, she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. "Once I have money, I shall reward my second brother with something even better. That seems more reasonable. Second brother, this is a pastry for fourth brother. Could you please take it to him?" Yun Zhizhang replied, "No need to pay him any mind. If he does not wish to indulge in such delightful pastries, then let it be. I shall enjoy it myself." Second brother, upon seeing Yunfu's pleading little eyes gazing up at him, he finally relented. Just teasing you, this task shall be entrusted to me. Yunji Zhang made his way to fourth brother's room, where he found Yunji Lan engrossed in a book of unknown origin. This is from our sister, he announced. Yunji Lan glanced at his second brother. Even you have been swayed by her? What do you mean swayed? How could I not cherish such a lovely sister? Yunji Zhang retorted. Yunji Lan rolled his eyes at him. I ask you, fourth brother, will you eat it or not? If not, I shall consume it myself. Yunji Lan remained silent. Just as Yunji Zhang was about to take a bite, Yunji Lan snatched it away, declaring, this is meant for me. Yunji Zhang shook his head, thinking him a stubborn yet soft-hearted fellow. Lu Shi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Yun Zhengqing noticed her troubled demeanor and inquired, what troubles you? Is there something you are concealing from me? Lu Shi turned to face him. I worry that our Fu is too clever for her own good. Why do you say that? Lu Shi sighed and recounted the events that transpired at the Xia residence that day, leaving Yun Zhengqing equally astounded. Child's mother, Fu is bright and adaptable. This is a blessing. You know, we do not tread a conventional path. Wisdom is far safer than ignorance. That is indeed what we expect of our Yun family child. Yun Zhengqing's thoughts were conflicted. He questioned whether taking in Yun Fu was the right decision. He felt no regret but rather an inexplicable tenderness for the small figure he saw standing by the roadside, wishing to bring her home to care for her. The path he chose, whether it be a blessing or a curse, was left to fate. Yun Fu lay in bed, reflecting on how, in her past life, she had been confined in the woodshed at this very hour, likely leaving her elder sister in a similar predicament. Dear sister, you never anticipated that the life you coveted as a noble girl was precisely the one I would forsake. In this new life, even if Song Yao did not seize it, Yun Fu would unhesitatingly choose the Yun family. Song Yao, hungry and cold, nursing her wounds, had been forgotten in the woodshed of the Song residence for a day and a night. As if cast aside. During the day, she banged on the door, calling out, but no one paid her any heed. How could this happen? How could this be? In her previous life, her younger sister had thrived. Why was she now subjected to such suffering? Regret washed over her as she recalled her first night at the Yun residence, where she had cried and fussed, only to be comforted by Lu Shi throughout the night until she fell asleep in her embrace, calling out mother. She longed for Lu Shi's warm embrace. No, she could not resign herself to fate. This was something she had fought fiercely for. How could she yield so easily? If her sister could persevere, so could she. Unbeknownst to her, the issue may have lain with her sister, who, on her first day at the Song residence, had also been confined to the woodshed. She resolved to wait until Song Jingshan remembered her. Only then could she endure this trial, and she would make him aware of how her so-called foster mother had tormented her. The next morning, after breakfast, her brother set off for the academy as usual, while Yun Zhengqing returned to the blacksmith's shop. Lu Shi led Yun Fu into the Xia residence. Lu Shi understood that bringing her child to work would indeed be a burden, but the entire family relied on her husband's solitary efforts at the forge. He could not bear such a load alone. Upon entering the Xia residence, they were greeted by Chuan Hong, who awaited them eagerly. Lu Jia, you have arrived. The old matriarch is waiting for you to do her hair. Please hurry. Yun Fu internally scoffed at the eccentricity of the old matriarch. Surrounded by so many people, she insisted on waiting for her mother each morning. Her children would pay their respects, no matter if she lay in bed disheveled or not. Yun Fu's mind painted a vivid picture. She recalled her past life at the Shun-E Marquis' residence, where she too had relied solely on a couple of familiar servants. When they were no longer available to attend to her, she had felt an overwhelming sense of loss and resentment. Chuan Hong, I have come to the Xia residence to work as a maid, and my wages only cover miscellaneous tasks. I am not responsible for attending to the old matriarch. Lu Shi firmly rejected. Chuan Hong was taken aback. Just yesterday, although Lu Jia had not agreed to serve the old matriarch, she had not refused to do her hair. What had changed? Lu Jia, this is not proper. Who dares to refuse the old matriarch's orders? She relied on the fact that the old matriarch could not do without her. I have not withheld my hairstyling skills from you. I have taught all of you. If you cannot learn, do not pester me daily. It is simply unacceptable. Chuan Hong intended to press further, but Lu Shi took hold of Yun Fu and left. Chuan Hong's heart hardened. Lu Jia, do not blame me for being unkind if you show such disregard. She sought out the steward of the auxiliary courtyard, instructing him to assign extra tasks to Lu Jia and see how long she could endure. The workload for Lu Shi increased daily, leaving her exhausted and sore after several days. It was not only Lu Shi who noticed this. Even Yun Fu could see that the Xia residence was indeed exploiting her mother, increasing her workload far beyond that of others, treating her as a mere beast of burden. On one occasion, as they returned home in a donkey cart, Yun Fu, feeling concerned, gently pressed her mother's back, urging, "Mother, let us stop, they are bullying you." Lu Shi was astonished, not expecting Fu to notice. Children from other families at 5 years old were still playing and frolicking. How could they bear such burdens? Do not worry, my child, Lu Shi replied with a smile. Though Yunfu felt a pang of sympathy, she ceased her urging. She understood that her mother needed to earn wages to support the family. Without those earnings, relying solely on her father's meager earnings from the forge would scarcely cover her brother's education expenses. At dinner, the family gathered around the table. Yun Zhengcheng and his 5 sons all observed the fatigue etched on Lu Shi's face. Yun Jiqian could not restrain himself. Mother, are you unwell? Is there something amiss? I am fine, just a bit tired these past few days. If you are tired, rest for a couple of days, take leave from the Xia residence, he suggested. Lu Shi did not respond, well aware that such leave would not be easily granted. The steward of the Xia residence seemed intent on making her life difficult. She could only refuse to do the work entirely, but what of the family? The Xia residence was already short-staffed. It would be quite difficult to ask for time off. The dinner was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. After the meal, upon returning to her room, Yunfu found her brothers waiting for her. Surely, they had mistaken the room. Chapter 17. The Crown Prince. You have not entered the wrong room. We have all been awaiting your arrival. After spending a few days together, Yun Zhijiang gradually became accustomed to the presence of this younger sister, though a part of him still struggled to accept it. It seemed that in her eyes and heart, there was only her 5th brother. She offered him all the good things, completely oblivious to the fact that she also had a 2nd brother. Did you summon me for something? Yun Zhiqian stated directly. Sister, speak honestly, what has been going on with mother these past few days? Yunfu sighed and recounted the events of the past few days to her brothers in detail. The 5 of them wore solemn expressions. Yun Zhijiang clenched his fists. The sound of his knuckles cracking filled the air. That scoundrel who was in charge better not cross paths with him, or he would gladly deliver a punch that would shatter his face. I do not understand why mother refuses to care for the old matriarch of the Xie family. She must have her own reasons, Yun Zhiqian said, guilt etched on his face. Mother works tirelessly for the sake of our 5 futures. If this continues, her health will surely deteriorate. It is unbearable for a man of stature to let his mother suffer like this, especially as the eldest son of the family. This realization compelled him to make a decision. Meanwhile, Yun Zhijiang was also devising his own plans, and Yunfu was silently calculating her own thoughts as well. Lu Shi led Yunfu into the Xia residence, and Chuan Hong smiled at her retreating figure, wondering how long she could endure this situation. In recent days, the old matriarch had nearly driven everyone to despair, incessantly demanding that Lu Shi attend to her. They had employed various excuses to evade her requests, claiming Lu Shi had matters to attend to at home. The old matriarch instructed Chuan Hong to pay Lu Shi a visit, and though Chuan Hong verbally complied, her heart seethed with resentment towards Lu Shi for taking advantage of the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, the steward assigned Lu Shi 4 tasks, insisting that she would not be allowed to leave until they were completed. Yunfu felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Shi and considered arguing with the steward, but upon reflecting on her own small stature, she decided against it. Moreover, she realized that arguing would serve no purpose and might even bring additional trouble to her mother. Mother, I have come to help you with your work, Yunfu declared. Lu Shi's heart warmed at her daughter's words. Please go play nearby. All right. Yunfu understood that with her small frame, she could accomplish little, so she opted not to burden her mother further and retreated to a corner. I have something to tell you, but you must promise not to share it with anyone. All right, speak freely. You know me well, I am always tight-lipped about such matters. You can trust me completely. Indeed, you are the one I trust the most. 2 young maidservants were gossiping while performing their tasks. Yunfu happened to pass by and overheard their conversation as she picked up a twig and began to doodle in the dirt. Her ears perked up in curiosity. I have a good friend serving in the elder master's quarters, and she mentioned. One of the maidservants glanced around to ensure no one was watching, noticing Yunfu playing nearby, seemingly unbothered. Just a few days ago, the head steward instructed us that a noble guest has arrived at the estate, and we must behave properly and not run about carelessly, lest we offend this esteemed guest. Can you guess who it is? The other maidservant, intrigued, asked, Who is it? The first maidservant replied excitedly, Someone overheard a conversation between the master and the 2nd master mentioning the crown prince. I suspect it is indeed the crown prince, the 9th prince of the emperor. Yunfu's heart skipped a beat. The crown prince had come to Shiqiao town. The other young maidservant grasped her friend's hand, exclaiming, Really? Does that mean we have a chance? Yes, I have heard that the crown prince is exceptionally handsome. If he takes a liking to us, we might just ascend to the heights of fortune and no longer have to toil in these menial tasks. Exactly. The elder master may not find us appealing, but perhaps the crown prince will just wait and see. I want to show those people. These two had failed in their attempts to attract the attention of the Xie family's masters and were now relegated to the courtyard. Yunfu cast a glance at them, noting their unremarkable appearances, yet they dared to dream of the crown prince. Considering the crown prince was merely 13 years old, it was said he had not yet taken a wife and, as rumors had it, harbored some peculiarities. Some claimed he favored men and had no interest in women at all. Any woman who attempted to approach him met with dire consequences. By the way, what brings the crown prince to Shichao town? Did your good friend mention anything? Yunfu continued to eavesdrop. It seems she did not say anything about him seeking a bride. I heard he is here to search for someone. Searching for someone? If he is not looking in the capital, what could he possibly seek in our Shichao town? Yunfu's heart sank. Could it be that he was searching for her fifth brother? Crown Prince Qi Juni stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the tranquil waters of the lake. Even as the wealthiest head of the Xie family, he dared not breathe in the presence of the noble and aloof crown prince. How is the investigation proceeding? His voice was chilling. Though the 13-year-old boy's voice had not yet matured into that of a man, it exuded a commanding presence, embodying the aura of royalty. The head of the Xie family bowed low, a fawning smile on his face. Your Highness, we are currently investigating, The head of the Xie family jolted, quickly correcting himself. We are searching, rest assured, Your Highness. I will turn over every stone in Shichao town to find that child. He dared not draw a breath, allowing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. He cursed himself inwardly for being so spineless. At his age, how could he still be intimidated by a mere boy? The Xie family was a prominent clan, having established their wealth through commerce. As their riches grew, they educated many of their descendants. The head of the Xie family's younger brother was among them, having passed the imperial examinations and secured a position in the capital, with prospects of advancement on the horizon. Recently, the head of the Xie family had sent him substantial funds to facilitate his rise. Though he had encountered countless nobles, it was peculiar how he felt such trepidation before this youthful prince. Qi Juni turned to him and spoke coolly. This matter is to remain confidential. The head of the Xie family bowed and nodded repeatedly. I understand, please rest assured, Your Highness. Once outside the pavilion, the head of the Xie family finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not dared to look the crown prince in the eye throughout their exchange. The elder master and the second master of the Xie family awaited outside, and upon seeing their father emerge, the second master could not resist asking, Father, did you meet with the crown prince? The head of the Xie family took a deep breath and replied, Indeed, I did. It is imperative that we keep the crown prince's visit to our estate a secret. If word gets out that he is in Shichao town, our family will be doomed. The second master had not anticipated the gravity of the situation and quickly affirmed, Yes, father. We will discuss this further at home. Chapter 18. Becoming a concubine. Originally, the Xie family intended to accommodate Prince Chen in the main courtyard, but the prince, disliking the arrangement, chose instead the secluded courtyard of the Xie residence, Shuixiju. Though it was remote, a picturesque lake was situated nearby, offering tranquility and solitude. Once the father and son of the Xie family returned to the main courtyard, Mr. Xie dared to speak. Father, what shall we do now? I have already discreetly arranged for someone to investigate. At this moment, the head of the Xie family was filled with regret. In an effort to secure a favorable position for his third brother by aligning him with Prince Chen, he had devised a plan to have his brother send word to the prince about the developments in Shichao town regarding the seventh prince. However, upon the prince's arrival in Shichao town, Mr. Xie realized the gravity of his misjudgment. It was said that Prince Chen was cold-hearted and ruthless in his dealings, demonstrating decisive and brutal judgment, having already led troops to repel enemy forces twice at the tender age of 13. Yet, Mr. Xie dismissed these tales as mere exaggerations. How formidable could a mere boy of 13 truly be? It was only upon meeting Prince Chen that he comprehended the error of his assumptions. Now, it was too late for retraction. Mr. Xie lamented. What more can we do? We must search, turn Shichao town upside down. We must act. Mr. Xie interjected, Father, in my view, we should not solely pursue the seventh prince. It would be wise to present two beautiful maidens to His Highness as well, diverting his attention and perhaps causing him to forget his pursuit of the seventh prince. Mr. Xie's thoughts wandered to the enchanting Wanqiu of the Baihua Tower, her allure truly irresistible. A wicked gleam sparkled in his eyes. He yearned to rush to Baihua Tower and indulge in her charms, to revel in the pleasures of the flesh. What man does not appreciate beauty? Surely, Prince Chen, at the age of 13, had yet to experience such delights. He was confident that once the prince tasted the pleasures of a woman, he would be unable to resist their allure. Mr. Xie, witnessing his younger brother's lascivious thoughts, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. While he tolerated his brother's usual frivolities, this was a matter of grave consequence. How could he entertain such reckless ideas aimed at Prince Chen? Did he wish to bring ruin upon the Xie family? Indeed, this illegitimate son was unfit for respectable company. To dare offer women to Prince Chen was sheer folly. If Mr. Xie did not wish to preserve his own life, he must not endanger the Xie family. Who is Prince Chen? Mr. Xie exclaimed. He is the most favored brother of the emperor. How could I endanger the Xie family? I am acting in its best interest. You dare to argue? As the eldest son, Mr. Xie was incensed by his brother's audacity to contradict him in their father's presence. Enough! I see merit in what the second brother suggests. This course of action merits consideration. However, whom do you propose we send? Seeing his father's agreement, Mr. Xie refrained from further opposition, contemplating how misguided his father was to indulge concubine Lin and her offspring so extensively. The Xie family would inevitably be led to ruin by their hands. Meanwhile, Mr. Xie pondered his own full-blooded sister, realizing that if she could indeed secure Prince Chen's favor, even as a concubine in his household, she would be elevated above others, and he, as her brother, would bask in her glory. I believe the third sister would be suitable. Mr. Xie retorted, the third sister is unfit, she is merely an illegitimate girl lacking in etiquette. Mr. Xie bristled at his elder brother's remarks. Brother, do you perhaps think of the third sister as not your true sibling, wishing to prevent her from elevating herself with Prince Chen? I am considering the interests of the Xie family. Enough! Let Yenner go, their father intervened. Mr. Xie protested, Father, if anyone must go, it should be the second sister, she has been raised according to the standards of a proper young lady. You are mistaken, elder brother. It is precisely because the second sister was raised as a refined lady that Prince Chen would find her unremarkable. What noble young lady of decorum has he not encountered in the capital? Why would he seek a princess from a place like Shichao Town? Whereas the third sister is different, she has always shied away from hardship and refused to learn the ways of etiquette alongside the second sister. Thus, she is precisely the right fit. Mr. Xie thought of the second sister, who, like her mother, was excessively proper and dull. The kind of woman one should seek was one like Wan Qiu. Only such a woman possessed true allure, only men understand men best, and he believed Prince Chen felt the same. To ensure his daughter married into a prestigious family, the head of the Xie family had spent lavishly in the capital to hire a strict governess. This governess, however, proved too stern for the delicate Miss Xie, who could not endure the rigors of her training. Concubine Lin then implored the head of the Xie family, claiming that Miss Xie's constitution was too frail for the discipline, and, having always been fond of her, he acquiesced. The third sister possessed an exquisite figure, both captivating and alluring. Observing his father's indecision, Mr. Xie continued, the third sister resembles our mother. You know very well that no man can resist such beauty. Were she not my sister, I would indeed wish to cherish her myself. As the two brothers debated, Miss Xie, the third daughter of the Xie family, was conversing with her mother, concubine Lin. Yenner, you must seize this opportunity. If Prince Chen takes a liking to you, even as a concubine, it is far better than being an ordinary wife outside. Mother, what are you saying? Yenner is still young, Miss Xie replied, her cheeks flushed. In the privacy of her chamber, she had always referred to concubine Lin as mother, but outside, she dared not do so. You are already 14, in a year you shall come of age, and it is time to consider marriage. I was merely 15 when I bore your brother. Your father could marry a girl from a poor family like mine only due to my charms, concubine Lin urged. In truth, Miss Xie agreed with her mother, but as a young lady, she felt it appropriate to maintain some modesty. She feigned shyness, responding, I shall heed your advice. Seeing her daughter's consent, concubine Lin could not contain her joy. I shall make arrangements at once. Your father dotes on you, and I am certain he will agree. After a long day of labor, Lu Shi found herself alone with her daughter Yunfu, as the courtyard emptied of its occupants. Noticing her daughter appeared weary and listless, her heart ached. She approached Yunfu and knelt beside her, asking, Are you hungry? Mother will take you home for dinner. All right. Yet, as Lu Shi knelt, she found it difficult to rise again. Attempting to stand, her legs trembled, and she faltered, collapsing back onto the ground. Mother, what is wrong? Lu Shi took a moment to catch her breath before responding, I am fine, just let me rest a moment. Her back ached severely, and she resolved to leave the Xie residence in 3 days once she received her wages, seeking work elsewhere. Outside the gates of the Xie residence, the 5 brothers of the Yun family grew concerned for their mother and sister. Arriving at the entrance, just as they attempted to enter, the doorman stopped them. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Do you know where this is? Yun Jiqian responded with a smile, Uncle, our mother works here at the Xie residence, and it's so late. We were worried she hadn't returned, so we came to check. Who is your mother? Chapter 19 Exhaustion. My mother, surnamed Lu, works as a maid at your esteemed residence. There are only a few maids in the Xia household, and upon a brief description from Yun Jiqian, the doorman immediately understood it was the Lu matron. Is she the one who brings along a little girl? Indeed, that girl is my younger sister. Upon realizing that it was indeed Lu's sons, the doorman's demeanor shifted. He promptly called out to another doorman inside, asking, "Did you see Sister Lu leave just now?" "No," came the reply. "The rules of the Xia residence are strict, and we cannot easily allow you inside. How about this, you may wait in the entrance for a moment, Sister Lu is likely to emerge shortly." The other doorman chimed in, "Sister Lu has been unusually late these past few days." Hearing this, Yun Jiqian instantly grasped that their mother was probably facing difficulties once again. "Brother, let me rush in." "Second brother, do not be hasty." Just then, a voice calling brother caused everyone to glance toward the door. It was Lu, accompanied by Yun Fu. Lu appeared even more fatigued than before, her posture slumped, and her 5 sons hurried to support her. "Mother, let me carry you home." "I want to carry mother too." The 5 of them clamored to carry Lu. "Your mother is not old yet," Yun Fu remarked. "She is merely exhausted. Let elder brother and second brother carry you." With no donkey carts available at this late hour, Lu reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Yun Jiqian and Yun Zhizhang to alternate in carrying her home. Lu had spent the night cleaning the entire residence, not only washing the clothes of the Xie family but also taking on the garments and shoes of the servants. Additionally, the steward from the side courtyard would hurry her along. If she paused or worked too slowly, he would scold her harshly or even strike the ground with a whip. Lu could not afford to take a moment's rest. After several consecutive days of toil, she was simply too weary to stand upright for long. Upon returning home, Yun Jingqing found the meal prepared, yet the house was devoid of anyone. At this hour, his wife and 6 children would typically have returned home. Where could they have gone today? Just as he was about to venture out to search for them, he noticed the others entering the house, with Lu being carried on the back of one of the children. As soon as he saw Lu in such a state, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He instructed Lu to lie down and began to examine her waist, to which she cried out in pain. She had injured her back. "Third son, go to the west end of the village and fetch Dr. Zhang." "I shall go," Yun Jiqian offered. "Elder brother, you and second brother are already fatigued from carrying mother. Let me go instead." "Very well." Yun Jiyan quickly departed with a tail of silver that Yun Zhengqing had given him. Yun Zhengqing looked at Lu with a pained expression. "We shall cease this work. I can simply labor more at the blacksmith's." "No," Lu insisted. "Even if I leave the Xia residence, I must find other work. I cannot let you bear such hardship alone." Hearing Lu speak this way filled Yun Zhengqing with guilt. He felt useless for allowing their children's mother to suffer alongside him. "Eldest brother, speak your mind." Noticing Yun Jiqian's hesitant demeanor, Yun Zhengqing prompted him. "Father, mother, I wish to cease my studies. This way, we can save some funds for my 4 younger brothers." Before Yun Zhengqing could respond, Lu firmly rejected. "No, Xianer, you are now a student this year, you have a chance to excel in the imperial examinations. Endure a few more years, and you may achieve success. I am fine, I shall rise now to prepare a meal for you." Yun Zhengqing held her down, his heart aching for her relentless toil. Even in her current state, she could not remain idle. The children had already prepared the meal, prompting Lu to finally rest. Yun Jiqian knelt before his parents, a resolute expression on his face. "Mother, I know you act in my best interest, but I am not as adept in my studies as third brother. Let him pursue the education instead. As the eldest son, I cannot idly watch you suffer to the point of illness." Seeing this, Yun Zhizhang also knelt, declaring, "Father and mother, I too shall abandon my studies. I will assist father at the forge. I possess the strength to work and earn for my younger siblings." Yun Jilan and Yun Jili followed suit, kneeling to express their desire to cease their education as well. Only Yun Jiyan went to summon the doctor, remaining unaware of the unfolding situation at home. Yun Fu stood aside, her eyes reddening. She had thought human relationships were merely built on interests, yet she was moved by the depth of familial affection. Recalling her past life when she first entered the Song residence, she remembered how she had saved her monthly allowance over several years to establish a small shop. Gradually, she expanded it until the entire Song family relied on her for sustenance, and only then did her connections and financial investments enable Song Jingshan to ascend the ranks, shifting the family's perception of her. Her marriage into the Shuani Marquis' household was no different. Her in-laws initially tormented her, and her debonair husband paid her no mind, blaming her for all their troubles. It was only after she invested her entire dowry to fill the family's coffers and paved the way for her husband's career, persistently urging him to strive for success, that young Master Zhao's conscience stirred. leading to a gradual change in her in-laws' attitudes. The eldest and second sons may only have one of them foregoing their education. You two must discuss it among yourselves. Lu gazed at Yun Zhengqing, evidently disapproving of his decision. Qinggu, with a sigh, Yun Zhengqing replied, the children have grown, they have their own ideas, and we must learn to let go. Lu sighed, falling silent. Second brother, as the eldest, it is my duty to care for my younger siblings. You should focus on your studies. Eldest brother, you know I am not as capable in my studies as you. I can manage to recognize a few characters, which is sufficient for me. Pursuing a degree seems beyond my reach. Your academic talents are superior, you should continue your education. It is not that I look down upon you, eldest brother, it is simply that with your physique, what work can you do? Yunji Zhang glanced at his elder brother and shook his head. Fortunately, I possess strength. Even if I assist father at the forge, I can contribute to the family. Hearing Yunji Zhang speak of himself this way infuriated Yun Jiqian. He was a normal person, after all. Not everyone possessed the same simple-mindedness and stature as his second brother. You may rise and discuss this privately. Dr. Zhang will be here shortly. Do not kneel here any longer. Yun Zhengqing wore a look of remorse, feeling helpless. Despite his efforts, he could barely afford to send 5 children to school. Once they stood, each bore a stubborn expression, unwilling to yield. Yun Fu observed this scene, touched by the bond among the Yun brothers. She reflected, regrettably, that her youth and lack of capital prevented her from pursuing business ventures like in her past life. In her previous existence, she had saved every penny from the allowances allocated by the Song family, as well as all the gifts and jewelry given to her by the Song couple, accumulating wealth over several years before finally establishing a shop and growing it steadily. In this life, however, the Yun family struggled to fill their bellies. Even the most skilled housewife could not create a meal without rice. That if Yun Fu wished to replicate her past success in business, she would have to find her own way to seize opportunities. It seemed she would have to await the right moment. Chapter 20 Wages. After examining Lu Shi, Dr. Zhang determined that she had injured her lower back. He prescribed both external ointments for bruises and internal medication, then advised, fortunately, it's merely a strain and not a fracture. A few days of rest will suffice, but do refrain from overexerting yourself in the future. Grateful for Dr. Zhang's efforts, he instructed, Yuaner, please see Dr. Zhang home. Once Dr. Zhang departed, Yun Jiqian summoned Yunji Zhang outside. Their hushed discussion concluded with Yunji Zhang returning in a rather subdued manner. Their decision was that Yunji Zhang would continue his studies as usual, while Yun Jiqian would remain home for a few days to care for their mother before seeking work in town. Early the next morning, upon waking, Yun Fu found Yun Jiqian tending the fire and preparing breakfast. It was truly unexpected to see the once elegantly attired young gentleman now engaged in such humble labor. Brother, allow me to assist you. Seeing his sister entering the kitchen with firewood, Yun Jiqian initially thought he had misheard. Rubbing his eyes to confirm her presence, he inquired, why are you up so soon? I've just awakened, replied Yun Fu, as she busily added wood to the stove. Observing her diligent nature, Yun Jiqian felt a twinge of shame, recalling how timid she had been upon first arriving at their home, and how he had offered her no kindness. Through these days of interaction, he had gradually accepted her presence. She was more considerate than any of his brothers. Stand back from the stove, I wouldn't want you to get burned. Yun Fu smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. All right, big brother. Yun Jiqian was momentarily taken aback by her cuteness. Watching her carefully add firewood, he felt a softness in his heart, mixed with a burgeoning sense of responsibility as her elder brother. After breakfast, Yun Zhang left with a few of his younger siblings, remaining silent throughout. Yun Zhengqing also departed for work, leaving only Yun Jiqian to care for their mother and sister. Yun Fu glanced at Yun Jiqian, uncertain of what he and their second brother had discussed, and why the latter had so quickly agreed to let him stay behind to care for their mother. Little girl, what are you curious about? Yun Fu smiled at Yun Jiqian, her curiosity piqued. I suspect you wish to know what I discussed with your second brother? Yun Fu nodded, then quickly realized her slip, glancing cautiously at Yun Jiqian before shaking her head. She worried that if her second brother found out she was gossiping, he might hold it against her. Noticing her expression, Yun Jiqian chuckled, I applied both pressure and persuasion, and ultimately, your second brother, under my imposing authority, had no choice but to comply. Fear not, I shan't divulge this to your second brother. Little girl, you must heed your elder brother's words in the future, or else, he teased, I might have to spank you. In truth, Yun Jiqian had been pondering how to interact with his sister over the past few days. Having only been surrounded by 4 younger brothers, he lacked experience with a sister. The thought of possibly spanking her, should she misbehave, crossed his mind, and he found himself curious about what it might be like to see her cry. Yunfu nodded vigorously, realizing that her second brother had succumbed to familial ties. She was surprised to discover that beneath his usual serious demeanor, her elder brother possessed a humorous side. Seeing her earnest nodding, Yun Jiqian smirked. Indeed, the little sister is terrified. Brother, I will check on mother. Very well, you go keep her company, while I fetch water and chop firewood. Lu Shi was not one to sit idly. Even while recuperating at home, she could not keep her hands still observing her stitching shoes for Yunfu. The latter felt a pang of guilt, since arriving at the Yun household, apart from one outfit tailored from her fifth brother's clothing and a pair of embroidered shoes adorned with plum blossoms, Lu Shi had crafted her another set of early spring garments. Having finally earned a respite due to her illness, she was now making shoes for Yunfu. Mother, Dr. Zhang has advised you to rest at home. You ought to sleep a bit longer. Yunfu gently took the needlework from her hands. All right, I shall rest a while, Lu Shi conceded, understanding her daughter's concern. She allowed Yunfu to help her lie down. Mother, please sleep, I will stay here with you. As Lu Shi closed her eyes, she felt a small hand tucking the quilt around her, warming her heart. Perhaps these past days had truly exhausted her. Before long, the sound of gentle snoring filled the room. Lu Shi had fallen asleep. Yunfu sighed, realizing that her mother was indeed fatigued. At that moment, the door creaked open. Yun Jiqian silently mouthed a question to Yunfu. Is mother asleep? Yunfu nodded in affirmation. Yun Jiqian gestured for her to come outside. Brother, do you need something from me? Stay here and look after mother. I shall go to the Xia residence to demand her wages. Brother, I want to go with you. You stay here with mother, I will return shortly. Concerned that his sister might wander off and be bullied by the village children, he reiterated that Yunfu must remain indoors and not roam about. After Yun Jiqian left, Yunfu returned to Lu Shi's room. Over the past few days, she had gleaned some information about the Xia family through their servants, and she suspected her brother's visit might be in vain. The Xia family would not easily part with the money owed to their mother. Sure enough, it was not long before Yun Jiqian returned, his brow furrowed. Brother, did they refuse to pay? She inquired. Indeed. The doorman was quite amiable and promptly reported to Madame Xia, but alas, he was dismissed without even meeting her. To spare the doorman any embarrassment, I had no choice but to return. Yunfu pondered for a moment before suggesting, Brother, after lunch, I will accompany you to request the wages. What use would you be? Brother, I have my methods. Please trust me just this once. Seeing the determination in her eyes, which bore no resemblance to the antics of a child, Yun Jiqian inexplicably found himself agreeing. In the afternoon, Lu Shi took a few bites of food before dozing off again. Seizing the opportunity while their mother slept, Yun Jiqian and Yunfu planned to make a trip to the Xia residence, intending to return before she awoke. Sister, do you truly have a plan? Brother, I am not a mere 3-year-old. Will you trust me this time? Chapter 21 Encounter. Yun Jiqian was momentarily taken aback. His sister was indeed no longer a mere 3-year-old child, yet at 6, she was still quite young. At 17, why did he feel as though he were the child when conversing with her? Was it merely his imagination? Oh well, he would trust his sister this time. The duo arrived at Shiqiao town, and as they passed through Shijie, Yunfu suddenly felt a chilling presence. Just as she pondered the cause, she looked up and encountered the icy visage of the crown prince. Instantly understanding the reason, it turned out she was faced with the approaching figure of Prince Chen. Yunfu scrutinized him closely. He must only be around 13 or 14 years of age now, though still a youth. His commanding aura was already quite formidable. Even disguised as an ordinary passerby, he exuded an air that set him apart from the crowd. Noticing someone observing him, Ji Jin turned his gaze toward that direction, while Yunfu felt a jolt of surprise and hurriedly addressed her elder brother. Big brother, I wish to eat rice cakes. Seeing that there was indeed a rice cake stall by the roadside, Yun Jiqian, despite feeling a touch of impatience, gently replied to Yunfu, Be good. Wait until I have money, I will buy you rice cakes. All right. Seeing only a little girl throwing a tantrum to get her brother to buy her rice cakes, Ji Jin finally relaxed his suspicions. As he walked past, Yunfu breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow was not to be trifled with, and he harbored an excessive amount of distrust. Even as they passed by, the atmosphere around him felt stifling. Reflecting on past grievances, as Ji Jin had once competed with her for business, Yunfu could not suppress her resentment. Perhaps today was the day to vent that anger. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Coincidentally, the Yun family was in dire need of funds, and as the fifth brother's royal uncle, was it too much to ask for a little money from him? Having made up her mind, Yunfu began to scheme. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, the fifth brother had recognized his lineage through the jade dragon-shaped pendant and the birthmark on his body. By then, their parents had long passed away, having died from the stress inflicted by their elder sister. In her past life, the elder sister had not been fortunate enough to witness the fifth brother's acknowledgement, and in this life, she would be even less so. If she were to learn of the fifth brother's true identity, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. With this thought in mind, Yunfu asked, "Big brother, could you wait for me here for a moment?" She had just spotted a small beggar boy, around 10 years old, by the candied hawthorn stall. Fortunately, she had 50 when that her father had secretly given her to buy sweets. However, Yun Jiqian firmly grasped Yunfu's arm and declared, "No, you must stay by my side. You cannot go anywhere." "But, big brother, you calling me big brother will not suffice. What if you get lost? How would I explain it to father and mother? It's best if you stick with me." Lowering her voice, Yunfu implored, "Big brother, don't you want to earn some money?" Intrigued, Yun Jiqian responded, "Oh?" At this moment, the Yun family was in desperate need of money, and it seemed his sister had concocted yet another scheme. "Big brother, I have a way to make money, but you must let me go for a bit. I promise I won't leave your sight." Before she could finish, she was once again interrupted by Yun Jiqian. "No, you cannot go anywhere." Yunfu shook his arm playfully. "Big brother, look at how mother has fallen ill from exhaustion. Don't you want to help share the burden with father and mother?" After a brief hesitation, Yun Jiqian asked, "Can you really get money?" He began to doubt his sister was merely being reckless. He had noticed her cleverness during their time together these past few days. "I can give it a try." "Then all right, I must accompany you and ensure you remain within my sight." "You may do as you wish." Yunfu pouted. With her brother following her, it would be quite the challenge to accomplish anything. Nevertheless, observing his demeanor, she knew he would not agree to let her go alone. "Fine, but you must not interfere with me." Gazing into his sister's pleading eyes, Yun Jiqian inexplicably acquiesced. "Big brother, do you know where one might find a place to write?" Though still harboring doubts, Yun Jiqian replied, "I will take you there." "Great." Yunfu glanced at the figure of Prince Chen, who walked slowly, surveying the shops on either side of the street, resembling someone incognito on a visit. Sensing that the prince would not be departing anytime soon, she finally followed her brother in search of a writing stall. Yun Jiqian led Yunfu around a corner and soon arrived beside a medical clinic, where indeed, there was a stall that offered writing services. Yunfu approached, spending 2 to borrow paper and ink from the stall owner, and penned a note. Curiosity piqued within Yun Jiqian, though he refrained from inquiring about the content of the note. He thought to himself that his sister probably just scribbled some random doodles. Oh well, let her be. "Let us go, big brother." The two returned to Shijie, and as expected, Prince Chen had not yet left, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone inside a shop. Yunfu furrowed her brow. Could he be inquiring about the fifth brother? She approached the small beggar boy in front of the candied hawthorn stall and asked, "Would you like to eat one?" The two boys nodded eagerly. "Grandfather, I would like a candied hawthorn." The elderly vendor smiled warmly as he retrieved a candied hawthorn, thinking to himself that this child was kind-hearted, showing such compassion toward the beggar. The small beggar pointed at a particular candied hawthorn and said, "I want that one." "Very well, I shall fetch that one for you." The old man handed the candied hawthorn to the small beggar, who looked up at Yunfu with gratitude. "Thank you." Yunfu replied, "No need for thanks. Why aren't you eating it?" "I want to save it for my sister, she hasn't had candied hawthorn yet." Though he could not suppress his own salivation, the small beggar resisted the urge to take a bite. Yunfu then handed over 3 to the vendor. "Grandfather, please give me another candied hawthorn, I want the biggest one." "Of course." The vendor cheerfully handed another candied hawthorn to Yunfu. She accepted it and inquired, "Where is your sister?" The small beggar's eyes brightened. "I will take you to her." Observing his sister's actions, Yun Jiqian silently acknowledged her kindness. He had initially thought she was buying another candied hawthorn for herself, but it turned out she intended to give it to the beggaress sister. However, upon returning home, he felt compelled to remind his sister that there were too many unfortunate souls in the world, and they could not help everyone, especially since their own family was not well off. This was to prevent her kindness from being exploited by nefarious individuals. The small beggaress sister was just around the corner in an alley. She appeared to be ill, tightly wrapping herself in a tattered quilt. Upon seeing her brother, she weakly said, "Brother, I don't want to eat candied hawthorn anymore, please don't leave me, okay?" She felt as though she was on the brink of death, though she did not truly understand what death meant. All she knew was that her mother had suddenly stopped speaking, and she feared she might meet the same fate. Fortunately, her brother was by her side, but he often left her behind to run off, and she was terrified he would abandon her. "Little sister, look what I have here." The little girl seemed to catch a whiff of the candied hawthorn's sweet and sour scent. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Candied hawthorn, is it really candied hawthorn? Little sister, it's for you to eat." Chapter 22 The little beggar extended a candied hawthorn skewer to his sister, swallowing hard as he observed her relish each bite, a profound sense of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "This is for you," Yunfu said, offering the skewer she held to the little beggar. "Are you not going to eat?" he inquired. "This was bought for you. Please enjoy it. If I desire one, my brother will surely buy it for me." The little beggar cast a glance at Yun Jiqian, noting his long robe and the scholarly air that surrounded him, realizing he was not a child from a destitute family and would likely procure food for his sister. "Why would you buy us something to eat?" The little beggar hesitated, looking at Yunfu with uncertainty. "Help me with a small favor." The little beggar's apprehension deepened, his keen eyes fixed on Yunfu. "Rest assured, it's merely a minor task that you are capable of accomplishing. Please clarify your request. Assist me in delivering a small note to someone, just slip it to that person, and no further action is required." Recognizing the simplicity of the task, the little beggar finally accepted the candied hawthorn. At that moment, Prince Chen was stealthily investigating with his subordinates. He had discovered that Xiao Qi was alive, hiding in Shiqiao Town, specifically on West Street. "Have you truly confirmed this?" One of his subordinates, Qing Nan, reported, "Yes, my lord. An undercover guard has identified a 9-year-old boy resembling the Empress, who was seen on West Street." Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a beggar accidentally bumped into Qi Juni. Qing Nan felt a surge of alarm, ready to draw his sword when Qi Juni halted him. The street was bustling with activity, and in an instant, the beggar had vanished from sight. Curse the subordinate! It matters not. They had been so preoccupied with their search that they had let their guard down, forgetting they were in Shiqiao Town, a place where countless individuals wished for their demise. Qi Juni suddenly sensed something unusual at his waist and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper. Unfolding it, he read several lines penned in exquisite small script. "To learn the whereabouts of the 7th prince, place 200 taels of silver behind the statue at the city god temple on West Street and leave immediately, and the location of the 7th prince shall be revealed. Remember, do not let anyone observe, else you shall never see the 7th prince again." The handwriting was clear and elegant. It would take no less than 20 years of practice to achieve such finesse. Next to the main text were scribbled words, "White jade dragon-shaped pendant." Qi Jun's eyes narrowed. "My lord, this matter may be a trap," Qing Nan cautioned. "If someone deceitfully leads us into danger, you may find yourself at risk." Gazing at the note, Qi Juni narrowed his eyes. The white jade dragon-shaped pendant was known only to a select few, including himself and the Empress's last words. However, this knowledge was scarce. Even his elder brother was unaware. Whether true or false, he would soon ascertain the reality. "Qing Nan, Qing Bei, proceed to the city god temple on West Street." "Yes, my lord." Although Qing Nan and Chang Bei were reluctant to see Prince Chen take such risks, they had always obeyed their master's orders unconditionally. Upon their arrival at the dilapidated city god temple, Qi Juni entered to find the interior long neglected, devoid of offerings. Following the instructions on the note, he attempted to circle behind the statue but was halted by Qing Nan and Chang Bei. "My lord, be wary of deceit. It is of no concern." With 2 guards flanking him, the 3 approached the statue's rear. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed the temple was indeed empty. Qi Juni commanded Qing Nan to place the 200 taels of silver, and they exited the temple. Once at a safe distance, Qing Nan spoke up, "My lord, do you truly not require us to keep watch here?" "Qing Nan, find a way to observe from the back wall, and later see who comes here." "Understood." After a prolonged wait, Qing Nan finally heard the sound of commotion. Concealed, he witnessed a group of over a dozen little beggars entering the temple, carrying various items. Fearing to alert them and thwart his master's plans, he refrained from entering. As the beggars continued to come and go, no suspicious individuals were detected. 2 hours later, Qing Nan stealthily entered the temple, only to discover that the 200 taels of silver had vanished. His heart sank, and he reluctantly returned to report to Prince Chen. "Just a few beggars under the age of 12? "Yes, my lord." "Conduct a discreet inquiry, and ensure no innocents are harmed." Qing Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as his lord did not punish him, he would be satisfied. After receiving his orders, he returned to the city god temple, donning a beggar's attire in an effort to infiltrate their ranks and uncover the identity of the note's author. Meanwhile, Yunfu and Yun Jiqian had taken the little beggar siblings to a clinic for treatment and medicine. From the little beggar, they learned that the siblings had faced hardship at home and had journeyed to Shiqiao Town seeking alms, the brother named Guche and the sister Guyu. During their travels, Guyu's frail health, compounded by the cold and hunger, had led her to fall ill. As her condition worsened, she expressed her desire for candied hawthorn, prompting the scene Yun Fu had previously witnessed, with Guche standing before the old man selling the skewers. At this point, Yun Fu had already exchanged her attire with Guyu's, and today she donned Guyu's clothing, accompanying Guche to the city god temple to retrieve the silver. Many little beggars resided at the temple, typically venturing out during the day to beg for food, which they would then bring back to eat. These beggars often bore grimy faces. Dressed in Guyu's clothing and smudged with dirt, Yun Fu was mistaken for Guyu, and none noticed that the garments had been swapped. As they moved in and out, no one observed as Yun Fu stealthily climbed and pocketed the silver behind the statue when all eyes were diverted. "Remember to ensure your sister takes her medicine on time," Yun Fu advised. She then produced the silver she had prepared. "Here are 19 taels, use it to buy some nourishment for your sister." Yun Fu harbored concerns, fearing that Gu Che and his sister might inadvertently reveal their encounter to Prince Chen. Adding the 20 taels for Guyu, she effectively drew them into her own circle of influence. For the sake of the silver, they would not dare to breathe a word. Guyu's condition was not dire, but her prolonged suffering from hunger and cold had left her severely weakened. With careful nourishment, she could recover. Gu Che did not accept the offering. Though the doctor assured him that his sister's condition was not critical, her frail state required careful nurturing. Should he continue to drag her around, her health could be irreparably damaged. "Today, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Please accept us as your servants. I possess strength and am willing to sign a contract of servitude." Yun Fu did not acquiesce. "Gu Che, regarding today's events, rest assured, today's matter shall remain confidential. If we reveal even a word, may we perish on the spot." Gu Che held no knowledge of the identity of the person who slipped the note and was uninterested in discovering it. He only knew that if not for Yun Fu and her brother, his sister's life would have been forfeit. The Yun siblings had saved Guyu, making them his saviors. Chapter 23. "Collecting some interest here. Take this money for now, use it to buy your sister some clothing, bedding, and tonics. Do not let her condition worsen. Once she regains her health, you can accompany me," Yun Fu contemplated. After all, she intended to engage in business in the future, and it would be beneficial to cultivate these two individuals for her own use. By then, Prince Chen would likely be returning to the capital as well. Upon hearing this, Guche felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant they would have a home. The Yun siblings appeared quite amiable. Surely, her family would be easy to get along with. After accepting the money, Yun Fu then turned to Yun Shiqian, saying, "Elder brother, let us go." At this moment, Yun Shiqian remained in a state of confusion, unsure of how his sister had come by such a substantial sum. He could not shake the feeling that this was undoubtedly an act of deception. Elder brother," Yun Fu called out 3 times before rousing him from his thoughts. "What is it for?" he asked. "Let us depart," she replied. "All right." As they walked along a deserted path, Yun Shiqian could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Sister, how could you deceive someone for money?" Yun Fu was taken aback. It seemed her elder brother was burdened with worries, believing she had resorted to trickery. "Elder brother, he has more money than he knows how to spend. What harm is there in borrowing a little? Besides, he is the royal uncle of fifth brother," she murmured. "Moreover, in my past life, he exploited fifth brother and repeatedly seized my shop. This money can merely be seen as collecting some interest from him," she added. "That may be so, but what if he discovers it was you? Do you not realize how perilous that would be?" "I understand, elder brother, I shall never do so again," she responded, her tone indicating remorse. Seeing her willingness to acknowledge her mistake, Yun Shiqian refrained from further admonishment. He harbored an underlying concern that today's events were far from simple. Those 3 individuals clearly held distinguished statuses, and should they uncover Yun Fu's involvement, it could spell trouble. He must protect his sister at all costs. "Elder brother, please take these silver notes," Yun Fu insisted, handing him the money she had earned from Prince Chen. Apart from the 20 taels allocated for Gu Che and his sister, she offered the remaining 180 taels to Yun Shiqian. Do you realize how much this is?" he asked, moved by her generosity. Such a large sum, and without a moment's hesitation, she had entrusted it to him, her elder brother. "I know, elder brother, it amounts to 180 taels, she replied. "Do you have any idea how many fine things this money could procure? 180 taels could secure a decent little courtyard in Shiqiao town. The average family can scarcely save a few taels over the course of a year. A laborer in town earns merely 1 tael a month," he explained. "You should give this money to mother. Let her save it for your dowry," he continued. He, a man of stature, could not squander such a significant sum, especially one earned by his sister. Throughout these days of companionship, he had come to accept Yun Fu as his sister. Noticing that he had yet to take the money, she urged, "Elder brother, I am still young, and marriage is far off. I know you have always aspired to engage in business and earn a fortune to provide for our family, but lacking capital has been an obstacle. Why not use this money as your initial investment? Once you have earned more, you can prepare a more substantial dowry for me." Yun Qian was taken aback. It dawned on him that his sister understood him. However, he found it peculiar that she sometimes spoke with a wisdom befitting their mother, far beyond that of a 6-year-old child. Was he merely overthinking? "Elder brother, please accept it. I am so young. What if I encounter ill-intentioned individuals who might rob me?" Yun Fu insisted, pressing the silver into his hands. After some reflection, Yun Qian conceded, his sister was indeed still quite young. With such a considerable amount of money, should it attract unwanted attention, it could pose a significant risk. "I shall exchange these notes for smaller silver pieces, so you will have pocket money," he decided. Yun Fu smiled. "That sounds good." Seeing her delight, Yun Qian too felt a sense of happiness. This sister of his did not seem so bothersome after all, considerably more agreeable than his 4 younger brothers. "Elder brother, I think it best we keep today's events from father and mother, lest they worry," she suggested. "Very well, I shall heed your advice," he replied. He would discreetly investigate what business ventures were promising, with the intention of multiplying this sum.as. The two harbored their individual thoughts. They unknowingly arrived at the Xia residence. The doorman, seeing Yun Qian's return, advised, "Young man, Sister Lu is generally kind-hearted, and the servants of the Xia household hold her in high regard. However, I implore you not to put us in a difficult position. If the higher-ups issue an order, we will have to turn you away, and we do not wish to incur punishment ourselves." Furrowing his brow, Yun Qian suppressed a surge of anger. Had it not been for the doorman's good nature, he would have stormed into the Xia residence without a second thought. With a smile, Yun Fu said, "Uncle, we mean you no trouble. We are not here to demand wages for our mother. I seek to discuss another matter with Sister Chuanhong. Please, could you relay that to her?" The doorman, now aware of the situation regarding Sister Lu, felt compelled to act. "So, has she agreed to serve the old lady?" he wondered, not daring to delay as he hurried into the inner courtyard to deliver the message. Moments later, Chuanhong emerged, her face instantly brightening upon seeing Yun Fu and a young man. "Little sister, did you miss me?" she asked, her smile radiant. Yun Fu beamed back, "Indeed, I am so pleased to see you again, Sister Chuanhong. Unfortunately, my mother has fallen ill and can no longer work at the Xia residence. It seems we may not see you again for quite some time." Hearing of Lu's illness, Chuanhong felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the consequence of her lack of gratitude, yet, as Yun Fu smiled at her, Chuanhong felt a twinge of unease. Shaking her head, she dismissed her concerns, reminding herself that the girl was merely a child. Feigning sympathy, she asked, "Oh dear, what ails Sister Lu? I did advise against her doing such strenuous work in the courtyard, but she would not listen, alas." "Yes, Sister Chuanhong. My mother mentioned that once she has recovered, she may consider serving the old lady," Yun Fu replied. Chuanhong felt a swell of pride. Had she known this would be the outcome, she might have acted differently from the beginning. "Sister Chuanhong, could you kindly speak to the accountant about settling my mother's wages? After all, she fell ill while working at the Xia residence, and we hope to use the funds for her medical treatment and to purchase some nourishing tonics," Yun Fu implored. Alarm bells rang in Chuanhong's mind. Indeed, these two little rascals were up to no good, having waited for her to emerge. Yet, with Sister Lu still useful to her, she could not afford to offend them at this juncture. Feigning reluctance, she replied, "It is not that I wish to refuse you, but I too feel for Sister Lu's plight. Currently, the lady of the house is in charge, and I hold no sway in her affairs. However, if Sister Lu agrees to serve the old lady, I could certainly mention it in her ear." Chuanhong's expression was one of smug satisfaction as she observed the siblings' reactions, yet throughout the exchange, she detected not a hint of panic from them. Yun Fu leaned closer to Chuanhong and whispered, "I know you have a way, Sister Chuanhong, but if the Xia residence refuses to pay, it matters not, we lack the funds to treat our mother. Then we shall remain at the entrance of the Xia residence, refusing to leave. We will call upon the townspeople to judge the Xia household, abusing their power, refuses to settle wages and has caused my mother to fall ill." Chapter 24 The Art of Bargaining. Yun Fu had already surmised that the Xia residence would not pay the wages, suspecting that it was all the doing of Chuanhong, rather than the intention of the lady of the Xia household. She expressed this notion as a gamble, for with Prince Chen at the Xia residence, they would refrain from causing trouble over trivial matters. Chuanhong also felt a twinge of fear. If this matter truly disturbed the noble lady, it would be no surprise if both the mistress and the elder matron flayed her alive. With this thought in mind, she hastily changed her tune, saying, "Please wait here." I shall go report to the mistress." Without a moment's delay, Chuan Hong rushed into the mansion to deliver her message. Before long, she returned, carrying some pastries, and handed them to Yun Fu, saying, "Sister Lu has 3 days left to complete her month. The monthly allowance is calculated at 1 tael of silvery. Furthermore, this additional 2 taels has been deducted from my wages to assist Sister Lu in obtaining medicine, and these pastries, which I originally prepared for the elder matron, are for you to strengthen your health." Yun Fu did not accept them. Instead, she took the 1 tael of broken silver from Chuan Hong's hand and said, "This 1 tael of silver belongs to my mother's monthly allowance, and we shall be taking it. The rest, please take back." Just as Chuan Hong was about to persuade them to accept, she saw Yun Fu pulling the boy and preparing to leave. Panic-stricken, Chuan Hong quickly obstructed their path. This was hardly the silver deducted from her monthly allowance. Indeed, the pastries were not her creation but gifts from the mistress. She feared further disturbances might incite the ire of the noble lady. Her intention was merely to appear favorable in Sister Lu's eyes, and by doing so, it would be difficult for Sister Lu to refuse her later entreaties for the elder matron's care. "Sister Chuan Hong, is there something else?" Yun Fu inquired, puzzled by Chuan Hong's obstruction. "Please accept these. I have always been on good terms with Sister Lu. Her illness weighs heavily on my heart, yet the elder matron cannot be neglected. Take these back for me, as a token of my regard for Sister Lu." Having secured the silver, Yun Fu showed no regard for Chuan Hong. "Of course, you feel uneasy." Chuan Hong was taken aback, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "Sister Chuan Hong knows all too well," Yun Fu replied, her heart ablaze with anger, for it was Chuan Hong who had caused her mother's current plight. Chuan Hong was exposed before the public gaze by a mere 6-year-old child, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if a thorn was lodged in her throat. "We must return to take care of our mother. Will you continue to impede us?" Sister Chuan Hong, regret coursed through Chuan Hong. She found herself in a predicament, unable to obstruct or yield. If the mistress were to learn of today's events, she would certainly be reprimanded and might even be banished to the miscellaneous courtyard for menial labor. Among all in the residence, only a few of the masters were privy to the noble lady's affairs, alongside those servants attending closely. Should this information leak, the mistress would undoubtedly trace it back to her. "Oh no, that's not it." "Then step aside." Resolute, Chuan Hong admitted, "The additional 2 taels in these pastries are gifts from the mistress, intended as compensation for Sister Lu, to ensure she takes care of her health. In the face of her future prospects, such trivial matters were of no consequence." To her surprise, Yun Fu snatched the pastries and silver from her grasp. "If the Xia residence is compensating my mother, then I shall accept it." Yun Fu handed the pastries to Yun Jiqian and pulled him along. Yun Jiqian, seemingly dazed, watched the exchange between his sister and the Xia maidservant with wide eyes. Was this truly his 6-year-old sister? "Little sister, please convey my regards to Sister Lu," he called out as he saw Yun Fu and her companion about to disappear from view. Chuan Hong gazed after Yun Fu's retreating figure, realizing that this child was no ordinary girl. She had always been capable, rising from a humble maidservant to serve alongside the elder matron, gaining exposure to the world. She had not anticipated being bested by this little imp today. Throughout their journey, Yun Jiqian's emotions were complex. He stole glances at Yun Fu, his eyes shimmering with admiration for his sister. Indeed, she was astute, and he, as her older brother, felt a sense of inferiority. In the Song residence, ever since Song Yao had been confined to the woodshed by Zhang Mama, Wei Shi seemed to have forgotten her. She had been imprisoned there for 3 days and nights. The early spring weather remained quite cold, and having gone without food or water for 3 days, Song Yao felt as if she were on the brink of death. She began to harbor doubts in her heart. Why had her sister thrived in her past life while she now faced the dire prospect of freezing or starving to death? Was it truly her fate to suffer thus? Why was heaven so unjust? Her resentment towards Yun Fu intensified, for it was indeed true what the elders often said: twins were fated to bring calamity upon each other. Otherwise, her grandmother and father would not have conceived such dark intentions towards them. All her fortune had been seized by her sister. No, she would not resign herself to fate. She could not accept a father. Yes, she still had Song Jingshan. When her father departed from Wei Shi, he had promised to visit her once his official duties were concluded. Clinging to this hope, Song Yao persevered until the 5th day. Song Jingshan arrived at Huaju. Wei Shi's heart leaped with joy. It was rare for her husband to visit, and having just seen him a few days prior, it seemed he was now returning to her, indicating that her hopes of bearing a son were close to fruition. "My lord, you have not yet had breakfast, have you? I shall instruct the servants to prepare a meal at once." As she spoke, Wei Shi hurriedly ordered the servants to set the table. Song Jingshan surveyed his surroundings but did not see Song Yao. "Where is Yao Er?" Wei Shi was taken aback, suddenly realizing she had forgotten the child. My lord, it is still early. Yao Er is quite young and has yet to acclimate to the Song residence. Let her rest a bit longer. It is not detrimental for her to sleep a while. A satisfied expression spread across Song Jingshan's face. "Yao Er is fortunate to have you as her mother. Just be mindful not to spoil her." "Yes, husband." Wei Shi signaled to Zhang Mama, urging her to quickly release the child from the woodshed to check if she was still alive. The thought of her dying filled her with dread. Her husband would undoubtedly blame her. At that moment, a hint of fear crept into Wei Shi's heart as she fervently hoped, "Heaven, please bless that child with life." "Why aren't you eating?" Noticing Wei Shi's distracted demeanor, Song Jingshan could not help but ask. "My lord, there is no need for words. I understand your thoughts." Song Jingshan was well aware that he had neglected Wei Shi over the years, resulting in her being childless. Yet, he could not shoulder all the blame. He recalled her past actions. After every night spent with a concubine, the following morning, she would invariably send him a restorative soup, claiming it was to nourish his health, but in truth, it was laced with contraceptive herbs. One concubine had surreptitiously expelled the concoction and subsequently became pregnant, yet Wei Shi had secretly caused her demise. Once, he had suspected that the problem lay with his own body, feeling guilt towards Wei Shi for being unable to provide her with a child. However, upon investigation, he discovered the inhumane acts she had committed, yet, that single instance was the only time a concubine had conceived. Since then, none had borne children. Now, he began to question his own health. He had given Wei Shi a child, which should suffice to atone for his past transgressions. Surely she would no longer treat the concubines with such disdain. Song Jingshan lost his appetite, casting a glance at Wei Shi, saying, "As long as you treat Yaoer well, I will frequently visit Cui Huaju." Chapter 25. Fainting. After Song Jingshan departed, Wei Shi found herself in a state of profound unrest. The moment he cast his piercing gaze upon her seemed to strip away all her fads, laying her bare before him. Reflecting on his parting words instilled a deep-seated anxiety within her. Yair, yes, she still had a chance. She still had Yair. As long as she treated Yair with kindness, the master would return to Tsuhua residence, thus granting her the opportunity to bear a child of the Song lineage. When Zhang Mama arrived at the woodshed, Song Yao had already lost consciousness. After kicking her twice and receiving no response, she decided to carry her back to present to the mistress for a decision. Upon seeing Song Yao motionless in Zhang Mama's embrace, Wei Shi was taken aback. "Quickly, Zhang Mama, place her on my bed." "But, madam," Zhang Mama looked at Song Yao with evident disdain. "What does it matter at this point? Just lay her down and fetch a doctor. Remember, do not call for the household physician, seek one from outside and ensure his discretion. Do not let the master find out." "Understood, madam." Zhang Mama complied, hastily laying Song Yao on the bed before rushing out to find a physician. It was only then that Wei Shi took a closer look at Song Yao. The child was rather pleasing in appearance. She prayed fervently that nothing would happen to her, for if it did, her status as Mrs. Song would be irrevocably tarnished. She instructed her servants to prepare some easily digestible soups, so that once the doctor had assessed her condition, she could nourish the child. Additionally, she ordered a maid to bring in warm water to wash Song Yao's body. After examining her, the doctor stated, "Had you delayed even half a day longer, this child would likely have perished." Wei Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her husband had visited Suihua residence. Otherwise, she might have completely forgotten about the child's existence. The doctor wrote a prescription and offered a few parting words before taking his leave. Noticing Wei Shi's anxious demeanor, Zhang Mama reassured her, "Madam, do not worry. This child is fortunate and blessed. Under heaven's protection, she shall surely awaken safely." "Very well, you go and supervise the preparation of the medicine, and be certain that no further mistakes occur." Wei Shi felt a twinge of resentment towards Zhang Mama, for it was she who had forgotten the child that day. Did Zhang Mama not realize she had locked her away in the woodshed? "Yes, madam." Zhang Mama withdrew, feeling anxious. Who would have thought that the little maid possessed such fortune, capable of swaying the mistress's heart? It seemed she would have to treat the child with greater kindness henceforth, though she worried whether Song Yao would harbor resentment for being confined for 4 or 5 days. Reporting to the master, the mistress has brought the child into the room for treatment. A maid delivered the message to Song Jingshan and then retreated. Had Wei Shi and Zhang Mama been present, they would have recognized her as a maid from their household. Song Jingshan's eyes were clouded with uncertainty. "Wei Shi, I have already granted you one child. When Lu Pinger enters the household, I hope you will not employ the same tactics on her as you did with the concubine." Lu Shi, having awakened from a brief slumber, called out a few times, noticing there was no response. She wondered where Qianer had taken Fu. After waiting anxiously, she decided to venture out in search of them. Just as she settled at the bedside to put on her shoes, the door creaked open. "Mother, you have yet to recover. How can you be out of bed?" Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian rushed in, with Yun Fu hastily assisting Lu Shi, while Yun Jiqian placed the pastries on the table and joined in supporting her. "I merely strained my back while working. I am not paralyzed. Why must you treat me like an invalid?" Yun Jiqian replied, "Mother, you are indeed unwell, you should rest at home for a few more days." Lu Shi gazed at Yun Jiqian, guilt flickering in her eyes. If it weren't for her, Qianer would not be burdened, and his future would not be hindered. She blamed herself for meddling, for when the maidservant attending to the old lady Xia fell ill and another was on leave, the steward had inquired among the maids who could style hair. Seeing no one step forward, she thought it would be just for a day and decided to lend a hand. Little did she anticipate that old lady Xia would become reliant on her thereafter. Every day, someone would be sent to request her services, praising her skill in hairstyling, claiming it made her appear a decade younger and that she was gentle, unlike other maids who would tug painfully at her scalp. Old lady Xie often suffered from headaches, and Lu Shi's massage skills brought her even greater satisfaction. What Lu Shi did not realize was that the other maids were well aware of old lady Xie's increasing fastidiousness and temper, which could lead to punishment for the servants at a moment's notice. Lu Shi, being merely a helper in the Xie household, would not be privy to such insights. The Xie family also discovered that Lu Shi had 5 sons to raise and inquired if she could sell herself to the Xie family for triple the wage. With 5 sons who were all scholars, how could she, as their mother, degrade herself in such a manner? Doing so would forever deny them the opportunity to take the imperial examination. She would rather toil herself to death in the servants' quarters. Xianer, once I recover in a few days, you may return to your studies. Not wishing to trouble his mother further, Yun Jiqian readily agreed. Lu Shi reclined back onto the bed, noticing the pastries on the table. What was the story behind these pastries? Lu Shi was well aware that the 2 children had no money and could not possibly have purchased them. We obtained these from the Xia residence as compensation for your wages, along with 2 taels of silver. Yun Jiqian placed 3 taels of silver into Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi scrutinized the 3 taels, fully aware that the Xia family would not part with such generosity lightly. Did they really just give this to you? Yes, mother. Yun Jiqian wished to shield her mother from further concern regarding this matter and sought to downplay the day's events. Speak plainly, what exactly transpired? Seeing that his mother had already guessed, Yun Jiqian had no choice but to recount the day's events in detail. Lu Shi turned her gaze towards Yun Fu, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She felt her daughter was perhaps a tad too clever for her own good. Fu, do tell me how you spoke with Chuan Hong. Yun Fu maintained a calm exterior, though her mind was racing. If she were to reveal the truth, it might cause her mother undue worry, and even if her health had not yet fully returned, she feared they might have to move again under cover of night. In her previous life, it was only after the demise of Yun's father and mother that Yun Jilai managed to establish familial ties. Yun Fu was certain that the Prince of Chen had not located the 7th prince during this journey. From what she had known in her past life, the Prince of Chen was a ruthless and bloodthirsty man, cold-hearted and merciless. Although he had successfully repelled enemy forces on the battlefield numerous times, it could not atone for his fratricide and usurpation. He had slain his own brother, the current emperor. Perhaps fearing discontent among the civil and military officials, he refrained from taking the throne personally, instead placing his nephew, the 5th brother, as a puppet emperor while he wielded power as regent. In this lifetime, now that she was a daughter of the Yun family, she could not idly stand by and watch as the 5th brother followed in the same footsteps. Even if she plotted against the Prince of Chen today, it was merely to reclaim some interest for the 5th brother from her past life. Chapter 26, The Tuition Fee. Mother, I merely mentioned to Chuan Hong that if you were to give us your wages, I would persuade you to go to the Xia residence to care for the old matriarch. Is that all? Yes. Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that were truly the case, it posed no significant issue. Fu only suggested encouraging her to attend to the old matriarch, and did not commit to any promises. Simultaneously, Yun Jiqian also felt a sense of relief, casting an approving glance at Yun Fu. During dinner, the 4 sons of the Yun family informed their parents that the academy required a payment of half a year's tuition, amounting to 20 taels of silver for the 5 of them. Originally, it should have been 25 taels, but the academy, considering that Yun's father and mother were supporting 5 brothers in their studies, graciously reduced the fee by 5 taels. This is my wage for this month, totaling 3 taels, Yun Jingqing stated as he handed the silver to Lu. The brothers understood well the hardship their father endured to earn those 3 taels. It required arduous labor and countless strikes of iron. Lu received the money and calculated that, combined with the 3 taels from the Xia residence, they had a total of 23 taels. This was still barely sufficient for the educational expenses of her 5 sons, especially since it required her to work late into the night on embroidery to make ends meet. The remaining 3 taels would need to be spent on paper and writing implements, leaving their livelihood precarious. Thankfully, with the 3 taels from the Xia residence, they at least had enough for the children's stationery. Now that she had a daughter, Lu was overwhelmed with guilt. She had spent all the silver on her sons, but Fu was her child too. Yun Jiqian had contemplated using a portion of the money he received today, but the thought of essentially selling out his sister made him refrain from doing so. 16 taels will suffice. You need not contribute your share, he said. Lu insisted, that's not acceptable. In a few days, once I have recuperated, you shall return to your studies. I will take on additional embroidery work to support your education. She felt remorseful, believing she had already let down her eldest son. Jiqian had always been intelligent, but due to the circumstances surrounding their fifth son, they had spent years evading trouble, causing Jiqian to begin his education late, only starting at the age of 12. Now, she felt she was delaying him further. Yun Zhengqing sighed and said, "Listen to your mother." He felt utterly useless, burdening his wife and children with his inadequacies. Observing the sorrow etched on their parents' faces, the siblings' eyes glistened with unshed tears, which only deepened Yun Jiqian's sense of responsibility to support the family. As the eldest son, it was his duty to lighten his parents' burdens. That night, Lu lay in bed, her heart heavy with worries. What could be troubling her? Was it the financial strain? Noticing Lu's distressed expression, Yun Zhengqing could not help but inquire, "Xinger, are you troubled by the money?" "Brother, you say we should educate the children and expose them to the world so that they will not be lost in the face of future challenges. But can we truly tread this path?" Yun Zhengqing sighed. "We are destined to walk this thorn-laden path. However, as long as they keep the identity of our fifth son hidden, our family will remain safe." In the Xia residence, Ji Jinyi sat on a couch, with Qingnan and Qingbei kneeling before him. Qingnan reported, "Master, we have conducted a discreet investigation and found no individuals with motives. Those small beggars have been residing there for years, and in recent days, they have not encountered any unfamiliar faces at the temple. It is my incompetence, please punish me, master." Qingnan and Qingbei felt equally troubled. These little beggars were already pitiable, and they could not bear to inflict harsh treatment upon them. Moreover, although their master appeared cold-hearted, he was soft-hearted towards the weak. Qingbei added, "You know we are searching for someone in Shiqiao town. I suspect it was a leak from the Xia residence. Otherwise, who here could recognize our master?" If there were someone wishing to harm the master, Qingnan believed it plausible. However, if it were merely to deceive the master for 200 taels of silver, he found that hard to accept. Qingnan stated, "From my perspective, it does not seem to be someone from the Xia residence. They are wealthy merchants in Shiqiao town. Why would they risk themselves over 200 taels? Qingbei countered, "Even if it is not them, they must have leaked the information. We should summon the head of the Xia household for questioning." At that moment, Ji Jinyi's expression remained inscrutable. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, casually saying, "Have someone invite the head of the Xia household here." Only he understood the contents of the note. He was certain the leak did not originate from the Xia family. They were only aware that he was searching for someone, and even if they knew it was the seventh prince, they would not recognize the white jade dragon-shaped pendant on his nephew. This deepened Ji Jinyi's suspicion that the child born to the princess consort years ago was in Shiqiao town. "Understood, master." After Qingnan and Qingbei withdrew, it was not long before the head of the Xia household arrived at the water pavilion. The two men knelt and paid their respects, greeting their master. Sitting on the couch, the prince casually toyed with something in his hand. He looked up, feigning indifference, and remarked, "Head of the Xia household, I presume you are aware of today's events?" The head of the Xia household knelt, feeling a chill run down his spine. "I am to blame. I shall investigate immediately. If I discover who leaked the information, I will ensure they are punished severely." Qingbei kicked the head of the Xia household, saying, "You fool, how dare you speak? If you ruin our master's plans, I will take your life." The head of the Xia household repeatedly acknowledged his fault. Qingbei frowned, realizing that currently, only the Xia family was privy to the prince's search. If it were not for them, then who could have leaked the information? After a moment of contemplation, the prince instructed someone to prepare paper and ink, sketching the white jade dragon-shaped pendant and handing it to the head of the Xia household. "The person I seek bears this token. I hope you will take this matter seriously, and any household with a 9-year-old boy should be investigated. Any suspicious individuals should be brought before me." The prince only provided the head of the Xia household with a general outline, carefully omitting any mention of the birthmark on the seventh prince's arm. He did not trust the head of the Xia household, fearing that someone might exploit this information. The head of the Xia household accepted the drawing and replied, "Yes, I shall investigate immediately." Upon leaving, the head of the Xia household went directly to the courtyard of concubine Lin. As soon as he entered, he commanded, "Call Yenner here." Concubine Lin asked, "Master, what do you need with Yenner?" Impatiently, the head of the Xia household retorted, "Just summon her, do not waste time with unnecessary questions." Feeling somewhat wronged, Concubine Lin noted that the master had always favored her. When had he ever spoken to her so harshly? Did Yenner commit some fault? Without delay, she instructed the maid to fetch Xie Qian. At that moment, Xie Qian was daydreaming about marrying the prince. Since his arrival at the Xia residence, she had taken to strolling near the water pavilion daily, hoping to encounter him. With her beauty, she was confident she could captivate the prince's attention. Gazing at her freshly made-up face in the mirror, she caressed it with satisfaction. "Sister, you cannot compete with me. Chapter 27 is seduction. Your mother cannot contend with mine, thus, you shall not be able to prevail against me either. At that moment, a maid entered, announcing that the head of the household had requested her presence. Has father mentioned anything specific? The master has not conveyed any such details. Very well, I shall make my way there. Xia Qian tidied her appearance and proceeded towards Aunt Lin's quarters. Coincidentally, she wished to inquire of her father regarding the arrangements for serving Prince Chen. Ever since he had broached the subject with her previously, she had been filled with anticipation. Just the day before, she had seen Prince Chen standing by the window from a distance. Although she could not discern his features, his regal demeanor and elegance captivated her at first sight. Father, you summoned me. Upon entering, Xia Qian fluttered towards the head of the Xia family like a delicate butterfly, neglecting to greet him properly. What a lack of decorum! With such behavior, how could Prince Chen ever take an interest in you? Xia Qian was taken aback, a sense of grievance swelling within her. She stood frozen in place, no longer daring to advance. Father appears quite fearsome today. He has always been so fond of me, yet today, he seems so harsh. Fidgeting with the hem of her dress, she felt her eyes welling with tears. Upon witnessing her distress, the head of the Xia family felt a pang of compassion. Very well, it is my fault. I should not have scolded you. I only wish what is best for you. Hearing this, Xia Qian felt even more aggrieved. You must speak to her, he instructed Aunt Lin. Uncertain of the situation, Aunt Lin approached Xia Qian and said, Your father only wishes for your well-being. Do you not desire to marry Prince Chen? Listening to your father is always the wisest course of action? At the mention of Prince Chen, Xia Qian's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was to wed Prince Chen. Her father must have come to discuss this matter. With this thought, her grievance is dissipated. Did father mention me to Prince Chen? The head of the Xia family replied, With so many daughters from noble families in the capital vying for Prince Chen's hand, it is no simple feat. Then what shall we do? After dismissing the servants, he leaned in to whisper to Xia Qian, her eyes alight, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. As he sipped his fine tea, he mused that should Xia Qian succeed in this endeavor, it would open the path to Prince Chen for their family. Prince Chen was the 9th prince of the current emperor and his most favored brother. After ascending to the throne, the emperor had eliminated all princes who posed a threat to his reign, sparing only Prince Chen. If they could forge a connection with Prince Chen, it would elevate the Xia family to a status akin to kinship with the emperor himself. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a servant hurriedly approached, trembling as they spoke, Master, something terrible has happened. Compose yourself, what is the meaning of this commotion? He thought of the future, where they would be relatives of the royal family, possibly even joining the ranks of noble clans, realizing that the household needed to be better organized to maintain the dignity of the Xia name. Master, it's about the third young lady. At the mention of his daughter, the head of the Xia family became alarmed. Speak slowly. What has happened to Qian? The third young lady was thrown out of the waterside pavilion and has fainted. She has been carried back to Aunt Lin's quarters. Upon hearing this, the head of the Xia family, filled with dread, hastened to Aunt Lin's quarters. Upon witnessing his frail daughter, his heart ached. He longed to inquire of Prince Chen what had transpired, yet he lacked the courage to do so. If Prince Chen were to discover that the Xia family had plotted against him, it could spell their ruin. For now, he could only place the entire burden upon Qian. If she were to perish, the Xia family might still be spared. In the Song residence, Song Yao awoke to find herself in a bed adorned with luxurious linens, soft and warm, akin to having fallen into a nest of comfort. Am I dead? Yaoer, you are awake. How wonderful! Wei Shi approached, grasping Song Yao's hand, and instructed the maid, quickly summon the doctor and bring food from the kitchen. Yes, at once. Jin Wei hurriedly departed to fulfill the orders. Yaoer, do not speak. You lack strength. It was my fault as a mother. I am also new to this role and was careless. I have already punished Zhang Mama for her negligence. Once you have recovered, I shall ensure she apologizes to you. Wei Shi shifted the blame entirely onto Zhang Mama. Song Yao turned her head, observing that indeed, Zhang Mama was absent from the room. Seeing Wei Shi's tender demeanor, she could scarcely believe her eyes. She had finally endured, having reached a point where Song Madam accepted her. All her suffering had not been in vain. Yaoer, this is the room your mother has prepared for you. Do you like it? If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, feel free to tell me, and I shall have it rearranged. Song Yao was even more astonished. She had initially thought this was Wei Shi's own chamber. The quality of the bedding, the wardrobe, the vanity, all exquisite materials, even the drapery must have cost a fortune. Reflecting on her previous life in a dilapidated house, the contrast was stark. Just as she was about to speak, Wei Shi interrupted. Yaoer, wait until you are well to tell your mother. For now, focus on your recovery. Additionally, I have arranged for a maid to assist you. You may command her as you wish. Song Yao blinked to indicate her understanding. At that moment, Jin Wei returned with the doctor, accompanied by two maids, one carrying the prepared medicine and the other bringing food into the room. After examining Song Yao, the doctor confirmed that she was no longer in critical condition, advising her to take her medicine regularly and consume easily digestible liquids before departing. Wei Shi helped Song Yao sit up against the bed's edge and personally fed her the medicine. She blew on the spoon to cool it before feeding it to Song Yao. Be good, Yaoer, the medicine may be bitter, but once you drink it, I shall give you sweet preserves. All right. To avoid inciting Wei Shi's wrath, Song Yao swallowed the bitter concoction, spoonful by spoonful, fearing that any sudden shift in Wei Shi's mood might lead to her being confined to the woodshed again. Here, enjoy the preserves. After she finished the medicine, Wei Shi fed her the sweets. In that moment, Song Yao felt that all the hardship she had endured in the preceding days had been worthwhile. It was not merely for the kindness shown by Wei Shi. It was the realization that she had finally persevered, that Wei Shi had accepted her, and that she could now look forward to a life of splendor and wealth. She intended to trample her sister underfoot, just as her sister had done in her previous life. Sister, in this life, I shall surely live better than you. Song Yao resided in the western side room of Wei Shi's courtyard, while the main room was occupied by Wei Shi herself. Upon returning to the main room, Wei Shi was met with a puzzled inquiry from Zhang Mama. Madam, have you so easily accepted that little wretch? Chapter 28, Apology. Madame Wei sighed and remarked, what more can I do? It's all my belly's fault for being so uncooperative. Unfortunately, the child was brought back by the master, and since he had acknowledged her, how could I possibly cast her aside? Zhang Mama interjected, Madam, perhaps this is for the best. As long as this little wildling remains, the master will visit our courtyard more frequently. Who knows, Madam, you might find yourself expecting a little young master one day. Madame Wei shared this sentiment. As long as she could conceive a child, what did it matter if she accepted this adopted daughter? After all, she was merely a little maid. Days passed, and Lu Shi's health had nearly returned. One day, as she prepared her embroidery frame to continue her work for sale, she discovered that she was out of colorful threads. Reluctantly, she put away her embroidery and decided to head to town to purchase some daily necessities and perhaps seek out some work. Xianer, 4, I am going to town. Will you accompany me? Yun Fu's eyes brightened at the invitation. Mother, I wish to go. She had been cooped up at home for days and was eager for an opportunity to venture into town and try her luck. Yun Shiqian, concerned for Lu Shi's health, chimed in, I shall accompany you as well. Just as the three were about to leave, a knock resounded at the door. Is Sister Lu at home? The voice belonged to Chuan Hong. Through the lattice fence, they could see the carriage waiting outside. Mother, it is the Xia family. Lu Shi frowned. What do they want? Yun Fu speculated, they must be here to persuade Mother to return to the Xia household for work. Yun Shiqian affirmed, indeed, Mother, there is no need to pay them any mind. I shall go and send them away. As he moved to open the door, Lu Shi stopped him. Xianer, let us first hear what they have to say. Nodding, he complied and opened the door. Three individuals entered. Chuan Hong was familiar to Yun Fu, while the other two were a matron of advanced age, who Chuan Hong addressed as Mama, likely the stewardess of the Xia residence, and another dressed as a maid. Sister Lu, I came to see you. Are you feeling better? Before Lu Shi could respond, Yun Shiqian scoffed coldly, my mother has been tormented to illness, and you still have the audacity to show your faces. Chuan Hong's expression faltered, for she knew this matter was indeed her oversight. Mama Zhao had already reprimanded her for it. Now, to come here with her tail between her legs was truly shameful. Mama Zhao, forcing a smile, spoke softly, I have only just learned of the situation, and it is true that Chuan Hong acted unjustly. I brought her here to ensure Sister Lu's grievances are addressed. You may scold or strike her as you wish. Should she dare to show any discontent, I shall report her to the old mistress and have her sent to the back courtyard to perform menial tasks. Chuan Hong's face shifted through various shades of humiliation, aware that Mama Zhao's words carried weight. Mama Zhao was a companion to the old mistress, having devoted her life to serving her, and now that she was aging, she remained only as a companion. Everyone in the Xia residence understood that Mama Zhao spoke on behalf of the old mistress, and her words were as good as the old mistress's own. Even the master and madam of the Xia household, along with their sons and daughters, showed her respect. The other maid among the trio was also recognized by Lu Shi. She was a servant assigned to Mama Zhao by the old mistress, highlighting Mama Zhao's esteemed position. Mama Zhao shot Chuan Hong a fierce glare. Apologized to Sister Lu at once. Chuan Hong, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head. It was my ignorance, I beg Sister Lu for forgiveness. Speak louder. Sister Lu, I am truly sorry. It was all my fault, I implore you to forgive me. Chuan Hong forced herself to raise her voice and repeat her apology. Having reached this point, Lu Shi felt no inclination to harbor resentment. Very well, it is in the past now, and there is no need to dwell on it. Mama Zhao instructed, go bring down the supplements from the carriage for Sister Lu to restore her health. Yes, Mama. The maid hurried off to fetch the items. Mama Zhao, since Chuan Hong has apologized and I have received my wages, there is no need for the supplements. I wish to sever all ties with the Xia household henceforth. Understanding their purpose for visiting, Lu Shi had no intention of inviting them inside for tea. Sister Lu, look at how far I have come. I, an old woman, am shamelessly asking for a cup of tea. Though Mama Zhao wore a smile, her heart had cursed Lu Shi numerous times. It was clear what they sought, yet she continued to speak in such a manner, demonstrating a lack of appreciation. Lu Shi replied, Mama Zhao, you see our humble abode is quite lacking, and we have neither the means to host you nor the funds to procure tea. Given this, it is all the more essential to earn more money. The mistress has stated that as long as you are willing to serve the old mistress, you shall receive a monthly stipend of 3 taels, and you need not sell yourself. Even during my years in the Xia household, my monthly pay remained at 3 taels, which is already the highest treatment in the family. Mama Zhao scrutinized Lu Shi's expression. Surely she should be satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Shi remained inscrutable, her mind already calculating. If she were to receive these 3 taels, it would cover the costs of the children's schooling and allow her to occasionally buy meat and vegetables to nourish them. Furthermore, Qianer could return to the academy to continue his studies. With a smile, Lu Shi invited, Mama Zhao, please come in. Chapter 29. The Wolf's Den. Zhao Mama smiled and nodded upon seeing that there was hope of persuading Lu Shi. Alas, who could blame the old matriarch of their family for being so particular and difficult to please in her old age? Though she had aged and could no longer tend to the old lady herself, over the years, she had yet to find a suitable successor who could meet the old lady's expectations. It was only with great difficulty that she finally encountered Lu Shi, who seemed to gain the old lady's approval. However, to her dismay, Lu Shi was of a respectable background, serving at the Xia residence merely as a helper, not a servant to be scolded or easily dismissed. Initially, Zhao Mama had intended to pay handsomely to secure Lu Shi's service, but Lu Shi had refused, stubbornly maintaining her pride despite the circumstances. Ultimately, the Xia family conceded, agreeing that there would be no contract as long as Lu Shi could adequately care for the old lady. Zhao Mama entered the room, while Chuan Hong behind her displayed a look of indignation. Why should Lu Shi receive 3 taels of silver in monthly wages, while she, having served the old lady for 2 years, was only compensated with a meager 1 tael? Yun Jiqian's expression darkened, darker than the bottom of a pot. Had his mother forgotten how nearly the Xia family had worn her down just days prior, and now they were being welcomed into the house? He followed her inside, keen to protect her from any mistreatment. Mother, you are aware of the recent events, Zhao Mama stated. I have come at the old lady's behest, specifically to bring Chuan Hong here to apologize to Lu Mei. The lady has also punished her by docking 3 months' wages, and in light of the old lady's favor, we hope Lu Mei can offer a way out. In frustration, Yun Jiqian retorted, you have bullied my mother to this extent and still have the audacity to come to our home. Let me make it clear, abandon any hope. I will not allow my mother to endure such suffering again. Moreover, he now had the confidence of holding 180 taels of silver. Zhao Mama's expression soured at his words. As an elder of the Xia family, her words carried the weight of the old lady's authority, and over the years, who dared to challenge her? Yet now, the Yun family appeared ungrateful for her goodwill. Before Lu Shi could respond, Yun Jiqian interjected, this matter does not require my mother's opinion, you may direct your inquiries to me instead. My mother is still recovering, and I kindly ask you to leave. He then urged Lu Shi, Mother, I will not permit you to return to that den of wolves. If you were to falter, have you considered what would happen to father and your younger siblings? Lu Shi hesitated. Qianer, the temptation of 3 taels of silver weighed heavily upon her, and she had her own plans. At this moment, Zhao Mama grew impatient, frowning as she pressed, Lu Mei, whether this matter succeeds or fails, please give us your decision. Lu Shi, surrendering her reservations, declared, I am willing to serve the old lady, but in addition to the 3 taels, I hope you will consent to one more condition. Seeing a glimmer of hope in this development, Zhao Mama's demeanor shifted, her face brightening with a smile. What condition might that be? Lu Mei, feel free to state it, the Xia family will surely accommodate what we can. Let my daughter attend school in the plum garden. That is out of the question. Zhao Mama rejected the proposal without a second thought. Mr. Mei had been brought to the capital with great difficulty to educate the 2nd and 3rd young ladies, and now there were several female students enrolled, all daughters of officials or wealthy merchants. Allowing a servantess daughter into the plum garden would surely invite ridicule. Then, Mama, you may take your leave, this matter is no longer open for discussion. Seeing Lu Shi's resolute stance, Zhao Mama's expression soured. Yet, she was reluctant to offend Lu Shi, fearing it might lead to an irreparable rift, especially as the old lady had grown increasingly peculiar with age and had specifically requested Lu Shi's service. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Lu Mei, please contemplate this matter carefully at home. She glanced at Yun Jiqian. Do not only consider your daughters, you must also think of your 5 sons. As far as I know, the annual expenses for 5 children are not insignificant, and I have heard that your eldest son is already a student and may soon excel in the imperial examinations. Her words carried a hint of provocation. Yun Jiqian perceived her insinuation and retorted, then there is no need for you to trouble yourself with our affairs. Very well, I shall take my leave. Since Lu Mei is still recovering, it would be best for her to focus on her health. Chapter 30. Mr. Mei Madame Zhao, feeling disheartened and embarrassed by her failure to accomplish her task, decided it would be best to leave. Accompanied by Chuanhong and another maid, upon exiting the Yun family courtyard, she was met with a throng of people gathered outside. Look, the people from the Xia residence are coming out. Someone exclaimed. The Yun family truly possesses remarkable abilities to even invite the Xia family members. Just as Madame Zhao settled into the carriage, Yun Jiqian rushed out, bringing along the food that the Xia family had sent. Understanding the implication, Madame Zhao did not protest, allowing him to place the items in the carriage. Noticing Lu standing at the main gate, she said, Sister Lu, take good care of yourself. I shall return in a few days. As the carriage departed, the villagers of Shiqiao town converged, with one stepping forward to inquire, Sister Yun, who was that elderly lady from the Xia family? One villager remarked, what elderly lady? I thought she resembled the housekeeper from the grand estate. Only a housekeeper, yet one could easily mistake her for some esteemed matron. Another chimed in. Such grandeur, what business could the Xia family have with the Yun family? Someone else questioned. Enough of your inquiries, we are not acquainted with the Xia family, they merely sought my mother for information. Yun Jiqian interjected before Lu could respond, pulling her back into their home. The villagers, however, remained skeptical, having witnessed the Xia family arrive with gifts, which contradicted Yun Jiqian's assertions that it was merely an inquiry. Once Lu returned home, a few villagers expressed a desire to visit the Yun household, regretting not having established a better rapport previously, wondering if it was still possible. Some, lacking in decorum, attempted to enter the Yun residence, but before they could cross the threshold, Yun Fu had already shut the door and locked it. I believe the eldest son of the Yun family is 17, nearing the age for marriage, a perfect match for my Yingzi, Aunt Zhao remarked. Your Yingzi cannot compare to our Xiaoyu in beauty. Though the Yun family may be poor, their sons are scholars. Would they truly consider your Yingzi? Do not entertain such fanciful notions, retorted Aunt Zhou, who lived nearby and had always been competitive with Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhou, who had previously looked down upon the Yun family, quickly changed her stance upon hearing Aunt Zhao express interest in Yun Jiqian, declaring that her daughter Yingzi would only marry after Xiaoyu had chosen. Pa, your Xiaoyu, with her ambitions of wooing wealthy suitors in town, one cannot even be sure of her virtue. Spare us your nonsense. What do you mean? My Xiaoyu is perfectly virtuous. Speak another word, and I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. The two women engaged in a heated quarrel, drawing the attention of villagers who had yet to leave. A commotion ensued outside, stemming from Yun Jiqian, which took quite some time to quell. Yun Fu peeked through the door, intrigued by the spectacle. The villagers were refreshingly straightforward, unafraid to bicker openly, quite unlike the hidden machinations that transpired within the grand estate, where treachery and cunning often led to untimely demises. Returning to the main room, Yun Fu overheard her brother conversing with their mother. Mother, how could you almost agree to the Xia family's proposal? Have you forgotten how they treated you before? Shen, you should return to the academy tomorrow to continue your studies. Mother, since the Xia family has offered you a salary, it is indeed worth considering. An extra 3 taels of silver each month would sufficiently cover your educational expenses. Now, heed my words and return to your studies, Yun Jiqian insisted. No, I will not allow you to return to that den of wolves, Madame Lu sighed. I had hoped for Madame Zhao to agree, allowing your sister to study alongside the young lady from the Xia family. Recently, I heard that the Xia family has invited a renowned female instructor from the capital named Mei Shuyu, who is reputed for her exceptional talents and has previously taught the daughters of high-ranking officials. Yun Jiqian's eyes widened in surprise. Mei Shuyu, have you heard of her? Chen, he nodded. The reason Yun Jiqian was familiar with Mei Shuyu was due to his classmate, Chen Ziki, who had spoken of her. Born into a scholarly family, she was well educated and possessed an ethereal beauty. Alas, following the passing of her grandfather, Lord Mei, her family fell into decline. Despite her immense talent, her gender limited her prospects. Mei Shuyu was acutely aware that without the backing of a powerful maternal family, even with numerous suitors vying for her affection, her fate would likely lead her to a life of concubinage. Thus, she resolved to rely on her own abilities, dedicating herself to teaching the daughters of affluent families in poetry, etiquette, and other disciplines. And now 18 and still unmarried, she supported her household by earning a living while caring for her mother and younger brother. Yoon Jiqian's classmate, Chen Ziki, had the fortune of meeting Mei Shuyu once and, since then, had been utterly captivated by her, endlessly regaling Yoon Jiqian with tales of her accomplishments, to the point where his ears had nearly become calloused from hearing her name. It was said that despite her financial struggles, Mei Shuyu was selective about her students, refusing to teach those from disreputable families, no matter the payment offered. It was truly a mystery how the Xie family managed to recruit her. Mother, I have heard that Mei Shuyu is exceptionally learned and possesses an elegant demeanor. If my sister could study under her, it would be a tremendous opportunity. In the course of these days, Yoon Jiqian had gradually come to accept his sister in his heart. I share your sentiments, but persuading the Xie family to agree may prove challenging. If Fu Er can study under Mei Shuyu, when she matures, I shall save a dowry for her, thus elevating her prospects for marriage. Chapter 31. The handkerchief. Yun Fu stood outside the door, deeply moved as she overheard Lu Shi discussing her plans. Although she had mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in her previous life, she had toiled for many years in the Song residence. If she were to suddenly showcase these skills, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. If she could truly learn from Mr. Mei, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. However, she could not be so selfish as to allow her mother to suffer at the Xia residence once more. She recalled that in her past life, her elder sister had not been able to fulfill her desire to become a student of Mei Shuyu. The Xie family had refused to permit a servant's child to study alongside their young ladies, fearing it would diminish their status and invite ridicule. Moreover, there were no girls' academies in Shiqiao town, and her sister had only managed to learn a few characters under the tutelage of her brothers. Mother, I cannot agree to your return to the Xie family. I would rather not attend a girls' school, Yun Fu declared. Upon seeing her daughter suddenly enter, Lu Shi realized that she was already aware of everything. Fu Er, please listen to your mother, this Mr. Mei, I do not want that. I wish for you to take care of your health. If you compromise and return to the Xie residence just for me to learn from Mr. Mei, it would only cause you distress, Yun Fu insisted. Lu Shi's eyes brimmed with emotion. She had not anticipated her daughter to be so understanding. Most other children would have readily acquiesced to their parents' wishes. Mother truly wishes for Fu Er to learn something. Then let us practice embroidery together, Lu Shi suggested. Yun Jiqian also chimed in. Mother, in the future, I will surely find a better female teacher for my sister. Seeing the determination in her children's eyes, Lu Shi ceased her persuasion. Very well, we shall discuss this when the opportunity arises. The first day she took Fu Er to the Xia residence, they were met with a tragic incident, leaving her uneasy about Fu Er attending classes in the Mei Garden. With the interference of the Xie family, Lu Shi abandoned her plans to visit the town. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed since Yun Fu's rebirth, ushering in autumn. The Xie family frequently sent people to persuade Lu Shi to care for the old matriarch, yet Lu Shi's conditions remained unchanged. She would only agree if Yun Fu could attend classes with Mr. Mei in the Mei Garden. As before, the Xie family insisted that Yun Fu attend as a companion maid to their young ladies, an offer Lu Shi flatly rejected. Her reasoning was that while she might serve as a servant, her daughter could never be reduced to such a status. In her previous life, Lu Shi had acquiesced to the Xie family's demands, allowing Yun Yao to attend as a companion student purely because Yun Yao herself desired to ascend the social ladder. Though it was merely as a companion, it was a rare opportunity. Yet, the Xie family had reneged, insisting that Yun Yao sign a contract of servitude before allowing her to attend. The Yin couple would never consent, and ultimately, the two families failed to reach an agreement. Yun Fu had no need for such an opportunity. The matron of the Xie family initially intended to accept Lu Shi's terms, but a servant leaked the information to concubine Lin, leading to a firm rejection from the head of the Xie family. Fortunately, after several visits to the Yun household, the Xia family, seeing Lu Shi's steadfastness, ceased their attempts, allowing the Yun family some peace. Lu Shi relied on her embroidery skills to earn a meager income. Yet, the work was inconsistent. Sometimes, her efforts would go unrecognized by the embroidery shop. Even when the shop accepted her pieces, they often delayed payment until the items sold. Nevertheless, Lu Shi's craftsmanship was commendable, and her work typically found buyers. However, her hands had become rough from labor, making her hesitant to work with finer fabrics, as no shop would trust her with delicate embroidery. During these days, Yun Fu learned some rudimentary patterns from Lu Shi. In her previous life, she had dabbled in the arts but had struggled with embroidery. After pricking her fingers yet again, Lu Shi, filled with concern, said, "Enough, do not continue." Lu Shi felt disheartened. She had hoped to pass on her embroidery skills to her daughter, equipping her with a means of sustenance for the future. However, it now seemed that she would have to craft her daughter's wedding attire herself. "Mother, I must finish my work." After enduring countless pricks, Yun Fu finally completed a handkerchief. When Yun Zhengqing returned, she presented it to him with a sense of pride, saying, "Father, this is for you." Yun Zhengqing received it, overwhelmed with emotion, having heard from Lu Shi that their daughter had sacrificed her hands to create this gift. Suddenly, Yun Zhizheng peered over, eager to see what his sister had embroidered. Though he desired a piece crafted by her hand, he hesitated to compete with his father. Upon noticing the words "Father's love is like a mountain" stitched on the handkerchief, albeit crookedly, he was astonished. "Sister, how did you manage to embroider characters without attending school?" "Eh? Why did you embroider a grave on the handkerchief, with grass growing all around it?" Yun Zhizhan couldn't help but inquire upon seeing the design. "Nonsense, second brother, you are mistaken. What I embroidered it is a mountain and a tree." Yun Fu's voice dwindled, lacking conviction by the end. The clumsy stitches only added to her embarrassment, as the intended design seemed to intertwine chaotically. "Second brother, a few days ago, you asked me for a handkerchief. I promised you the first one would go to father, but the second shall be for you. I will start embroidering it now." Chapter 32 Foraging for Wild Vegetables. Yin Zhizhang repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No, dear sister, you've worked hard embroidering a handkerchief for father, you should rest for a while. Just look at those little hands of yours." "I don't need to, second brother, I'm not tired," Yun Zhizhang replied, pulling his neck back slightly. "Really, it's unnecessary, sister. If you truly wish to embroider, then perhaps you could gift it to elder brother. He mentioned just a few days ago that he wanted a handkerchief embroidered by you." Yun Zhiqian quickly denied, "I never said that. If you dare to implicate me again, be careful that I won't hold back." As the two engaged in playful banter, they chased each other around. Yun Zhengqing showed no signs of disapproval, joyfully treating the handkerchief as a treasured possession. "Father, how about I embroider another one for you? This is Fuyo's heartfelt intention. Regardless of how it turns out, I shall cherish it. Moreover, our Fuyo is still young. This is your first attempt at embroidery, and you've done remarkably well. Your mother's initial attempts were not as good as yours," Yun Zhengqing reassured, fearing his daughter's disappointment. However, Lu Shi did not cooperate this time. "Since Fuyo cannot embroider, then we shall not continue. What would you like? Mother will embroider it for you. If Fuyo continues, her hands will surely be pricked, and my heart aches at the thought. I believe sister has embroidered splendidly. May I request one for fifth brother?" Yun Zhilai inquired sincerely. Of course, Lu Shi was about to intervene when she noticed Yun Fu's happy agreement. Reluctantly, she decided not to dampen her daughter's spirits. If she wanted to embroider, then so be it. The next day, while Yun Zhengqing was working at the blacksmith's shop, he took out the handkerchief his daughter had made for him to wipe the sweat from his brow in front of his co-workers. "Well done, brother Yun. You've changed your handkerchief again. Your wife is quite considerate," said Mandachui, observing the fragrant handkerchief in Yun Zhengqing's hand, feeling a twinge of envy for having a wife skilled in embroidery, unlike his own lazy partner. "This was embroidered by my daughter," Yun Zhengqing boasted, his face brimming with pride at the mention of his daughter. "When did brother Yun have a daughter?" Mandachui questioned incredulously. He was less skilled than Yun Zhengqing in blacksmithing, and while his sons were not as accomplished as Yun Zhengqing's, the only thing he had over him was the presence of a daughter, which Yun Zhengqing lacked. The sudden revelation of a daughter who could embroider handkerchiefs left Mandachui skeptical, yet Yun Zhengqing felt he could not hide the truth from these two friends who had known him for years. They were well aware he had no daughter. She was adopted, and she is 6 years old. "Adopted? Are you out of your mind?" Mandachui exclaimed, incredulous. He already had 5 sons and worked tirelessly every day. How could he possibly take on the responsibility of raising a daughter? Seeing Yun Zhengqing's serious expression, Chai Kong interjected, "What is wrong with adopting? Brother Yun's adopted daughter is so considerate, while your own biological daughter hasn't even made you a handkerchief. Brother Yun, don't mind him. He is just jealous that others have daughters while he does," Chai Kong added. Yun Zhengqing paid no heed, carefully folding the handkerchief and storing it away. Seeing Yun Zhengqing treat the handkerchief with such care, Mandachui scoffed, thinking everyone had a daughter. He planned to have his own 14-year-old daughter make him one. After school, Yun Zhilai and Yun Jilan decided to head up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, and Yun Fu wished to accompany her 2 elder brothers. Since she had been in the Yun household for some time, she had yet to partake in such activities. After repeated reassurances from Lu Shi, she was finally allowed to join her brothers at the foot of the mountain. Yun Fu followed closely behind her brothers, mimicking them with a small basket on her back and a tiny spade inside. However, Yun Jilan appeared somewhat impatient and reluctant to bring her along. Yet, due to their mother's insistence on caring for their sister, he had no choice but to comply, otherwise, he would have to face their mother's ire upon returning home. Yun Jilan walked briskly, attempting to teach Yun Fu a lesson, while her short legs struggled to keep up. Fourth brother, fifth brother, wait for me. Hearing her, Yun Jilan quickened his pace, urging, fifth brother, let us hurry. As Yun Fu fell further behind, Yun Jilai insisted, fourth brother, let us wait for our sister. If she truly gets lost, mother and father will surely punish us, and besides, she is not that bothersome. Wait for what? She is just a burden. Seeing Yun Jilai genuinely stop to wait for Yun Fu, Yun Jilan's frustration grew even more. If he didn't want her to follow, she would follow anyway. It was exasperating. Just as Yun Fu was about to run after her two brothers, she heard a voice from behind. Are you also going to the foot of the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, Miss Yun? Chapter 33. Walking with Wang Wei, Yun Fu turned around and saw a girl of about 9 years old, also carrying a basket on her back. Following behind her, the girl's clothing was somewhat tattered and not particularly clean, with patches piled upon patches, making it quite conspicuous. Those patches, if sewn together, could easily make a new garment. Her hands were rough and calloused, indicating that she was accustomed to labor at home. Noticing Yun Fu's gaze upon her, Wang Yui felt a twinge of embarrassment. In stark contrast, Yun Fu's attire appeared remarkably fine, reflecting on her own clothes, which were remnants of her brother's and adorned with numerous patches. Wang Yui was engulfed by a sense of inferiority. My name is Wang Yui, and I am also from Shiling village. I haven't seen you in the fields before, Miss Yun. Is this your first time foraging for wild vegetables? It was during an incident when Arya and Granny Sun were causing a commotion at Yun's doorstep that Wang Yui happened to pass by, discovering that Yun's family had a daughter. Yes, Sister Yui, you can just call me Yun Fu, she replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yui's cheeks flushed. Miss Yun is truly kind, addressing me as Sister Yui upon our first meeting. My younger brother never refers to me as sister, always just calling my name. Alright, Sister Fu, Wang Yui replied with a silly grin. Let us proceed. My two brothers are waiting up ahead. Wang Yui glanced forward and indeed spotted two boys standing a short distance away. Okay, your clothes are so beautiful, aren't you afraid of getting them dirty while foraging? Wang Yui inquired as they walked side by side. It's fine. If they get dirty, my mother will help me wash them, Yun Fu responded. Wang Yui lowered her gaze. If only she had a mother like Aunt Lu, she mused. Not only had she never worn new clothes, but even if she did, she would surely face a scolding if they were soiled while working. Upon catching up with her two brothers, Yun Fu said, fourth brother, fifth brother, you go ahead, I will walk with Sister Yui. Very well, Yun Jili replied. Just be careful not to wander off. If you tire from foraging, remember to come home, alright? He often encountered Wang Yui while foraging and knew her to be a trustworthy person, which eased his concern about Yun Fu accompanying her. Come on, fourth brother, let us go, Jun Jilan said impatiently, pulling Yun Jili along. Sister, come home early, he called back to Yun Fu as they walked away, his voice trailing off. Okay. The boys moved quickly, and soon their figures became mere silhouettes. Wang Yui seemed to sense Yun Fu's slower pace and deliberately matched her speed, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. I know a place where wild vegetables grow abundantly, but the path is a bit rough, so stay close to me, Wang Yui instructed as they approached the fields. Alright, Yun Fu replied. Thus, the two girls journeyed to the foot of the mountain, where a vast expanse of wild vegetables unfolded before them. It was evident that Wang Yui frequently foraged here, as she was quite familiar with the land surrounding Shiling village. Let us forage here, Wang Yui suggested. Okay. With Wang Yui's guidance, Jun Fu quickly grasped the technique of foraging for wild vegetables. They chatted as they worked, making the task feel less tedious. In no time, Wang Yui had filled more than half her basket, while Yun Fu had only just covered the bottom. Through their conversation, Yun Fu learned that Wang Yui's life was quite arduous. 9 years old, she appeared smaller than her age due to her family's poverty. As the only girl in the household, she not only struggled to have enough to eat but also had to wash clothes, cook, forage for wild vegetables, fetch water, and chop wood. An entire array of household chores fell upon her shoulders. After her elder brother married and had a son who was just a year old, it was Wang Yui who carried and comforted the child, even strapping him to her back while washing clothes. Over time, this burden had rendered her quite frail. Furthermore, her mother often expressed disdain for her, resorting to scolding or hitting her. Consequently, her sister-in-law followed suit, constantly finding fault with Wang Yui, making her the family's scapegoat. At just 9 years old, her mother even began contemplating a marriage exchange with her second brother, but she was deemed too young, and no one was willing to agree to such an arrangement, especially since families were already struggling with limited resources. Yun Fu, I've filled my basket. Let me help you, Wang Yui declared. Yun Fu turned to look into Wang Yui's basket, which was indeed full, while hers was barely filled. Sister Yui, you are amazing, filling it up so quickly. Wang Yui's face flushed slightly at the compliment. Oh, it's nothing. I've just become proficient at it, you can do it too. Yunfu glanced at her small hands, which had developed quite a few calluses since arriving at the Yun household. Although she had often performed manual labor at the Shin family's home, it felt like a memory from a past life. Wang Yue was somewhat surprised to see the calluses on Yunfu's hands. She had assumed that Aunt Lu did not permit her to work at home, not realizing that she too had to contribute. Working together made the task go much faster, and before long, Yunfu's basket was nearly half full. Suddenly, Wang Yue let out a sharp cry. Chapter 34 of Picking Hedgeballs. What happened, Sister Yue? Yunfu asked, noticing Wang Yue squatting on the ground, holding her foot in pain, beads of sweat forming on her brow. I'm fine. I just got pricked by this hedgeball, she replied, looking down. Yunfu indeed saw a round, spiky hedgeball lying on the ground. Wang Yue's shoes, worn thin from constant labor, had been pierced through by the thorny object, injuring her foot. Should we take off your shoe to check? Yunfu suggested. Wang Yue casually tossed the offending hedgeball away and responded, no need, there is a patch of hedgeball trees nearby, and I often get pricked by these. It doesn't usually bleed, but it hurts quite a bit. You should be careful too. She intended to warn Yunfu to be cautious and avoid the same fate, but upon noticing the sturdy soles of Yunfu's shoes, she decided against it. Seeing that Wang Yue was unhurt, Yunfu became intrigued by the hedgeball that had been thrown. She was curious to learn how it grew and how it could prick someone. Following Wang Yue's gesture, she spotted a few hedgeball trees not far off. The hedgeballs were still green at this time of year, and if one did not look closely, they could easily be mistaken for leaves on the trees. Yunfu approached and picked up a hedgeball, using a stone to smash it open, and was astonished by what she found inside. She recognized it as a chestnut, something she had eaten before. It was a revelation to her that chestnuts grew inside these hedgeballs. Previously, she had not been fond of chestnuts because they were usually boiled in water, which filled her stomach but did not offer much in terms of flavor. It was only after she had rescued a girl named Tang Xinxin, who had traveled through time, that she had tasted candied roasted chestnuts for the first time. That delightful experience had left a lasting impression on her, and she had asked Tang Xinxin for the recipe. Tang Xinxin had explained that it was a method from her hometown and had shared her story of coming from the future. Who would have thought that chestnuts could be extracted from these prickly balls? If even Wang Yue was unaware that the hedgeballs contained chestnuts, it was likely that these trees were wild chestnut trees, and this was their first year bearing fruit. Clearly, the chestnuts were not yet ripe, but Yunfu could hardly contain her excitement. She planned to collect these hedgeballs and make candied roasted chestnuts to sell in town, which would certainly help supplement her family's income. Noticing Yunfu's delighted demeanor, Wang Yue approached her, cautioning, be careful not to prick yourself. Alright, Sister Yue, let us head back, it's getting late, Yunfu replied. You should have collected more. Otherwise, won't you get scolded? Wang Yue suggested. Yunfu was taken aback. Why would I be scolded? Wang Yue hesitated for a moment. I suppose Aunt Lu won't scold you. Realizing that Yunfu's situation differed from her own, Wang Yue reflected on the calluses on Yunfu's hands, initially thinking that Yunfu would also receive reprimands for not finishing her chores. It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. Yunfu wished to explain that her parents were reluctant to let her forage for wild vegetables, but she had chosen to help her brothers. However, glancing at Wang Yue, she refrained from speaking, fearing that sharing the truth might sadden her. As they carried their baskets, it was evident that Wang Yue's was significantly fuller than Yunfu's, despite Yunfu's basket being smaller. Wang Yue had gathered a substantial amount of wild vegetables, while Yunfu's basket contained only a small portion. As they walked, Yunfu continued to pick up hedgeballs and toss them into her basket. Wang Yue inquired, why are you collecting these hedgeballs? Yunfu casually replied, in case we encounter any bad people, I can use these to throw at them. She was tempted to tell Wang Yue that the hedgeballs contained chestnuts, but she didn't know her well enough to risk the information spreading throughout the village. If that happened, she would have no chance to sell her candied roasted chestnuts. Perhaps once she had made them, she could share some with Wang Yue. Wang Yue found Yunfu's reasoning sound and began to help her collect the hedgeballs. Since the chestnuts were not yet in season, there weren't many that had fallen from the trees. The two girls picked as they walked, and although they didn't gather a large quantity, their baskets filled with about 20 to 30 hedgeballs. Wang Yue did not press for further explanation, assuming that Yunfu was simply indulging in play. Alright, Sister Yue, let us head back, Yunfu said. Chapter 35 of the Bird Eggs from Fifth Brother. As the two continued along their path, Yunfu spotted her fourth brother, Yunjilan, and fifth brother, Junjili, waiting at the junction. Yunjilan called out to Yunfu, don't misunderstand, I'm not waiting for you, mother just told me to ensure you return safely. I merely fear her reprimand. With that, Yunjilan strode ahead. Yunjili shook his head at his brother's stubbornness. Fourth brother is always so tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Yunjili glanced at Wang Yue and pulled a few bird eggs from his basket. Thank you for looking after my sister today. Please accept these bird eggs as a token of gratitude. Wang Yue hesitated to accept. No, it's unnecessary, I haven't really done anything. Without waiting for her response, Yunjili placed the bird eggs into her basket and turned to Yunfu, saying, Sister, let us go. Wang Yue looked at the bird eggs, feeling conflicted. Yunfu seemed to have an idea and said, How about this, Sister Yue, come over to my house to play tomorrow if you have time. Wang Yue's face lit up with joy. Alright, then I'll give you these bird eggs. Yunfu accepted them gladly. Wang Yue did not refuse the bird eggs out of disinterest but rather because she knew that if she took them home and they were cooked, she might not get any to eat, and the uneven distribution could lead to her facing a beating. Such things had happened before, where her second brother and younger siblings had fought, and in the end, her parents took it out on her. Upon returning to the Yun household, Lu Shi was already busy preparing dinner. Yun Zhizhang was chopping wood in the yard. Seeing the hedge balls in Yunfu's basket, he approached and picked one up, laughing. I knew you wouldn't be able to gather many wild vegetables and instead brought back hedge balls. Can this even be eaten? Mother, please cook this hedge ball for my sister to eat, even if she doesn't want to, she has to, Yun Zhizhang said, not caring about Yunfu's opinion. Yunfu merely smiled and replied, Second brother, let mother prepare it well, I bet you'll want to eat it. Yun Zhizhang wrinkled his nose in distaste. To be honest, wild vegetables are tolerable when stir-fried with oil, but we're not at the point of eating hedge balls, are we? Yunfu ignored him and began peeling the hedge balls. Noticing her dismissal, Yun Zhizhang returned to his wood chopping. Yunfu hadn't gathered much, hardly enough for the family to share a meal. She planned to have her parents and brothers collect the remaining hedge balls from the trees after nightfall. When Yunjili discovered the chestnuts inside the hedge balls, his eyes lit up. So these hedge balls contain chestnuts, I've seen them in books before. He had thought that gathering a dozen bird eggs was his greatest accomplishment, only to realize that his sister had outdone him by knowing that the hedge balls held chestnuts. He recalled that there were several hedge ball trees at the foot of the mountain. If they were all harvested, they could enjoy chestnuts for a long time without needing to chew on wild vegetables again. Yunjili crouched down to help Yunfu, and together they quickly peeled all the chestnuts they had collected. When they brought the peeled chestnuts into the kitchen, Lu Shi was astonished. Where did these chestnuts come from? Mother, these are from the hedge balls that my sister picked at the foot of the mountain, Yunjili explained. This revelation left Lu Shi even more surprised. The hedge ball trees at the foot of the mountain are wild. Why don't I go with you and your brothers tonight to collect the remaining hedge balls? After a moment of thought, Lu Shi agreed. Alright, but you must inform the village head about the rest you collect. This is still Shiling Village's territory, and since our family resides here, it wouldn't be right to take everything for ourselves. At this time, the crops had not yet been harvested, and every household was struggling with food shortages. By notifying the village head, they would be repaying the favor from when he had spoken on their behalf that evening. Junfu persuaded Lu Shi to make candied roasted chestnuts. Sugar was a luxury at this time, and the little they had was something Lu Shi had been reluctant to use. Using half a spoonful of sugar for the candied roasted chestnuts made Lu Shi wince at the thought of how precious it was. As soon as the dish was served, it captured the attention of everyone in the Yun household. Yun Zhizhang devoured them faster than anyone else, barely able to wait for them to cool, juggling the hot chestnuts in his hands. I must say, these candied roasted chestnuts are truly delicious, he exclaimed. Second brother, weren't you saying you don't eat them? Yun Zhili teased. Yun Zhizhang shot him an annoyed glance. Why do you have to talk so much? Curious about the candied roasted chestnuts, Lu Shi picked one up to taste, and indeed, the flavor was delightful. However, it consumed too much sugar. Even if they were to have them occasionally, it was still beyond their means. Don't finish them all, leave some for your father to try, she instructed. Okay. Chapter 36. Treasures among weeds. Since Lu had ceased her work at the Xia residence, she found herself unable to secure suitable employment, thus the burden fell squarely upon Yun Jingqing's shoulders. He toiled day and night, returning home increasingly late. Meanwhile, Yun Jiqian had not returned to the academy. Instead, he sought odd jobs in town each day. However, as a scholar, his physical strength was limited, leaving him with few tasks suitable for his capabilities. In addition to Yun Zhengqing, Yun Jilian also refrained from entering the house to eat. Lu had set aside some food for the two, calling out from the doorway a fourth brother. What are you doing with those weeds in the yard? I instructed you to forage for wild vegetables, and even your little sister has collected quite a bit, bringing back chestnuts. As an elder brother, you ought to be more considerate than your sister. Seeing his younger brother causing their mother worry, Yun Jiqian remarked, "Second brother, you ought to dispose of them." Yun Jizhang, who always heeded his elder brother's counsel, stepped out to persuade Yun Jilian, fourth brother, "Do not trouble our parents and elder brother any longer. Quickly discard those weeds." Today, Yun Jizhang chopped firewood and swept the courtyard, while Yun Jian fetched water, and both Yun Jilai and Yun Fu returned with provisions. In stark contrast, Yun Jilian had done nothing and had even made a mess of the yard, which vexed him greatly. It felt as though all his efforts in cleaning the courtyard had been in vain, now marred by the weeds his younger brother had strewn about. "Second brother, do not disturb my treasures. Do you truly consider those weeds your treasures? Are they to be consumed or worn?" As Yun Jizhang spoke, he attempted to lift the weeds to throw them away, but Yun Jilian shielded them with his body, unwilling to let his elder brother touch his prized possessions. Yun Fu called out from the yard, "Second brother, fourth brother's collection may indeed be treasures. If I am not mistaken, he has likely gathered medicinal herbs." Although she could not identify these herbs, she recalled that in a previous life, Yun Jilian would soon seek a mentor, though he had kept this well concealed from the family, leaving only a letter before departing. Her words astonished Yun Jilian, for it was his sister, the one he trusted the most at home, who had discerned his secret. A few days prior, he had stumbled upon a medical tome, learning to identify herbs from its contents. Today, he had secretly ventured into the mountains and gathered some herbs, though he was still uncertain of their identification. He planned to sun-dry them and take them to the medical hall to inquire. If they accepted them, it would confirm his knowledge, yet he dared not share this with his family, as he valued his pride. Should these not be herbs, he would be utterly humiliated. Hearing his sister's remarks, Yun Jizhang too began to harbor doubts. Previously, he had not brought up the matter of the chestnuts, and what if these weeds were edible as well? Lu declared, "Since your sister believes them to be treasures, let him keep them, but you must tidy up the yard yourself." Yun Jizhang nodded and retreated indoors. Yun Jilian, having finished sorting the medicinal herbs, finally washed his hands and entered the house. "Fourth brother, I have brought you candied chestnuts." Though Yun Jilian's expression remained neutral, he no longer resisted Yun Fu and accepted the candied chestnuts. A crescent moon hung silently in the treetops. The villagers tended to retire early, leaving the outside hushed save for the occasional bark of a dog. Yun Jingqing set out with his brothers, carrying burlap sacks, while Yun Fu and Lu remained at home. 2 hours later, Yun Jingqing and Yun Jiqian each bore a sack full of chestnuts, while Yun Jizhang, being the strongest, carried 2 sacks, and Yun Jian managed to shoulder half a sack. Yun Jilian and Yun Jilai together lifted half a sack of chestnuts back home. Lu exclaimed, "Fu is truly our family's lucky star. With these chestnuts, we can feast for quite some time." Yun Jingqing reflected, "Indeed, we have harvested the majority from these few trees. Let us leave the remainder for the villagers of Shiqiao town." Yun Jiqian then proposed, "Mother, I wish to sell candied chestnuts in town tomorrow." Lu replied, "Is that feasible? Although the chestnuts were gathered for free, sugar is quite costly. What if we cannot sell them once cooked? That would be a loss for us." Chapter 37 in selling candied chestnuts. Yun Jingqing concurred with Lu's opinion. Yun Jizhang also remarked, "Indeed, sugar must be added while roasting the chestnuts. In this day and age, which family would spare the expense for sugar? I doubt anyone would make a purchase." Only Yun Fu understood that her elder brother possessed a keen business acumen. She declared, "I support you, brother. I am certain you will succeed in making a profit." Yun Jingqing furrowed his brow. "If it doesn't sell, we can simply consume it ourselves," Yun Fu suggested. Upon hearing their father's agreement, Yun Jiqian joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, father." Realizing that it was his sister's support that encouraged their father's consent, he turned to Yun Fu and added, "Thank you, sister." "Brother, I have faith in you," Yun Fu reassured him. "Really?" Yun Fu nodded, "Absolutely, brother. I believe in you." Having never ventured into small business before, this was Yun Jiqian's first attempt, and he felt a tinge of anxiety. The skeptical gazes from his family only served to diminish his confidence. However, Yun Fu's encouraging words instilled newfound assurance in him. At dawn, Yun Jiqian rose early, eager to prepare candied chestnuts to sell at the market in Shiqiao town. Lu had taught him the method for making the delicacy the previous night, and as he often cooked at home, he found the task manageable. Their parents had always emphasized the importance of self-reliance to their sons, teaching them that tasks should not be divided by gender. This upbringing instilled resilience and independence in the Yun brothers. Concerned, Lu arose early to assist Yun Jiqian. By the time Yun Fu awoke, the two had already prepared 20 pounds of candied chestnuts. After breakfast, as Yun Jingqing and the 4 brothers departed, Yun Jiqian also set off for the town. "Brother, I wish to accompany you to sell candied chestnuts," he declared. Lu interjected, "No, you are too young, the market is crowded, and if your brother loses sight of you for a moment, what will happen?" Mother, I will stay close to brother, Yun Jiqian reassured her. Still unconvinced, Lu replied, if you truly wish to go, then I will accompany you. Today marked Yun Jiqian's inaugural venture into stall selling, and Lu felt a tinge of apprehension, deciding to set aside her embroidery until after they sold the chestnuts. With his mother and sister by his side, Yun Jiqian felt an influx of confidence. His sister was known for her clever ideas. Perhaps these chestnuts would indeed sell. The 20 pounds of candied chestnuts were packed into a large backpack, which Yun Jiqian carried, while Lu held onto Yun Fu as they set off. With Yun Fu's presence, the trio managed to ride on old Li's donkey cart. The market was bustling with people, but as the Yun family arrived rather late, they struggled to find a suitable spot, causing Yun Jiqian to feel anxious. Mother, what should we do? There are no stalls available. Lu, having never engaged in business herself, scanned the area and confirmed that there were indeed no stalls free. Leaving her somewhat distressed, Yun Fu suggested, brother, we don't need a stall. We can simply find a place to set up and sell. Is that permissible? Yun Jiqian inquired. Yes, brother, renting a stall incurs a fee, but if we find a random spot to sell, I can keep an eye out. If the market officials come, we can just pick up the backpack and run. This revelation surprised both Lu and Yun Jiqian. How did their sister understand these matters? Alright, Yun Jiqian conceded, recognizing the logic in his sister's suggestion. If the chestnuts failed to sell, they would lose the money meant for the stall fee anyway. Brother, there's a place over there. Following Yun Fu's pointing finger, Yun Jiqian spotted a spacious area beside an alley, suitable for placing their backpack. After they approached, Yun Jiqian set down the backpack and removed the cloth covering the candied chestnuts. Mother, how much do you think we should sell these candied chestnuts for? Lu, lacking business experience, was unsure of a suitable price. 8 won, she proposed. No, mother, Yun Jiqian countered, sugar is quite expensive. Selling for 8 won would not be profitable. Lu responded, but the chestnuts cost us nothing. If we price them too high, what if no one buys? Yun Jiqian held a different view. He believed that the deliciousness of the candied chestnuts warranted a higher price. I think 21 is more appropriate, Yun Fu suggested. After contemplating her words, Yun Jiqian agreed, let us follow my sister's advice and sell them for 21. Brother, how will we weigh the candied chestnuts for customers? You need not worry. I borrowed a scale from Uncle Wang before coming here and tested it several times at home. 1 pound is approximately 45 pieces. If anyone buys from us, we'll add 5 pieces to their order, ensuring they leave satisfied. Yun Fu exclaimed, brother, you truly have a knack for business. You should also purchase some oil paper. If someone buys our chestnuts, we'll need something to wrap them in. Chapter 38 Only inquire, do not purchase. Yun Jiqian smacked his forehead. In his excitement, he had completely overlooked this matter. Mother, sister, please tend to the stall for a moment. I shall look around nearby to see if I can find any oil paper for sale. Here, take this 2 taels of silver for now. Lu hurriedly called after him. Although Yun Jiqian had brought money with him, he dared not let his parents know, for they would surely scold him, and his sister would suffer the consequences as well. He accepted the 2 taels of silver, saying, all right. After searching nearby, Yun Jiqian found no vendors selling oil paper. He then noticed a stall selling deep-fried cakes, where the vendor was wrapping the cakes in the very oil paper he sought. Yun Jiqian approached and inquired, excuse me, sir, where might I purchase your oil paper? The kind-hearted vendor, seeing that Yun Jiqian had a friendly demeanor and was polite, readily replied, just outside this market, at the entrance, there is a general store that sells it. Thank you very much, sir, Yun Jiqian responded. Exiting the market, he indeed spotted a shop with a sign hanging at the entrance, confirming it was a general store. Upon entering, he immediately found the oil paper and purchased a full 100 sheets. Fearing that others might buy oil paper for their own roasted chestnuts, he hurried back. However, upon returning to the market, he was dismayed to find that not a single person had inquired about their goods. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. Would these candied chestnuts truly be a failure? If he could not sell them this time, he feared his parents might cease to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. As passers-by trickled by without showing any interest, anxiety gnawed at his heart. Mother, why do these people not even glance at our chestnuts? Lu Shi, too, looked troubled as she turned to Yun Fu, who was always perceptive. Mother, brother, we could try calling out to attract customers. Look over there. Following Yun Fu's pointing finger, Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian indeed noticed 2 stalls nearby that were vocally enticing customers, drawing curious glances from those passing by. Yun Jiqian, being a scholar, felt uncomfortable stepping down from his dignity to shout out, having already shed his long gown to engage in this venture. Yet, thinking of his parents' hardships and being the eldest son with younger siblings relying on him, he decided that pride was of little consequence. Can I? Yun Jiqian asked his sister, having grown accustomed to seeking her counsel. You can definitely do it, brother. Encouraged by Yun Fu, Yun Jiqian finally set aside his reservations and began to shout, "Candied chestnuts, sweet and delightful candied chestnuts." Indeed, in this era, any mention of candy or sweetness immediately piqued interest. How much for these candied chestnuts? An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, inquired. Yun Jiqian promptly replied, "Madam, these chestnuts are quite affordable, priced at 21 per pound. Please try a sample first. If you find them to your liking, you may purchase some." Before he could finish speaking, the woman waved her hand dismissively. "So expensive? With that money, I might as well buy some meat. Not buying, not buying." After she departed, several more customers approached, but after inquiring about the price, they too turned away, deeming it too costly. After half a day of attempting to sell, they had not managed to sell even a single pound. As the crowd lessened and the midday heat became oppressive, Yun Jiqian pondered, could it be that we are indeed pricing ourselves too high? Yun Fu suggested, "Brother, perhaps we have misjudged our target audience. Should we consider selling in a different location?" Yun Jiqian intended to agree, but upon noticing his sister's rosy cheeks, reminiscent of ripe apples, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Mother, sister, let us return home." Seeing Yun Jiqian's dejected expression, Lu Shi and Yun Fu wished to console him but ultimately refrained from speaking. Such is the nature of business, success is seldom easily attained. Exiting the market, the street was bustling with activity, filled with vendors calling out their wares. Shops lining the street were gradually welcoming customers. Revitalized by the lively atmosphere, Yun Jiqian perceived an opportunity to sell his candied chestnuts by shouting from the street. Most who entered the market were impoverished, while those browsing the shops were likely to have more to spend. Sure enough, after he called out a few times, a well-dressed woman, likely a servant from a wealthy household, approached. "Is it true that these candied chestnuts are sweet?" she inquired. "Indeed, would you like a pound or half a pound? May I sample them first?" Chapter 39. Informing the village chief. Indeed, Yun Jiqian selected a large chestnut and handed it to the maid. Each chestnut was intricately scored with a cross pattern, and with just a slight exertion, the maid easily peeled away the shell. Initially, she approached the tasting with a sense of trepidation. If the chestnuts turned out to be unpalatable, she feared her mistress would chastise her. Fortunately, they were roasted with sugar, a preparation she had never before encountered. Her mistress had a penchant for sweet delicacies, and if these were truly as delectable as proclaimed, they could be procured for her enjoyment. To her astonishment, the moment she tasted it, she was overwhelmed by the delightful sweetness and fragrance of the candied chestnuts. One was insufficient, she found herself yearning for a second, yet she felt a pang of guilt for indulging without payment. Without inquiring about the price, she said, "Please give me half a pound. If my mistress enjoys them, I shall purchase more next time." Yun Jiqian's heart raced, unable to contain his excitement. This was his inaugural venture into commerce, and the sensation of selling goods was remarkably gratifying. "I shall pack it for you," he declared, swiftly preparing half a pound of candied chestnuts. "Here you are." "How much?" "For a full half pound, it is 10 coins. The maid counted out 10 copper coins and placed them into Yun Jiqian's hand. Once the maid departed, Yun Jiqian exclaimed joyfully, "Mother, sister, we have made a profit." Yun Fu and Lu Shi shared in his elation. "Brother, I knew you would succeed in selling them," Yun Fu remarked with a smile. "What would you like to eat, for?" "Now that brother has earned some money, I shall buy you something delicious shortly." "Yes, I always knew my brother was the best." Having made his first sale instilled Yun Jiqian with confidence, and he decided to call out and sell more in the street. However, after shouting throughout the entire street, no further sales materialized, sending his spirits plummeting. Noticing Yun Fu was both fatigued and hungry, Lu Shi, unable to bear seeing her daughter suffer, suggested they return home. Reluctantly, Yun Jiqian agreed. Passing by a bun stall, Lu Shi purchased 3 large buns to satisfy their hunger momentarily. Upon returning home, Lu Shi entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, instructing Yun Fu to rest with Yun Jiqian in the main room. Seeing her brother's despondent demeanor, Yun Fu felt a twinge of sympathy. Since her arrival in this household, despite a few instances of his sternness early on, he had truly embodied the role of a caring elder brother. She pondered how she might assist him. Recalling her previous life and the businesses she had managed, she remembered that after encountering the time traveler Tang Xinxin, she had introduced many peculiar items into her shop. Eventually, her business flourished, but that time traveler had conspired to usurp her enterprise, colluding with her sister to take her life. But it was summer now, a perfect opportunity to create ice desserts and beverages. In her previous life, she recalled Tang Xinxin using a substance called saltpeter to make ice, employing special molds in an icehouse to craft popsicles. While Tang Xinxin worked, Yun Fu had observed, captivated by the process, and even tried her hand at it. Not only could they sell popsicles, but they could also offer ice itself. She remembered that during her first year at the Song residence, the heat had been so oppressive that some had succumbed to it. At that time, her initial days in the Song household were fraught with hardship, and only after she fainted from the heat did Wei Shi provide her with some ice. However, acquiring saltpeter was no simple task. It was rarely available on the market. Some apothecaries possessed it, but only for medicinal purposes. In her previous life, she had paid a handsome sum to procure a batch from an apothecary, but now, as a pauper, purchasing saltpeter seemed unlikely. In her former existence, she had dispatched individuals to the mountains in search of it, spending many days before finally discovering it on a rocky cliff. She wondered if it would be possible to find any in the large mountains south of Xiling village. After their meal, Lu Shi asked Yun Jiqian to inform the village chief about the chestnuts found at the foot of the mountain. Initially, he had felt a pang of regret for sharing their discovery with the villagers. Yet, having failed to sell the chestnuts and witnessing the mountains of unsold chestnuts at home, he realized they could not consume them all. Thus, he acquiesced. Upon hearing the news, the village chief regarded the Yun family with newfound respect. At this time, most families had little surplus grain left, with some relying solely on foraging for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. The Yun family, being newcomers to Xiling village without any land, relied on their work in town to support themselves, facing even greater hardships than the villagers. In such dire circumstances, their willingness to inform the village chief about their chestnut find, rather than keeping it to themselves, was truly commendable. However, having lived in Xiling village for most of his life, the village chief had never encountered a chestnut tree nor tasted a chestnut. He had only heard of them and seen them in books. Young man from the Yun family, you truly have not made a mistake. Is it genuinely chestnuts? Chapter 40 Gathering chestnuts with the villagers. Grandfather village chief, allow me to take you for a stroll to the foot of the mountain. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, young Yun. Yun Jiqian led the village chief to the chestnut tree from which they had gathered the chestnuts the previous day. Isn't this the spiny ball tree? How could it possibly be a chestnut tree? Yun Jiqian kicked the trunk with force, causing several spiny balls to fall. Just as the village chief glanced upward, one of the spiny balls landed squarely on his face, eliciting a grimace of pain. Yun Jiqian stepped forward to remove the spiny ball from the village chief's face, and before him, he peeled it open, revealing the chestnut nestled within. The village chief, momentarily forgetting his discomfort, picked up a spiny ball himself, cracked open the outer shell, and indeed, a rich brown chestnut was revealed. His weathered face broke into a delighted smile, creating a multitude of wrinkles. Excellent, I shall notify the villagers to come and gather chestnuts. The village chief rang a gong to summon all the villagers. Under his leadership, they made their way to the foot of the mountain. In the interest of fairness, each household was permitted to send only 2 individuals to gather chestnuts. To make a show of participation, Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian also took up their sacks and baskets to join the gathering. Lu Shi, uneasy about leaving Yun Fu at home alone, insisted she accompany them. Some villagers remained skeptical. Having lived in Xiling village for half a lifetime without ever encountering chestnuts, they wondered how the Yun family, newcomers for merely 2 years, could have discovered them. Village chief, could it be a case of mistaken identity? Zhao Ergu inquired. The village chief, visibly displeased, retorted, how could I be mistaken after personally inspecting it? If you do not wish to join, you are free to leave. Zhao Ergu, however, was reluctant to miss out on a potential treasure. As the village chief led the group to the mountain's base, initial disbelief among the villagers persisted until he peeled open a spiny ball before their very eyes, finally convincing them. Is this truly a chestnut? They murmured in astonishment. If the village chief proclaims it to be so, then it must be, they concluded. He would never deceive us. This is our first encounter with chestnuts. We have only heard tales of their deliciousness before. Indeed, I've also heard they are quite delectable. A chorus of cheers erupted among the villagers, with some brandishing sticks to knock down the spiny balls. In a corner, Zhao Ergu whispered to his older brother, Zhao Yukai, brother, let us hasten to gather chestnuts before others take them all. Zhao Yukai seized his younger brother's arm, speaking softly, why the rush? Pay them no mind, let them gather first. Zhao Ergu's eyes brightened, brother, is that truly permissible? Humph, do you doubt your elder brother's plans? Trust me, we need not gather a single nut. In the end, all the chestnuts will belong to us. Zhao Ergu gave his brother a thumbs up. You truly are remarkable. Meanwhile, upon seeing 3 members of the Yun family, Granny Sun immediately voiced her discontent. She harbored a grudge from the last encounter with the Yun family and had yet to find an opportunity for retribution. We are only 2 per household, why does the Yun family get to have 3? Granny Sun's voice rang out, capturing the villagers' attention. As they observed Yun Fu crouch down to collect spiny balls, discontent began to brew among the villagers. Indeed, we all brought only 2, why should the Yun family take more than their fair share? How ironic that the village chief claims to treat them as one of us while they disregard the customs of Shiling village. What could a 6-year-old child possibly gather? Let her collect if she wishes. What of her age? I could summon my own children to gather chestnuts. Yun Jiqian furrowed his brow, dismayed by the villagers' lack of conscience. After all, it was the Yun family who had discovered the chestnuts. If they sought to take more, would it not be their prerogative? Lu Shi interjected, my daughter is too young, I cannot leave her alone at home, hence her presence here. 4. Why not find a large tree to cool off under? Stay close but do not wander far. Yun Fu had not intended to gather chestnuts, she merely sought to appear engaged. Her mother's suggestion suited her perfectly, as it provided an opportunity to explore the mountains for sulfur stones. Very well, mother. Granny Sun, witnessing Yun Fu's departure, felt compelled to voice her grievances louder, noticing that Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian were collecting chestnuts with greater speed. This is unacceptable. This land belongs to Shiling village, and these chestnut trees are ours. Do the outsiders have no shame in coveting what belongs to us? Granny Sun's words resonated with the villagers. In the face of self-interest, even familial bonds can be severed, especially with newcomers like the Yun family, who had only recently settled in the village. Though some villagers were reluctant to let the Yun family benefit, they were equally unwilling to be the first to speak out. With Granny Sun taking the lead, a few voices began to echo her sentiments. Before they could fully rally behind her, the village chief interjected, this chestnut tree was discovered by the Yun family. If they wished to hoard the chestnuts for themselves, they could have simply taken them home in secret. Why would they disclose this secret to the entire village? If the Yun family had kept it to themselves, would you have even known it was a chestnut tree? The village chief's words awakened the villagers to their folly. They realized they had been led astray by Granny Sun's provocations. Granny Sun, if you have no interest in these chestnuts, then do not gather them. With that, Granny Sun fell silent, no longer daring to speak ill of the Yun family. Unbeknownst to Yun Fu, the following events unfolded as she continued her search for chestnuts. Realizing that she could not gather them all in a single trip, she ventured deeper into the mountains. In her previous life, she had sent people to discover sulfur stones in the depths of the mountains, but now, at the tender age of 6, the risk of encountering wild beasts was far too great. She skirted the cliffs, searching for a time, but found no trace of the elusive sulfur stones and decided to return. If she lingered too long, her mother and elder brother would surely worry. With autumn having passed and the season for selling cold drinks over, even if she were to find sulfur stones, they could only be of use the following summer. Upon her return, she found Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian still busy gathering chestnuts. Yun Fu had always been well behaved, and Lu Shi trusted her not to wander far, especially since they were in Shiling village, unlike at the Xia residence, so she did not keep a close watch. Fortunately, Yun Fu had only strayed for a brief period, and Lu Shi remained unaware of her daughter's absence. With so many villagers present, the few chestnut trees were soon stripped bare. Each household managed to collect only half a basket, leaving many villagers feeling a sense of loss. Had they discovered the spiny ball tree earlier, they could have harvested all the chestnuts for themselves, selling any excess in town. Yet, they were unwilling to let the Yun family enjoy a monopoly, especially since this was their territory. As the villagers prepared to leave with their baskets of chestnuts, they were halted by Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu. You may leave, but leave your chestnuts behind. Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu, who had done little to aid in the gathering, now sought to claim the fruits of others' labor. Zhao Yukai, Zhao Ergu, you've been too lazy to gather a single chestnut, yet you wish to take what others have collected? How shameless! Zhao Yukai grinned, a look of mockery on his face. I appreciate your hard work in gathering chestnuts for our Zhao family. How about this? You may take half, and we will keep the rest. Chapter 41. The conspiracy of Zhao Yukai exposed. What grounds do you have? You ask what grounds? Simply that these few chestnut trees have grown in my field. Nonsense, where have they grown in your field? This is clearly unclaimed wasteland. Zhao Yukai, with a grin, produced the land deed and declared, this piece of land indeed belongs to our family, let me show you. The villagers, skeptical, crowded around to inspect the deed in Zhao Yukai's hands, and it was evident that he was not deceiving them. The village chief, occupied elsewhere gathering chestnuts, was unaware of the unfolding events. It was only when a villager sought him out that he hurried over. What are you two up to, Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu? Zhao Yukai, hesitant to offend the village chief, quickly replied with a smile, Village chief, I was just about to ask you, though these chestnuts are wild, having grown in our field, does that not make them ours? The village chief hesitated, clearly uncertain about the land's ownership. Upon glancing at the deed handed to him by Zhao Yukai, he confirmed it indeed belonged to the Zhao family. Why don't you cultivate your land properly? Why has it been left to grow wild like this? The village chief, aware of the laziness of the Zhao family, was astonished that they had allowed such fertile land to deteriorate into wasteland. Uncle, it's not that my brother and I are incapable. It is just that there is no one at home to help us with the work. The village chief shot them a skeptical look. How could he possibly believe that? Both of them appeared as robust as oxen, stronger than most. What do you intend to do? Let us do this, village chief. I want to let everyone toil in vain. Let us keep half for the Zhao family and the rest they can take. The villagers erupted in a cacophony of protests, clearly displeased with Zhao Youcai's proposition. If the land were truly theirs, why hadn't they alerted everyone sooner? They had worked hard to gather the chestnuts, only for him to step in and claim a share. The village chief found himself in a dilemma. He too bore some responsibility. Having rung the bell to summon the villagers, he proposed a compromise. Let us divide the chestnuts into 3 parts. You take 1, and they take 2. Would that be acceptable? Before Zhao Youcai could respond, Zhao Ergo interjected. No way, finding food from our Zhao family's land, 1 for us and 2 for them is more reasonable. This declaration ignited further outrage among the villagers. Zhao Ergo, don't overstep. These chestnut trees are wild, whoever picks them is entitled to them. Indeed, us taking 2 and you 1 is already the greatest concession. Since you're not satisfied, we shall give you none. Granny Sun chimed in. If you ask me, this whole mess was stirred up by that brat from the Yun family. He didn't clarify the situation before notifying us to gather chestnuts. Had I known it would be such a hassle in this sweltering heat, not even a couple of silver coins would have tempted me to come. With that, she effectively threw Yun Jiqian under the bus. Lu Shi felt a surge of frustration. Had she known the villagers of Xiling were so petty, she would never have allowed her son to notify the village chief. Cheng Shi spat on the ground. Granny Sun, how shameless can you be? That lad from the Yun family didn't hold a knife to your throat to make you gather chestnuts. You came out of your own desire for gain, and now that you can't profit, you shift the blame onto the Yun family. Your behavior is truly despicable. Most villagers in Xiling were inherently kind-hearted, enjoying harmonious relations with one another, and readily assisting each other in times of need. Cheng Shi was among them. Noticing Lu Shi looking her way, she returned a smile, which Lu Shi reciprocated, marking the first acknowledgement of their previous warmth. Lu Shi was aware of Cheng Shi. They lived next to each other, separated by a fence. She had seen Cheng Shi on occasion, who was always friendly, greeting Lu Shi first, while Lu Shi, not wishing to grow too close to the villagers of Xiling, would feign ignorance. This was the first time Lu Shi responded positively to Cheng Shi's warmth. Cheng Shi was generally well regarded in the village, with many acquaintances. As her word spread, numerous villagers rallied to support her. Yes, Granny Sun, don't speak so shamelessly. You were the quickest to run when there was a chance to gain something. Indeed, how could they be wrong for notifying you? We should be cautious next time. We don't want to end up bitten by Granny Sun's treachery. As Granny Sun sensed the tide turning against her, she opened her mouth to retort but was silenced by the village chief's command. Everyone, be quiet. Granny Sun began to protest but, upon seeing the village chief's displeasure, fell silent. Zhao family, what say you? Does my proposed plan work for you? Zhao Youcai outright refused. Village chief, it's not that we refuse, you know our situation, we're barely scraping by. We're counting on these chestnuts to survive. Zhao Youcai's lament was pitiful. Yun Jiqian, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. Village chief, why not measure the land? If these chestnut trees truly grow on their property, we can discuss it further. The village chief smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. Whether the trees were on Zhao's land could be determined through measurement. One could not simply accept the Zhao family's claim without verification. The village chief regarded Yun Jiqian with newfound appreciation. Indeed, the mind of a scholar was sharper once. He too had been sent to study, but he lacked the aptitude, having only learned a few characters before abandoning his studies. He had heard that the lad from the Yun family was already a young scholar, with hopes of passing the examinations and becoming a scholar himself. If the Yun family remained in Xiling, they would have a scholar among them, an achievement for the village. The village chief grew increasingly fond of Yun Jiqian. That's a good point. I'll summon someone to measure it right away. As the village chief had measuring tools at home, he dispatched a young relative to fetch them. Shortly after, the measuring tool was brought back. Zhao Ergo grew anxious. If it turned out the chestnut trees were not on their land, they wouldn't have gathered any chestnuts that day, leaving them empty-handed. He asked his brother, what should we do? Even Zhao Youcai felt uncertain, but he could not show weakness. Slapping Zhao Ergo on the shoulder, he said, what is there to panic about? However, as the village chief ordered the measurement to proceed, even he felt a twinge of fear. He stepped forward and said, "Village chief, there is no need for such trouble, let us just do it as you suggested, 2 for us and 1 for them." The village chief ignored him and had them continue measuring. Ultimately, the result revealed that the chestnut trees were not on Zhao's land. The land was indeed unclaimed wasteland. The villagers rejoiced at this outcome, their spirits lifted as they looked at Yun Jiqian with newfound respect. Their chance to gather chestnuts today was thanks to him. Some women regarded Yun Jiqian with admiration akin to that of a mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law. "Everyone, disperse," commanded the village chief. The villagers shouldered their sacks of chestnuts, and as they passed by Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu, many spat in disdain. Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu were filled with regret. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would never have been so lazy. Noticing the village chief's unfriendly gaze, the two hurriedly slinked away. Chapter 42. Once again imprisoned in the woodshed. Upon returning to the Yun residence, Yun Jiqian retreated directly to his chamber. Yun Fu, aware of the considerable blow he had suffered, confidently ventured out to sell candied chestnuts, only to find that none had sold, and the earnings were insufficient even to cover the round-trip fare to the town. Lu remarked, "Let your elder brother calm down, we shall encourage him to return to his studies. The business is not as simple as it seems." Yun Fu nodded, though she alone understood that her brother's heart was not inclined towards academia. After a day of turmoil, Yun Fu felt weary and was just about to take a brief nap when Wang Yue arrived. "Yun Fu, am I disturbing you?" Wang Yue had visited twice before and, finding the Yun household deserted, returned again in the afternoon. "Not at all, Sister Yue. Your timing is perfect, I have saved some bird eggs for you." Yun Fu produced the bird eggs her fifth brother had collected the previous day, along with a handful of candied chestnuts. "Here, enjoy." Without hesitation, Wang Yue seized a candied chestnut and began to eat. "These chestnuts are absolutely delightful. How did you prepare them?" Upon tasting one, it seemed as if her taste buds were awakened, her eyes sparkling with delight. "These chestnuts are fragrant and sweet, they are simply exquisite. My father and elder brother also went to pick chestnuts. I must use this method when I return home." Upon learning that the chestnuts were made with sugar, Wang Yue abruptly set aside the vegetables she had been preparing. Sugar was a precious commodity. Not only did her family lack it, but even if they possessed some, it was reserved for her brother, younger siblings, and nephews. She felt unworthy of it. After consuming one chestnut, she refrained from having more and instead opted for a bird egg. "Why aren't you eating more?" "These are all for you," Yun Fu exclaimed. Wang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "All of these are for me?" "Indeed." Wang Yue gazed at the plate of candied chestnuts, each infused with sugar, and felt a swell of emotion. She realized that even her parents had never been this generous towards her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyes grew misty. At the Song residence, since Song Yao was taken into the chamber of Madame Wei, she was provided with the attire and sustenance befitting a legitimate daughter, along with a maidservant to attend to her. Within a few days, Song Yao's health had improved considerably. Although Madame Wei did not lavish her with care as Lu had in her previous life, she did offer occasional inquiries, and life had become relatively comfortable. The only source of discontent was the daily ritual of morning and evening greetings to her mother each dawn. Before she had fully awakened, she was roused by the maidservant for grooming and adornment. She recalled the days in the Yun household, where she could indulge in a deep slumber. Since that day when Song Jingshan had visited Madame Wei, he had not returned. On this particular day, he arrived at the estate accompanied by a woman, who was alluring and graceful, exuding a captivating charm. He summoned Madame Wei. "Madam, this is Lu Pinger, who will henceforth serve as a concubine in this household. As the matriarch of the Song residence, I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity and grace, fostering harmony with Pinger." Madame Wei cast a fleeting glance at Lu Pinger, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Her husband must have been ensnared by this seductress. Any man would be bewitched by her delicate demeanor. Yet, as a woman of official standing, raised with the decorum and principles of a proper lady, she found the behavior of this woman utterly intolerable. Madame Wei seethed internally, feeling that Song Jingshan was attempting to impose his expectations of composure and magnanimity upon her. Lu Pinger stepped forward, performing a slight curtsy. "I extend my greetings to you, madam." Once they had finished their tea, Madame Wei, begrudgingly, ordered Jean Wei, prepare a suitable courtyard for Aunt Lu. Once all arrangements were finalized, Madame Wei returned to Tsuihua courtyard. "Jean Mama, confine Song Yao to the woodshed." "Madam, is such a course of action advisable?" Madame Wei replied coldly, "I initially spared that wretched girl's life, providing her with care in Tsuihua courtyard, only to discover that my husband merely utilized her to placate me while bringing other women into the household. How can I endure this?" Seeing Madame Wei in a fit of anger, Zhang Mama did not dare to offer further counsel. She proceeded to the room where Song Yao resided, yanking her from her bed as she was napping, and unceremoniously casting her into the woodshed. Awakened by the commotion, Song Yao winced in pain, only to see it was Zhang Mama. "You insolent servant, how dare you treat me this way? Do you not fear my reporting this to my father and mother?" Zhang Mama scoffed. "You are in no position to threaten anyone. Look around, do you comprehend where you are?" Still groggy from her abrupt awakening, Song Yao glanced around, and a wave of dread washed over her. She was all too familiar with this place. She had nearly perished from the cold upon her arrival at the Song residence. "Why have you brought me here?" she implored, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Zhang Mama smirked disdainfully. "I am but a dog serving the madame's orders. It is she who has commanded me to bring you here. Enjoy your stay." With that, Zhang Mama exited and locked the door behind her. Song Yao, in disbelief, pounded on the door, unable to fathom why the once kind Madame Wei had so suddenly turned against her. Frustrated and furious, yet powerless, she faced another 3 days of confinement. It was only when Song Jingshan arrived at Suhua courtyard that Madame Wei hurriedly instructed Zhang Mama to bring Song Yao out of the woodshed. "Where is Yaoer? The meal is prepared. Why has she not yet arrived?" "Master, I have already sent Zhang Mama to fetch Yaoer. She will be here shortly." Zhang Mama first took Song Yao to her quarters, where she was groomed and dressed, then warned her, "If you utter a single word in front of the master, beware for your life." Having faced numerous setbacks under Zhang Mama's authority, Song Yao had shed her previous arrogance and quickly acquiesced. Upon entering Madame Wei's chamber, although she felt wronged, she no longer dared to display any sign of defiance. "Greetings to my father and mother. Yaoer, please take a seat." Madame Wei feigned maternal affection as she served food to Song Yao, while Song Jingshan nodded in approval. Song Yao did not dare raise her head. Fear of Madame Wei and Zhang Mama gripped her heart. After the meal, as Song Jingshan prepared to leave, Madame Wei desperately signaled to Song Yao. Quick-witted, she understood that her mother wished for her to retain Song Jingshan as presence. To avoid being cast back into the woodshed, she mustered her courage and said, "Father, could you stay a while longer with me and mother today?" Upon hearing this, Song Jingshan paused, retracting his foot from the threshold. "Very well, I shall remain today." Madame Wei's furrowed brow finally relaxed. She cast a glance at Song Yao, acknowledging her usefulness. Meanwhile, Lu Pinger, residing in Liu Pavilion, shattered a teacup in frustration. She had underestimated Madame Wei. Though Lu Pinger hailed from a prestigious family, her status as a concubine was a bitter pill to swallow. After her family's decline, she had the potential to lead a respectable life in a modest household, but fate led her to encounter Song Jingshan. Aware of his existing wife and several concubines, she felt a sense of conflict, yet Song Jingshan was captivated by her from the moment they met. He promised Lu Pinger that if she bore him a son, he would elevate her status to that of a legitimate wife. He assured her that his marriage to Madame Wei was merely a formality, devoid of genuine affection, and that his true love lay with her, Lu Pinger. Yet, mere days after her arrival, Song Jingshan had sought out Madame Wei. "Doer, go summon the master back, and inform him that I am unwell." Chapter 43. As Song Yao faints, Duo arrived at Suihua residence, only to be stopped at the door by the residents. She shouted, "Master, you must come and see, my lady is ill." Despite her frantic cries, it was not long before Song Jingshan emerged. "What has happened to Pinger?" he inquired. "Master, it is Lady Lu who is unwell. She wishes for you to come." Anxious, Song Jingshan was about to leave when he heard Wei's voice calling out, "Quickly, summon the physician, hurry." It was true, Song Yao had fainted. Feeling embarrassed to leave, Song Jingshan noticed that Duo's eyes lacked urgency, leading him to conclude that Pinger must be feeling jealous seeing him with Wei. A sense of pride welled within him. The proud Lu Pinger had ultimately submitted to his charm. It seemed that his allure had not waned with the years. "Go tell Lady Lu that I will summon the physician shortly to attend to her," he commanded. With no other option, Duer bowed and returned to Lu Yuexian. Seeing Song Jingshan return, Wei felt a surge of joy. Observing Song Yao lying on the bed, she concocted a plan. Dealing with these lowly people would require utilizing Song Yao. At that moment, the physician arrived. After taking Song Yao's pulse, he reassured, "Madam, do not worry, the young lady has merely caught a chill." Wei let out a sigh of relief, though she still felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that the physician might reveal the truth about Song Yao's condition. Having gone 3 days without food, and enduring the cold and hunger in the woodshed, it was evident to the physician that her health was compromised. However, understanding the secretive machinations of the women in the inner chamber, he chose to withhold the truth to avoid trouble. Noticing Wei's anxious demeanor, Song Jingshan refrained from reprimanding her further. The physician imparted a few more instructions before departing for Lu Yuexian as per Song Jingshan's directive. Upon seeing Duo return alone, Lu Pinger immediately grasped the outcome. "My lady, do not be upset. The master did not neglect to visit Lu Yuexian, he is merely concerned for the young lady's health. Young lady? Lu Ping'er frowned, having never heard Song Jingshan mention an heir in the Song household. Indeed, my lady, the young lady was adopted by the master a few days ago. She is not his biological child. Upon hearing Duor's explanation, Lu Ping'er's expression softened considerably. At that moment, a servant announced that the physician had arrived. Just as Duor intended to dismiss him, Lu Ping'er interjected, "Let him in. It is fortuitous that he can also examine me to see when I might conceive." Yes. Duor ushered the physician into the room and then stood aside. "Your health appears robust. It is only a matter of time before you conceive," the physician remarked, pleasing Lu Ping'er, who instructed Duor to reward him. "Thank you, madam." The address of madam further endeared the physician to Lu Ping'er. "Just wait and see. Once I bear a son, the position of madam will inevitably be mine, as promised by the master. That barren old hen, Wei, will surely wish to contest with me then, humph." The following morning, Song Jingshan departed only when it was time to report for duty. Upon awakening, Song Yao found Wei seated by her bedside and Zhang Mama kneeling on the floor. "Mother! Yaoer, how do you feel? It is all my fault for not taking better care of you, allowing the servants to take advantage," Wei lamented, wiping away her tears. Seeing Wei's sorrowful countenance eased Song Yao's heart somewhat, she pointed weakly at Zhang Mama on the floor, saying, "Mother, it was that old woman, she confined me to the woodshed." Wei's face darkened with anger as she pointed at Zhang Mama, coldly declaring, "You wretched servant, how dare you mistreat your master? You shall be punished to contemplate your actions in isolation for 3 days, began." Terrified, Zhang Mama hurriedly bowed and retreated. Song Yao gazed at Wei with dissatisfaction. Shouldn't Zhang Mama be punished more severely? Wei seemed to sense Song Yao's thoughts and, after wiping her tears again, gently urged, "Yaoer, Zhang Mama is my dowry servant. She has cared for me since my youth. Considering her years of service, even without merit, she has endured hardship. She acted foolishly in a moment of weakness, and having punished her, I implore you to show leniency for my sake." With the conversation having reached this point, Song Yao dared not protest further. "Very well, mother." She feigned compliance, genuinely fearful of being confined to the woodshed again. That day, once classes were dismissed, Yun Jilin mysteriously beckoned Yun Fu, whispering something in her ear that she could not discern. Yun Fu's eyes lit up as she asked, "Is it true, fifth brother? Will you go?" Yun Jilin inquired. Without hesitation, Yun Fu replied, "I will go." "Then do not tell father, mother, or eldest brother." "Rest assured, fifth brother, I won't mention it to father, mother, or eldest brother." Just as they intended to set off, Yun Zhizhang popped his head in, asking, "What are you two up to?" "Second brother, we are not doing anything," they replied hurriedly, with Yun Jilin signaling to Yun Fu. In response, Yun Fu quickly added, yes, second brother, fifth brother said he would take me out to play, nothing more." Lu, hearing the children's voices, called from inside, "Go ahead, let your fifth brother take you for a stroll nearby. Do not wander too far." The villagers were unfamiliar, and her daughter lacked good friends. Aside from Wang Yue occasionally visiting, her daughter usually stayed cooped up at home, prompting Lu to feel some concern. Children are naturally playful, and she could not stifle that spirit. "Yes, mother, I will not lead my sister far," Yun Jilin assured as he took Yun Fu's hand and led her outside. Observing their departing figures, Yun Zhizhang felt a sense of foreboding. He suspected they were up to no good. What schemes could that little fifth brother concoct? Ever since he started school in the past few years, with father, mother, and eldest brother supervising him, he has gradually learned to behave. "Brother, I can't walk anymore," Yun Fu panted. "Just a little longer." "We are almost there," Yun Jilin replied. "You are deceiving me, you have said almost there several times, yet we are still not there." Yun Fu had never walked such a distance. Even when going to town, she always rode in a donkey cart. Noticing his sister truly struggling, Yun Jilin knelt down and offered, "I will carry you." Chapter 44. Plucking plums. Yun Fu unceremoniously perched herself on Yun Jili's back, eager to ascertain the softness of the future monarch's physique. Cautiously, Yun Jili stood up, mindful of the possibility of her falling, and advised, "Sister, hold tightly to my neck." This marked the second time Yun Fu found herself riding on a man's back. The first being her father, Yun Zhengqing, and the second, her elder brother. Her elder brother was not quite a man yet, he was still merely a boy. Noticing that her sister was merely gripping his shoulders, Yun Jili took off running, prompting Yun Fu to clutch his neck in fear of tumbling down. Sensing her secure hold, a faint smile graced Yun Jili's lips. The sensation of having a sister felt quite delightful. "Are you tired, brother? Perhaps I should get down," she remarked as she observed him panting heavily. "I am a man. What is there to fear from a little fatigue? You weigh but a few pounds, Yunjili retorted, unwilling to admit his exhaustion. After traversing for what felt like the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, Yunfu noticed someone waving to her brother. Lifting her gaze, she saw two youths standing at the road's end, seemingly of similar age to her brother. Their attire, though not of the finest quality, was certainly above average, suggesting they were not children from the countryside. Surely, these two must be her brother's classmates. Ji Yuqing Yuan and Zhang Xiai had also spotted Yunfu on Yunjili's back, and with curiosity, inquired, "Yunjili, who is she?" "Apologies for the wait." "This is my sister, Yunfu," he replied. Ji Yuqing Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, you are Yunfu, I've heard much about you." "Have you heard of me?" Yunfu asked, surprised. Ji Yuqing Yuan explained, "Your elder brother speaks of you often." "That purse, you embroidered it, did you not? I wish to see it, but he has been rather stingy." Understanding dawned upon Yunfu. Her brother indeed held her in high regard. "Ah, the purse? He did insist I create one for him, and I told him it was only for home use, to which he agreed." The thought of her brother showcasing the crumpled purse she had stitched in front of his classmates filled her with embarrassment. "Not at all," Yunjili shot an annoyed glance at Gu Cheng Yuan. "What a loquacious fellow you are." Gu Cheng Yuan shrank back, promptly silencing himself. Feeling somewhat bashful, Yunfu, still clinging to her brother's back, attempted to dismount. Yunjili gently set her down and introduced her. "These are my classmates, Gu Cheng Yuan and Zhang Xiai." Yunfu's heart raced, for she was all too familiar with their names. They were once pivotal figures in her brother's past life within the court. How remarkable to see Gu Cheng Yuan and Zhang Xiai as children. Although her previous life had confined her to the grand estate, she had still heard tales of their reputations. It was said they held themselves in high esteem at court, granting no favors to anyone but the reigning monarch, her brother. They undertook tasks her brother could not, voicing sentiments he could not express. She recalled that Gu Cheng Yuan was the illegitimate son of Minister Gu, neglected due to an ill-omened birth date, left to fend for himself in the countryside. In contrast, Zhang Xiai had risen through sheer determination to be recognized and appointed as a flower champion by the current emperor, eventually ascending to the court. Meeting Zhang Xiai today, she confirmed he had an extraordinary appearance even in childhood. "Yun family sister, we are your brother's friends, so you shall be our sister as well," Gu Cheng Yuan declared. Zhang Xiai nodded in agreement. Yunfu found the notion appealing. With two esteemed older brothers before her, it was hard not to feel enamored. "Greetings, esteemed brothers," she said obediently. Seeing her so compliant, Gu Cheng Yuan could not resist the urge to reach out and pat her head. How delightful it would be if she were his sister. However, before he could touch her, Yunjili swatted his hand away. "You dare presume to act like her brother? You should return home and ask your mother for a sister instead." He had never even dared to pat his own sister's head. Calling him brother was already a great honor, yet this audacious fellow thought he could lay claim to her affection. Yunjili shot Gu Cheng Yuan a glare, vexed by yet another rival for his sister's attention. Had he known, he would have left her at home. Ji Yuqing Yuan pouted, feeling wronged. What a miser! Meanwhile, Zhang Xiai wore a subtle smile, clearly amused by the unfolding drama. He had a sister of his own, a mischievous one who was more troublesome than any boy. "Qing Yuan, if you desire a sister so much, why not make Zhang Wan Yin your sister instead?" Zhang Xiai suggested teasingly. As soon as Gu Qing Yuan heard Zhang Wan Yin's name, he hastily waved his hands. No, that is your sister, you should keep her." "Very well, you refuse my sister but wish to covet another's precious sister," Zhang Xiai said with a chuckle. "Let us be off," he concluded. Yunfu accompanied the three as they strolled forward, eventually halting at a plum orchard. She gazed upward, marveling at the numerous plum trees adorned with exquisite, translucent fruits, though most were still unripe, displaying hints of green. The plums of the capital were renowned for their exquisite taste, and the dried plums turned into sweet treats were even more delectable. In her past life, Yunfu had been confined within the grand estate, managing to plant but 2 plum trees in this back garden, only for them to be uprooted by young Master Xiao, who deemed them as common as peach blossoms, declaring that any family of taste would not cultivate such trees. Helplessly, she had conceded to his whims. "This plum grove must belong to someone," Yunfu remarked. Such a vast expanse of plums could not possibly be wild, especially given the size of the fruits, which clearly indicated careful cultivation. Gu Cheng Yuan puffed out his chest, asserting, "We have been here many times and have never encountered anyone. It must be unclaimed." As the three ventured deeper into the plum grove, Yunfu could not resist following. Eyeing the plums on the trees, she felt a pang of desire. "Wait, I shall fetch you some plums to eat," Yunjili announced, climbing up one of the trees. He soon plucked a vibrant red and purple plum and tossed it to Yunfu. She quickly reached out to catch it, inhaling its fragrant aroma, and could not help but take a bite. "So sour," she exclaimed, covering her mouth, nearly losing her teeth to the tartness. "Foolish sister, those plums must be allowed to soften before eating," Yunjili chuckled. He then produced a cloth bag, gathering more plums from the tree. Seeing Yunjili's actions, Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi also ascended another tree to pick plums. With all three of them climbing, Yunfu felt compelled to experience the thrill of tree climbing herself. Mimicking her brother's technique, she began to scale the tree. However, after a few attempts, she fell down, prompting Yunjili to laugh. "What is a girl doing climbing trees? Just wait down there." Undeterred, Yunfu changed her approach and clung tightly to the tree, attempting to ascend once more. After another fall, Yunjili shook his head, leaping down to personally instruct her on climbing. "Grip here, push off with your feet here, and use your legs to propel yourself upward." Unbeknownst to them, hidden amidst the foliage of another tree, a pair of curious eyes watched the four with keen interest. Chapter 45. You are qualified to be my friend. Under the guidance of Yunjili, Yunfu climbed the tree, though her hands bore the marks of blood from the rough bark. Standing atop the tree, she felt a surge of pride. Observing her, Yunjili expressed his concern. "I told you not to climb, yet you insisted. Does it hurt?" He retrieved a handkerchief, intending to bandage her wounds, but Yunfu declined, saying, "Fifth brother, I'm fine. You should be careful as well." "Very well, then take care of yourself," he replied. With one hand gripping the trunk, Yunfu reached out to pluck plums. Spotting a large, vibrant red plum, she couldn't resist picking it and offering it to Yunjili. He placed the plum into the cloth bag he had prepared earlier. This was her first experience of climbing trees and harvesting fruit after being confined within the grand estate in her previous life. Yunfu noticed a particularly large plum, deep purple and ripe for the picking. She reached out with one hand while clinging to the branch with the other, stretching on her toes to grasp the tempting fruit. "Almost there, just a little more," she thought, as she lifted herself higher. Just as she was filled with joy at the prospect of plucking the plum, her legs suddenly gave way, and she felt herself plummeting from the tree. "Sister!" The Yun family's sister called out the three onlookers in alarm. Yunjili instinctively reached for Yunfu's arm, but it was too late. Ji Qingyuan and Jiang Xi could only watch with bated breath as Yunfu seemed destined to fall, her face destined to be marred, her body injured. At that moment, a whip suddenly lashed out, ensnaring Yunfu securely, allowing her to descend gently to the ground, unharmed and without the expected injuries. Yunjili, Gu Qingyuan, and Jiang Xi all exhaled in relief, realizing that they were not alone in the plum grove. They had been so engrossed in their conversation that they had failed to notice another presence in the trees. A girl, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in garments befitting a child of privilege, was perched nearby. She exuded an air of confidence, evident in her adept handling of the whip, suggesting she had trained in martial arts from a young age. Yunfu, initially thinking that the plum had struck her leg, turned to the girl who had fortuitously saved her and, mimicking the demeanor of a wandering hero, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, thank you." The girl giggled and leaped down from the tree, declaring, "You are truly amusing. I like you. I hereby announce that you are qualified to be my good friend, Chang Qing, and from now on, you shall be my sister." Her tone was decidedly haughty. Yunfu thought to herself, another child spoiled by her family. Just then, Yunjili descended from the tree, inspecting Yunfu for any injuries. Satisfied that she bore no marks, he took her hand and said, "Ignore her." As he plucked plums, he kept a vigilant eye on his sister. He had clearly seen a plum thrown moments ago, which had struck his sister's calf, causing her to tumble. Fortunately, she had escaped injury, otherwise, he would not have let this matter rest. Chang Qing's tone irked Yunjili. His sister was far too good for someone like her. Seeing Yunfu being led away by that bothersome boy, Chang Qing called out, "Hey! It was I who saved your sister, how unreasonable." Yunjili was furious. He had witnessed everything and could not believe her audacity to lie. As he led Yunfu away, she turned and waved at Chang Qing, intrigued by the girl. The name sounded familiar. She was certain she had heard it in her past life, yet could not recall where. What she could ascertain was that while the girl was arrogant, she was not impolite, and moreover, she had saved her. Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi exchanged glances with Chang Qing before following the siblings. Chang Qing felt a pang of disappointment. All she sought was a friend. Why did these people seem to dislike her? In the capital, the ladies often labeled her a mad girl, forbidding their daughters from associating with her for fear of bad influence, yet, she had no desire to play with such weepy, delicate misses. They were far too dull. When Chang Qing first encountered Yunfu in the plum grove, she had initially dismissed her as just another fragile girl, shielded by 3 boys. Yet, upon witnessing Yunfu scale the tree and overhearing their conversation, she noted how the girl's hands were nearly raw from climbing, and she had not shed a tear, even refusing her brother's help. From that moment, Chang Qing had been observing Yunfu. Noticing that Yunfu, like herself, had not bound her feet, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, she had found another girl like herself, one who had not undergone foot binding. Judging by her brother's attire, they seemed to belong to a scholarly family. This gave her the confidence to counter her mother's assertion that no good family daughter escapes foot binding. It was then that she decided to tease the girl, tossing a plum in her direction. She had not intended for Yunfu to get hurt, but it seemed the girl's brother was not pleased, pulling her away. Yes, I have it, she thought, whistling sharply and calling out, Huang Er. A large, snow-white dog bounded toward her, its fur thick and shining, save for a tuft of yellow on its ears. Chang Cheng pointed in the direction the four had departed, exclaiming, thieves have entered the grove, did you not hear, you lazy creature? Huang Er circled around Chang Cheng, nudging her leg with its head, seeming to express its grievance. Didn't you tell me to be good and not act as a guard dog? She kicked Huang Er playfully, saying, why aren't you off chasing them? Those people are thieves, stealing our plums. Huang Er appeared to understand, casting a glance at Chang Cheng as if to say, you're the one who ordered me to chase them. You can't scold me later. With that, it took off swiftly in pursuit of Yunfu and her companions. Chang Cheng's lips curled into a smile as she strode forward, following Huang Er. The plum grove was somewhat deep, and as Yun Jili led Yunfu onward, he recounted the dangers of the world. Before they could exit the grove, the four suddenly heard barking. The dog had circled in front of them, barking wildly. Upon seeing the size of the dog, their faces turned pale. Where had such a large dog come from? Gu Qingyuan remarked. We have visited this grove many times, yet we have never encountered this dog before. Why is there a dog in the grove today? Yun Jili scoffed, it must belong to that person in the woods. He picked up a branch from the ground, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunfu as he advanced toward the dog, but its barking only grew louder. The dog stood a mere meter away, barking at them yet not advancing to bite. However, it was blocking their path to the exit, compelling them to move forward. Yun Jili, realizing his sister might be frightened, reassured her, do not fear, sister. I will protect you. But when he looked down, he found the wild dog was now nuzzling against Yunfu's legs, and she was reaching out to pet it. Jun Jili, Gu Changyuan, and Jiang Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't it said that girls feared dogs? Why was Yunfu not afraid? This dog is truly adorable, Yunfu said. Chapter 46. They do not like me either, do they? Do not touch, little sister. Be cautious, it may bite you, Jun Jili shouted. Huang Er rolled his eyes, a glimmer of derision evident in his gaze. Yun Jili seemed to comprehend, feeling a surge of indignation at being scorned by a mere dog. Fifth brother, this dog does not bite. Look how well behaved it is. Yet, there was another person seething with anger. Chang Cheng got as she caught up with Huang Er. She noticed him shamelessly rubbing against the girl, devoid of any sense of decorum. Earlier, she had overheard their conversation. The girl's name appeared to be Yunfu, a rather pleasant name. Upon seeing Chang Cheng approach, Huang Er eagerly ran to her, as if to boast, I have kept them all at bay. Praise me. In response, Chang Cheng kicked at Huang Er, exclaiming, what a foolish dog. She wished to explain herself, but Jun Jili would not grant her that opportunity, taking Yunfu by the hand and walking away. Chang Cheng watched as the four of them moved further away, her mouth agape. Unsure of how to express herself, she recognized that the incident today had been her fault, nearly causing the girl harm, yet she had also come to her rescue. Lowering her gaze, she self-mockingly murmured, Huang Er, they do not like me either, do they? Huang Er wagged his tail, looking at Chang Cheng with a bewildered expression, as if he were both answering her and remaining silent. As they reached the intersection, Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi bid farewell to the pair. Parting ways towards Stone Bridge Town, Jun Jili reiterated his instruction for Yunfu to steer clear of that troublesome boy from Lilin. Little brother, if I am not mistaken, this apricot grove may belong to her family. Yun Jili paused, evidently taken aback by this revelation. Yunfu pointed to the plums in Yun Jili's hand, saying, Fifth brother, look at these plums, they are large and red, clearly not wild, only those cultivated at home, tended to with care and watered, would bear such fruit. To take what is not yours is unjust, he pondered, recalling how their parents had instilled in them the principle of not appropriating what does not belong to them. Yet today, he had plucked someone else's plums without offering them a courteous demeanor. Noticing the look of guilt on his face, Yunfu added, Fifth brother, we did not know that the plum grove had an owner. We can offer her money for what we took. Yun Jili raised his gaze, questioning, is that permissible? Of course, she replied confidently. Yunfu produced some silver coins, a sum given to her by Yun Zhengqing previously. This weighs about a pound, roughly 10 won. Yun Jili accepted the coins, affirming, very well. Yunfu did not dwell on the incident of the plums, while Yun Jili, Gu Qingyuan, and Jiang Xi returned to the plum grove the following day. This time, they did not encounter Chang Cheng among the trees. After calling out several times with no response, they left the 10-won coin hanging on the branch of the plum tree they had picked from, along with a pre-written apology note tucked inside. Regardless of whether Chang Ching saw the money, they felt at peace in their hearts. In the ensuing days, Wang Yuer often visited Yun Fu for companionship. From her, Yun Fu learned that two families in the village relied on hunting for their livelihood. After ascertaining their whereabouts, Yun Fu resolved to visit them, feeling it inappropriate to go alone, and thus insisted on bringing her elder brother alone. Yun Jiqian, having ceased his street vending of candied chestnuts the day after, continued to work odd jobs in town. Yun Fu awaited his return at the door, and he arrived just as dusk approached. Upon learning of his sister's intention to visit the hunters, he inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do at the hunter's home?" "I wish to inquire about where I might find saltpeter." "What do you need saltpeter for?" "I have my reasons." "Brother, would you accompany me?" Unable to refuse his sister, Yun Jiqian agreed to take her. Following the address provided by Wang Yuer along the way, they stopped two villagers to ask for directions, finally locating the home of Hunter Zhao. Hunter Zhao was familiar with the Yun family, not only from the previous incident involving Granny Sun but also from the chestnut-picking excursion. Though he made his living through hunting, his large family often faced food scarcity. The few chestnuts he had brought back, while not abundant, would suffice for several meals for his family. Upon learning that the Yun siblings had come to borrow saltpeter, he immediately produced a small quantity without hesitation. "How much do you want, Uncle Joe?" "I will pay for it." "Pay for what? This stuff is found in abundance on the mountain. It is hardly worth anything. Take it if you need it." If it were not for his own hunting needs, his household would not even possess such items. Hearing that there was plenty on the mountain, Yun Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true, Uncle Zhao? Are there many? Can you show us where to find it? Could you take us along next time?" Hunter Zhao, having a favorable impression of the Yun family, readily agreed. "What is this?" "Since you call me Uncle Zhao, feel free to come to me whenever you need anything." "Thank you so much, Uncle Zhao." Yun Fu was nearly overwhelmed with gratitude. With the saltpeter in hand, she envisioned the silver coins flowing into her possession. On their way home, Yun Jiqian asked, "How did you know that Hunter Zhao had saltpeter?" "Brother, it is common knowledge that hunters require such things. Did you not know?" Yun Jiqian shook his head, genuinely unaware. Yun Fu had assumed this was common knowledge, something a scholar should know, only to discover that her brother was oblivious. "I merely overheard someone mention it." Yun Fu fabricated an explanation, successfully deceiving Yun Jiqian. He cast a skeptical glance at her, wondering how it seemed his younger sister possessed more knowledge than he did. "What do you intend to do with this saltpeter?" "I have my own purposes, brother." "Do you wish to make some money? If so, come to my room tonight, and I shall show you something intriguing." Mention of profit piqued Yun Jiqian's interest. "Really? Can't you tell me now?" As they reached their doorstep, Yun Fu gestured for silence. "Shoo. This is our little secret, do not tell anyone." Yun Jiqian found himself tantalized by his sister's enigmatic words. What scheme had she concocted now? She claimed that using saltpeter could lead to profits. Where had she gleaned such peculiar knowledge? Chapter 47. Yun Jilan harvests medicinal herbs. Upon returning home, all the Yun brothers had gathered. Upon seeing Yun Jiqian enter, Yun Jizhang exclaimed, "Elder brother, this is for you." Yun Jiqian accepted the offering, and upon noticing the substantial amount, he inquired with curiosity, "Where did you acquire such a sum? Did you not fail to sell those candied chestnuts?" "Our mother mentioned that the leftovers were too many to consume and might spoil over time, so she suggested we share them with our classmates. A few days ago, we took some to the academy, intending to gift them to our close friends. Surprisingly, they all praised the taste and expressed a desire to purchase them for their families. As you know, the scholars in town are not lacking in funds. Once they sampled the chestnuts, they inquired about where they could buy more. I informed them that they were made by Mother and you, and they immediately asked if I could sell them some. I told them the price was 21 per jean, and upon hearing such a reasonable rate, they all flocked to buy from me." Yun Jiqian stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his younger brothers had managed to sell so many when he had not sold a single one during his day of vending. "Second brother, you truly are impressive." Yun Fu lauded. Seeing his sister's praise, Yun Zhizhang beamed with delight, his smile nearly reaching his ears. "Is that so? Then tell me, which of our 5 brothers is the most capable?" This left Yun Fu in a quandary, as she wished to avoid offending anyone. "All 5 brothers are remarkable." Yun Zhizhang retorted, "That response is rather evasive. Quickly declare that second brother is the most talented." With the other brothers casting expectant gazes her way, Yun Fu dared not voice an opinion. "Mother, I am hungry. Is the meal ready?" In the kitchen, Lu Shi responded promptly to Yun Fu's call. "Are you hungry, my dear?" "Just a moment, the food will be ready shortly." At that moment, Yun Jingqing entered the room, admonishing, "Second, do not bully your sister." Yun Zhijiang merely scoffed. Lu Shi then emerged from the kitchen, and Yun Jiqian handed the money to her, saying, "Mother, you are the head of our family. This money belongs to you." Lu Shi, having overheard her children's conversation, cheerfully accepted the half-bag of coins and tucked it away. This time, Yun Jilan also produced a small amount of silver and attempted to hand it to Lu Shi, saying, "Mother, this is for you." Lu Shi declined. Where did this money come from? The joy Lu Shi felt at the money from Yun Zhijiang was matched by her concern over Yun Jilan's offering. Yun Zhijiang inquired, "Fourth brother, what is the origin of this money? The deposits for the chestnuts from the academy were all given to me. You haven't taken this unlawfully, have you? Even if our family is in need, you must not resort to such actions." He had sensed something unusual about his fourth brother lately, who had taken to wandering off alone. During lunch, he had gone out without revealing his destination. As soon as Yun Zhijiang finished speaking, Lu Shi's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Fourth, quickly explain what is happening." Seeing their father's intent to reprimand him, and the disapproving looks from his brothers, Yun Jilan hesitated, suddenly reluctant to explain. It dawned on him that his family viewed him with suspicion. "Second brother, do not wrongfully accuse fourth brother, he earned that silver by selling medicinal herbs," Yun Fu interjected, clarifying the situation. Yun Jilan glanced at her, his gaze laden with complexity. To his surprise, it was his least favorite sister who stood up for him amidst the doubt cast by everyone else, revealing her understanding of his endeavors. "Medicinal herbs?" Yun Zhijiang echoed, bewildered. "Indeed, second brother. It was those wild herbs we foraged together a few days ago. Fourth brother brought them back." Yun Fu recounted. She remembered how, in a previous life, Yun Jilan had mysteriously vanished, and the family had searched for him in vain, perhaps due to the heartbreak they suffered. It was only after their parents' demise that he reappeared, having become a renowned healer skilled in both medicine and poison. A moment of silence enveloped the room as Yun Zhijiang realized he had misjudged his younger brother, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. "I apologize, fourth brother. It was my failure to inquire thoroughly that led to my unfounded accusations." Lu Shi felt even more remorseful, saying, "You should have explained things to me, dear child. Had it not been for your sister, I would have wrongly blamed you today." Yun Zhiqian added, "Fourth brother, forgive me. It was my lack of trust that prevented me from defending you." Without uttering a word, Yun Jilan pressed the silver into Lu Shi's hands. Lu Shi held the money, her expression one of shame. Yun Jingqing remarked, "Enough of this misunderstanding. Our fourth brother has truly made progress, learning to identify medicinal herbs and earning money for the family. You all ought to take a leaf from his book and ease your parents' burdens." The brothers nodded in agreement. Yun Jingqing's affirmation brought Yun Jilan a sense of relief, and he cast a grateful glance at Yun Fu. The scene did not escape Yun Jingqing's notice, who, while admiring Yun Fu, also felt a newfound appreciation for her. After dinner, Yun Jiqian visited Yun Fu's room. He found 2 basins of water on the floor, one large and one small. "For, you cannot possibly be referring to these 2 basins of water as the good things you spoke of?" He instinctively overlooked the basins, scanning the room for anything of interest. "Elder brother, just wait a moment. I will perform a little trick for you." Yun Fu then took some nitrate and placed it into the larger basin, setting the smaller basin afloat within it. Before long, a reaction occurred, and white smoke began to billow from the basin as the water in the smaller basin froze. Yun Zhiqian's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. This is incredible, it actually froze." He stared intently at the basin, unable to fathom how ice could form when the weather was still warm. "Elder brother, what do you think? By next summer, we could use this method to create refreshing cold drinks to sell." It then dawned on Yun Jiqian that his 6-year-old sister had managed to produce ice right before his eyes. Was it possible that Fu was a celestial being capable of such feats? It is worth noting that during this time, ice was a rarity in most households. Only the wealthy would store ice in their cellars during winter for use in summer. Some merchants specialized in selling ice, offering the previous winter's stock at exorbitant prices that most families could not afford. Consequently, the ice served in taverns was quite costly, and while affluent families might concoct some fragrant beverages, the common folk were fortunate to enjoy a cup of chilled tea. Chapter 48. Let us open a shop. Upon hearing Yun Fu mention that the saltpeter could be reused and that the cost of producing ice would be minimal, the prospect of selling cold beverages struck them as a lucrative venture. However, the thought that others might discover Fu's ability to make ice filled Yun Jiqian with trepidation for her safety. Contemplating this, he inquired, "How did you come to learn the art of ice making?" "Brother, I dreamt about it last night," Yun Fu replied innocently. Yun Shiqian cast a skeptical glance at his sister, but seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he chose to believe her. After all, she was merely 6 years old, an age at which deception seemed unlikely. Furthermore, he had sensed that his sister possessed a certain fortune of her own lately. "For, my dear, this matter must remain between us, do not speak of it to anyone else, understood? If those nefarious individuals were to learn of your talent, they might abduct you and extract the secrets of ice making from you, ultimately leading to your demise. You would never again see our parents or me." He spoke in a tone that mingled coaxing with a hint of intimidation. Yun Fu obediently nodded in understanding. While Yun Shiqian was filled with worry, he also felt a surge of excitement. With this newfound method of making ice, he began to ponder the possibilities of turning it into a profitable business. A plethora of money-making ideas danced in his mind, envisioning streams of silver flowing toward him. "Brother, why don't we consider opening a shop in the town next year?" Yun Fu proposed. "A shop?" Yun Shiqian echoed in surprise, looking at her incredulously. "Yes, dear brother. Trust me, if we open a shop to sell cold drinks and also offer candied chestnuts, we are certain to make a fortune." Yun Shiqian hesitated momentarily. "But sister, I am capable of creating a few ice beverages. Tomorrow, we can venture to the town to procure the necessary ingredients, and I shall prepare some for you to taste." Her words astonished him. He had never contemplated the idea of opening a shop, yet here was his 6-year-old sister, brimming with ambition that surpassed his own. They possessed 180 taels of silver, sufficient for establishing a shop, but he had no prior experience in business and thus lacked confidence in such an endeavor. "Did you learn this in your dream as well?" he queried. "Indeed, brother," Yun Fu replied, unwavering in her conviction. Since he had already provided her with a plausible excuse, she felt no need to elaborate further. She was aware that her previous life had seen her run a thriving cold drink shop in the capital, which had attracted numerous imitators, though they ultimately failed due to the exorbitant costs of ice. Seeing the confidence radiating from his 6-year-old sister, Yun Shiqian felt his own confidence swell. Perhaps they should take the plunge and invest that 180 taels, testing the waters. If they were to incur losses, he would accept his fate. Conversely, if they succeeded, it could herald a transformative opportunity for the Yun family, alleviating their parents' burdens. After all, this silver was earned by his sister. What right had he to object? The two deliberated for quite some time in their room before Yun Shiqian finally stepped out. He had never imagined that at the age of 16, he would be discussing the opening of a shop alongside his 6-year-old sister. Despite her tender age, their conversations bore no semblance of a generational gap. If one disregarded her appearance and voice, he could easily believe she was 16 as well. Their discussions also brought forth the necessity of excavating an underground ice cellar to maintain discretion, as well as reinforcing the walls of their home. The existing fence provided little sense of security, allowing passers-by to gaze into their yard. Gazing at the ice basin within the room, Yun Fu smiled, filled with anticipation. With her brother by her side, she believed their business would flourish even more than in her past life. She longed for the day they returned to the capital, pondering whether her elder sister would regret her choices and considering who might save Tang Xin in this life. Should anyone discover her abilities, how would she respond? She felt a burgeoning eagerness to witness their reactions. As time flew by, over half a year passed, and Yun Fu turned 7, ushering in the summer season. During this time, Yun Shiqian juggled part-time work to support the family while continuing his studies, all the while teaching Yun Fu the fundamentals of literacy. Gradually, she became more integrated into the Yun household. Whenever he found the opportunity, Yun Shiqian would craft adobe bricks. Once the adobe walls were constructed, they excavated an ice cellar. The purpose of the cellar was to divert attention. In reality, it would remain unused to prevent others from discovering the Yun family's inexhaustible supply of ice, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions. By storing some ice in the cellar, they could later claim it was a pre-existing cellar filled with ice harvested during winter. After a hearty breakfast one morning, Yun Shiqian and Yun Fu sought an excuse to venture to the town. Accompanied by Lu Shi, they intended to purchase materials for their cold drinks while also scouting for potential shops. The main thoroughfares of Shiqiao town consisted of only 2 streets, East Street and West Street. After exploring both streets, they unanimously agreed that West Street was far more bustling, leading them to decide that it would be the ideal location for their shop. Remembering a certain establishment on West Street, Yun Shiqian proposed they inquire about any available shops or those up for transfer. They entered the establishment, where a middle-aged man approached them with a beaming smile. "May I assist you, young ones?" He scrutinized Yun Shiqian and Yun Fu, his expression revealing a blend of curiosity and calculation. The boy appeared youthful yet learned, while the girl, though just a child, bore an air of potential. The man, sensing an opportunity, considered how he might take advantage of their naivety. "Uncle, we wish to open a shop on West Street and would like to know if you have any available or transfer-worthy shops," Yun Shiqian stated. The middle-aged man, initially surprised by their inquiry, welcomed them inside with alacrity. "It seems I misjudged your intentions. Please, have a seat, and allow me to pour you some tea." He proceeded to share that several shops had recently become available for transfer, inviting them to peruse the options. As he flipped through a ledger, he presented various establishments that were struggling due to the sweltering heat of the season, leading many to seek new proprietors. After his introduction, the man studied Yun Jiqian's expression, asking, "Have you found a shop that piques your interest?" To his surprise, Yun Jiqian turned to Yun Fu and asked, "Sister, which one do you prefer?" The man regarded Yun Fu with a mixture of confusion and skepticism. What could such a young child possibly understand about this matter? Chapter 49. A promising shop. I find the shop adjacent to Qianwei Lu quite appealing. It seems to be a thriving business. Indeed, it is a bustling establishment, yet the overwhelming popularity of Qianwei Lu appears to have drained the surrounding shops of their fortune. The few shops that are in close proximity to Qianwei Lu are struggling, as evidenced by the fact that this particular shop has changed owners multiple times, yet none have managed to make it succeed, ultimately leaving in disarray. Currently, it has remained vacant for 2 months, prompting the landlord to contemplate selling the property. Word has spread throughout the town, suggesting that the two individuals are either newcomers or inexperienced in business. Anticipating their potential change of heart, the young man cheerfully interjected, "You are absolutely right, this shop is indeed a prime location, right next to the bustling Qianwei Lu, where any venture is bound to be profitable. Please wait a moment, I have the keys to the shop and will fetch them so you can take a look." Yun Jiqian replied, "Let us not rush, we would like to return home and discuss this with our family before making any decisions." He was uneasy, as his sister had yet to prepare the cold beverages. If she were merely jesting and they secured the shop, but the beverage stall never opened, they would incur significant losses. However, the young man was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away and insisted, "This prime location is highly sought after, and many have already expressed interest. Are you truly not going to take a look? If you return tomorrow, the shop may very well be gone." He observed their expressions, sensing that if they were interested, they could leave a small deposit to hold the shop. The young man, not easily dissuaded, pressed on, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." Yun Jiqian was also fond of the shop. A mere glance would suffice, especially since the young man mentioned they could leave a deposit to reserve it for 7 days. If it truly was a thriving establishment, he did not wish to miss out. Despite it being his first venture into business, he understood that such promising locations were rare. The young man retrieved the keys and led them inside, saying as they walked, "Are you two looking to purchase a shop?" "Rent," Yun Jiqian corrected him. "The landlord intends to move to the capital and is considering selling the property, so there may be some flexibility in the pricing." Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu exchanged glances, and Yun Jiqian replied, "Sir, we would prefer to rent first. Let us see the premises before discussing further." Given the shop's proximity to Qianwei Lu, the price would likely be steep, and with only 180 taels in hand, purchasing it outright would be impossible. Moreover, once they acquired the shop, renovations would be necessary for the walls, and they would need tables, chairs, and various supplies, which would incur additional costs. The prospect of buying a shop could only be considered later. The young man felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he accepted the rental option, believing it would satisfy the landlord. Still, he hoped the siblings would ultimately decide to buy. Not wanting to overwhelm them with words, he refrained from pushing further, fearing they might grow impatient and seek alternatives. After a brief walk, they arrived at the shop outside Qianqi Lu. Yun Fu immediately noticed that the neighboring shop was locked. She asked, "Sir, what type of business was previously conducted in this shop?" As the young man fumbled with the keys, he replied, "This shop was once a tea house." Immediately regretting his admission, he quickly added, "They were doing quite well but moved from Shichao town to the capital for greater opportunities, so there is no loss in this shop closing. People always aspire for higher grounds, right?" Yun Fu nodded, perceiving the young man's deception but choosing not to expose it. While the tea house may have thrived, its location next to Qianqi Lu was ill-fated. Who would desire tea right after a hearty meal? Furthermore, Qianqi Lu itself served tea, leaving little incentive for patrons to seek it elsewhere. Upon unlocking the door, 2 spacious and well-decorated rooms came into view. If they were to take over, there would be no need for extensive renovations. Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian exchanged satisfied glances, their expressions revealing their mutual approval. The young man, noticing their positive reactions, continued, "There are private rooms upstairs. Why not follow me to take a look?" "Sir, please just tell us the rent," Yun Fu interjected. "We need not see the private rooms, they likely are of similar quality." "The monthly rent is 8 taels, payable in advance for the entire year," the young man stated. Yun Jiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you attempting to rob us?" The young man patiently explained, "Listen to me, young sir, this shop is in a prime location, unique in its standing. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. 8 taels a month is truly a reasonable price. It's expensive, Yun Jiqian countered. Not at all, we have other affordable options for you to compare. This shop spans 2 floors, while others may only offer a single floor in less desirable locations for 4 taels a month. Bear in mind, if you take over another shop, the renovation costs could be substantial. Yun Jiqian hesitated, glancing at his sister. The young man's assertions held merit. Acquiring another shop could entail purchasing the previous owner's inventory and incurring renovation expenses. In contrast, this shop had been a tea house, requiring no extensive renovations and already empty, needing only a simple clean before opening. Yun Fu smiled and proposed, 6 taels, we can pay a year's rent in advance. The young man gasped in astonishment. The girl was quite audacious, skillfully negotiating from 8 taels down to 6. Who could bargain like that? He firmly rejected her offer. No way. If you choose not to rent, that's fine, we can consult other shops. The landlord won't solely rely on you. Yun Fu grasped Yun Jiqian's arm. Brother, let us leave. The young man was taken aback, witnessing Yun Fu drag Yun Jiqian towards the exit, with the brother obediently following his sister's lead. It seemed the girl was the one in charge. He had underestimated her. Wait, we can discuss this further, he called out. Yun Fu replied, Sir, please negotiate with the landlord. Offering 6 taels is not a loss for him. Although the location is excellent next to Qianqilu, the business has been overshadowed, and renting it may not be easy. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, these two were not easily swayed. He had assumed they were unaware of the shop's challenges, but it appeared they were quite astute. Shall we reconsider? Would 7 taels be acceptable? Only 6. Today we can provide a deposit, and tomorrow you may arrange a meeting with the landlord to sign the rental agreement. If not, we shall seek alternatives. The young man pondered briefly. 6 taels was indeed feasible. The landlord had initially considered renting it for as low as 5 taels due to the shop's unfortunate circumstances. However, higher rent would yield greater profit for him. Seeing the young man hesitate, Yun Fu interjected, Sir, let us conclude this swiftly, otherwise, we shall take our leave. Chapter 50 of the shop is settled. Alright, it's settled at 6 taels. The young man felt a twinge of regret for not securing a higher rent, yet he acknowledged that 6 taels was acceptable. At last, the shop had been rented out. The trio returned to the young man's residence, where Yun Jiqian produced 1 tael of deposit silver and signed an agreement with the young man, thus finalizing the rental of the shop. As they exited the residence, Yun Jiqian felt as though he were in a dream. Sister, why does this rental process seem so smooth? Surely we can't have been deceived. Yun Jiqian had grown accustomed to seeking advice from Yun Fu whenever matters arose. Brother, while the shop is indeed in a prime location, being adjacent to Qianwei Tower has its drawbacks. Have you considered that? Yun Jiqian, quick to grasp the underlying reasoning, realized the truth in his sister's words. You are indeed perceptive, sister. If patrons wish to enjoy tea, they can do so at Qianwei Tower. Who would venture out simply to purchase tea, and if they desire to listen to music, the melodies from Qianwei Tower far surpass those of a tea house. With this understanding, Yun Jiqian ceased his unnecessary worrying. Although they had not surveyed other shops, the few that the young man had previously mentioned paled in comparison to this one. They sold cold beverages, and with Qianwei Tower attracting a large clientele, customers stepping out into the sweltering heat would surely seek a refreshing drink. Moreover, those arriving at Qianwei Tower, drenched in sweat, would also be inclined to purchase a cold treat. However, with the shop secured, Yun Jiqian was beset by a new concern. His sister was still quite young. Could she truly manage the establishment? They had hastily paid the deposit, and if she struggled to produce cold drinks, would they only be able to sell ice? Yet, considering that the funds belonged to his sister, he reasoned that even if the venture did not succeed, it would not be catastrophic. The two siblings decided to stroll through West Street, intending to purchase ingredients for their cold beverages. After visiting several shops, they had yet to acquire all they needed when, unexpectedly, the heavens opened and rain began to pour. Sister, quick, we must find shelter. Yun Jiqian grasped Yun Fu's hand with one and shielded her head with the other, fearing she might get soaked. Ahead, they spotted a shop and without a second thought, dashed inside. Upon entering, Yun Jiqian adjusted his sister's attire, ensuring she was presentable before tending to his own appearance. At that moment, a shop attendant approached, inquiring, "What may I assist you with today?" Upon hearing the attendant's greeting, Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian turned their attention to the interior. To their surprise, the establishment was a newly opened cold beverage shop, and it was teeming with customers. Presumably, some had come specifically for the refreshments, while others, like the siblings, had sought refuge from the downpour. The weather today did not seem overly hot, and it was hard to believe that all those inside had come solely for the cold drinks. Entering and occupying space without ordering would be rather inconsiderate. Observing the situation, Yunfu felt unperturbed, but Yun Jiqian found himself in a rather awkward position. The lively shop attendant suggested, "The private rooms on the second floor are full as well. Would you two be amenable to sharing a table with others? That seems to be our only option." Yun Jiqian conceded. The attendant led them to a table and cheerfully asked the patrons already seated, "Miss, today we have a larger crowd than usual. Would you mind sharing your table with these two?" Mei Shuyu, having emerged from a bookshop drenched in sweat, recalled a conversation with a few female students about the newly opened Xiankei cold beverage shop in town, renowned for its delightful flavors. As the first cold drink establishment in Shiqiao town, it was particularly favored by the youth, with the sons and daughters of affluent families eager to sample its offerings. The young ladies had a penchant for sweet drinks, and Mei Shuyu contemplated visiting Xiankei herself. She ordered a serving of ice snow-cold yuanzi, her favorite dessert. The main ingredients include yellow beans, which must first be roasted and shelled, then ground into powdered sugar, and a few drops of honey are added, and the mixture is rolled into small balls before being immersed in a special syrup, resulting in a refreshing summer treat. Though she was capable of making this simple dessert, it was less convenient now that she was in Shiqiao town. After a few bites, however, she found it did not match her memory of ice snow-cold yuanzi, and her appetite waned. Despite her family's modest means, she was quite particular about her food. If she did not enjoy something, she could not force herself to eat it. Just as she contemplated settling her bill and leaving, the sound of torrential rain outside made her reconsider, as she was uncertain when it would cease. Resuming her seat, she pulled out a book she had just purchased and began to read. At that moment, the shop attendant returned, announcing that someone wished to share her table. Mei Shuyu scanned her surroundings. Indeed, every table was occupied except for hers, which was rather empty. Not finding the brother and sister pair disagreeable, she said, "Feel free to sit." "Thank you, miss," the attendant beamed, as he ushered Yun Jiqian and Yunfu to take their seats. "What would you like to order?" he inquired, providing them with the drink menu. Yun Jiqian, without even glancing at the menu, handed it to Yunfu. "Sister, please take a look and see what you'd like." Yunfu examined the menu, noting the variety of offerings, though they still fell short of those available at her previous establishment. Moreover, the prices were rather steep. Concerned that her brother might struggle with reading, she began to read aloud the list of new items. Observing the surrounding tables, she noted that 8 out of 10 patrons had ordered the ice cheese, highlighting its popularity. However, at 1 tael per serving, it was evident that this delicacy was beyond the means of ordinary folk. "I'll have the ice cheese," she decided, eager to sample the local version. In her previous life, she had sold ice cheese for just 500 won in a bustling area of the capital. Passing the drink menu back to Yun Jiqian, he took a moment to glance at the prices before stating, "I'll just have a cup of ice water." Given that the cold drinks ranged from a few taels to several hundred won, the ice water, priced at a mere 1 won, was a far more prudent choice. Having grown accustomed to frugality, he was reluctant to spend several taels on a single beverage. Mei Shuyu cast a surprised glance at Yun Jiqian, feeling a sense of kinship in their shared circumstances. As the eldest daughter in her family, she often prioritized her brother's needs over her own. Once the ice cheese arrived, Yunfu requested an additional spoon from the attendant. "Brother, let us share." Chapter 51. "Perhaps you wish to dine freely." Yun Jiqian glanced at the ice cheese and shook his head, saying, "I do not have a fondness for sweet delicacies. Dear sister, please partake." Yunfu, understanding that her elder brother was reluctant to spend money, urged him, "Brother, you must try it first. Only then can you make a comparison." She winked at him, and Yun Jiqian grasped her implication, silently questioning with his gaze, "Can you also prepare this ice cheese?" When she nodded in affirmation, he felt a mix of skepticism and hope. After all, this ice cheese was the signature dish of the renowned Xuanji establishment. Could she truly replicate it merely by dreaming of it twice? Not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm, he chose to remain silent. Yunfu recognized her brother's doubts and resolved to prove her skills upon their return home. Yun Jiqian scooped a small portion of the iced cheese and brought it to his lips. It was his first experience with such a dish. Refreshingly cold, sweet, and fragrant dai tea was undeniably delicious, which explained the throngs of patrons frequenting Xuanji. Its reputation was surely well established. This realization only. Noticing the furrowed brow of her brother, Yunfu understood his concerns. However, at this point, further discussion would likely yield no reassurance. She took a generous spoonful for herself, but nearly retched upon tasting it. The flavor of the iced cheese was indescribably peculiar. While it was sweet and fragrant, the aroma was nauseating to her. Compared to the iced cheese produced in her previous life's establishment, this was a far cry from satisfactory. After merely one bite, she lost her appetite and said, "Brother, you should eat it. It does not appeal to me." Yun Jiqian inquired, "Would you like me to order something else?" "No, thank you, brother," she replied. Seeing that his sister genuinely disliked the dish, Yun Jiqian resumed eating. This prompted Mei Shuyu to scrutinize Yun Fu, suspecting she was somewhat particular about her tastes, much like herself. The girl appeared quite clever and charming, evoking fondness in others. The rain arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, revealing clear skies. "Waiter, the bill, please." Mei Shuyu called out. The waiter approached with a smile, stating, "Miss, your order of iced snow-cold Yuanzi comes to 301. Given that this was the only establishment in Shiqiaotown serving such a dish, the price seemed justifiable to Mei Shuyu, who reached for her coin purse. However, upon searching, she realized it was not with her. The waiter quickly discerned her predicament and his jovial expression soured, concluding that he had encountered yet another diner attempting to dine and dash. Observing her well-dressed appearance, he found her actions disgraceful. "Miss, are you perhaps hoping to dine for free?" he queried. Mei Shuyu was taken aback, feeling embarrassed for the first time in such a situation. She was certain she had brought her coin purse when she had left. Having used it earlier, it must have slipped from her grasp without her noticing. "What do you mean by what?" "Let me tell you, I have seen many like you, wishing to dine for free without inquiring about the establishment. If you cannot produce the money today, we can either summon the authorities, or if you are willing to work in our establishment for a month, that will settle your debt." "A month," both Mei Shuyu and Yun Fu exclaimed in unison. Yun Fu protested, "Your establishment is too unscrupulous. You expect this lady to work for an entire month for just 301, moreover, your dish is rather unpalatable." The waiter, incensed by the insult to their establishment, retorted, "Little brat, I advise you to mind your own business." Upon witnessing his sister being scolded, Yun Jiqian felt compelled to intervene. With half of the iced cheese still remaining, he lost his appetite. "Waiter, settle the bill, including this young lady's." He placed 2 taels of silver on the table. Upon hearing that Yun Jiqian intended to cover Mei Shuyu's bill, the waiter quickly reverted to a cheerful demeanor. "Your total is 1 tael and 1 won, and for this young lady, 301. Altogether, that amounts to 1 tael and 301 won, which means you owe 699 won. When the waiter hesitated to calculate, Yun Fu blurted out the answer, desperate to leave the establishment. People should understand that a business cannot thrive without a smiling face. Upon hearing her, both Yun Jiqian and Mei Shuyu turned to her in surprise. Yun Fu froze, having forgotten that as a mere 6-year-old child, she ought not to possess such arithmetic skills. "Indeed, 699 won is correct," the waiter confirmed. Just as he reached for the silver, Yun Jiqian pressed down on the coins, insisting, "Apologize to this young lady." The waiter found himself in a quandary. If he apologized, he would secure the money. However, if he refused, a scene might ensue, potentially affecting the business with so many customers present. "My apologies, Mississippi, I was in the wrong," he muttered. Mei Shuyu remained silent, her expression sour, but she chose not to engage further with such a person. Yun Jiqian raised his hand. "Take it away." The waiter collected the coins and hastened to the counter to make change. Mei Shuyu said, "Thank you very much today. I wonder if the gentleman has time to accompany me to the Xia residence to collect some money." Upon hearing Xia residence, Yun Jiqian's expression darkened. He recalled that his mother had fallen ill after being harassed by someone from the Xia family. There were no good people among them. "You must be a young lady from the Xia family, then." "Had I known, I would have let you wash dishes for the waiter instead of helping you." He replied brusquely, "No need." At that moment, the waiter returned with the change, and Yun Jiqian took it, pulling Yun Fu along as they exited. Mei Shuyu furrowed her brow, puzzled by the sudden change in his demeanor. Had mentioning the Xia residence provoked him? Did they share some past grievances? Deciding to let it be, she thought she might repay him later when they crossed paths again. Observing his scholarly appearance, she imagined he would frequent the study to read. As Yun Fu was led away by her brother, she understood his frustration. She held no fondness for the Xia family either, yet she found the young lady rather likable. After wandering through the streets and gathering various ingredients, they made their way to the city gate, anticipating the return of old Li's donkey cart. Upon their arrival at the Yun family courtyard, they overheard a conversation within, mentioning Yun Jiqian and seemingly discussing his marriage. The loud voices unmistakably indicated the presence of a matchmaker. With a smile, Yun Fu remarked, "Brother, your good fortune has arrived." Chapter 52. The matchmaker's visit. Yun Fu recalled that her elder brother had never married in his past life and harbored a strong aversion towards women. In her previous existence, she had attempted to broach the subject of a potential collaboration with Yun Jiqian by sending him a message, but upon learning that she was a woman, he had rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation. Casting a glance at her brother, she pondered what might have traumatized him in his former life, yet she resolved that in this lifetime, she would ensure he would not be burdened by any emotional knots. Yun Jiqian, overhearing the conversation within the room, felt his face flush crimson. Reaching down to the nape of his neck, however, contemplating the current predicament of the Yun family, he understood that his thoughts should not dwell on romantic entanglements. At merely 17 years of age, he had yet to reach adulthood, and marriage was still a distant consideration. He shot a sidelong glance at Yun Fu, thinking her to be quite presumptuous for jesting about their elder brother. Yun Fu had never seen her brother in such a light and found it rather endearing, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Witnessing his sister's demeanor only deepened the crimson hue on Yun Jiqian's face. She was not someone he could scold or strike, leaving him at a loss for how to handle her. Inside the room, Lu was entertaining two matchmakers who had been with her for a considerable time. One of the matchmakers, Aunt Zhao, was there to arrange a match for her son Yingzi, while the other, Aunt Zhou, sought a suitor for her daughter Xiaoyu. Both Yingzi and Xiaoyu had encountered Yun Jiqian before, having heard from their mothers about the Yun family's connection to the Xia household. They learned that Yun Jiqian was not only handsome but also well-read, making him an ideal candidate for a son-in-law. Curiosity piqued, Yingzi and Xiaoyu would often stroll past the Yun residence, hoping for a chance encounter with Yun Jiqian. However, when they finally spotted him approaching, Yingzi found herself too timid to initiate conversation, while Xiaoyu could only make playful faces at him, to which Yun Jiqian remained oblivious. Consequently, they returned home, blushing, and implored their mothers to engage matchmakers on their behalf. These two matchmakers were renowned in the villages surrounding Shiqiao Town. One was Granny Li, whose experience in matchmaking was countless, while Granny Wang, though not as prolific, boasted an impressive success rate whenever she took on a match. Lu remarked, "My son Qian is still quite young. I believe it would be best to wait a couple of years before troubling you both." The matchmakers had already familiarized themselves with the Yun family's circumstances. Despite the family's poverty, the couple was peculiar. While most families struggled to educate one or two children, the Yun family had managed to send all 5 of their sons to school. Fortunately, Yun Jiqian's remarkable looks and intelligence made him a desirable match, or else they might not have bothered with a family in such financial straits. Upon arriving at the Yun residence, they observed the modest earthen structure, leading them to think, indeed, they are poor. If they had saved the costs of 2 years' bride price, they could have built a fine brick house, one of the best in the village. Granny Li noted, "Sister, your eldest must be 17 by now. Shouldn't he be settling down? That way, it wouldn't delay the younger brothers." Granny Wang chimed in, yes, Xiaoyu is as lovely as a flower, one of the most beautiful girls in Xiling village. You must have seen her. She would be a perfect match for your eldest." Lu chuckled softly, for she had indeed seen Xiaoyu and had heard much about her recently. Chang had been frequently visiting her home, gossiping about village affairs, including the young ladies and their aspirations. Xiaoyu was the prominent figure Chang had mentioned, dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family in town or securing a scholar for a husband. Chang had remarked, "In our Xiling village, there are a few young women who dress provocatively, wandering into town in search of a good match, hoping to escape this impoverished backwater." Among those young women, Xiaoyu was the foremost. Lu could not fathom allowing such a person into her family. Since Qian was the eldest, it was essential for him to find a diligent and prudent wife to support the younger siblings. Moreover, given their unique family situation, it would be unwise to choose someone prone to causing trouble. Before Lu could voice her opinion, Granny Li interjected, "Xiaoyu cannot compare to Yingzi. Yingzi is hard-working and clean, and adept in all household matters. She is the ideal choice for a farmer's daughter-in-law." Granny Wang countered, "You are mistaken. Young Master Yun is a scholar, not just an ordinary farmer. He aspires to pass the imperial examinations. Could a simple farmer's daughter truly be worthy of him? As the saying goes, beauty lies within the pages of a book, suggesting that scholars are drawn to beauty. Xiaoyu's appearance is quite suitable." Granny Li retorted, "We must not overlook the fact that a scholar needs a virtuous partner to manage the household. How can he focus on his studies without a capable wife? If he only seeks beauty, he might lose his focus entirely. While Yingzi may not be as striking as Xiaoyu, her natural beauty shines through once she is dressed up." The exchange between the two matchmakers became increasingly boisterous, giving Lu a headache. Yet, she felt it unwise to offend either of them, as she might need their assistance in the future should they remain in Shiqiao Town. Nevertheless, she found herself leaning towards Yingzi over Xiaoyu. Although Yingzi was not as beautiful, she was industrious and kind-hearted, and Lu believed that with her guidance, she could cultivate the qualities needed in a daughter-in-law. However, when it came to matters of marriage for her children, she felt it imperative to consult Qian first. After all, her own marriage to Qing was based on mutual affection, which had fostered love over the years. With this in mind, Lu smiled and said, "Ladies, you may return home for now. Once my son returns, I shall discuss it with him." The two matchmakers, however, were reluctant to depart so easily. They were under instructions from their respective families, which had promised them a generous reward if a match was successfully made. Moreover, they were both eager to outdo one another in this endeavor. Seeing their hesitance to leave, Lu had no choice but to say, "I find Yingzi quite agreeable. Perhaps we can arrange for Qian to meet her. If the two children are fated to be together, I have no objections, the outcome rests on their mutual affinity. Upon hearing this, Granny Li beamed, revealing a radiant smile, her face aglow with delight. She cast a triumphant glance at Granny Wang, relishing her victory. "Look, you have lost this round of matchmaking." Granny Wang attempted to persuade Lu to reconsider, extolling Xiaoyu with a torrent of praise, but Lu remained composed, betraying no emotion. This left Granny Wang in a state of agitation, as her fervent efforts had yielded no response from Lu. After a prolonged silence, Lu finally remarked, "We are poor, we subsist on coarse grains and wild vegetables. Would Xiaoyu be content with such a life?" Chapter 53. The marriage of Yun Jiqian. Wangpa was taken aback, for she found herself in a predicament. From what she had gathered, although Xiaoyu's family were indeed farmers, she was the cherished jewel of the Zhou family. Zhou, having been blessed with a daughter in her old age, doted on her as if she were her own eyeball. While her several brothers indulged in the meager scraps, Xiaoyu feasted on the finest morsels. Household chores were a burden she was spared. Her dirty garments tended to by her sisters-in-law, let alone the drudgery of cooking or tending to pigs and ducks. Though she lacked the company of maids like the daughters of affluent families in town, she remained untouched by the toils of labor. In contrast, the Yun family, despite the couple's abilities to educate their 5 sons, resided in a humble earthen dwelling, subsisting on wild vegetables and cornbread. While the eldest son of the Yun family was indeed handsome and educated, it was said that the path to becoming a scholar was fraught with difficulty. Some spent their entire lives as mere students. The path to officialdom was not one that everyone was destined to tread. Zhou had made it clear, her daughter Xiaoyu would not wed an ordinary peasant. At the very least, he must be a wealthy farmer, accustomed to the finer things in life, needing to enjoy meat every now and then, if not at every meal. Wangpa had initially thought that the Yun family, with their ability to educate 5 sons, would not be as destitute as she had imagined. To her surprise, they too were reduced to foraging for wild vegetables. Perhaps it was best to steer clear of this murky water. The Yun family was not suitable for Xiaoyu. Noticing Wangpo's silence, Lu remarked, "Sister Wang, you ought to inquire further. Is Xiaoyu willing to endure hardship with us?" Wangpo opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. It was her fault for not thoroughly investigating the Yun family's circumstances before taking on this matchmaking task. Should she agree, only for Xiaoyu to discover that the Yun family was not as respectable as they appeared, it would tarnish her hard-won reputation as a matchmaker. She could not admit that there was a match she could not secure. "Very well, Sister Lu, let us consider this visit as if it never happened." As Yun Jiqian and Yun Fugang were about to enter, they nearly collided with the hurriedly exiting Wangpa. Upon looking up, she caught sight of Yun Jiqian and was momentarily taken aback. To think that a child from a farming household could grow up to be such a figure, what a stroke of misfortune. If he had been born into a wealthy family, with such looks and stature, he could easily attract not just a noble lady, but perhaps even a royal princess. What a pity! No wonder Xiaoyu, with her discerning eye, was drawn to him at first glance. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Yun Jiqian holding Yun Fugang's hand, her astonishment only deepening. Every child in the Yun family was truly strikingly handsome. Yun Jiqian and Yun Fugang were left perplexed by Wangpo's gaze. After she departed, the two entered the house, only to find another visitor already seated inside. As they entered, Li Po also looked up at them, assessing Yun Jiqian before inquiring, "Is this the eldest son?" Lu responded, "Xianer, greet Aunt Li." As a guest, Yun Jiqian respectfully clasped his hands and greeted, "Aunt Li." Li Po, known for her matchmaking in the village, had seen many suitors and found Yun Jiqian to be among the most distinguished in appearance. Having met the young man, she nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Lu, she remarked, "The Zhao family has said that Yingzi is undaunted by hardship or humble fare, as long as her character is sound and she does not suffer indignities." Lu reassured her, "Rest assured, our family is simple. Our daughter will not face any hardships here." "Very well, I shall convey this to the Zhao family." Lu rose to see her off. "Thank you, Sister Li, for making the trip." Li Po waved her hand dismissively, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Once Li Po had left, Yun Jiqian spoke up, "Mother, I currently have no intention of marrying." Despite his words, as he began to grasp the matters of love, he felt a certain yearning. The matchmaker had also mentioned that the girl was willing to endure hardship alongside him, which pleased him greatly. Lu glanced at him. "You are aware of this, then?" "I overheard your conversation with the younger sister as we reached the door," he admitted. Lu sighed, "Xianer, since you are aware, share your thoughts." A faint blush crept onto Yun Jiqian's face as he replied, "Mother, I am still young, marriage is still far off." Lu sighed again, lamenting her own reluctance, yet recognizing that as the eldest son with 4 younger brothers, and being merely 2 years older than Zhanger, it was essential to resolve matters sooner rather than later. If the eldest did not marry, how would the younger brothers be able to seek brides? Even if he had no desire for marriage, it would be wise to establish something beforehand. In a couple of years, when they had more resources, he could marry then. Shanner, let us meet her first. A virtuous wife is a treasure, and Ingzi is a fine young woman. Lu had heard this from Chang, and she trusted that Chang would not deceive her. Unable to refute his mother, Yun Jiqian reluctantly agreed. Yun Fugang observed his elder brother's reaction, realizing that he was not averse to matters of the heart at this time, though he wondered when his brother had begun to develop a distaste for women. Shall we meet her soon? Yun Jiqian nodded. Lu breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Qian'er might look down upon a rural woman. Given their family's current circumstances, securing a wife for their son was already commendable. Lu genuinely worried that this might delay the marriages of her other sons. Very well, mother shall take on more embroidery work to save up some betrothal gifts for Qian'er. With that, Lu exited. Hearing his mother speak thus, Yun Jiqian felt a twinge of guilt, suddenly reconsidering his thoughts on marriage. It seemed that his desire to wed would only add to his mother's burdens. If the shop could indeed generate some income, would that not free his mother from the toil of burning the midnight oil for embroidery? With this in mind, Yun Jiqian quietly resolved to expedite the opening of the shop. Chapter 54. The Wild Rabbit. Gifted by Hunter Zhao. In recent days, the siblings accompanied Hunter Zhao to the mountains, where they discovered a source of saltpeter and returned with a considerable quantity. To express their gratitude, they brought along 2 pounds of dragon beard candy purchased specifically for Hunter Zhao's children during their visit to his home, which deeply moved him. This candy was indeed a delightful treat. Although Hunter Zhao frequently hunted and sold his game, he did not always manage to catch enough prey, and with his limited farmland, the yearly harvest barely sufficed for sustenance. Thus, he relied on his hunting to supplement their meager food supply. He could hardly justify purchasing such luxuries for his children, indulging them only on special occasions. Seeing the siblings' courteous gesture, Hunter Zhao promptly offered them a wild rabbit he had just caught. Yun Jiqian quickly declined, saying, "No, Uncle Zhao, you should sell the game for money instead." Given the substantial assistance Zhao had already provided, accepting his rabbit would feel inappropriate, yet Hunter Zhao insisted, asserting that guiding them to the mountain was a mere trifling effort, especially since they all resided in the same village. Since they had gifted him dragon beard candy, he felt compelled to reciprocate. When Yun Jiqian refused the rabbit, Hunter Zhao handed it to Yun Fu instead. Upon seeing her accept it, Zhao finally broke into a wide smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao," she said. "Look at this child, so polite." "Take it and make a stew," he replied. "All right." Yun Fu exclaimed, already craving rabbit meat. Since Uncle Zhao had offered it, she would gladly accept, and in return, they could bring him something else in the future. Such exchanges would surely nurture their neighborly bond. With her sister having accepted the gift, Yun Jiqian also expressed his gratitude to Hunter Zhao. On their way home, Yun Jiqian asked, "Are you hungry?" "Indeed, brother. I can't wait to taste that rabbit meat. Let's have mother stew it for us. By the way, I also made some icy drinks, which must be frozen by now. Hurry home and try them." "I assure you they rival those from Xinji," she replied. Yun Jiqian playfully tapped his sister's nose, saying, "You little glutton, always thinking about food." Throughout these days together, his sister had taken root in his heart, and the thought of her absence would leave him feeling desolate. Yun Fu smiled at him. "Brother, the scallion rabbit is delicious, let us have mother prepare it." Watching his sister skip ahead, Yun Jiqian chuckled softly. It was heartwarming to see her so delighted by a simple rabbit. Being a child had its perks, as even a modest treat could bring such joy. Upon returning home, they found Lu Shi already busy preparing the meal. Yun Fu tossed the rabbit to her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, I want scallion rabbit." Lu Shi, noticing the rabbit's plumpness, inquired, "My goodness, where did you find such a fat rabbit? Did you catch it in the mountains?" "It was given to us by Hunter Zhao," Yun Fu replied. "Oh, why would Hunter Zhao gift us a wild rabbit? You must give him some money in return, as if we purchased it," Lu Shi said, reaching for 200 won to hand to Yun Fu for Zhao. Yun Fu refused, saying, "We exchanged something else with Hunter Zhao." "Something else? We have nothing to barter for meat," Lu Shi remarked, unaware of their plan to surprise her with the shop they intended to open. "Mother, you needn't worry. We won't take Uncle Zhao's gift without giving something in return." "All right, you little clever one," Lu Shi conceded, accepting the rabbit and beginning to prepare it. A mother must certainly indulge her daughter's cravings for scallion rabbit. While Lu Shi busied herself with the cooking, Yun Fu slyly pulled Yun Jiqian into their room to sample her icy creations. She had made 5 varieties: Sushan, Bing Sulao, shaved ice, cool kanji, and sweet bowls. She excitedly explained the names and preparation methods of each icy treat. Seeing their appealing presentation, Yun Jiqian was momentarily astonished. Each of the 4 icy dishes was served in delicate white porcelain bowls, especially the shaved ice, which resembled a flurry of snowflakes with its myriad of ice shavings topped with thick syrup and dried fruit, a sight that tantalized the appetite. Unable to resist, he picked up a spoon, mixed the syrup with the ice, and took a spoonful of the icy concoction into his mouth. The tea was fragrant, sweet, and refreshingly cool, a perfect antidote to the summer heat, making life feel almost divine. Delicious. Yun Jiqian couldn't help but exclaim. Brother, try this Bing Su Lao. It is quite similar to the ice cream we had at Shenji, Yunfu urged. Chapter 55. Yun Jili throws a tantrum. Yun Jiqian took another bite of the icy dessert, his eyes sparkling with delight. Unable to resist, he indulged in a second, then a third, and a fourth bite. This is simply exquisite, 100 times better than that from Shenji. Did my sister truly make this? What do you think, elder brother? Can we turn a profit? Yun Jiqian's heart brimmed with joy. If Shenji could thrive with such offerings, surely their success was as clear as day. Yet, he refrained from praising her, fearing that it might inflate his sister's ego. It wouldn't suffice to only master these 4 varieties. Look at the myriad options Shenji offers. Elder brother, I can create dozens of flavors, far surpassing Shenji. Rest assured, aside from these, I can also craft ice cream, chilled beverages, and various icy bowls. The corners of Yun Jiqian's mouth could no longer contain his elation. Truly, Yunfu vigorously nodded in affirmation. Unable to restrain his excitement any longer, Yun Jiqian scooped up Yunfu and twirled her around. A sister, you are indeed our family's little lucky star. With this newfound confidence, he was certain that they would make a fortune with her skills. Meanwhile, outside, Yun Jili, who had come to invite Yunfu for an outing, paused at the door, overhearing the conversation between his elder brother and sister. Pressing his ear against the door, he was taken aback to discover that his sister had concocted something delectable, all while keeping it a secret from him, her own brother. How infuriating! With a huff, he stormed back to his room. Yun Jiyan and Yun Jilan, who shared a room with him, noticed his foul mood and could not help but inquire, "What's the matter? Who has upset you?" Yun Jili remained silent. They exchanged glances, each reflecting their confusion. Little Five was usually easygoing. What could have caused such a shift today? Since he chose not to speak, they decided to let him stew in his irritation, with Yun Jiyan resuming his studies, while Yun Jilan buried himself in his medical texts, diligently learning about medicinal herbs to gather from the mountains, hoping to contribute to the family's finances. After finishing the 5 bowls of icy drinks, Yunfu and Yun Jiqian exited the room. The oppressive heat of the day seemed to dissipate, and they discussed setting up their stall the very next day. Lu Shur had prepared dinner, and the scallion rabbit meat was ready. As the dishes were served, the brothers of the Yun family eagerly grabbed their chopsticks to partake in the meal. Yun Zhijiang inquired, "Mother, what kind of meat is this? It's absolutely delicious." Lu Shur replied, "This is rabbit meat, a gift from Hunter Zhao for your sister. You are all in for a treat." While growing children typically have hearty appetites, and he was usually the first to finish, she placed her hand on his forehead and then checked her own. He didn't appear to be ill. Upon discovering that the rabbit had been brought home by Yunfu, Yun Jili's reluctance to eat only intensified. When his sister had first arrived, she always saved the best morsels for him, leading him to believe she held him in the highest regard. Yet, it seemed he had overestimated his significance. He had climbed trees to fetch bird eggs for her, foraged wild fruits, taught her to pick plums, and introduced her to his friends. He had developed a habit of checking on her as soon as he returned from school, but today, he realized that since his elder brother had stopped attending the academy, he had been spending more time with Yunfu than he had. Naturally, his sister had grown closer to him. Today, she had even prepared a delightful treat for their elder brother, leaving him with nothing. Feeling a sense of grievance, he cast a forlorn glance at Yunfu. She was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with fifth brother? Why was he looking at her in such a way? "Fifth brother, are you unwell?" she asked. To her dismay, her question only seemed to aggravate him further. Noticing his heavy breathing, she was convinced that he was genuinely upset. Observing that all her brothers were enjoying the rabbit meat while he remained untouched, she hurriedly scooped several large pieces onto his plate, insisting, "Fifth brother, you must eat." Finally, Yun Jili felt a sense of relief, casting a triumphant glance at his elder brother Yun Jiqian, as if to say, "Look, my sister is still closest to me." Yun Jiqian quickly grasped the reason behind his brother's mood. However, he bore no ill will. He was merely pleased to see little Five accepting his sister wholeheartedly. He, too, placed a piece of rabbit meat into Yun Jili's bowl, saying, "Little Five, do eat more." Yun Jili was taken aback, reflecting on the care and attention his elder brother had shown him over the years. Perhaps he had been a tad unreasonable. Surely, Yun Jiqian had cared for their sister in the same manner, and it was only natural for her to show him affection. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why he felt envious. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of being slighted. After all, how could she not reserve a portion for him? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. "Thank you, elder brother," he murmured. Seeing Yun Jili finally begin to eat, Yunfu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She sensed that fifth brother was acting unusually today. He was not typically so withdrawn. He was usually the first to gobble down his food, especially when there were delicious dishes on the table. She resolved to inquire about his behavior after dinner. After the meal, when Yin Fu attempted to engage Yin Zhili in conversation, he ignored her and retreated to his room. A large question mark appeared on her face. It seemed as though fifth brother was angry with her, but she couldn't fathom what she had done to provoke him. After pondering for a while, she concluded that she hadn't done anything to upset him. Letting it go, she decided to rest after a tiring day with her elder brother. On a bright and sunny morning, fluffy white clouds danced across the clear blue sky. After breakfast, Yin Fu stretched languidly. With the icy drinks prepared and her elder brother reassured, she felt optimistic. The weather was splendid, and she and Yun Jiqian had agreed to visit the stall today. Little 5, let's go. We'll be late for the academy. Yun Zhizhang called out, yet Yun Zhili sat there, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Yun Zhizhang approached him and attempted to pull him up, only to have Yun Zhili shake him off. What's wrong? Little 5, are you itching for a fight? Yun Zhizhang shouted. Leave me alone, you all go to school. I want to drop out. Second brother, how can you speak to your younger brother like that? Lucier scolded Yun Zhizhang, giving him a light smack that was more symbolic than forceful. She knelt beside Yun Zhili, gently patting his head, just as she had the day before, noting that he was not feverish. Little 5, tell mother if something is bothering you. I can take you to see a doctor. Yun Zhili shook his head. Mother, I want to drop out of school like elder brother. Chapter 56, the cause of the tantrum is someone at the academy bullying you? Lu's furrowed brow did not relax, instead, it deepened even further. Meanwhile, Yun Zhizhang rolled his eyes beside her. Someone bullying him at the academy. It was a wonder he didn't bully others instead. When he first enrolled, he had been reckless, relying on the protection of his 4 older brothers at the academy, until their eldest brother found out and kept him in check, after which he became much more obedient. Mother, no one is bullying me. I simply do not wish to attend school anymore. Lu felt overwhelmed but still gently inquired, then what is the reason? If you do not study, you will end up like Huzi and the others, running around in the village all day. When you grow up, you can only be a farmer, toiling in the fields for meager sustenance. Even after harvesting, you must pay taxes on the grain, leaving you with hardly enough to fill your belly. Yun Zhili was taken aback. It dawned on him that even with land to cultivate, one could still suffer from hunger. He understood the concept of tax grain. Regardless of whose land it was, taxes had to be paid. If the common people were already struggling to eat, why were they burdened with such heavy taxes? This was the law of the court. With years of warfare at the borders, many soldiers needed sustenance to maintain their strength and fend off the enemy. But where would this food come from? It had to come from the national treasury. Yet, with the treasury's grain reserves dwindling, taxes could only be levied from the people to ensure the treasury remained well-stocked. It was only through this that the soldiers guarding the borders could be warm and well-fed, thus possessing the strength to protect the Great Zhou from foreign invasion. Being a farmer was simple. One only needed the strength to till the land. However, farming contributed only a minuscule amount to the Great Zhou, and the little grain harvested from one's own fields could hardly sustain a few soldiers. Mother knows that our Lear is different. We are destined for greatness, unwilling to settle for the life of a mere farmer like Huzi. We must pursue extensive knowledge so that when we grow up, we can use our education to defend the Great Zhou. Clearly, Yun Zhili had absorbed this lesson. He secretly resolved to study diligently, intending to serve the court in the future, using his knowledge to negotiate with foreign nations, thereby ensuring peace at the borders and filling the bellies of the common people. Yet, thoughts of his sister troubled him. He was saddened by how she had grown closer to their eldest brother in recent days, seemingly indifferent to him. However, he could not fault his eldest brother for dropping out of school to earn money and alleviate the family's burden. With this thought, he cast a forlorn glance at Yun Fu. At that moment, Yun Fu confirmed that her 5th brother's tantrum truly stemmed from her, yet, she remained oblivious to the reason behind his disregard for her. Resolving to take a chance, she leaned in close to Yun Zhili's ear and whispered softly, 5th brother, hurry and join 2nd brother and the others at the academy. When you return, I shall prepare something delicious for you. Yun Zhili's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Yun Fu smiled, indeed, 5th brother. When have I ever deceived you? Then you must promise me it will be just for me. Very well. We shall make a pact. No lies. Pinky swear. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear, and only then did Yun Zhili rise. 2nd brother, let us go to the academy. I shall heed mother's advice and study hard to become a useful person. The others in the room were left in a state of confusion, but Yun Zhizhen exchanged a knowing glance with Yun Fu, and he smiled at her. After the 4 departed, Yun Zhizhen and Yun Fu sought a pretext to head into town with Lu. With Yun Fu present, Yun Zhizhen suggested taking old Li's donkey cart, but today she preferred to walk and discuss the shop's planning with their eldest brother. Yun Jijin agreed. As long as his sister was not afraid of fatigue, even if she grew tired, he could carry her. As they walked and talked, Yun Jijin was secretly astonished by his sister's brilliance. If she were a boy, like him, and received a proper education, she would undoubtedly achieve great things. However, he took comfort in the fact that despite the unfairness of the world towards women, he, as her elder brother, would step in to accomplish what she could not. Simultaneously, Yunfu harbored her own frustrations, lamenting the unfairness of fate. She had been reborn with a golden opportunity, and in her past life, her business had flourished after saving Tang Xinxin, a time-traveling girl. In contrast, her elder brother, Yun Jijin, was a natural-born businessman. Both siblings admired each other's talents in their hearts, fostering an unspoken bond that drew them closer together. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the Yaxing, where surprisingly, Yunfu did not feel weary. Just as they reached the entrance, two individuals emerged from within. Yunfu suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at her, and upon lifting her head, she was met with the sight of Qi Jun. Stop! Yunfu's body stiffened slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. She clenched her fingers tightly and halted her steps. Could it be that he recognized her or had discovered something? Elder brother, do you need something from me? Yunfu feigned nonchalance. Xing Bei stepped forward. You dare. How audacious to disrespect the royal family and falsely claim the crown prince as your brother. Seeing someone yell at his sister, Yun Jijin could not remain passive. He quickly stepped forward to shield Yunfu, glaring at Xing Bei. Were they the ones who had stopped his sister and accused her of being bold? Qi Jun commanded Xing Bei to step back. I apologize, it was my subordinate who acted inappropriately. Qi Jun tried to soften his tone, fearing that he might frighten the young girl. Yunfu was taken aback. Oh, this person can actually apologize? Isn't he supposed to be cold-hearted and ruthless? Qi Jun fixed his gaze on Yunfu, attempting to mimic others by curving his lips into a smile and asking, have we met somewhere before? He believed he was doing well, but to Yunfu, he appeared rather peculiar. Yunfu shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Who would want to meet him? A villain, indeed. He may wear the guise of my fifth brother's uncle, but his actions are nothing like that of an uncle's. It could be said that the royal family showed no kinship, especially since he was merely a few years older than her fifth brother, someone she had never encountered before. However, it must be noted that in her past life, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield, reclaiming lost territories and driving the enemy out of the borders. His name alone, Qi Jun, would send tremors through the enemy ranks. Yet today, the crown prince was acting unusually, not only blocking her path but speaking in a manner that frightened children. Why had he come to Yaxing today? Was it to ascertain whether her fifth brother had been sold here? Chapter 57 of the shop was robbed. Qi Jun gazed at Yunfu for a moment longer before departing. Watching the two figures walk away, Yun Jiqian remarked, how perplexing. He then added, come, sister, let us disregard such wretched individuals. Once Prince Chen had walked far enough away, Yunfu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing his master appeared to be lost in thought, Xing Bei inquired, my lord, those siblings are not the ones we seek, why did you stop them? Prince Chen was utterly baffled. I have seen her before. You have seen her? This revelation only deepened Xing Bei's confusion. Since arriving in Shiqiao town, he had never dared to stray even a step from his master's side. Qing Nan would occasionally venture out on errands, while he remained close to his lord, following him wherever he went. He could not recall ever having encountered this young girl. Prince Chen asserted, I have indeed seen her, yet I cannot recollect where. My lord, since you cannot recall, let us not dwell on it. She is merely an inconsequential commoner, not worth your concern. Qi Jun found merit in Xing Bei's reasoning and decided to let the matter rest. Meanwhile, Yunfu had already cursed Prince Chen internally countless times. As the two siblings entered the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper who had attended to them previously approached with a forced smile, saying, you two, I was just lamenting where to find you, and here you are. Yun Jiqian's brow furrowed slightly. Fear not, shopkeeper, the 7-day period has not yet elapsed. We come bearing money today. A look of regret flashed across the shopkeeper's face. I must apologize, the shop you wish to rent has already been sold. However, I inquired on your behalf, and the new landlord intends to keep the shop for personal use, thus it will not be rented out. A troubling thought crossed Yunfu's mind. She suspected that Prince Chen might be the one who had purchased the shop. Furrowing her brows, she asked, was it those two individuals who just left? Indeed, that is correct, perhaps you could catch up with them and speak kindly. They might consider renting it out. Yunfu replied, if it were anyone else, there is indeed a possibility, a fair rental fee might persuade them. However, for Prince Chen, that is absolutely out of the question. Yet, the shop had committed no wrongdoing. Renting a shop inherently carries risks, and purchasing it outright is the only way to eliminate those risks. Unfortunately, their funds were insufficient, leaving them with no choice but to rent for the time being. The shopkeeper produced 2 taels of silver and handed them over. "I am truly sorry, here is your deposit of 1 tael, and the other tael serves as your penalty for breach of contract." Yun Fu accepted the 2 taels and handed them to her brother. "It is quite all right, uncle. Let us continue to search for other shops." What else could she say? The shop had done everything correctly, and they had compensated for the penalty. Further complaints would be futile. It was merely a matter of finding another suitable shop, which would be somewhat more troublesome. However, they needed to act swiftly. If they delayed any longer, summer would soon pass. Yun Jiqian's expression was equally grim. After finally finding a ready shop, it had been snatched away, yet he could not truly fault the shopkeeper. The blame lay with their own insufficient funds. If they could earn some money this summer, he was determined to purchase a shop to prevent such a situation from recurring. He could only say, "Then please assist us in finding another shop, one that is clean and tidy, requiring minimal renovations." The shopkeeper felt somewhat guilty about this turn of events and quickly responded, "Actually, there is one available. It was previously a tea house. The decor is superior to the last shop, though the location is not as advantageous. However, the rent will be lower." "Then please lead us to see it. What do you think, sister?" I will follow my brother's lead." Yun Fu thought it wise to view the shop before making a decision. The shopkeeper was once again taken aback. Why did this young man insist on consulting his sister for everything? The girl appeared to be no older than 6 or 7. It was indeed curious. Yet, this was not his concern. Since the customers wished to see the shop, he would simply take them along with the keys. After retrieving the keys, the shopkeeper said, "Let us proceed." The trio traversed 2 streets and finally arrived at the shop the shopkeeper had mentioned. As he unlocked the door, Yun Fu exchanged a glance with Yun Jiqian. The shop faced none other than Xuanji, presenting them with a significant challenge. Firstly, Xuanji had already established its reputation. Regardless of whether patrons had visited Xuanji before, it would undoubtedly be their first choice if they opened a shop directly opposite. Secondly, Yun Jiqian had previously inquired and learned that Xuanji belonged to the Lin family, who had once been an ordinary family in Shiqiao Town, lacking wealth. However, after a daughter of the Lin family married into the Xie family as a concubine, the Lin family began to act tyrannically in Shiqiao Town, leveraging the Xie family's influence. If they were to open directly across from them and encroach upon the Lin family's business, it would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. Yet, even if they sought another location, should the shop prosper, they would still attract retribution from both the Lin and Xie families, given that these 2 families had long oppressed their competitors. Nonetheless, this very challenge invigorated the entrepreneurial spirit within the bold Yun Jiqian. While the reincarnated Yun Fu remained undaunted, she had already devised a strategy to counter Xuanji in her mind. As long as the Lin family did not provoke them, they could coexist peacefully. However, if they dared to bully them, they would stir up trouble in Shiqiao Town. After all, those with nothing to lose fear nothing. They were not originally from Shiqiao Town, and if it came to it, they could simply relocate. She had faith in her brother. In her previous life, the genteel Jiqian had risen overnight within the business world to become a commercial titan of the Great Zhou Empire. If he could not best a mere Lin family, he truly would not be Yun Jiqian. With her presence in this life, her brother would only flourish more swiftly. When the shopkeeper opened the door, they found the interior to be quite splendid, indicative of the previous owner's thoughtful arrangement. The owner also possessed excellent taste, as the style resonated well with Yun Fu. At a glance, it was undeniably superior to the shop they had previously viewed. Additionally, the second floor of this establishment featured private rooms. "Would you like to take a look upstairs?" Yun Jiqian dashed upstairs for a brief inspection before returning and nodding at Yun Fu. "Uncle, let us discuss the rental fee." Seeing that the siblings were pleased, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Under such sweltering heat, at least this trip had not been in vain. The landlord of the shop demanded 6 taels, but I will reduce it by 1 tael for you, making it 5 taels per month. What do you think? It was evident that this shopkeeper was quite adept at business. After all, this was their second encounter. To prevent further haggling, he proactively lowered the price, eager to finalize the deal and find some shade from the heat. "Very well, 5 taels it is." Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian had inquired at other shops in recent days and understood that 5 taels per month was indeed a reasonable rate, so they did not press for further negotiation. The 3 of them returned to the shopkeeper's establishment, and Yun Jiqian, now more cautious, handed the shopkeeper 1 tael of silver, stating, "Please arrange for the landlord to come tomorrow to sign the rental agreement, and provide us with a receipt. Should this shop fail to keep us, we expect a compensation of 100 taels for breach of contract." The shopkeeper hastily replied, of course, rest assured, I will ensure this shop is reserved for you." Chapter 58. Let us move. By the time the two returned to the Yun residence, it was already noon. As Yun Fu stepped through the gate, she called out into the courtyard, "Mother, is the meal ready? I am famished." Yet, there was no reply. She first glanced into the kitchen, only to find the stove cold and unlit. Is mother not home? Where could she have gone? The pair proceeded into the main hall, where they discovered Lu Shi and Yun Jingqing present, both wearing expressions of concern, as if some troubling event had transpired. "Father, you are back." Seeing Yun Jingqing at home brought a wave of joy to Yun Fu. Typically, he would leave at dawn and return only after dark, never taking a day of rest. Such a relentless schedule could not be sustained without tolling on his health. It was indeed fortunate that he could take a moment to relax today. Upon noticing Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian entering, Yun Jingqing immediately transformed his sorrowful visage into a cheerful one. "Yes, I am taking a day off today." At the same time, Lu Shi quickly wiped away her tears, donning a smile as well. "You're back. Where have you been? You must be hungry. I will go prepare a meal." She began to rise to head to the kitchen, regretting that their engrossed conversation had made them oblivious to the children's arrival. Thankfully, upon the children's entrance, they ceased their discussion, and it seemed the children had not overheard anything. Lu Shi lowered her gaze, anxious that the children would notice her reddened eyes, while Yun Jiqian grasped her arm. When she looked up, he noticed the remnants of tears still glimmering on her cheeks. "Father, mother, what has happened at home?" Lu Shi and Yun Jingqing exchanged a glance. Yun Jingqing turned to Lu Shi. "Qianer has grown up. We should not conceal the truth from him, just tell him directly." Lu Shi steadied her emotions and replied, "A few days ago, your father was dismissed from the blacksmith shop. The manager told him to reflect on whom he may have offended in Shiqiao Town. Later, your father decided that if he was to be dismissed, so be it. With his skills, he could find work elsewhere. He does not possess the ability to do anything else, and when he inquired at 2 other blacksmith shops, they initially agreed to hire him, but today when he went, they said they no longer needed him. As for my embroidery work, the embroidery shop has also refused my pieces. The assistant pulled me aside and cautioned me to consider whom I might have upset recently. I slipped him 21, and he finally revealed that it was a local tyrant from Shiqiao Town." Yun Jiqian slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. "It's the Xie family again. They intend to force mother into service at the Xie residence, bullying us excessively." Lu Shi said, "Your father and I have discussed it. We will move away from Shiqiao Town in the coming days." Yun Jiqian's expression darkened further. "No. Moving would only benefit them. It seems that renting that shop today was a wise decision. I will set up our business across from Xiankai and challenge the Lin family. I aim to ensure that everyone in Shiqiao Town utilizes our Yun family's ice, and I will bring about the closure of the Lin family's shop. The Lin family is related by marriage to the Xie family. This will indirectly show them some resistance. Qianer, do not act recklessly." Lu Shi and Yun Jingqing exchanged worried glances. They feared that if Yun Jiqian were to reveal the identity of the 5th child, they would face dire consequences. "Father, mother, do not worry. I will not act without discretion." Yun Fu, unable to bear seeing Lu Shi in tears, approached and embraced her, channeling her small strength to comfort her. Ever since she arrived at the Yun household, Lu Shi had treated her as if she were her own daughter, allowing Yun Fu to experience the warmth of having a mother. In turn, Yun Fu regarded Lu Shi as her own mother. Apart from Yun Jingqing and Lu Shi, only Yun Fu was aware of the difficulties they currently faced. At that moment, Lu Shi resolutely declared, "Perhaps I should agree to their demands and go to the Xie residence to care for the old matriarch." "Absolutely not!" Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu exclaimed in unison. Yun Jiqian insisted, "Mother, I cannot allow you to enter the wolf's den. If you return now, they will undoubtedly subject you to even greater humiliation. They might even compel you into servitude." Yun Fu added, "Mother, the Xia residence is not a good place. I cannot permit you to suffer any further. Have you forgotten, there was a death there not long ago?" Lu Shi was caught in a dilemma. Yun Jingqing sighed heavily, wishing he did not have to fear the Xia family, feeling trapped in this small village of Shiqiao Town. "Father, mother, you have worked tirelessly to raise us over the years. Please, take some time to rest at home. As for earning a living, allow Qianer to handle it. Do not worry, I will ensure that you and my younger siblings do not go hungry." Seeing the determination on his eldest son's face, Yun Jingqing asked, "Qianer, speak the truth. Have you been hiding something from your parents recently?" Yun Jiqian had not intended to reveal anything to his parents, but he could not bear to see them worry any longer about their livelihood. However, if he mentioned the shop, it would be difficult to explain where the money had come from. He could not betray his sister. Yun Fu, observing her brother's internal struggle, suggested, "Elder brother, perhaps you should tell father and mother." After a moment of consideration, Yun Jiqian spoke, "Father, mother, today, my sister and I went to the town to negotiate for a shop. As soon as he finished speaking, both Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi stared at him in disbelief. Lu Shi quickly inquired, "Negotiate for a shop, where did you acquire the funds?" "It was borrowed from my classmates," he replied. Yun Zhengqing's expression soured, the anger he had been suppressing erupted. "Nonsense!" He stood and began pacing the room. He had always believed Qian'er to be a sensible child and had never questioned his actions. He never expected that Qian'er would dare to hide such a significant matter from them. Does one not require at least 30 taels of silver to open a shop? Moreover, you have never engaged in business before. If you incur losses, how will we gather the money to cover your debts? He had high hopes for his eldest son, yet Qian'er had left him thoroughly disappointed. Seeing his father's genuine anger, Yun Zhiqian lowered his head, unable to speak. Yun Fu cautiously glanced at Yun Zhengqing, sensing his father's rising ire. Lu Shi interjected, "First, inquire about the child's intentions before scolding him." "Qian'er, tell your mother, what prompted you to suddenly want to open a shop?" Yun Fu chimed in, "Mother, it was I who insisted that elder brother open a shop." She felt remorseful for causing her brother to face their father's ire. Yun Zhengqing was skeptical. His daughter was merely 7 years old and could not possibly understand the complexities of running a shop. Surely, she was too innocent in merely protecting her brother. Just as he was about to chastise Yun Zhiqian again, he heard his daughter declare, "It was I who urged elder brother to open an ice drink shop because we have successfully made ice and crafted ice drinks." "Making ice?" Yun Zhengqing's brow furrowed slightly. "Ice is typically stored in winter to be used in summer. How could one possibly produce ice?" Seeing her father's disbelief, Yun Fu dashed outside, fetching 2 basins of water and, using the same method, created a basin of ice right before Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi's astonished eyes. Yun Zhengqing stared wide-eyed in shock, while Lu Shi's heart raced violently, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 59. The wolf will ultimately return to the mountains. In this era, ice is a precious commodity, and the 2 children have discovered a lucrative avenue. Yun Fu ventured into town, presenting the ice bowls she had prepared for fifth brother, storing them in the ice basin to keep them chilled. She said, "Father, mother, do taste this." Lu Shi gasped, "Is this crispy mountain delicacy? How did you come to make this?" Lu Shi, of course, had encountered such treats in her youth, fondly recalling the bowls of refreshing ice she indulged in during the sweltering summer months. Over time, she had suffered from abdominal pains during her menstrual cycle, with the physician attributing it to her cold constitution. Yet, she couldn't resist the allure of those ice bowls, often scolded by her elder sister, who would snatch them from her hands and chide her, "You, always so greedy. Be cautious, or you may not find a husband." To which she would defiantly retort, "Then I shall remain unmarried and stay by mother's side, serving her until the end of her days." The sight of the ice bowl now stirred memories within Lu Shi, causing her to turn away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that trickled down her cheeks. "Mother, what troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing at all. Mother is simply overjoyed." Lu Shi hastily wiped her tears and turned her gaze back to the ice bowl. "Can this ice bowl you made fetch some money?" At the moment Lu Shi tasted the crispy mountain delicacy, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was the very flavor she remembered, even more delightful than she had recalled. She knew that the chef from Jiangnan, who had been hired at great expense, had crafted ice bowls unlike any other in the capital. She realized that Qian'er could not have possibly made this. It must be Fu'er's handiwork. After all, Fu'er was merely 7 years old and an orphan. Where could she have learned such skills? Yun Zhengqing, although not fond of sweets, felt compelled to sample the dish presented by his daughter. As he took a bite, he was momentarily taken aback. The sweet treat was not as unpalatable as he had imagined. Instead, it was fragrant and refreshing, indeed a delightful reprieve from the summer heat. He found it hard to believe that his children had created this, knowing that children from impoverished families often struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone afford such luxuries. Lu Shi was the first to speak. "Speak the truth. Where did you learn to make this ice bowl?" They knew that if the children spun a tale, they would not be believed. Reluctantly, Yun Fu confessed, "Father, mother, I made this ice bowl. I was once taken in by an old woman who had worked as a cook for a wealthy family. She knew how to make various ice bowls and icy drinks, and I secretly memorized her techniques. Later, her son, seeing me as a burden, quarreled with her and cast me aside." Despite the harshness of her past, Lu Shi's heart remained kind. She believed her daughter spoke the truth. Her heart ached for Fu'er, so young yet having endured such hardships. She embraced Yun Fu, her eyes brimming with compassion. This display of affection made Yun Fu, who was not entirely truthful, feel somewhat uneasy. Yun Zhengqing then asked, "So, the cellar you dug is for storing ice?" "Yes, father," she replied. He sighed, recognizing that his son had matured, thinking ahead in ways he had not anticipated. What could he reproach? If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon his own inadequacies. "Qian'er, remember, whatever you do, always act with integrity and remain true to your conscience. Yun Jiqian replied, "Rest assured, father. I am well aware." "Good, I trust you, my son, proceed." The children had grown, and so had they. The wolf would ultimately return to the mountains, and the wild geese would eventually spread their wings to soar. He had been clipped of his wings, living a life of constraint, yet he could not stifle his children's aspirations. Yun Jiqian urged his parents to rest and calm their emotions as he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He assured them that if he did not earn money within a month, the family would leave Shichiaotown. The Xia residence. The old matriarch insisted, "You must drink this medicine. It has been prescribed by the physician. Only after you take it will your condition improve," Chuanhong urged. Yet, the old matriarch shattered the delicate porcelain bowl containing the medicinal concoction, spilling its contents across the floor, splattering Chuanhong with the liquid. "Every day, it's medicine, medicine. Do you wish to poison me?" Her recent bout of headaches had returned, leaving her in agony, with only Lu Shi's massages providing any relief. As Chuanhong cleaned up the shards, she cautiously instructed Xiangmi, "Quickly, fetch the mistress." Observing the old matriarch's tantrum, she felt a twinge of fear. It was better to send someone else to run errands. She hurriedly dashed out to find Madame Wang. Before long, Madame Wang arrived, accompanied by concubine Lin, who had been visiting Madame Wang. Upon entering, Wang Shi was greeted by the overwhelming scent of medicine and the sight of spilled broth on the floor. Instantly recognizing the old matriarch's temper had flared again. She promptly instructed Xiangmi to open the windows wider to air out the room. Noticing her mother-in-law's ashen complexion, she asked, "Has the headache returned?" Chuanhong replied, "Madam, the old matriarch did not sleep at all last night, and the pain has intensified." "Have you summoned the physician?" Chuanhong shook her head, too afraid to speak. The old matriarch refused to allow them to call for the physician, leaving them powerless. Why is the old matriarch in such dire straits yet refuses to seek the physician? Hurry and fetch him. At this moment, the old matriarch, her expression icy, weakly uttered, "I see you all wish for my demise, insisting on forcing this bitter broth upon me every day." She harbored grave suspicions that Wang Shi had poisoned her. "My mother, how could you think such a thing of your daughter-in-law? I only wish for your recovery. Without medicine, how will you ever heal?" Wang Shi's words, though intended to soothe, only provoked the old matriarch further. In a fit of rage, she hurled the teacup from the table at Wang Shi's feet, exclaiming, "It seems you are the one who desires my death most. Once I am gone, you will take control of this household, no longer under anyone's thumb." Hearing her mother-in-law's harsh words stung Wang Shi, her nose tinged with bitterness. She had not anticipated such thoughts from her. Concubine Lin stepped forward, saying, "Old matriarch, I understand you wish for Lu Shi to attend to you. The master has already instructed the blacksmith shop manager to dismiss her husband, and now Lu Shi's embroidery work has no buyers. Without a livelihood, it won't be long before they come seeking help." The old matriarch raised her chin and inquired, "Is that true?" Concubine Lin assured her, "Fear not, old matriarch, they will not sit idly by while their sons cannot afford an education. Were it not for the integrity of the principal at Shirgu Academy, who stands unyielding against power, my husband would surely have bribed him to ensure Lu Shi's sons were deprived of schooling." The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. You handle matters thoroughly. Chuanhong, a reward for you." Chapter 60. Guche's injury. Aunt Lin twirled the bracelet in her hand, gazing triumphantly at Madame Wang. Madame Wang, however, regarded it with disdain. After all, it was merely a bracelet, one she found no value in. Yet, deep within, she harbored concerns for Lu, feeling powerless as the master was perpetually incited by the Lin family to engage in oppressive acts against the common folk. Despite her numerous attempts to offer counsel behind the scenes, they only earned her the master's increasing disdain. Over time, he had not set foot in her courtyard for an extended period. At that moment, Master Xia arrived to pay his respects to his mother. Noticing her furrowed brow, he inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" Madame Wang sighed and replied, "Alas, I fear that the Xia household will inevitably fall into ruin at the hands of that mother and son pair. Do you recall Lu, the maid who adeptly attended to your grandmother? She has resurfaced, creating chaos once more, sabotaging the livelihoods of Lu and her husband. Is this not akin to cutting off their means of sustenance, driving them to despair?" Master Xia understood that his mother's compassionate nature detested the misdeeds of the household, which had led to her discord with his father, inadvertently emboldening that mother and son duo. He urged, "Mother, allow me to handle this matter. You must avoid further conflict with father." Madame Wang massaged her temples and said, "Very well, go and offer some compensation to Lu. This may alleviate her grievances, and should she indeed come to serve your grandmother in the future, she will do so with dedication. Remember, do so discreetly. We must not let that mother and son become aware, lest they report you to your father." Master Xia acquiesced, "Understood, mother." The following day, Yun Jiqian took his sister, Yun Fu, to the shop. paying a year's rent with 60 taels of silver. Next, they set about organizing the shop. Eager to open for business, Yun Fu suggested that since the shop had a back courtyard suitable for lodging, they could bring Gu Che and his sister over. If Gu Che was willing, he could stay and assist with the shop. She had her plans, hoping to ensure that Gu Che and the other little beggars would have food to eat for the time being. Yun Jiqian agreed with his sister's proposal, and together they visited the city god temple on West Street. A year had passed. Surely, Prince Chen had found nothing at the temple, and Gu Che and his sister were safe. She believed the prince was too preoccupied to keep an eye on those beggars for an entire year. Upon arriving at the temple, they heard a girl calling out to Yun Fu, "Is that you, Miss Yun?" A girl trotted towards Yun Fu, and as she drew near, Yun Fu recognized her as Gu Yu. The current Gu Yu was a stark contrast to the girl they had first met. Though still clad in coarse linen, she appeared far cleaner and more presentable. She looked healthier, her eyes sparkling beautifully. When they first encountered her, she had been frail, her large eyes devoid of life. Noticing Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian's gaze upon her, the 11-year-old Gu Yu blushed and said, "I owe you my gratitude. Had I not met you back then, I might not be here today." "Dear sister Gu Yu, you are indeed fortunate. Please do not say such things. Even without our intervention, you would have encountered other kind-hearted souls," Yun Fu reassured her. "Regrettably, the money you gave my brother was hardly spent before it was snatched away. The clothes and bedding my brother bought for me, along with the food, were all taken by those old beggars," Gu Yu exclaimed indignantly. Yet, as if recalling something, her eyes brimmed with hope as she asked, "Are you and young Master Yun here to find me and my brother?" "My brother said I should follow you. You saved my life. I would be grateful to serve you as a maid," Gu Yu cautiously inquired, fearful that the Yun siblings might not keep their promise. The siblings had been longing for the Yun family to come for them, eager to be taken away. Her brother had warned her that as she grew older, it would become increasingly perilous for a beggar girl, vulnerable to exploitation. If she were to serve as a maid in a grand household, it could be fraught with its own dangers, embroiled in internal strife that could threaten her very existence. The only path left for her was to follow the kind-hearted Yun siblings, who would surely not let her suffer. As Yun Jiqian asked, "Where is your brother?" "He has gone out to beg for food. He should be returning soon," she replied. "Then let us wait for your brother here." However, as they waited, the hours passed until noon, yet Gu Che had not returned. At that moment, a small beggar rushed in, panic etched upon his face, calling out to Gu Yu, "Gu Yu, Gu Yu, something has happened to your brother. Come with me quickly." Gu Yu's heart raced with anxiety as she hurried a few steps forward and asked, "What happened? Is my brother all right?" The small beggar breathlessly explained, "Your brother was beaten by the owner of the bun shop." "Why did they beat him?" "I don't know. When I arrived, the owner claimed he stole buns, and he was being beaten by the couple who run the shop." Gu Yu shook her head vehemently. "That cannot be, my brother is not that kind of person." Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian also doubted that Gu Che would stoop to stealing. They recalled how, when his sister had been gravely ill, he stood before the old man selling candied hawthorns, who was too frail to chase after him if he had attempted to snatch a skewer. Seeing Gu Yu's distress, Yun Fu urged, "Do not fret. We will accompany you to see for ourselves." The four of them made their way to the bun shop, where they found Gu Che battered and bruised. Gu Yu rushed over to lift her brother up, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Why are you hurting my brother?" The shop owner's wife, realizing the small girl was calling this boy her brother, sneered, "Since he stole our buns, he must work here for a month as punishment, or we will report him to the authorities." Upon hearing the word authorities, Gu Che's face paled with fear. He shouted in protest, "You offered to give me 2 buns, as I was about to leave, you stopped me and accused me of stealing. How can you be so unreasonable?" In these times, the common folk feared the officials, and a mere beggar even more so. Having often been chased away by the constables, Gu Che was understandably terrified at the mention of reporting him. The bun shop owner knew these children were merely orphans begging for survival, with no family to support them. He and his wife, drenched in sweat from their labor, had grown weary of the relentless heat. They had considered hiring help, but the meager profits from the shop rendered that impossible. Thus, they had turned their sights on these unfortunate children. Yun Jiqian asserted, "If he took a few buns, I will pay for them. We do not want your money out. If he dares to steal from us, he must work here for a month to pay off his debt." The owner replied, his mind racing with schemes, thinking that once the month was over, he would find another excuse to keep him on. Yun Fu interjected, "For just 2 buns, you intend to make him toil like a common laborer for an entire month? What an outrageous scheme." Her youthful voice drew the attention of many passers-by, who stopped to watch the unfolding scene. Chapter 61. Yun Jingxing's boredom. The proprietress of the steamed bun shop, infuriated by a small girl's audacity to interfere, snapped, "Go play, you little brat." She intended to swat Yun Fu away, but was halted by Yun Jiqian. "They are my younger siblings. If you disagree, then feel free to call the authorities. The shopkeeper scrutinized Yun Jiqian, recognizing him as a scholar. Scholars are not easily fooled. 2 steamed buns cost 2 wen. Yun Jiqian produced the silver coins, but just as the proprietress reached to take them, he added, "You may have the bun money, but the injuries inflicted on my brother require a doctor's attention. Let us settle the medical expenses." Upon hearing about the costs, the couple recoiled, unwilling to part with their money. The proprietress, ready to explode, was met with her husband's cheerful inquiry, "How much for the medical fees?" "1 tael of silver." The moment these words left Yun Jiqian's lips, the proprietress was enraged. "Wasn't that extortion?" Gritting her teeth, she replied, "You can forget it. Then we shall report this to the authorities. I happen to see a constable patrolling nearby. Please fetch him," Yun Jiqian stated, his tone unwavering. A passerby stepped forward, saying, "I witnessed it all. It was you who gave that child the buns." "Indeed, I just happened to pass by and saw everything," another chimed in. Realizing they had witnesses, the timid shopkeeper hastily declared, "Quickly, get them 1 tael of silver." The proprietress, however, was adamant against it, refusing to budge. Frustrated, the husband slapped his wife across the face. "Just give it to them, stop babbling." With her husband's fury unleashed, she dared not protest further, covering her face in dismay as she retreated inside to retrieve a tael of silver, which she begrudgingly handed to Yun Jiqian. As they departed, Yun Jiqian left the 2 wen for the buns on the table. They had initially sought to exploit free labor, but ended up losing more than they bargained for. The profit from the buns was meager, and it would take a long time to recoup their losses. After Yun Jiqian and the others left, the proprietress couldn't contain her grievances. "It's all your fault. We should have let them report us. If we insisted he stole our buns, what could the constable uncover?" Before she could finish, she received another slap, this one more forceful than the last. "This was your ill-conceived idea, and look where it has led." The slap left her cheek swollen. "You strike me once, and now you do it again. You dare not act in front of outsiders but bully me at home. I shall not let this go." With that, the two began to grapple. Upon exiting the clinic, Guche expressed his gratitude. "Brother Yun, Sister Yun, thank you for your assistance today." Fortunately, Guche had only sustained minor injuries. The steamed bun shop owner likely held back his aggression, perhaps hoping Guche would work for them. Yun Fu remarked, "It was merely a small favor. We came specifically to find you. We have opened a shop and would like to know if you would join us." "I would love to," Guche exclaimed joyfully. He had long awaited the arrival of the Yun siblings, fully aware they were not of affluent background. Just having them take in his sister was enough for him. He had waited for 2 to 3 months, believing he would never see them again, yet here they were, opening a shop and inviting him to assist. This was truly a blessing for him. "Then go gather your things. We shall meet at our new shop on the south side of Shangyunzhuang." The shop did not yet have a sign, but Guche was familiar with Shangyunzhuang. "All right, we will go pack our things." The siblings spent the entire day in town, hiring professionals for the shop's renovations and purchasing various necessary items. Importantly, they cleared a space in the shop's backyard to serve as an ice room. That evening, upon returning home, Yun Jingqing pulled Yun Fu aside to inquire about the shop's progress. Having been occupied with work, he suddenly felt restless, his heart akin to being scratched by countless claws. Over the past couple of days, he had busied himself with building walls, with a few villagers lending a hand. The courtyard wall was completed in just half a day, and now he found himself idle again. Not wanting to undermine his father's authority, he hesitantly engaged Yun Fu in casual conversation. "4. How is the shop coming along? Is it ready?" "It is ready. We are currently seeking someone to handle the renovations, and we should be able to open in a few days," she replied, feeling embarrassed. Yun Jingqing hesitated. I Yun Fu gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Gathering his courage, he decided to disregard the embarrassment. After all, if he were to lose face, it would only be in front of his daughter, not in public. "Father has nothing to do at home. Why not ask your elder brother if there is something I can do?" "Father, it just so happens I have something for you. This task requires your expertise, and no one else can do it." "Fine, as long as I am not idle, I will do whatever you ask." Yun Fu returned to her room and, upon her return, handed a blueprint to Yun Zhengqing. Stunned, he asked, "Did you draw this?" The blueprint depicted an unusual mold. Although he was unsure of its purpose, he believed crafting it would not be overly complicated. "I had my brother help me draw it," Yun Fu explained. At that moment, Yun Jiqian entered the room and clarified, "Father, Fu suggested this mold could be used to make popsicles, so I sketched it according to her idea." Yun Zhengqing had no idea what a popsicle was, but he assumed it was something made with ice. Since his daughter desired it, he was determined to create it for her. "Father, can this mold be made?" Yes, it certainly can. Your father's blacksmithing skills are not for naught. A look of delight illuminated Yun Fu's face as she exclaimed, "Really? Father, you are amazing." Receiving such admiration from his daughter filled Yun Jingqing with joy. Dispelling the recent sense of loss from his lack of work the following morning, he took the blueprint and set out, bringing along the silver provided by Lu Shi to find a blacksmith shop to accomplish his daughter's task. Although the blacksmith shop was under the influence of the Xie family and had forbidden him from working there, Yun Jingqing was welcomed as a customer. The shopkeeper, torn between his reluctance to lose a talented blacksmith and the fear of offending the Xie family, ultimately had to let Yun Jingqing go. Upon hearing that Yun Jingqing intended to personally craft the mold, the shopkeeper eagerly agreed to offer him the necessary assistance. Man Dazhu and Chai Kong approached Yun Jingqing upon his arrival. "Brother Yun, they are being too unreasonable. To dismiss such a skilled blacksmith as you is simply heartless. We no longer wish to work here," Chai Kong declared. "Indeed, Brother Yun, your craftsmanship is unparalleled. Why not open your own shop? Just say the word, and both Chai Kong and I will follow you," Man Dazhu added. The two had a close relationship with Yun Jingqing, who had mentored them when they were novices in the trade. In their eyes, he was not just a co-worker but also a brother and a teacher. Yun Jingqing replied, "You two should focus on your work here. I cannot allow you to be dragged down with me." He understood the plight of Chai Kong and Man Dazhu, who relied on their wages to support their families. If they were to lose their jobs like him, their entire households would face starvation. Besides, opening a blacksmith shop was no simple matter. It required official approval, and he was not keen on dealing with the authorities just yet. Furthermore, the Yun family was not in a position to start a shop. They were struggling just to make ends meet. "Brother Yun, if you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to tell us. Do not treat us as outsiders." "All right," he replied, appreciating their concern. "Brother Yun, how should we proceed with this task? Just direct us, and we will assist you." Seeing the two cease their work to help him, Yun Jingqing felt warmth in his heart. He took the blueprint and began to explain the process to them. With the combined efforts of Man Dazhu and Chai Kong, the mold was completed swiftly. Within a day, they had crafted 2 molds. That evening, Yun Jingqing proudly presented the molds to Yun Fu. "Take a look at the molds I made. If they are not satisfactory, I can always make new ones." Yun Fu carefully examined the mold, her thoughts racing with pride for her father's craftsmanship. "Father, if your skills are second to none, then no one dares claim the title of the best," she praised. Yun Fu's commendation brought immense joy to Yun Jingqing, dispelling any lingering feelings of disappointment from his recent loss of work. The mold was crafted from iron but was not overly large. It featured 30 small compartments, each of which could be detached. Ice could be placed in the compartments, and then the lids could be secured, allowing the prepared mixture to be poured in. Once frozen, they would become popsicles. The next day, she would take them to the shop's ice room and attempt to make popsicles for sale. Yun Fu mentioned that she had given Yun Jingqing 10 taels of silver and suggested, "Father, please make a few more in the coming days. If you need more money, just let us know." "All right," he replied eagerly, as he was itching to return to work. 3 days later, the streets were bustling with vendors selling popsicles and milk pudding. They carried white wooden boxes, calling out, "Popsicles for sale, milk pudding for sale." In the sweltering summer, the mere mention of ice drew the attention of passers-by, who flocked to the children carrying the white boxes, inquiring about the popsicles. Before long, a crowd had gathered around one such child. Gu Che.at Gu Che's insistence, to reassure Yun Fu and her brother of their trustworthiness, they signed a contract pledging to remain by the Yun siblings' side for life. Aware of the tragic backgrounds of the children from the city's temple, Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian decided to take in 23 of them, providing each with 2 sets of clothing and sheltering them in the backyard of the ice shop. They fed these children while also allowing them to contribute to the family's income, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once they had saved enough, Yun Jiqian planned to rent a larger space for them to live in. With the sudden provision of shelter, new clothes, and food, the children were filled with gratitude towards the Yun siblings. Prior to the opening of the ice shop, Yun Fu decided to use the popsicles and milk pudding they made as a promotional strategy. Any child over the age of 10 could join them in earning money. After counting, she found 18 children aged 10 and above, and only 5 younger ones, whom they could still afford to feed. Under the guidance of Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian over the course of 2 days, the children learned how to communicate with customers and sell their products. For every 2 popsicles sold, they would earn 1 won, and for every milk pudding sold, they would also earn 1 won. However, the sole requirement was that everyone must maintain cleanliness and tidiness in their appearance and attire. Upon hearing this, the children rejoiced, realizing they would be provided food, shelter, and clothing, along with earning wages. The Yun family truly was benevolent. Jiu Che opened the wooden box, lifted the white cotton cover, and retrieved a popsicle and a milk pudding, both wrapped in oiled paper. With enough ice at the bottom of the box, the popsicles remained frozen, protected by the layer of cotton above, which retained the cold. He unwrapped the oiled paper and explained, the popsicles are 4 won, and the milk pudding, made with milk, is a bit more expensive at 8 won. Both treats were white, with the popsicle appearing slightly translucent compared to the creamy white of the milk pudding, which looked particularly enticing. The prices were reasonable, especially given the scorching heat. I'll take 2 popsicles. I want a milk pudding. I'll buy 4 to take home for the kids to try. As people eagerly handed over their coins to Gucci, fearing they might miss out, he found himself overwhelmed. Moments later, someone took a popsicle, took a bite, and was immediately enveloped in a refreshing sensation, prompting an excited exclamation, "It's cold and sweet, the flavor is delightful, I'll take another." The popsicles in the wooden box quickly sold out. "Little brother, where is your shop? This milk pudding tastes fantastic, I'd like to buy a few more to take home." Gucci replied, "Our shop is located on the south side of Shangyunzhuang on West Street, Yunji Ice Drink Shop. We will open in 5 days, offering various ice bowls, ice drinks, and ice cream, with half-price promotions on opening day. You are all welcome to try." 10 won, so cheap, can I buy it now? This heat is unbearable, I need to take 2 blocks home. They knew that ice was scarce and typically expensive. In other places, they could not find it for less than 50 won for such a large block. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "I want to buy a block of ice, and I want a few popsicles too." With such low prices, they speculated that the ice bowls would also be affordable. While the Xinji was out of their budget, they were curious if Yunji's offerings were similarly priced. As more and more people gathered, Gucci was astonished by the commotion his popsicles had caused. Latecomers, seeing others enjoying the frozen treats, felt regretful for arriving too late but were eager to learn where they could find the Yunji Ice Drink Shop. Chapter 63. A flourishing business before opening. To the astonishment of Yunfu and Yunji Qian, even before their shop had officially opened, patrons began to trickle in steadily. Some sought ice pops, others desired ice blocks, and there were those inquiring about the availability of ice bowls. On this particular day, they sold out their stock of 300 ice pops and 100 milk puddings, in addition to over 100 ice blocks and more than 30 bowls of ice bowls. Customers, noticing that the price of the ice bowls was significantly lower than that of the rival shop, Xianji, eagerly asked Yunji Qian if they could purchase them in advance. The siblings had intended to reserve the ice bowls for their grand opening, but given the customers' requests, they reluctantly agreed to sell them early. Upon tasting the treats, the patrons exclaimed in delight, declaring them delicious and half the price of those at Xianji, yet of superior quality. They were eager to spread the word to their friends and family about Yunji's affordable and delectable ice bowls, vowing to return for more, especially since the shop provided a comfortable atmosphere with ample ice basins placed throughout, creating a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Meanwhile, in the elegantly appointed private room on the second floor of Xian's cold drink shop, a middle-aged man, adorned in finery, lounged with one leg crossed over the other, sipping tea leisurely while occasionally humming a tune. Since his sister became a concubine to the head of the Xie family, his life had grown increasingly splendid. The Lin family's business was flourishing, and with his sister whispering sweet nothings in her husband's ear daily, he had benefited greatly from his brother-in-law's support. Although his sister held the status of a concubine, her authority as the steward of the Lin estate brought them considerable advantage. Indeed, a fortuitous marriage. At that moment, the shopkeeper knocked and entered. "Master, a new cold drink shop has opened across the street." Without lifting his gaze, he took a sip of tea and replied, "Oh?" The shopkeeper continued, "They have already begun receiving customers even before their official opening. After they open, it is likely that..." Lin Laoyi dismissively waved his hand and stated, "Do not concern yourself with them, not everyone can master the art of cold drinks." Lin Laoyi spoke with unwavering confidence. It was not that he underestimated the rival establishment. The artisans crafting cold drinks at Xianji had been brought in from the capital. He had spent 3 years preparing to open his own shop, constructing multiple ice cellars and stockpiling vast amounts of ice annually for the future. Opening a cold drink shop was not a matter to be taken lightly. In terms of ice cellars alone, they could not compete, let alone the lack of expertise from capital artisans. Such trivial competition was hardly worthy of his attention. The shopkeeper, sensing Lin Laoyi's certainty, chose not to press further, though he harbored a nagging feeling that the rival shop was not to be underestimated. That evening, upon returning to the Yun household, Yunfu and Yunji Qian tallied their sales for the day and were astounded to find they had garnered over 5 taels of silver, with profits exceeding 4 taels. Their parents, upon hearing this delightful news, were left in shock, unable to believe that their children had truly managed to commence business even before the grand opening. Meanwhile, Yun's brothers had just learned that their elder brother and sister had opened a shop, their astonishment palpable. "Father, we only have 12 molds, that may not suffice, please make 20 more, one of the brothers suggested. "Very well, I shall see to it tomorrow," replied Yun Zhangqing, who planned to visit the blacksmith's shop early the next morning. Initially, he had taken longer to craft the first 2 molds due to unfamiliarity, but now he had grown adept and could work swiftly. He resolved to work overtime to complete the additional 20 molds before the shop's opening, ensuring they would not be delayed in their usage. Since that day when Yun Fu had shared her ice bowls with Yun Jili, he had recognized that his sister was truly exceptional, surpassing the capabilities of any ordinary sibling. Now, as she contributed to the family's earnings, he felt a twinge of embarrassment recalling the time he had been angry with her. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of pride in having such a remarkable sister. "Sister, I shall come to the shop to assist after school tomorrow," he declared. "That sounds splendid, fifth brother," she replied. Yun Zhizhan, Yun Zhiyan, and Yun Jilan joined in, saying, "We too wish to help at the shop tomorrow." At that moment, Lucier pulled Yun Jiqian aside after a long day of work, stating, "Jenner, you have been busy returning home late these past few days. Tomorrow morning, you should head to town a bit later and meet with Ing Zi." Yun Jiqian felt a slight warmth rise to his ears as he responded, "As you wish, mother." After Lucier had mentioned it previously, he had been intrigued, but the busyness of his days had pushed the thought aside. Now, with his mother's reminder, his curiosity about what kind of woman Ing Zi was rekindled. Early the next morning, under the arrangement of matchmakerly, Yun Jiqian met Zhao Yingzi. Unlike the strict customs of affluent families, the presence of a matchmaker allowed the young couple to converse freely. Thus, matchmakerly brought Yingzi to the Yun household, not only to facilitate their introduction but also for Zhao Yingzi to assess the Yun family's circumstances, a specific request from the Zhao family. Taking Lucier's hand, matchmakerly exclaimed, "Sister Lu, I have brought Yingzi for you. Just look at how charming this girl is." Lucier took a moment to scrutinize Yingzi closely, as did Yun Fu, who was equally curious to see what kind of person Zhao Yingzi was, whether she was suitable for her elder brother. It was evident that Zhao Yingzi had made an effort to present herself well today. Although her attire was still made of coarse fabric, it was impeccably new, and she wore a touch of makeup that highlighted her delicate features. Sensing Lucier's gaze upon her, Zhao Yingzi felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Lucier nodded in satisfaction. The girl appeared to be industrious and capable, unlike the frail daughters of highborn families. The only drawback was her slightly tanned skin, likely a result of years of labor under the sun. However, the marks on her neck suggested that her natural complexion was considerably fairer. Lucier mused that a bit of tan was inconsequential. Once she entered the Yun household, she would soon regain her health. At that moment, Yingzi noticed a little girl observing her intently and turned to Yun Fu, softly asking, "Is this your younger sister?" "She is truly lovely." To which Yun Fu replied, "The beauty of childhood allows one to gaze without reservation." Pleased to see Yingzi's fondness for her daughter, Lucier smiled and said, "Indeed, she is the youngest in the family and has been somewhat indulged." Upon hearing Lucier's words, a flicker of something unusual crossed Yingzi's eyes, but her smile remained intact. "Auntie speaks wisely, the youngest should indeed receive more affection." Matchmakerly then suggested, "Sister Lu, shall we step into the courtyard for a chat?" Lucier understood the implication and took Yun Fu by the hand, following matchmakerly outside. As the three departed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lucier had instructed Yun Jiqian to take the initiative as a young man, so he stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Miss Zhao." Chapter 64. A mutual gaze between Yun Jiqian and Zhao Yingzi. Yun Jiqian remained perpetually with his head bowed and eyes downcast, not daring to glance at Yingzi even once. Nevertheless, Zhao Yingzi suddenly felt her ears flush red. Stealing a glance at Yun Jiqian, she inwardly lamented, "He resembles the elegant young gentleman from plays," and even offered her a bow. Truly, scholars are different, but what was she to do? She was neither able to sit nor stand comfortably, and she certainly did not know how to return a bow. This dilemma left Yingzi in a state of agitation, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. According to the customs depicted in the play, she ought to have returned a simple bow. In response, she strained to recall the southern opera she had seen at the theater in Shiqiao Town, attempting to emulate the graceful demeanor of the wealthy young ladies portrayed therein. She awkwardly managed to say, "Greetings, young Master Yun." Her voice was sweet and soft, piercing directly into Yun Jiqian's heart, at which point he mustered the courage to lift his gaze to Zhao Yingzi. Upon seeing her fair visage, Yun Jiqian's heart fluttered like a startled deer, causing his cheeks to involuntarily flush. He slightly lowered his head, a smile spreading across his face. "Miss Zhao, please take a seat." Peeking through the window, Yun Fu could not help but sigh. "Alas, it seems my elder brother has taken a liking to Zhao Yingzi. He has been cooped up in the academy day in and day out, with no female students around. He would probably find even an old sow beautiful at this point. Was it not because of my brother that he was so affected in his last life, leading to his prolonged bachelorhood? I must keep a close watch to safeguard my brother from further heartache." At that moment, Zhao Yingzi also lifted her gaze to scrutinize Yun Jiqian, her heart secretly rejoicing, for he appeared even more handsome than when she had first encountered him. Indeed, her mother had not deceived her previously. She had seen Yun Jiqian from a distance at the intersection near the Yun residence, where his handsome features and extraordinary demeanor set him apart from the ordinary farm boys. With just one glance, she found herself captivated, however, that had merely been a fleeting look, and now, from close up, he was even more striking. "Young Master Yun, I have heard you are a student at the Shigugu Academy in town?" Noticing Yun Jiqian deep in thought, Zhao Yingzi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing he might not think highly of her. "Miss Zhao may not be aware, but I have withdrawn from my studies." Zhao Yingzi's heart tightened, and her smile faded considerably as she hastily inquired, "Why?" "At that time, my mother fell ill while striving to secure our education costs. With only my father's meager support, it was impossible to sustain the education of all 5 of us. As the eldest son, it is my duty to alleviate their burdens," Yun Jiqian recounted the predicament with a casual tone. Zhao Yingzi admired his sense of responsibility. "Then, will you return to the academy to study in the future?" "That will depend on circumstances, the future is unpredictable, perhaps I may have the opportunity to resume my studies." Yun Jiqian could not fail to perceive the worry in Zhao Yingzi's words. He could not bear to let her fret over him as if she were his mother, so he fabricated a lie. Having resolved to forsake academia for business, he felt he should steadfastly pursue that path, leaving thoughts of study behind. Upon hearing Yun Jiqian's assertion, Zhao Yingzi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Young Master Yun excels in his studies, you ought to return to the academy." "Indeed." As Yun Jiqian agreed, a smile returned to Zhao Yingzi's face. All of this was observed by Yun Fu outside the window, who felt an inkling that Zhao Yingzi was not as simple as she appeared. She was likely far more cunning than her mother and brother could see. After the departure of the matchmaker and Zhao Yingzi, Lu Shi asked, "Shanner, what do you think?" Yun Jiqian's face flushed, and he lowered his head, responding, "I trust my mother's judgment." Lu Shi noted her son's reaction with delight, realizing he had tacitly consented to the marriage. "Then I shall inform the matchmaker." Meanwhile, Yun Fu secretly worried for her elder brother. To think that her usually astute brother would be so naive in matters of the heart. Having concluded their private affairs, the two returned to the shop in town to resume their busy work. The previous night, these children had ventured into the streets to sell popsicles, with the most successful among them selling a remarkable 35 pieces, including 11 milk puddings and 24 popsicles, earning a total of 23 won in reward, a sum they had never anticipated. Others, having sold only a few pieces, were nonetheless satisfied, knowing that with no expenses for food and lodging, all their earnings could be saved. Some of the younger children inwardly lamented that they wished their parents had allowed them to be born a few years earlier so they could also earn money. The top 3 sellers received an additional 5 won each as a reward from Yun Jiqian, further fueling their enthusiasm. Some townsfolk recognized these children as former beggars. Now that someone was willing to take them in and feed them, they secretly admired the owner of Yun's establishment. Upon hearing that the children would receive a reward for their sales, many were eager to assist, hoping to experience the refreshing taste of these popsicles themselves. One taste led to another, and they quickly became fond of the icy treat, which indeed provided much-needed relief from the heat. With the children promoting along the streets, it seemed more patrons visited the shop today than the previous day. Fortunately, they had prepared ample molds and materials, having stockpiled ice, popsicles, ice bowls, and cold drinks after closing the shop yesterday. Only Yun Jiqian, Yun Fu, and the Gu siblings were permitted inside the ice room. Others were prohibited from entering and discovering its secrets. When the shop became too busy, Yun Jiqian selected 5 of the more astute children to assist. The ice blocks they had prepared the day prior were dispatched one after another. Yun Fu suggested, "Elder brother, I believe it would be prudent to secure the support of the local authorities before the shop opens. Our ice is not valuable, even if we were to give it away for free, it would still be manageable." With Yun Fu's reminder, Yun Jiqian suddenly comprehended the significance. With the backing of the local government, anyone with ill intentions would think twice before causing trouble. "I understand, sister. I will take care of it. Can you manage here in the shop?" He felt somewhat uneasy, as the shop was staffed only by children. Although his sister was clever, she was still just a child. "Elder brother, go with peace of mind. Before the shop opens, we can manage, but after a while, it may become difficult. Once you return, we should post a notice outside for hiring help. It seems we will need a manager after all. Additionally, we ought to hire a cook, as relying on takeout for the past 2 days is unsustainable. Not only is it costly, but they also cannot go without soup for long." "All right." Every time his sister spoke, Yun Jiqian found himself in complete agreement with her. As he embarked on his first business venture, he often felt like a headless fly, flitting about without direction. Had his sister not been beside him to offer reminders, his efforts would have been chaotic and unproductive. He was grateful to have her by his side. Looking back, he recalled how he had once thought of throwing her out of the house when she first arrived, and now he felt a chill for having entertained such a notion. Yun Jiqian rented a cart to transport 30 blocks of ice, planning to deliver 10 blocks to the government office, 10 to the Shigugu Academy, and the remainder to the Zhao governor's residence. Having heard that the Zhao governor's mother was unwell and recuperating in Shichao town, he knew that the governor's family had come to stay as well. As his sister had suggested, establishing a connection with the governor's residence would be beneficial, even if only to become a familiar face. Though purchasing 30 blocks of ice might cost nearly a tael of silver, thankfully, their production costs were negligible. However, if distributing this ice could afford them protection, it was well worth the effort. Yun Jiqian's first stop was the county office. As he approached the entrance, he encountered 2 constables standing guard, their large swords glinting in the sunlight. One of the constables stepped forward and barked, "Halt! Who are you?" Chapter 65. Seeking backing for the shop. The constable scrutinized Yun Jiqian from head to toe. Seeing his genteel demeanor, he relaxed his vigilance somewhat. Yun Jiqian hastily clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Good sirs, I am a student from the Shigugu Academy. My family has opened an ice drink shop, and I happen to be passing through while transporting ice." He continued, "I understand that you gentlemen work tirelessly under the scorching sun for the well-being of the people, and I wish to express my gratitude by offering some ice blocks." The reason Yun Jiqian mentioned his affiliation with the academy was that he knew common folk would likely be dismissed without a second glance, whereas students from the academy typically garnered more respect. Indeed, upon hearing he was a student from Shigugu Academy, the constable's stern expression softened considerably. The academy's headmaster held considerable prestige, and even the county magistrate treated him with respect. Upon noticing the ice blocks, the 2 constables quickly approached the cart, confirming the presence of ice. They had been sweating profusely under the hot sun, and the prospect of having ice to cool them down was immensely appealing. With this thought, they immediately donned smiles, exclaiming, "Thank you, young man." As Yun Jiqian assisted the constables in unloading the ice blocks, he added, "If you have time, you are welcome to visit Yunji Ice Drink Shop located south of Shenyun Village on West Street. I'll treat you to some cold drinks." Seeing Yun Jiqian's amiable demeanor, the constable smiled broadly. "Very well, we shall certainly patronize your shop in the future." In these times, ice was a luxury, and the constables had only anticipated receiving a couple of blocks, so they were overjoyed with Yun Jiqian's generous offer of 10 blocks. As he took his leave, Yun Jiqian remarked, "Constables, please feel free to share the ice among yourselves. Once you run out today, I'll bring more tomorrow." As the cart moved further away, one of the constables, named Du Jin, advised, "Little Chiu, remind the others to look out for that Yunji ice drink shop." Chiu replied promptly, "Understood, brother Du. In this sweltering heat, only this young man has thought of us, and we should certainly look out for him." Yun Jiqian had initially expected to face a challenging endeavor, but he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly he had secured the county office's favor. Although he was still young, he understood the importance of human connections in this world. He did not resent this approach, as any benefits gained from it were worthwhile. After providing the driver with directions to Shigugu Academy, the cart made its way there. Upon reaching the entrance, the gatekeeper recognized Yun Jiqian and expressed surprise. "Yun Jiqian, what brings you to the academy today?" The gatekeeper was familiar with Yun Jiqian, as he had come to the academy with his 5 brothers, the only family with the surname Yun. They would always greet the gatekeeper in unison during school hours. Over the past 2 years, the gatekeeper had grown accustomed to Yun Jiqian's presence. Moreover, he often heard the teachers and students praise Yun Jiqian for his outstanding. Upon learning that Yun Jiqian had withdrawn from the academy, the gatekeeper felt a deep sense of regret. Such an exceptional student, yet he had chosen to leave. "Uncle, I have brought some ice blocks specifically for the academy," Yun Jiqian stated as he began unloading the ice. "My status is now inconvenient, so I hope you can assist me in delivering it inside." The gatekeeper immediately understood. Although Yun Jiqian had withdrawn, he still cared for his younger brothers at the academy. What a kind and considerate child he was. The gatekeeper promptly agreed, "Rest assured, I will deliver it to them." After unloading the ice, Yun Jiqian instructed, "Uncle, please keep 1 block for yourself, deliver 1 to the headmaster, and distribute the rest as you see fit." The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback. Was this ice block meant for him? Wasn't it intended for his younger brothers? He inquired. "Isn't this for your brothers?" No, this is for the academy. It has nothing to do with my brothers," Yun Jiqian quickly clarified. Only then did the gatekeeper realize his misunderstanding. The thought that this child, despite no longer studying at the academy, still considered an old man like him touched him deeply, and he felt a rush of emotion. However, he also felt a sense of loss for Yun Jiqian. Understanding the weight of his words, he knew he could not persuade him to return, but suddenly recalled that the headmaster was present today. Perhaps if the headmaster spoke to him, he might reconsider. With this in mind, the gatekeeper said, "I suddenly feel an urgent need. If you don't mind waiting here, I will return shortly." Seeing the gatekeeper as genuine urgency, Yun Jiqian replied, "Uncle, please hurry. It's no trouble for me to wait." Thank you." The gatekeeper expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. Upon entering the academy, he quickly concealed his anxious demeanor and hurried to the headmaster's office. The headmaster of Shigugu Academy, Lu Yuanzhang, was in his 50s and had once been a successful scholar, destined for a career in the capital. However, disillusioned by the intrigues and deceptions of court life, he resolutely left the capital to become the headmaster of Shigugu Academy. He had dedicated himself to this role for nearly 30 years. At that moment, Lu was deeply engrossed in studying the letters of renowned scholars, lost in thought when he heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. His brow furrowed slightly, and he felt a twinge of annoyance as he reluctantly rose to open the door. Upon seeing the gatekeeper, his tone softened somewhat. "What is it?" The gatekeeper respectfully replied, "Headmaster Lu, the student Yun Jiqian, who previously studied at our academy, has come to deliver ice for us." Lu Yuanzhang recalled Yun Jiqian. Though he was the headmaster, he still occasionally taught classes for the students. Yun Jiqian, despite enrolling late, had displayed remarkable diligence and intelligence, mastering knowledge in just 2 years that often took other students 5 or even 8 years to learn. He predicted that Yun Jiqian would undoubtedly achieve the scholar title in this year's examination. Delivering ice? Lu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed as puzzlement filled his eyes. Yun Jiqian was an exceptionally promising student and ought to be attending class at this time. Chapter 66 Dean Lu's appreciation for talent. Indeed, Dean, Yun Jiqian has already withdrawn from school. I have come to implore you to persuade him. Before the uncle at the gate could finish his words, Dean Lu had already strode purposefully towards the entrance, heading in the direction of the gatehouse. His demeanor suggested a sense of urgency. He, too, must share the same sentiment of valuing talent. Carefully, he assisted the dean in closing the door before making his way to the gatehouse. Upon entering, Dean Lu beheld Yun Jiqian seated there, and he finally believed the words of the gatekeeper. It was a poignant sight to witness such an exceptional student willingly destroy his own future, and a pang of heartache surged within him. Not long ago, he had traveled to the capital and had only returned to the academy yesterday. Had it not been for the gatekeeper's notification, he would have remained entirely unaware of Yun Jiqian's withdrawal. "Could we discuss the reasons behind your decision to leave school?" Dean Lu inquired. Yun Jiqian, taken aback by the dean's sudden appearance, quickly comprehended that the gatekeeper had deceived him, yet he understood the man's good intentions and bore him no ill will. He promptly rose to his feet and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Student Yun Jiqian pays his respects to Dean Lu." "Very well, please take a seat," Dean Lu replied, gesturing for Yun Jiqian to sit down after he himself had settled. "If your family is facing difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do everything within my power to help." Dean Lu was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Yun family. Supporting 5 students was indeed a daunting task for them. Consequently, he had previously taken the initiative to reduce their tuition fees. "Has the Yun family encountered further misfortunes?" "I am grateful for your kindness, Dean, but I simply no longer wish to pursue my studies." "There are no other reasons." Dean Lu was unconvinced. It was difficult for him to believe that a person so passionate about learning would suddenly declare an aversion to it. Noticing the uncertainty in the dean's gaze, Yun Jiqian steeled himself and reiterated, "My aspirations lie elsewhere." "That is unacceptable. You shall not withdraw without my consent." "Dean, hear us what I propose. I will waive your tuition fees for a year, and all your writing materials will be provided by the academy. Focus on your studies." Dean Lu could not bear the thought of losing a student he had painstakingly nurtured. With the academy's entrance examinations approaching in August, the students he had trained were just as capable as those from the prestigious academies in the capital. Such a promising talent was not something he could easily part with. However, it was too late. Had the dean made this offer earlier, Yun Jiqian might have considered it, but now that the shop was operational and money had already been invested, there was no turning back. Moreover, with his parents no longer earning an income, how could he manage the family's living expenses even if the dean alleviated his tuition? Seeing Yun Jiqian's hesitation, Dean Lu quickly added, "If there are any other difficulties, please do not hesitate to share." Yet Yun Jiqian remained resolute, replying, "I appreciate the dean's goodwill. I simply do not wish to continue my studies, and it is unrelated to anything else." Recognizing the firmness in Yun Jiqian's gaze, Dean Lu understood that he could no longer retain him and felt a sense of regret. "However, I can still participate in the August entrance examinations." Dean Lu inquired urgently, "Is that truly possible?" If Yun Jiqian's circumstances did not permit him to study at the academy, given his current talent, passing the examination was certainly within his reach. Furthermore, having an additional scholar from Shigugu Academy would bring honor to the institution. "However, could you grant me a favor?" Dean Lu waved his hand, indicating for him to proceed. "Dean, my younger brother has always been exceptionally intelligent, surpassing me in academic pursuits. Might you consider accepting him as your student? As soon as Yun Jiqian's words fell, Dean Luo's brow furrowed. Years ago, numerous students had attempted to curry favor with the Academy's instructors, hoping to persuade them to accept them as disciples. To maintain the Academy's integrity, he had previously declared that he would treat all students equally and would no longer take on individual pupils. Later on, he had encountered several promising students he wished to take under his wing, yet remembering his earlier proclamation, he dismissed the thought. To accept students now would be to contradict himself. Although he did not have a deep impression of Yun Jiyan, he recalled him as a diligent child who preferred solitude and dedicated himself to his studies. Whether Yun Jiyan truly possessed a gift for learning was something Dean Lu had never verified. Even if he had no intention of taking him on as a disciple. After a long pause, he finally said, "Let him take part in this year's entrance examination. If he truly passes, I shall acknowledge his talent and make an exception to accept him as my student. If you cannot attend the academy, then focus on your studies at home. I hope you achieve recognition this time." Dean Luo's words were merely a delay tactic to put pressure on Yun Jiqian. Given Yun Jian's current age, passing the entrance examination was unlikely. To his surprise, Yun Jiqian immediately rose and bowed, unable to contain his joy. "Thank you, Dean Lu, for your kindness. I shall exert every effort and will not disappoint your expectations. And about the ice, there is no need for further discussion." Before Dean Lu could finish his sentence, Yun Jiqian interjected, "Rest assured, Dean. I shall deliver 10 blocks of ice daily to the academy, no, 20 blocks, for its use. I must take my leave now." Yun Jiqian bowed once more, fearing that Dean Lu might change his mind, and then swiftly departed. Dean Lu attempted to call him back but was taken aback by how quickly he had vanished from sight. Sighing, he lamented that if given the choice, he would indeed prefer Yun Jiqian as his student. This individual was earnest, diligent, humble, sincere, and possessed a quick wit, demonstrating adaptability in the face of challenges. He would surely navigate the bureaucratic world with ease, perhaps even compensating for the regrets of his own past. Alas, fate can be a cruel mistress. Unbeknownst to Yun Jiqian, Dean Lu's thoughts were far from his own.at this moment. He needed to hasten to the governor's office and then return swiftly to his shop, wondering how busy it might be and whether his sister could manage the workload. Arriving at the governor's office in a flurry, Yun Jiqian leaped from the carriage. Before he could speak, he was met with a loud rebuke from the guards. "Who goes there? Leave at once." "To esteemed guards, I am Yun Jiqian from the Yunji Ice Drink Shop in the west of the city. I have come to deliver ice to the governor's office, and I assure you, all of it is free." Before he could finish, the guard interrupted again, "Leave immediately." "Brother," the guard raised his spear, and Yun Jiqian, realizing he could not linger, quickly replied, "Very well, I will take my leave." It appears that delivering ice to the governor's office is no simple task. At the Xia residence, Qingnan knelt on one knee, reporting to Prince Chen, "Your Highness, we have yet to uncover any leads regarding the seventh prince. Could it be that we have pursued the wrong direction? Initially, our investigation revealed that the Su family had 3 male infants born during those days. When the incident at the Su residence occurred, all 3 infants were sent away. I suspect. Chapter 67 Chang Qingqing encounters Yun Fu again. They had been in Shiqiao town for over 3 months, yet had uncovered not a single clue. Qingnan speculated that the issue might lie within the Su residence. Shi Junyi remarked, "That cannot be, the 7th imperial nephew must be in Shiqiao town." When Shi Junyi was 8 years old, he had visited the Su residence to interrogate Madame Su, who merely shook her head in ignorance. Further inquiries prompted her to close her eyes and fall silent. Witnessing Madame Su's profound grief over the loss of her beloved daughter, her husband's execution, and the exile of her sons along with all the male members of the Su family, it was evident that the entire household, filled with the elderly, women, and children, relied solely on her to bear the burden. At just over 50 years old, her hair was already completely gray. He could not bring himself to press her any further. Madame Su did not believe him, even when he declared that he had been raised by the imperial aunt and regarded her as a mother. She remained unmoved. He had dispatched individuals to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 male infants sent away from the Su residence that year, yet they seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Were it not for the note that bore the words "white jade dragon-shaped pendant" inscribed in 5 tiny characters, he might have repeatedly thought the direction of the investigation was erroneous. However, a rare occurrence had transpired in Shiqiao town. "Oh? Seeing that you are rarely interested in such gossip, Qingnan took it upon himself to entertain you. Did you not instruct me to keep an eye on those little beggars at the Chenghuang temple? Yet, just 2 days ago, those little beggars were all employed by a shop." "Employed beggars?" "Indeed, my lord. I have inquired, and the shop is named Yunji Ice Drinks. They have created various types of icy treats, seemingly called ice pops, and have these little beggars peddling them on the streets. With each ice pop sold, the beggars earn a profit. Qi Junyi reclined against the couch, his expression inscrutable. Can they actually sell them? Indeed, my lord, these little beggars have donned new clothes and shoes, their entire bodies scrubbed clean, as if they were reborn, and they are scarcely recognizable from their former selves. Not only are they selling ice pops rapidly, but they are also generating buzz for Yunji, advertising that such large blocks of ice are sold for merely 5 won each. The shop is likely bustling with customers now. Qi Junyi's eyes flickered slightly, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. To recruit these little beggars and provide them with sustenance, preventing them from starving or freezing to death, must indicate that this person possesses an exceptionally kind heart. Yet, he felt that something was amiss. Investigate the owner behind Yunji. When the master issued an order, Jingnan never questioned the reasoning. He clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, I shall take my leave." Yun Jiqian returned to the shop, observing that it was indeed quite busy, but his sister managed everyone with remarkable organization, and no one appeared flustered. The number of customers enjoying ice desserts was not overwhelming. The majority were purchasing ice pops, milk puddings, and ice blocks. These patrons often bought in quantities of 5 or 10, intending to share them with their families. "Sister, you must be exhausted." Upon seeing Yun Jiqian's return, Yun Fu, who had been maintaining an upright posture, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her elder brother had come back, allowing her to rest. The 6-year-old frame truly could not endure excessive toil. "Brother, you take over, I'll rest inside for a bit." "All right." Yun Fu entered the back, disregarding the fact that it was a communal sleeping area for the children. She removed her shoes and lay down, quickly falling asleep. She remained in slumber for over an hour, only stirring upon hearing Yun Jilai's voice. "Fifth brother?" "Sister, the eldest brother said you were overworked and sleeping inside, so I came to check on you." Yun Fu stretched languidly. "I'm fine, fifth brother. I'm not tired." Such is the nature of a child's body, fatigue comes swiftly, but recovery is equally rapid. After this nap, she felt as if she had been rejuvenated. "Come, I will take you to eat." Yun Jilai attempted to put shoes and socks on Yun Fu, but she hesitated, fearing repercussions later on. She pulled her foot away. "Fifth brother, I can do it myself." Yun Jilai held her foot down and put the shoes and socks on her. He took Yun Fu's hand and led her out through the back door. "Shouldn't we inform the eldest brother?" It was the eldest brother's instruction. "He gave me money to take you out for good food and to stroll around the streets." "Oh." Yun Fu felt lethargic all over, allowing Yun Jilai to guide her along. Before long, they arrived at Qianwei Building. "Fifth brother, are we going to eat at Qianwei Building?" "Yes, I'm taking you to have roast goose." Since the last time their mother brought home roast goose, he had noticed how much his sister relished it, and he had secretly made a note to bring her to Qianwei Building for the same dish once he had the means. "Fifth brother, I don't want to eat at Qianwei Building." The dishes there were rather expensive, and upon learning that it was owned by the Xia family, Yun Fu would certainly not be foolish enough to enrich them. Yet, fifth brother remained unaware of these grievances. She pointed towards the west. "On the way here, I saw a place selling wontons. Fifth brother, I want to eat wontons." Yun Jilai replied gently, "All right, we shall do as you wish." Of course, Yun Jilai would acquiesce to his sister's requests. Today was meant to be a respite for her, which is why he had asked the eldest brother for money to take her out. While the second, third, and fourth brothers might not understand, Yun Jilai could not be deceived. The opening of the Yunji ice drink shop was entirely his sister's idea. Furthermore, it seemed their parents had also lost their jobs. Without Yun Fu, they would struggle to afford their studies, let alone food. He understood his sister had been worn out these past few days, and he needed to find a reason to take her out to relax, ensuring she wasn't confined to the shop all day. The eldest brother was also concerned for her well-being and had pressed 5 taels of silver into his hand to take her out for a stroll. The two walked towards the west. Just as they exited Qianwei Building, Chang Qingqing spotted Yun Fu and Yun Jilai conversing not far away. She noticed the two whispering to each other. Shortly thereafter, the pair began to walk westward. "Cousin, you may return first. I wish to explore over there." Chang Qingqing pointed towards the direction in which Yun Fu and Yun Jilai had departed. Zhao Mingzhou felt somewhat uneasy. Their grandmother had instructed him to look after his cousin, and should anything happen to her in Shiqiao town, he would find it difficult to explain. "Cousin, I will accompany you." Chang Qingqing quickly replied, "No need, cousin. You may go back and let Songju accompany me." Having her cousin follow her around, constantly reminding her of what she could and could not do, felt akin to being monitored, which was utterly disheartening. Zhao Mingzhou glanced at Songju. "Very well, Songju, take good care of my cousin. If anything occurs, I will hold you accountable." Songju, a servant from the magistrate's residence who had been at Zhao Mingzhou's side since childhood and possessed some basic martial skills, provided him with reassurance. Rest assured, young master. I shall ensure Miss Chang's safety. Chang Qingqing stealthily trailed behind the Yun siblings, observing them as they chatted and laughed, reminiscent of her own elder brother. Once, her brother had shared such moments with her, but alas, they could never return. Meanwhile, Huang Er followed Chang Qingqing leisurely. At that moment, a young man, around 20 years of age, passed by Yun Jilai and, with a swift motion, snatched the pouch attached to Yun Jilai's waist before dashing off. Chapter 68. The thief who stole the purse. Yun Jilai saw someone snatch the purse that his sister had embroidered for him and shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted after the rogue. At that moment, Yun Fu also regained her senses and noticed that the thief was running at an astonishing speed, clearly beyond her elder brother's reach. "Brother, don't chase after him." Hearing Yun Fu's call, Yun Jilai paused after a few steps. He thought to himself, if the thief escapes, my sister will be anxious trying to find him. What if she encounters another bad man? Just then, Yun Fu caught up with Yun Jilai and inquired, "Brother, how much silver was in the purse?" Yun Jilai shook his head, then pulled out a silver coin. "I hid the silver on my person." "Then let him have the purse." "We won't need it," Yun Fu suggested. Yun Jilai hesitated, but that was a gift from you to me." Yun Fu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The purse was merely a casual creation of hers, yet her brother treated it as a treasured possession. "I can always stitch you a finer one later." "No, that was the first purse my sister embroidered. I cannot bear to part with it after she pricked her fingers countless times to complete it." Before Yun Fu could persuade Yun Jilai further, Huang Er came rushing over from a distance, resembling a victorious general, looking up at Yun Fu with pride, eagerly nuzzling against her legs. "Why are you here alone? Where is your master?" Huang Er barked a couple of times in the direction it had come from, as if to inform Yun Fu that its master was close behind. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Chang Qingqing arrived, accompanied by a young servant, leading the very thief who had just stolen Yun Jilai's purse. Chang Qingqing handed the purse to Yun Fu and said, "Miss Yun, please check if anything is missing from inside." Yun Fu passed the purse to her brother. Upon receiving it, Yun Jilai confirmed it was indeed his purse and felt two hard objects inside. Opening it, he discovered that the once empty purse now contained 10 taels of silver. He took the silver out and returned it to Chang Qingqing, saying, "This is not ours." Chang Qingqing was taken aback, realizing they recognized her. Initially, she had been trailing behind the two siblings, and upon hearing the shouts of "Catch the thief," she looked up to see someone had robbed them. However, the thief was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had dashed past her. Chang Qingqing shouted, "Huang Er," and upon receiving her command, Huang Er dashed forward like an arrow. The thief turned into an alley ahead, and Huang Er pounced upon him like a ravenous wolf, biting down fiercely. By the time Chang Qingqing arrived, the thief was writhing on the ground, clutching his injured leg in agony, while Huang Er held the purse in its mouth. Chang Qingqing took a glance at the purse, exclaiming, "Oh! What an ugly pouch!" The stitching was as coarse as a caterpillar, the embroidery wrinkled and unsightly, far worse than her own work. She had always detested wielding the fine embroidery needle, manipulating it with delicate fingers across the fabric. There was no thrill in embroidery compared to wielding a sword. She recalled how her mother had confined her for a month, forcing her to learn needlework, nearly driving her to madness. Holding the pouch, Chang Qingqing felt it was quite flimsy, and upon opening it, she confirmed it was indeed empty. She then kicked the thief, demanding, "Quickly tell me, where did you hide the contents?" The thief, initially dismissive upon seeing a little girl, felt the sting of her kick, which made him feel as though his bones might shatter. He no longer dared to underestimate her. He cried out in desperation, "Miss, spare me, this was merely an empty pouch." "Song Zhu, search him thoroughly, he must have hidden the items on his person." "Yes." Following the command, Song Zhu thoroughly searched the thief, finding nothing. "Nothing? Speak, where did you hide the contents of the purse? Otherwise, today will be your last." Chang Qingqing kicked him again. At that moment, the thief was filled with regret. Had he known these people were not to be trifled with and skilled in combat, he would never have dared to steal their purse. Moreover, the purse had been empty all along. "Miss, truly, there was nothing in that purse." Chang Qingqing, naturally unconvinced, ordered Song Zhu to give him a thorough beating to see if he would still deny it. Eventually, unable to withstand the pressure, the thief confessed that he had dropped the silver while fleeing and had not dared to stop and retrieve it out of fear of being caught. There were 2 pieces of broken silver, totaling 10 taels. Only then did Chang Qingqing drag the thief to catch up with Yun Fu and Yun Jilai. Yun Fu took the broken silver from her brother and returned it to Chang Qingqing, saying, "Thank you for helping us recover the purse. It originally contained no silver. You may keep this." At that moment, Chang Qingqing realized she had misjudged the thief. However, she did not regret her actions. Having chosen a life of crime, he must bear the consequences. When caught, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, it was merely a trivial effort." "Where are you two headed?" Yunfu replied, "We were planning to eat some wontons. Would Miss Chang like to join us?" "How did you know my surname is Chang?" Yunfu smiled and responded, "You introduced yourself to us last time." "Your name is Chang Qingqing, right, Miss Chang? It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yunfu." "Miss Yun, a pleasure to meet you too." Chang Qingqing felt delighted that Yunfu remembered her name. Songju interjected, "Miss, how shall we deal with this man? Since he stole from Miss Yun and her brother, we shall leave his fate in Miss Yun's hands." Yunfu scrutinized the thief, observing that he appeared quite clever, yet not particularly villainous. However, one cannot judge a book by its cover. In this day and age, even a rogue does not wear a sign that reads thief. "Why did you resort to stealing?" At that moment, the thief was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself. Had he known these individuals were formidable, he would have never dared to steal their purse, especially since it was empty. "Miss, I beg for mercy, my name is Anfu. My mother is ill, and I am truly at my wit's end. This is my first time doing such a thing. If I utter a single lie, may I be struck by lightning. You say your mother is ill, yet you do not seek honest work. Instead, you choose to engage in theft. Do you not fear for your mother's life?" Anfu's face contorted in distress as he lamented, "I used to work at Xuanji, but the shopkeeper replaced me with a relative. I have been unable to find work since, and my mother fell ill. That is why I resorted to this." Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, Yunjili asked, "Where do you live?" "Just down the alley ahead. If you do not believe me, please follow me." "Very well." Chapter 69. Chang Qingqing competes with Yunjili. Fortunately, it was not far away, and Yunjili acquiesced to his sister's wishes. Chang Qingqing declared, "I want to go as well." Such excitement was not to be missed. The group arrived at a small courtyard not far down the alley. Anfu opened the door and said, "Please, come in." Leading the way, Anfu welcomed Yunfu, Yunjili, and the others inside. "My home is humble. I hope you will not find it lacking." Yunfu and Yunjili would never find it lacking, considering their own residence was even simpler than Anfu's. Furthermore, in this town of Shiqiao, even a modest dwelling was likely not inexpensive. "Is Anfu back?" A voice emerged from within, belonging to an elderly woman who sounded to be in her 60s or 70s. Upon entering the room, they indeed found an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, looking quite frail. Yunfu inquired, "Is she your grandmother?" Anfu, appearing no older than 20, replied, "She is my mother." As they pondered this, the elderly woman clarified, "Anfu was a child I took in. When he was 10, he came to my door begging. Seeing his plight, I took him in." The elderly woman observed that the young gentlemen and ladies before her possessed remarkable appearances, especially the boy, who, while not dressed as splendidly as the young lady, carried an indescribable aura about him. Yet, having taken him in may have been a mistake. "I have become a burden to him. For the past 2 years, my health has deteriorated, and I have spent my savings on medicine," forcing Anfu to work to support this old woman. Through their conversation, it became clear that the elderly woman had been abandoned by her family due to her inability to bear children. Since then, she had lived alone until Anfu came into her life, bringing her much joy. At that moment, noticing Anfu's injuries, the elderly woman's eyes filled with concern as she struggled to rise. "What happened? How did you hurt your leg?" Anfu quickly supported her, saying, "Mother, I am fine. I will find a way to get the money for your medicine." To his surprise, his mother pushed away his arm, declaring, "Leave, just leave. You are no longer my son." Anfu was taken aback by his mother's sudden rejection. He feared she had discovered his theft and quickly knelt, pleading, "Mother, I was wrong. I should not have stolen from others." Hearing her son's words, the elderly woman burst into tears. When she had taken in this boy, her family had warned her that he only sought her for her possessions. Yet she had kept Anfu, and now, in her old age, having spent all her savings on medicine, she found he had not abandoned her but had instead resorted to theft for her sake. In her lonely existence, no one had ever cared for her as Anfu did. Moreover, Anfu had been 10 when he arrived, and since then, he had taken on all the household chores. Even at the age of 13, he had shouldered all responsibilities, massaging her back and washing her feet every day. Both Anfu and his mother wept. Chang Qingqing interjected, "Why cry? Stop crying. A man does not shed tears, even when wounded. Here, take this 10 taels of silver to buy medicine for your mother, and have the doctor treat your leg." Upon hearing her words, not only did the elderly woman and Anfu cease their tears to look at her, but even Yunjili turned his gaze toward her. Feeling shy under their scrutiny, Chang Qingqing waved her hand, saying, I only lent you this money because you were so filial to your mother. You must repay me later. You must never steal again, or I shall give you another beating. Anfu accepted the silver, repeatedly thanking her. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Seeing Chang Qingqing helping others, Yun Zhili felt he could not lose face in her presence. He asked, Sister, do we need more help at the shop? Yun Fu looked at Anfu and replied, Once you have taken care of your mother's illness, you can work at Yunji Ice Drinks across from Shenji on West Street. We are currently hiring. Anfu, quick-witted, recognized that the siblings were also surnamed Yun and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Take good care of your mother first, and come when she is feeling better. After leaving Anfu's home, Yun Zhili remarked, Sister, you must be starving. Let's hurry to eat. Having spent some time at Anfu's place, Yun Fu indeed felt hungry. Miss Chang, would you like to join us? Chang Qingqing readily agreed, of course. Song Zhu, standing nearby, reminded, Miss, you ate quite a bit at Qianwei Tower earlier. Chang Qingqing shot him a glare. Song Zhu shrank back, regretting his words. He was merely concerned that the young lady might overindulge and suffer from indigestion, as had happened before. Meanwhile, Huang Er tugged at Song Zhu's pant leg, seemingly trying to shoo him away. The four of them arrived at a stall selling wontons and ordered 3 bowls. Song Zhu refrained from ordering, as his responsibility was to protect the young lady, and he feared being punished if the young master found out he had been indulging as well. Yun Fu, truly famished, wasted no time, devouring her meal with vigor. Seeing his sister eat, Yun Zhili also felt his hunger and joined her, eating heartily. Chang Qingqing, noticing the siblings' hearty appetite, felt a sense of camaraderie and also began to eat with gusto. I didn't expect this little stall to taste so good. Miss, please slow down. Song Zhu raised his hand to intervene but reconsidered and pulled it back. If he disrupted the young lady's enjoyment, he feared she would not let it go easily. After finishing 1 bowl, Yun Fu ordered another. Chang Qingqing followed suit, casting a challenging glance at Yun Zhili. Naturally, Yun Zhili could not back down and ordered a bowl as well. Yun Fu glanced at the two of them, thinking that even a meal had become a competition. She was truly hungry, yet they were merely being foolish. Having barely finished 1 bowl, Yun Fu found herself unable to eat more. Meanwhile, it appeared that Chang Qingqing and Yun Zhili were genuinely competing. Just as they were about to order yet another bowl, Yun Fu declared, You two can continue eating. I am leaving. At this rate, her brother might suffer from indigestion and start complaining about a stomachache by evening. Chapter 70. The selection of the shopkeeper. Upon noticing his sister's intention to depart, Yun Zhili hastily rose and exclaimed, Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhu had already taken care of the payment. Yun Zhili intended to reimburse him, but Song Zhu replied, Let this time be regarded as our cousin's treat to you. Yun Zhili protested, One should not accept rewards without merit. Chang Qingqing, with a playful smile, chimed in, Then shall we agree that next time you will treat us instead? It is settled. With Chang Qingqing asserting this, Yun Zhili found it difficult to refuse. Regarding the previous incident about the plums, I genuinely had no idea that the plum orchard belonged to your family. I left you a note. Chang Qingqing's face was filled with confusion. What note? It was then that Yun Zhili realized that Chang Qingqing had not received the payment for the plums. At that moment, Song Zhu produced an item and presented it to Chang Qingqing, saying, Miss, please take a look at this. It was discovered last autumn when the workers were tending to the plum trees. It was handed to the steward, who then passed it on to the young master, who sent a servant to inquire whether this belongs to you. However, since you returned to the capital, I have not had the opportunity to give it to you. Chang Qingqing accepted it and, upon unraveling the string binding the cloth, discovered that Yun Zhili had made a special trip to the plum orchard to settle the payment. There was truly no need for that. If you wished to enjoy plums, you could simply visit the orchard to pick them. That orchard was a gift from my grandmother, who knew of my fondness for plums and specifically had it planted for me. Yun Fu, curious, inquired, Does Miss Chang also enjoy plums? Chang Qingqing replied with delight, You too, Miss Yun? Indeed. The plums we picked last time were simply delightful. Chang Qingqing felt a surge of joy. Finally, someone shared her passion for plums. The people in the capital often preferred exotic fruits like lychees, candied pears, or cherries, dismissing plums as common, unworthy of their status. This truly vexed her. May I accompany you to the orchard next time? Yun Fu agreed, certainly. She found Chang Qingqing's straightforwardness refreshing, exuding genuine character unlike the delicate and fragile young ladies from affluent families. Then it's settled. Very well. Noticing Chang Qingqing gazing at her feet, Yun Fu, somewhat puzzled, asked, Is there something wrong with my feet? Do you not bind your feet? Chang Cheng had held this question for quite some time. It had troubled her for half a year. To escape foot binding, she fled to her grandmother's home, yet her grandmother insisted that no woman could be free from it. Since she was 5, her mother had been eager to bind her feet, but after enduring it for merely half a day, she had torn the foul-smelling wrappings to shreds. Her mother thought her too young and decided to postpone the binding. However, as she approached 9, her feet grew larger, and her mother, unwilling to wait any longer, restrained her and proceeded with the binding. She escaped that night to Shichao Town, where her grandmother, feeling for her, scolded her mother in a letter. Yet, despite her grandmother's affection, she too seemed unable to compromise on the matter of foot binding. But how could she wield a sword or ride a horse with bound feet? She had inquired of everyone around her, and they uniformly advised her that all girls ought to bind their feet. Only servants, for the sake of convenience, were exempt from this practice. If she did not bind her feet, what man would accept her with such large feet at the time of marriage? I am still young, not yet of the age for binding. Yunfu reflected on her previous life, where upon entering the Song residence, she had been subjected to foot binding. In this life, surely her mother would not impose it upon her. Are you also to be bound? Chang Cheng seemed slightly disappointed. Is it possible not to bind? Yunfu assured her, very well then, let us not bind. In this world, one should live freely and joyfully, like a bird unconfined. Really? Then we have an agreement. Yunfu nodded vigorously. Chang Cheng, elated, exclaimed, Miss Yun, you are truly wonderful. The exuberance left Yunfu slightly dizzy, yet she was delighted to have made a new friend. Songju reminded Chang Cheng that it was time to return, or else the old lady would grow concerned. Chang Cheng reluctantly bid farewell to Yunfu, arranging to meet again at Yunji's ice string shop for a visit. After exchanging goodbyes, Yunfu and Yun Jili returned to the shop. Yunji Qian had posted a notice for hiring, and soon inquiries began to flood in. Within a short time, over a dozen individuals had arrived, eager to be considered for the position of shopkeeper. Given the bustling nature of the shop, Yunji Qian was eager to finalize the selection of a shopkeeper. He instructed the applicants to wait for his sister's arrival before making a decision. The applicants speculated that Yun Boss's sister was likely of a similar age, and with such a brother's attention, she must be quite remarkable herself. As soon as Yunfu entered, Yunji Qian led her to meet the candidates. The applicants were taken aback to see Yun Boss escorting a young girl forward, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Sister, the choice of shopkeeper is in your hands. It was then they realized that the sister referred to by Yun Boss was indeed this young girl. Was this not absurd, to entrust the management to a child? Could this shop endure, with its flourishing business? It must be merely a stroke of luck. This revelation left them uncertain, each desired a stable position, and they doubted the longevity of a shop managed by a child. Fearing they might leave without receiving their wages, they began to lose interest in the opportunity. Before long, 5 individuals had departed. Let them go, brother, they are merely unworthy of Yunji. Indeed. Those who look down on my sister need not apply. Some wished to stay but were disinclined to witness a young girl directing operations. One even asked, Yun Boss, will she be in charge of the shop in the future? Yunji Qian replied, yes, she will manage the minor affairs, while I will handle the major ones, but everything must receive her approval first. The implication was clear. Yunfu was the true head behind the scenes, the one truly in charge. Yun Boss, I advise you, if you cannot accept it, the door is right there, feel free to leave. Yunji Qian spoke without a hint of politeness. Of the remaining 10, 7 more chose to leave, leaving only 5 behind. Yunfu posed several questions, and after receiving satisfactory responses, she decided to retain one of them, the former shopkeeper from the tea house, whose surname was Zhao. He appeared to be around 40, with a simple demeanor, yet he adeptly navigated Yunfu's probing questions with remarkable finesse, showcasing himself as a born shopkeeper. The remaining 4 expressed their regrets, acknowledging that they could not measure up to Mr. Zhao. Do not lament, gentlemen, this is merely our first establishment. While we require only 1 shopkeeper now, we will venture to open a 2nd and 3rd shop in the future. Should you still be seeking employment, then perhaps fate will bring us together again. Chapter 71. Mr. Xie pays a visit. The several individuals exchanged glances, having previously deemed the owner of Yunji to be capricious for allowing a child to take charge. However, when Yunfu began to pose questions to them, they could not help but feel a deep-seated respect for her. The number of applicants for the cook position was scant, totaling only 6. Yunfu retained 2 of them. One was a woman in her 40s, surnamed Su, whom others affectionately referred to as Sister Su. She had been cast aside by her husband and, out of necessity, sought work. The other was a widow in her 30s named Ing Yang, who had single-handedly raised 2 children, one aged 13 and the other merely 10. Yun Fu, moved by their plight, chose to keep both women on. She understood the harsh realities faced by women in this world. Retaining them was akin to offering them a lifeline. Should they fail to find employment, with neither their in-laws nor their own families willing to support them, they might find themselves in dire straits, easily led to a path of despair. The shopkeeper offered a monthly wage of 2 taels of silver, while the cooks would earn 800 won each month. All three agreed and signed a labor contract. Noticing that Ing Yang hesitated to speak, Yun Fu encouraged her, saying, "Aunt Ing Yang, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. I wish for my 2 sons to sell popsicles like them, but I am uncertain." "That would be splendid. Bring them along tomorrow, and let Guche guide them." Ing Yang's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "Is it truly possible?" "Certainly, Aunt Ing Yang. These children are still quite young, the eldest is merely 12. Earning 20 to 31 in a day should pose no challenge." "Thank you, master, thank you," Ing Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, for she had encountered a benevolent employer. In her previous jobs, upon learning of her husband's demise, employers regarded her as a harbinger of misfortune. Not only did they neglect to consider the difficulty her children faced in finding work, but even her own labor was often met with disdain. Today, however, this young master, fully aware of her circumstances, had offered her a chance to earn a living, and even allowed her children to join in the endeavor. Sister Su, too, continually expressed her thanks, her limited vocabulary seemingly confined to the phrase "thank you," which conveyed her heartfelt sentiments in that moment. Once the last customer departed, the shop prepared to close for the day. A tally revealed that they had sold an impressive 15 taels of silver's worth of goods. The most successful child had sold 52 popsicles and 10 milk puddings, earning 36 won in wages, supplemented by a bonus from Yun Jiqian, totaling an astonishing 41 won. 41 won, such an amount was remarkable for a single day's earnings, especially considering that a laborer would seldom make that much in a day. This ignited a competitive spirit among the children. They resolved to exert themselves further in hopes of securing a place among the top 3 the following day to claim the 5-won reward. Yun Zhizhang, Yun Zhiyan, Yun Zhilan, and Yun Zhili shared in their excitement, particularly Yun Zhizhang, Yun Zhiyan, and Yun Zhilan, who now realized that the ice drink shop had originally been their sister's idea. They felt immense relief that they had chosen to keep her, otherwise, she might have been taken away by someone else. They silently vowed to treat their sister well in the future. After a busy day, the siblings returned to the Yun household, only to find a carriage awaiting them at the entrance. Yun Jian approached and glanced at the carriage's insignia, remarking, "It belongs to the Xia residence." Yun Zhizhang clenched his fists in anger, declaring, "How dare they come here?" With that, he strode into the house. The others shared in his indignation, but Yun Fu was primarily concerned, uncertain of the Xia family's intentions this time. Unbeknownst to the 4 brothers, other than Yun Fu, they were not aware of the machinations behind the Xia residence's actions. They still harbored resentment towards the family for their mother's mistreatment. Yun Zhizhan was the first to enter the room, where he found 2 unfamiliar figures seated. "How dare you show your faces here? Leave at once, you are not welcome in our home." As one of the attendants attempted to respond, he was silenced by a gesture from young Master Xia. Rising, young Master Xia addressed them, "You must be Brother Yun. I have come today at my mother's behest to offer our apologies." As Yun Fu and the others entered, they overheard Yun Zhizhang's irritable retort, "You may leave, there is nothing to apologize for. Let us avoid any further dealings, and do not think for a moment that I would allow my mother to return to your home to serve that cantankerous old matriarch. What is this nonsense? Just leave already, lest my fists find their mark." The attendant could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "How can you Yun family members be so ungrateful? Our lady is aware that Lin Yingyang and the master have sabotaged your livelihood. She sent the young master here out of goodwill to apologize, and you repay kindness with contempt." The attendant's words revealed the truth to the 4 brothers, excluding Yun Jiqian. No wonder their parents had been so troubled recently. It was all a ploy by the Xia family to push them to the brink. Yun Zhizhang shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Grab your weapons." With the exception of Yun Jiqian, the other 4 brothers seized nearby wooden stools and hurled them at the 2 intruders. Young Master Xia stumbled backward in fright, but it was too late. Despite their youth, the 4 were fueled by a surge of righteous indignation. Young Master Xia fled to the carriage, sustaining relatively minor injuries, while the attendant, in a bid to shield him, bore the brunt of the blows, his bones aching from the assault. The attendant grumbled, "Young master, it's best to disregard them, they deserve to go hungry in the future." Young Master Xia rebuked him, "What kind of talk is that? The Xia family acted first to sever their means of livelihood. What difference is there between that and plotting to end a life? Their anger is entirely justified. Even a clay figurine has its pride, let alone the 5 scholarly sons of the Yun family. Today, I may have been beaten, but when we return to the Xia residence, do not speak of this, otherwise, you may as well part ways with me." After receiving a beating, young Master Xia felt a sense of relief rather than anger. The Yun family had vented their frustrations. Surely, they would not remain incensed. His mother had always taught him to temper his interactions, to avoid pushing others to the brink. As the saying goes, a father's debts are repaid by his son. He viewed this as settling a score on behalf of his father, a debt owed by the Xia family to the Yun family, and he hoped that the Yun family would find peace. Meanwhile, in the Yun household, Yun Fu wore a displeased expression. Yun Zhijian, Yun Jiyan, Yun Jilan, and Yun Zhili stood in a row, gazing at their father, who was on the verge of erupting, their heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. Chapter 72 Yun Zhijian contemplates abandoning literature for martial arts. Second brother, your temperament is far too reckless and impulsive. Yun Zhijian licked his lips, braving his father's wrath, and murmured softly, Father, I do not believe I am in the wrong. They have bullied our parents so mercilessly. If I do not step forward, what kind of man would I be? Yun Zhengqing sighed. Young Master Xia has come to apologize. He is not like those from the Xia family. All those with the surname Xia are the same. He need not feign compassion like a cat mourning a rat. That I allow him to leave our home today is already showing restraint. Hearing his son's words, Yun Zhengqing's face revealed a sense of helplessness as he advised, Second brother, do not provoke trouble. Yun Zhijian could not comprehend why his father had endured so much over the years, always seeking to resolve matters swiftly and preferring to suffer himself rather than resist. Father, why? Why, since childhood, you have taught us to endure time and again. When we were unable to stay in those places, you and mother simply moved us away. But why, by what right? Yun Zhengqing opened his mouth, only to swallow his words. He closed his eyes, his face a portrait of anguish, helplessness, and unyielding resignation, yet he accepted his fate. There were matters he could not discuss with his children, for they were still young, and such burdens were beyond their capacity to bear. Lu Shi wiped her tears and said, Zheng'er, your father has no other choice, please do not press him further. Mother, why is it so? Lu Shi replied. Zheng'er. Yun Zhengqing interjected sternly, silence, this matter shall not be mentioned again. At that moment, Yun Zhijiang's gaze was resolute, as if he had made a momentous decision. Father, mother, I wish to abandon literature for martial arts. I want to learn to fight and protect you, my elder brother, and my younger siblings. Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi exchanged glances, both aware of their second son's nature. Once he had set his mind on something, he would not be swayed by even a herd of 9 oxen. However, they had no funds to hire a martial arts instructor. Yun Fu spoke up, I support second brother in learning martial arts. We need not fear the costs, our shop is beginning to turn a profit, and we can afford to hire an instructor. Yun Zhijiang smiled at Yun Fu, his eyes misty with gratitude, not expecting his sister to be his first staunch supporter. Observing their parents' hesitation, Yun Fu continued, Father, mother, second brother has never enjoyed studying, being confined in the academy causes him distress. It would be best to indulge his wishes. Yun Zhijiang widened his eyes in astonishment at his sister's insight. He had feared their parents' displeasure, pretending to be studious each day, while none knew of the torment he felt, as though 1,000 ants were crawling upon him. Though his grades were decent, they were achieved only through sheer force of will. If he were not compelled to study, he would much prefer to peruse military treatises. He had once been fortunate enough to see them, and their strategies and tactics captivated him. Yet those books were prohibitively expensive, and when the shopkeepers realized he had no intention of buying, they had ushered him out. Remembering how his sister had first discovered his entrepreneurial aspirations and been his earliest supporter, Yun Zhijian felt it was time for him to speak up for the second brother, just as he had done in the past. It was evident that his sister had put considerable thought into their welfare. Father, mother, since second brother wishes to practice martial arts, let us honor his desire. Sister speaks wisely, the profits from our shop will easily cover the expense of an instructor. The ice drink shop had yet to open, yet it was already generating considerable excitement. Just today, the shop had sold an impressive 15 taels of silver. As you know, the profits from cold drinks are substantial. After deducting costs for materials, rent, and labor, the profit for today alone amounted to 12 taels, without even having officially opened. Once we do, that figure will surely double. It is worth noting that the item selling most in our shop is ice, and the cost of producing it is almost negligible. Such a sum? Indeed, father. It would be prudent for second brother to learn some martial skills. Once our business flourishes, we will inevitably attract the envy of others. Besides, having one scholarly member in the family suffices. Today, I visited the academy, and Director Lu has agreed to accept third brother as a student. This revelation astonished Yun Jiyan, who exclaimed, How can this be, elder brother? You must be jesting. Director Lu has declared he will never accept students individually. But there is one condition. What condition? All eyes turned to Yun Jiqian. Third brother must pass the entrance exam in August. Lu Shi remarked, this may prove challenging. It is rare to find a 14-year-old scholar, not only in Shijiao town but throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. Moreover, these children began their studies late, for Yenner to achieve the title of scholar at 14 is no easy feat. Unexpectedly, Yun Jian replied, "Thank you, elder brother, for securing this opportunity. I will not disappoint your expectations. I shall return to my studies immediately." After Yun Jian departed, Yun Jilan and Yun Jilai tactfully suggested, "Then we shall squeeze in with elder brother and second brother, freeing up a room for third brother." They understood that third brother would study late into the night, and with this opportunity, he would likely study even longer. To avoid disturbing him, it would be better for them to share a room with elder brother and second brother. Yun Jiqian agreed, "That works." Meanwhile, Yun Fu pondered what she could do for third brother. Recalling her previous life, she remembered how she had once bribed examiners to learn which books and materials would suffice for the upcoming examination. However, she was unsure where to find such resources in Shijiao town and would need to visit a few bookstores to inquire. Before long, the day of the shop's grand opening arrived. Coincidentally, it was also a holiday for the academy, and aside from Yun Jian, who stayed behind to study, the others eagerly volunteered to help at the shop. Manager Zhao, having considerable experience, had arranged for a lion dance troupe to perform early in the morning, drawing a large crowd of onlookers and creating a lively atmosphere with the crack of firecrackers echoing in the air, and amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Manager Zhao pulled down the red silk draping from the sign. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand opening of our Yunji ice drink shop. For all customers, aside from ice, everything else is half priced. We hope you will patronize us generously." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted. Manager Zhao wished to say more, but the crowd was too eager to enter. "Manager, once you finish speaking, please step aside. It is too hot outside, and we wish to cool off inside." Some of the heftier patrons were already wiping the sweat from their brows, feeling the heat intensify day by day, and with no rainfall for several days, they were grateful that the early season crops had matured. Otherwise, they would surely wither in the fields. They knew that the Yunji ice drink shop was particularly generous with ice. Nearly every corner of the shop was filled with ice basins, and each table boasted its own small basin of ice. The temperature within the shop felt like an entirely different season compared to the sweltering heat outside. Manager Zhao seemed to sense the customers' impatience and quickly greeted them warmly, inviting them inside. Just then, someone shouted, "Oh no, a person has fainted." Chapter 73. Someone faints in front of the shop. Yun Jiqian allowed Manager Zhao to attend to the customers while he went to investigate the situation. As he pushed through the crowd, he spotted a woman collapsed on the ground, her face as pale as a sheet. It was not appropriate to ignore her, especially on such a significant day for their shop. He quickly instructed, "Anfu, please fetch a doctor for this lady." "Yes, boss, I will go at once." Anfu, eager to earn money quickly, had already tended to his mother on that very day. Though his own leg was still injured, he reported back to Yun Ji. Yet he feared that if he hesitated, the young boss might retract his words, so he hurried to act. Yun Jiqian helped the woman to her feet. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes, grasped Yun Jiqian's arm, and said, "Young man, thank you. I am fine. I merely feel a bit hot and dizzy. There is no need to call a doctor." She had fainted amidst the throngs of spectators, overwhelmed by the heat and the crowd pressing in on her, causing her to momentarily lose her breath and black out. "Madam, do not worry. I will cover the cost of your treatment today. Allow me to assist you." The woman waved her hands insistently. "I assure you, I am quite alright. I know my own body. I am not ill, just overheated. May I enter your shop to cool off?" Yun Jiqian discerned that the lady had likely fainted due to heat, so he quickly replied, "Please, come in." The woman hesitated, glancing through the window at the numerous ice basins within the shop. In her mind, ice was an expensive commodity. Would she be permitted to enter without making a purchase? Is it permissible for me to enter without any money? Not at all. You need not worry about money. I will treat you. Believing that kindness fosters prosperity, Yun Jiqian welcomed the lady into the shop. Fortunately, she was merely overheated. Had she collapsed on his doorstep, he would have felt compelled to intervene, fearing the consequences of a serious incident. Many spectators had gathered, and upon seeing the woman faint, they were curious to witness how the owner of Yunji would handle the situation. When they observed Yun Jiqian helping her into the shop, and heard that he intended to treat her despite her lack of funds, they thought, what a kind-hearted owner Yunji has. In stark contrast to the neighboring Xianji, this was truly a world apart. Thanks to the recent promotion of Yunji, the shop was teeming with customers. Their prices were already low, and with the half-price opening event, those who previously could not afford ice bowls were eager to come and try. Noticing an empty table, Yun Jiqian approached and politely inquired, "Would you mind sharing a table with this lady?" The patrons at the table, aware of the fainting incident, understood the owner's good intentions and readily replied, "Of course, let her sit here." Once seated, Anfu promptly served the lady a cup of cool soup. "Madam, please take your time and drink this. It should help you feel better." As she had just overheated, it was not advisable for her to consume anything too cold. The cool soup was merely mildly chilled and would not harm her. The other patrons waiting for service saw that the shopkeeper attended to the lady first and remained silent. Across the street, manager Wang of Xinji, observing the constant influx of customers into Yunji while their own shop was nearly empty, felt a pang of worry. At this rate, their shop would surely fail, and he faced not only the prospect of unemployment but also the possibility of being held accountable by Lord Lin. Just then, someone burst into the shop, calling out to their friend, "Why did you invite me to eat here? Yunji has lower prices and is offering half price, plus I've heard their food is far superior to Xinji's." "Is that so? I thought Xinji brought in chefs from the capital. How could Yunji possibly compare?" "You will know once you try it. Would I deceive you?" As he spoke, he pulled his friend along, calling out, "Waiter, we no longer need our ice drinks." The shop assistant rushed out, a look of distress on his face. "But they are already prepared." However, the two patrons paid him no mind and continued on their way to Yunji. Others in the shop, who had yet to receive their ice drinks, quickly chimed in, "Ours too, we don't want them anymore." In a matter of moments, several patrons had left. With the already sparse clientele, the shop now felt even more desolate. Only 2 or 3 customers who had already received their ice bowls remained, and it would be inappropriate for them to cancel their orders at this point. They silently regretted not choosing to visit Yunji instead. After exiting, they resolved to try Yunji and see if it truly lived up to the praise. Witnessing this scene, manager Wang felt increasingly anxious. He could already foresee the embarrassment of his own potential unemployment. Unable to wait any longer, he decided to visit Lord Lin and report on the day's events. The woman finished her cool soup at Yunji and prepared to leave. Yun Jiqian wished to send someone to accompany her, but she politely declined. Thus, he instructed his staff to fetch a block of ice to give to her. "Madam, please take this with you." Fearing she might struggle to carry it, he also provided her with a basin, informing her that she could return the basin when convenient. Though initially hesitant, the woman expressed her gratitude as Yun Jiqian insisted on gifting her the ice, repeatedly thanking him as she accepted it. Aside from a few younger brothers assisting, both Yun's father and mother had come to help, but they preferred to remain out of sight, busying themselves with Yun Fu. "Where are Yun Jilai and Yun Gu?" While serving ice bowls, Yun Jilai turned to see a familiar figure. Chang Qingqing. She was followed by a young maid, who appeared to be around 14 or 15, struggling to carry a heavy treasure basin. At that moment, all the customers in the shop turned to look at Chang Qingqing, silently speculating about her identity. Some young ladies from affluent families, unable to secure private rooms, scrutinized her appearance, envious of her exquisite attire. Her garments alone likely cost over 100 taels of silver, not to mention the intricate adornments she wore. Just the jade rabbit hairpin on her head would probably fetch several hundred taels, and it was a style they had never encountered before. Who exactly is this young girl? They had never seen her in Shichao Town. Chapter 74. Chang Qingqing presents a gift. Upon seeing the maid adorned in a traditional dress holding a treasure basin, Master Zhao immediately discerned that she had come to deliver a congratulatory gift. As the maid appeared on the verge of losing her grip, he hastily stepped forward to take the treasure basin from her, allowing Zhu Lu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Anfu entered the courtyard to report to Yun Fu. As soon as Yun Fu stepped through the door, her eyes were drawn to the particularly striking treasure basin. This basin, crafted from jade green porcelain, was embellished with the golden characters "Fort Treasure Basin," which stood out remarkably. The basin was filled to the brim with numerous golden ingots. Although these ingots were not made of real gold but merely coated with a layer of gold paint, Yun Fu recognized the porcelain at a glance, identifying it as the highly esteemed Ru Kilnware. Chang Qingqing, spotting Yun Fu, called out, "Yun Fu, I am here." The customers enjoying icy refreshments in the shop, upon hearing the young lady call out for Yun Fu, speculated that this girl with the surname Yun must be the child of the shopkeeper's family. "You need not have brought such an extravagant gift," Yun Fu exclaimed. "It is not extravagant at all. As long as you like it, that is sufficient," replied Chang Qingqing, concerned that Yun Fu might refuse such a valuable present. Indeed, Yun Fu was delighted. She privately speculated about Chang Qingqing's background, wondering if she was the daughter of a noble family or perhaps a merchant's daughter. While others may not understand the significance of Ru Kilnware, she was intimately familiar with it. She had collected Ruware extensively in her previous life. The Ru Kiln, a product of the Rhone Kingdom, required considerable effort to be transported to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Just this one treasure basin alone was likely worth at least 400 to 500 taels of silver. Although she and Chang Qingqing did not share a particularly close relationship, it was inappropriate for her to refuse such a generous gift now that it had arrived at the shop. Consequently, she instructed Master Zhao to accept it and find a suitable place to display it. She could only wait for an opportune moment in the future, or until she had earned enough silver to return the favor. With these thoughts in mind, Yunfu led Chang Qingqing to the elegant chamber on the second floor. Yunfu presented the ice drink menu and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "It's my treat." Chang Qingqing took the menu, intending to casually select something. As she had experienced all sorts of delicacies in the capital, however, she felt it would be impolite to refuse Yunfu's offer. As she perused the menu, she was captivated by the variety of options. What is this shaved ice, and what is this ice cream sundae, such a novel delight? As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Surely Yunfu would not think less of her for her lack of worldly experience. Goodness, there were so many flavors, including apple, grape, and bayberry. What were these ice powders, and what was this double-skin milk? She had never encountered such sweet dishes before, and what of this fresh orange drink and these taro balls? Seeing Yunfu gazing at her, she felt compelled to maintain her composure and feigned nonchalance, saying, "I find everything on the menu appealing. Let us order a few items." "Which ones specifically?" Yunfu inquired. Chang Qingqing quickly waved her hand, attempting to downplay her enthusiasm. "I have tasted all of these, just order a few at your discretion." Yunfu, smiling, took the menu and called over a waiter, ordering a dozen new items, all of which were not available in this era. Once the waiter noted the orders, he departed. Before the icy refreshments arrived at their table, Chang Qingqing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Your shop has ice basins displayed everywhere, even cooler than my grandmother's house. Just how much ice do you have stored?" "We have long harbored the idea of selling iced drinks, and my elder brother took the initiative to stockpile a bit more," Yunfu explained. "I see, that makes sense. No wonder, my grandmother is reluctant to use ice. You are even wealthier than her," Chang Qingqing remarked. Having never been short of silver since birth, she lacked a true understanding of money. However, her parents often advised her to conserve ice during the hot summer months, cautioning her that if they ran out, she would be the one to suffer. Though her grandmother never deprived her of ice, the household was quite frugal. On cooler days, her aunt would stop distributing ice among the various rooms. Yunfu offered, "If your family ever runs low on ice, you are welcome to come to our shop. We will have more than enough this summer." "How could that be? Your family has worked hard to stockpile ice for the sake of business. I could not possibly impose," Chang Qingqing replied. While they were conversing, the waiter returned with an array of the iced delicacies Yunfu had ordered. Chang Qingqing's attention was immediately drawn to the colorful bowls of ice. It seemed that girls were inherently unable to resist such sweet treats, especially those with vibrant colors. She indulged herself without restraint. "Wow! This is absolutely delicious, far superior to the cold drinks in the capital." After finishing one serving of ice cream, she picked up a bowl of shaved ice while simultaneously savoring a sip of sour plum soup. Zhu Lu, the maid, cautioned, "Cousin, you should eat less of the cold treats, otherwise, you may experience stomach pains tonight." Chang Qingqing, however, pulled Zhu Lu closer and handed her a bowl of ice cream, saying, "You should have some too." Zhu Lu had intended to advise Chang Qingqing, but upon receiving the bowl of ice, she couldn't resist and joined in the indulgence. With the first bite, her eyes lit up. How refreshing, sweet, and silky! What divine delicacy was this? "Is it good?" Chang Qingqing asked. Zhu Lu, unable to respond, nodded eagerly and continued to enjoy her treat. If the housekeeper from the governor's residence were present, she would surely scold Zhu Lu for neglecting her duties to indulge in the sweets meant for supervising her cousin. At that moment, a commotion of loud arguments erupted from downstairs, as if threatening to tear the roof off. "You all continue to enjoy. I will go check downstairs," Yunfu said. Chang Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. "Do not mind us, go quickly." Downstairs, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians loitered at the shop entrance like mangy dogs, preventing customers from entering. "Zhao, as the old shopkeeper, you should know the rules of our trade. We cannot leave empty-handed. If you cannot produce 500 taels today, do not expect to continue operating this shop." 500 taels, are you not asking for the moon? The leader, named Wang Wu, was notorious for extortion in the area, typically demanding only 3 or 5 taels. The shopkeeper and Master Zhao, preferring to avoid conflict, usually paid off such ruffians to send them on their way. Master Zhao was well aware of Wang Wu, having worked as a shopkeeper for over a decade, always encountering Wang Wu's demands for money upon arriving at a new establishment. "Today, I am indeed asking for the moon. Zhao, who is the owner of this shop? Have him come out. What are you meddling in?" Master Zhao replied, "I am the shopkeeper. Speaking with me is the same as speaking with the owner. Today, we will open our shop without holding you accountable. I will give you 5 taels. Now, be on your way." Chapter 75 Yun Zhizhang's confrontation. Some customers approached the entrance of Yunji's shop and, witnessing the trouble brewing, realized that on this sweltering day, it was impractical to linger outside. They promptly made their way to the opposite establishment. Shenji.as manager Zhao observed customers standing at the door yet unable to enter. His heart ached profoundly. A few patrons who had just ordered iced beverages, not having had the chance to enjoy them, hurriedly departed upon noticing the commotion. In just that brief moment, the losses incurred by the shop exceeded 5 taels. It is worth noting that a single bowl of ice could fetch as much as 1 tael of silver. He quickly extracted 5 taels from his pocket, attempting to hand them to Wang Wu, yet Wang Wu did not even spare him a glance. Ah, 5 taels, brothers, have we never seen 5 taels of silver before? Wang Wu roared with laughter, his companions joining in the mockery. 5 taels? Does this Zhao fellow think we are deaf? I shall reiterate, 500 taels, not a single tael less. Wang Wu's arrogance knew no bounds. His bravado stemmed not only from the protection of his brother Wang Er but also from the instigation of boss Lin across the street, who had thoroughly assessed Yunji's vulnerabilities. The Yun family hailed from the countryside, lacking any substantial backing. Even if they were to demolish their shop, they would not dare retaliate. At that moment, Yun Zhizhang stood in the backyard, and had it not been for Lu's firm grip, he would have rushed out to confront them. Wang Wu, if you continue this absurdity, we shall have no choice but to report you to the authorities. Manager Zhao, bewildered, pondered what had emboldened Wang Wu today, for he typically would not dare to speak so brazenly. Report? Go ahead, if you can make it out of this door today, then do so. Wang Wu scoffed. His cronies blocked the entrance, each one itching for a fight, ready to pounce at any moment. However, before Wang Wu could revel in his triumph for long, a figure emerged and, like a chick being lifted by its scruff, he was flung out the door. Wang Wu landed on the ground, grimacing in pain. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Seeing the crowd reveling in his disgrace, rage boiled within him, and he clenched his teeth, wishing to devour his adversary whole. Struggling to rise, he seethed. What are you all standing there for? Get up and beat him. At this moment, Yun Zhizhang's hands itched for action. Possessing extraordinary strength since childhood, he had long sought an outlet for his energy. Today, he found the perfect targets in these ruffians. The gang encircled Yun Zhizhang, noting his tall stature but youthful face, dismissing him as merely an inexperienced boy. Wang Wu, eager to salvage some dignity, declared, Kid, if you kneel and call me grandfather now, and offer 1,000 taels, I might let you off today. Otherwise, I will break your bones and use them for firewood. Yun Zhizhang replied, Then let us see if you can. The Yun family watched anxiously, while Yun Jili interjected, Second brother, we shall assist you. Yun Zhizhang waved his hand, No need. Do you look down on your second brother? Meanwhile, a sizable crowd had gathered, for Wang Wu had extorted nearly every shop on this street. The onlookers had long desired to confront him but had refrained, preferring to pay a small sum for peace rather than endure his harassment. Moreover, Wang Wu had connections within the local government. Merchants were wary of offending the authorities, thus they opted to part with a little silver to ensure a year of tranquility. A burly man, angered by Yun Zhizhang's apparent insolence, felt a surge of fury. His allegiance to Wang Wu stemmed solely from Wang Er's position in the magistrate's office, otherwise, he would never submit to Wang Wu's command. He bellowed in outrage and charged at Yun Zhizhang, who met him head-on. In an instant, fists collided, yet it was the man who staggered back in pain. Surprised, he thought, is this boy's punch made of iron? Yun Zhizhang, having honed his strength through years of practice, had been forbidden from causing trouble by Lu, but he had spent countless hours striking sandbags in the courtyard. Yun Zhizhang wasted no time, lunging forward with his right arm raised, his fist hurtling toward the man's face like a gale. The man, quick to react, sidestepped, but Yun Zhizhang feigned the attack, swiftly redirecting his punch to the man's abdomen. Ah! The man cried out, clutching his stomach, doubling over like an old man. Seeing his companion bested, Wang Wu shouted, Let us all attack together. Though outnumbered 7-1, Yun Zhizhang found the strength to bring them all down. Others attempted to intervene, but Yun Fu blocked their way. He had observed manager Zhao's conversation with Wang Wu and surmised that this was not Wang Wu's first offense. It was evident that he had been terrorizing Shiqiao Town for years, likely backed by some powerful figure. If the authorities arrived, the group assault would be a serious matter, and the Yun family could not explain their involvement. However, if it were just the second brother standing against them, it would appear as a case of self-defense. With so many witnesses, it was clear that Wang Wu had instigated the conflict. Even if he had a powerful protector, the authorities could not openly favor him. Moreover, these were merely a few thugs. For Yun Zhizhang, they were just a trifling challenge. He recalled how he had risen to the rank of third-rank general and later been promoted to second-rank general due to his extraordinary feats on the battlefield, repeatedly repelling enemy forces and reclaiming lost territories. If he could not handle these ruffians, he would not be worthy of his title. After a considerable struggle, Yun Zhizhang ultimately subdued them all, leaving them groaning on the ground. Wang Wu, in particular, bore the brunt of the beating. His face, swollen and bruised, resembled that of a pig, with a front tooth missing and an arm fractured. "I will not let you off today. I will ensure your entire family spends time in prison," Yun Zhizhang declared, attempting to seize Wang Wu by the collar for another blow, but was halted by Yun Zhiqian. Yun Zhizhang resisted, but Yun Zhiqian urged, "Second brother, if this escalates to a fatality, it could jeopardize our shop." Yun Zhizhang retorted, "Eldest brother, why fear him? He is merely a small pawn." Yun Zhiqian replied softly, "He may be a mere pawn, but he is likely acting under the orders of a schemer. Why risk incurring unnecessary losses?" Only then did Yun Zhizhang relent. Meanwhile, across the street, Lin Yukai, who had been watching the spectacle from the second-floor parlor of Xuanji through the window, secretly rejoiced. Yunji is in for a world of trouble, he mused, turning to instruct manager Wang, "Go to the magistrate's office and find Wang Er. Inform him that his brother Wang Wu is in a predicament." Chapter 76. The constables arrived. Manager Wang hurriedly made his way to the county office. Upon hearing that Wang Er's brother was in trouble, the constables on duty rushed inside to seek him out. In the entire county office, who was unaware that Wang Er held a deep affection for his younger brother, Wang Wu, after Wang Er emerged, manager Wang embellished the tale of how Yunji had mercilessly beaten Wang Wu, nearly costing him his life. Before he could finish his account, Wang Er dashed inside like a gust of wind. Manager Wang felt a surge of secret delight, knowing that Wang Er had gone in to rally support. Indeed, when Wang Er reappeared, he was flanked by 5 outraged constables, all of whom stormed towards the office's exit. The constables marched briskly, leaving manager Wang trailing behind, straining to keep up. Just as they approached the entrance of Yunji, manager Wang seized the opportunity to report to Xianji. Upon reaching Yunji, Wang Er witnessed a young man assaulting his brother. He instinctively wanted to intervene, but it was already too late, causing him great distress. Wang Wu was his youngest brother, and after their mother's health had deteriorated, Wang De had worked alongside their father, leaving Wang Er to raise Wang Wu by himself. As the constables arrived, Yun Zhiqian anticipated that business for the day would be interrupted. Concerned for the safety of his patrons, he addressed them, saying, "Thank you all for your patronage, but I regret to inform you that we must close for today. All of you are graciously exempt from any charges. You may leave at your convenience." Despite the ache in his heart, Yun Zhiqian understood that maintaining a good reputation was essential for the longevity of his business, and this was the only course of action he could take. The patrons, upon hearing that the owner of Yunji was waiving their bills, felt a wave of gratitude wash over them, while simultaneously worrying for Yunji's fate. The owner's benevolence extended to the impoverished beggars in the city, providing them with food, shelter, and even wages. Furthermore, Yunji's prices were considerably lower than those of the neighboring Xianji, allowing the common folk to enjoy icy refreshments. In recent days, many had sought refuge in Yunji from the sweltering heat, hoping to cool off, yet hesitating to order anything. At the staff at Yunji, far from dismissing them, offered them complimentary cups of ice water. When they declined, the staff insisted it was free, and though merely a cup of water, it provided them with a sweet relief. And now that Yunji found itself in dire straits, the patrons felt compelled to take action. They resolved to observe how the constables would proceed, vowing to testify on behalf of Yunji if the constables dared to side with the thugs. Meanwhile, Wang Er rushed to lift Wang Wu. "Ah, it hurts." Wang Wu grimaced, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Upon seeing Wang Er, his eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "Second brother, you must avenge me." Wang Er, noticing the severity of his brother's injuries, turned to 2 of the constables and implored, "Might I trouble you to take my brother to the medical hall?" Amidst his tears, Wang Wu protested, "Second brother, I won't go. I want to stay here and watch. I want Yunji to close its doors for good, and I want that man to die." He pointed accusingly at Yun Zhizhang. Wang Er reassured him, "All right, I promise I will deal with them shortly." Their father and mother, witnessing the constable's arrival, understood they could not evade this situation. They were as anxious as ants on a hot stove, urging Yun Zhizhang to flee while they confronted the constables. Meanwhile, Yun Fu quietly inquired of Yun Zhiqian, "Elder brother, what were the names of the 2 gentlemen who assisted you when you delivered ice to the office these past few days? I wish to send someone to fetch them." With Yun Fu's reminder, Yun Zhiqian regretted not recalling the names sooner. This was his first encounter with such trouble, and in his concern for his younger brother's safety, he had forgotten. Whispering a few words, Yun Fu nodded and was about to head to the backyard to arrange for someone to exit through the back door when Wang Er's voice rang out, "No one in this room is permitted to leave." Yun Fu retorted, "I have an urgent need to relieve myself." "Is that not allowed?" Wang Er shouted back, I will not repeat myself and no one is to move, anyone who does so will be dealt with as obstructing official business. Yun Zhizhang exclaimed in anger, what kind of bravery is it to bully a child? I am the one who struck him, if there is to be accountability, it is I who should be held responsible, not anyone else. Yun Zhiqian attempted to intervene, but his efforts were in vain. He spoke firmly, I am the owner of this establishment, you should speak to me. Wang Er's forehead throbbed with veins as he glared fiercely at both Yun Zhiqian and Yun Zhizhang. Today, Wang Wu has lost an arm. We are here to conduct an investigation, and naturally, we must take both of you into custody. Wang Er was astute, he knew that by claiming they were performing official duties, no one could contest their authority. The constables, recognizing the validity of this claim, acknowledged that despite Wang Wu's involvement, this matter transcended Wang Er's personal grievances of public brawls necessitated immediate detention, followed by the magistrate's judgment. Stepping forward, the constables said, will you both come with us willingly, or shall we escort you by force, choose one. Yun Zhiqian understood that reasoning with Wang Er would likely lead to futility, so he turned to the other constables, stating, esteemed constables, it is these individuals who came seeking protection money, audaciously demanding 500 taels. Is this not extortion? We attempted to reason with them, but they resorted to violence, prompting our defense. Surely, we have not violated any laws, especially when a knife was held to our throats. Are we not entitled to defend ourselves? Yun Zhiqian was quick-witted, aware that complying with the constables today might lead to dire consequences if furthermore, the leading constable seemed to be Wang Wu's brother, complicating. The patrons, witnessing the constables surrounding Yun Zhiqian and Yun Zhizhang, quickly interjected, he speaks the truth, we can all attest that they were the ones seeking trouble. Indeed, I heard it too. The manager offered them 5 taels, but they rejected it, insisting on 500. The shop has just opened and is not yet profitable, who can afford such a sum? Is this not a form of harassment? Even if you are constables, you must adhere to reason. If you are to make arrests, apprehend those wrongdoers instead. Yes, these ruffians engage in mischief daily, why not pursue them instead of targeting the owner of Yunji? I overheard the leader refer to that constable as second brother. Could they be in cahoots? No wonder they act with impunity, as the authorities seem indifferent. The constables were perplexed, pondering who exactly the owner of Yunji was to garner such protection from the common folk. Chapter 77 Personal Vendetta. At Yun's eye shop, a certain constable suddenly recalled that their superior had instructed them to pay special attention to an eye-string shop, but he had forgotten which one it was. Could it be this Yun's? There were only 2 eye-string shops on West Street, either Yun's or Xian's, and it seemed that the ice they had been using at the Yamen these past few days had been provided for free by one of them. If it turned out to be Yun's, then Wang Er would surely face punishment if their superior were to find out. Even if it wasn't Yun's, their superior harbored a deep disdain for those who oppressed the common people, often proclaiming that since they donned this uniform, they ought to serve the populace rather than act tyrannically. With this in mind, he advised, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. After all, it was your brother who instigated this situation today. If our superior were to learn of it, it could lead to trouble. The other constables found his reasoning sound and echoed his sentiments. However, Wang Er was in a foul mood and had no intention of letting the Yun family off easily. Yet he was deeply pained to see his brother injured, and he would not spare the Yun family, even if it meant facing the consequences himself. What is wrong with you all? Wang Er retorted. Even if what they say is true, we must take them back for questioning, right? Have we ever shown fear towards these common folk? This is our standard procedure, even if it reaches the governor. So what? We will apprehend them first. As for how we question them, whether it's a mere scare or something more severe, that's entirely up to us. Seeing Wang Er's insistence, the other constables could not counter him any further, remaining silent. Observing how the townsfolk were protecting the owner of Yun's, they realized that forcibly apprehending them would be futile. They could only explain to the crowd, we only wish to take them back for questioning. We hope you will not obstruct our duties. Those who cause a disturbance will be taken to the Yamen for interfering with official business. The onlookers were merely patrons of the ice shop, unable to tolerate the constable's reckless behavior. Upon hearing that those causing a ruckus would be detained for obstructing justice, they fell silent. Yun Fu had yet to find an opportunity to inform the 2 constables of the situation. The Yun family was in a state of panic, akin to ants on a hot pan, as they watched the constables prepare to take 2 of their own away. Yun Jingqing exclaimed, if you must apprehend someone, take me instead. They are still young, as their father, it is my duty to bear their burdens. Having never engaged in business, Yun Jingqing was unaware that encountering such trouble on the first day of opening was a possibility. Had he known, he would have discouraged Qian from pursuing this venture, yet, he understood all too well what being taken away entailed. He could not allow these constables to seize his son right before his eyes. However, he feared that if he did not allow one of them to be taken, they would not relent easily. Wang Er declared, "Take them all." Yun Zhizheng shouted in defiance, "You shall not." Just as Wang Er attempted to detain Yun Zhizheng, the latter retaliated with a punch. Blood gushed from Wang Er's nose, causing him to clutch his face in pain. "If you wish to take me, you must first demonstrate your capability." Wang Er, having some skills in hand-to-hand combat, was momentarily caught off guard by Yun Zhizheng's strike. However, fueled by anger, he quickly subdued Yun Zhizheng with a few well-placed moves. After all, a constable lacking self-defense skills would hardly be fit for the job. Meanwhile, two other constables sought to detain Yun Zhengqing and Yun Jiqian. Yun Fu stepped forward and addressed them. "Constables, surely you see that it was Wang Wu who instigated this trouble today. My brother was merely defending himself. Now, he seeks revenge against you, which is none of your concern. If you proceed to apprehend the innocent, the word will spread, and it will tarnish the Yaman's reputation." Yun Jilan and Yun Jilai stood resolutely in front of their father and elder brother, glaring defiantly at the constables and declaring, "You will not take our father or our brothers." At that moment, a group of children surrounded them, some wielding sticks, others holding wooden benches or brooms. Even timiding Niang and Aunt Su brandished a rolling pin and a kitchen knife, respectively. The two constables exchanged hesitant glances, realizing that today, it was evident Wang Wu had acted wrongly. Wang Er had neither reprimanded his brother nor sought to de-escalate the situation. The Yun family was indeed innocent. Should they forcefully apprehend them, a riot would undoubtedly ensue. If someone were to be harmed today, they would have a hard time explaining it upon their return. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Chang Qingqing awaited Yun Fu's return. Noticing his prolonged absence, she instructed Zhu Lu to go downstairs to investigate. Before Zhu Lu could descend the stairs, she caught sight of several fierce-looking constables and instantly understood that Yun's was in trouble. She hurried back upstairs to report to Chang Qingqing. "Constables," she confirmed. "Indeed, cousin," Chang Qingqing replied, contemplating the recent disturbance at the shop. "They must be here to apprehend those causing trouble at Yun's." "I doubt that. They appear to be targeting the Yun family," Chang Qingqing countered. Without hesitation, she rushed outside, declaring, "I shall go and see for myself." "Cousin, you mustn't, it's too dangerous out there." Zhu Lu protested, but Chang Qingqing was not one to heed warnings, leaving Zhu Lu fretting in place. She considered notifying the governor's office, but with constables guarding the entrance, it seemed unlikely they would allow her to leave. If anything were to happen to her cousin, she would surely face punishment upon her return. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhu Lu. Chang Qingqing often used carrier pigeons to send messages, and Zhu Lu had marveled at the concept, having once asked Chang Qingqing if she could try it herself. Chang Qingqing had even taught her how to handle the birds. With no other options, Zhu Lu decided to take a chance and use the method Chang Qingqing had shown her. She whistled, and after a moment, she was thrilled to see a pigeon approach. She rolled up the order for ice drinks from Yun's and tied it to the pigeon's leg, whispering a few words before it took flight. Zhu Lu silently prayed that the eldest young master would see it. When Chang Qingqing finally descended the stairs, she spotted a constable escorting a young man, around 15 years of age, and surmised that he must be Yun Fu's brother. As a close friend of Yun Fu, she felt an immediate sense of kinship toward him. "How dare you, just because you wear the badge of a constable, do you think you can seize people at will?" she shouted. The voice was unmistakably that of a young girl. Wang Er barely lifted his head, his brows furrowing as he coldly retorted, "Begone, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you, or you will find yourself taken as well." With that, he nonchalantly produced handcuffs, intending to restrain Yun Zhizheng. Chapter 78. Chang Qingqing strikes Wang Er. Seeing that her words had fallen on deaf ears, Chang Qingqing drew a whip from her person and struck it forcefully at Wang Er. The whip sliced through the air in a graceful arc, landing squarely on Wang Er's body. A distinct mark of blood appeared on his skin, and his uniform was torn in the process. Chang Qingqing stepped forward, positioning herself protectively beside Yun Fu. "I am here to safeguard you." Yun Fu, not wishing to involve Chang Qingqing further, insisted, "Cousin, this matter does not concern you. You should retreat upstairs for your own safety." With arms crossed defiantly, Chang Qingqing responded, "When a friend is in trouble, how can I remain uninvolved? Do not fear, today, I shall show them the might of my whip." Having suffered a setback, Wang Er began to size up Chang Qingqing. He had initially thought her merely a child who would be frightened into submission, but he was taken aback by her audacity to strike a constable. "Who is this wild child?" he bellowed. "How dare you obstruct the law? You are the wild child. Your whole family is wild." Chang Qingqing retorted, unaware of the situation at hand. She only understood that trouble had arrived, and these constables were aiding wrongdoers in capturing the Yun family. Yun Fu was a good person, therefore, the Yun family must also be good people. Lai Ti was unfortunate that she had not brought her dog along that day, otherwise, she would have unleashed it to bite those responsible. Having been humiliated by a mere child, Wang Er's anger boiled over. He ordered another constable to detain Yun Zhizhan while he advanced to capture Chang Qingqing. Despite being only 9 years old, Chang Qingqing had trained in martial arts alongside her elder brothers since childhood. She had been practicing with the whip since she was 3 or 4, honing her skills for 6 years now. The whip felt as natural to her as an extension of her own hand. In her younger years, she had been unable to handle the larger whip, prompting her elder brother to craft a smaller version for her. As she grew, she graduated to the larger whip. The only drawback was her slight build, which limited her strength. Otherwise, Wang Er would be no match for her, let alone in a matter of moments. Wang Er found himself bested. The remaining 5 constables, preoccupied with guarding the Yun family, were unable to assist him. At that moment, 6 more constables passed by, having been drawn to the commotion out of professional curiosity. Upon entering, they discovered Wang Er engaged in a struggle with a girl. Initially, they had no intention of lingering, but Wang Er, sensing his precarious position, called out for help. "Come quickly," he shouted. These 6 constables, each armed with large knives, rushed to his aid. Wang Er, in a desperate move, snatched a weapon from one of them and re-engaged in battle with Chang Qingqing. Despite this, Wang Er could not gain an advantage. "Should we assist Wang Er?" one constable inquired. "Of course we should. Wang Er has helped us many times. Moreover, these unruly commoners dare to attack us constables. They require discipline." With that, the 6 constables surged forward, attempting to subdue Chang Qingqing. They saw nothing wrong with 7 grown men ganging up on a little girl. Many in the room silently cursed the constables for their lack of shame, but none dared confront them directly. Yun Fu, filled with concern, shouted, "Cousin, be careful." Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yun Fu was on the verge of urging everyone to grab something and fight back. However, Chang Qingqing had already been subdued, a knife pressed to her throat. "Do not move," commanded the constable holding her. "Release me, or I will take your lives," Chang Qingqing threatened. "Let the child go. What transpired today is not her fault, she is merely a guest at the shop," Yun Zhengqing interjected. Wang Er seized Chang Qingqing's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "So, you are quite the fiery one. It seems you have some standing after all. I ensure Chao Town, there is no one who does not know Wang Er, yet, I have never seen you before. Have any of you encountered this girl?" The other constables shook their heads. Xu Lu stood anxiously at the top of the stairs, her hands wringing together. If the eldest young master did not arrive soon, she would have to reveal her affiliation with the governor's office. Chang Qingqing had previously instructed Xu Lu not to disclose her identity as a member of the governor's house, fearing that if Yun Fu discovered her noble background, he would shun her. She had worked hard to cultivate their friendship and did not wish to create a rift due to their differing social statuses. However, with the current danger looming, Xu Lu had no choice but to invoke the name of the governor's office to intimidate the constables. "Release our young lady. If our young master learns of how you dared to treat her, you will surely regret it," she shouted. Upon seeing Xu Lu descend the stairs, Chang Qingqing quickly signaled her to be cautious. Xu Lu understood, her cousin did not wish for Yun to know her true identity. Such a foolish girl, Xu Lu thought, feeling her eyes welling with tears. "Ah, so she is a young lady after all. You dare threaten us, how exactly do you plan to make us suffer?" Wang Wu, with a missing tooth, spoke with a contemptible air. Noticing Xu Lu's beauty, he felt a surge of desire. "This lady should join me, and I shall ensure my brother spares your young lady." "You are shameless," Xu Lu retorted, both angry and embarrassed. Wang Wu's behavior caused the other constables to frown. The 6 constables who had arrived later began to question whether Wang Er and his companions were genuinely fulfilling their duties or simply abusing their power to oppress the populace. "My lady is," Xu Lu began but was interrupted by a woman's voice. "My son, listen to your mother. Just now, I fainted outside, and it was the young owner of the shop who helped me. Not only did he provide me with," before she could finish, she fell silent upon witnessing the scene. "What are you all doing?" Madame Du exclaimed, seeing the Yun family being held by several armed constables. "Wang Er, what is the meaning of this?" one constable asked. Madame Du retorted, "How can you strike children? Have you no conscience? You wear that uniform to bully the innocent. My son, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. The owner of Yun's is a good person. They aided me, and you cannot allow them to suffer." Madame Du said indignantly. Seeing Yun Jiqian restrained, she hurried to comfort him. "Do not be afraid, dear child. I believe you are not at fault." Yun Jiqian nodded in gratitude, then turned to Madame Du. Brother Du Chapter 79. A favor for her maid. Madame Du, bewildered, inquired, "Do you know each other?" Du Jin explained, "A few days ago, my son mentioned someone who delivers ice to the Yamen daily. It is this young brother." The ice used by the yamen has been graciously provided for free by Yuns, as this young brother understands our hardships. My son has managed to endure his shifts these past few days thanks to his generosity." Madame Du felt a swell of gratitude upon hearing her son's words. "Now you can see he is a good person. Hurry and command your subordinates to release the Yun family." During their journey, Madame Du had praised Yun Jiqian, but when Du Jin had inquired which shop he was from, she could not recall. She simply remembered going out to buy something and, upon reaching West Street, felt overwhelmed by the crowd, leading her to faint. At that moment, she had been too unwell to notice which shop it was, and being illiterate, she could not even read the sign. Had it not been for others pointing out that it was a cold drink shop, she would have remained oblivious. Du Jin assumed someone had recognized his mother and had ulterior motives for assisting her, unaware that it was Yun Jiqian. Madame Du insisted on personally thanking Yun Jiqian, and Du Jin, not wanting to oppose his mother, accompanied her. The patrons in the shop were taken aback by Du Jin's revelation. Whispers spread among the remaining customers, who could no longer contain their astonishment. Yuns provides ice to the yamen. Considering the number of officials, they must require quite a substantial amount daily. Indeed, and what's more, it is provided free of charge. Yuns is empathetic to the yamen struggles, yet these officials repay kindness with malice, using the ice and then coming to cause trouble at Yuns, seeking to ruin them. Is this not the epitome of biting the hand that feeds you? Ugh, these people truly lack conscience. Be careful with your words, do not provoke the officials, or you may find yourself imprisoned. In my opinion, Yuns is not without fault. In this scorching heat, ice is a precious commodity. Even if they have ample supplies, they cannot afford to be so generous. They provide it free to the yamen, and the prices at their shop are incredibly low, only 10 coins for a large block. Surely, it invites resentment? That is not the case. Yuns benefits the common people. Were it not for their affordable prices, how could you possibly afford ice, and who would dare resent Yuns? We all hope for their success. Who would resent them? Certainly not us. In Shiqiao town, there are only 2 cold drink shops, and it is easy to guess who would harbor ill feelings toward Yuns. At that moment, realization dawned upon everyone. Aside from Xians, who else could it be? No wonder Wang Wu had barged in demanding 500 taels for protection. His intentions were far from innocent. The conversations among the customers echoed in the ears of the constables, particularly Du Jin, who was now furious. As the constables' faces turned pale, they stood frozen in place, wishing they could vanish into thin air. They were filled with both anger and frustration toward Wang Er, for today's event stemmed from his brother's malicious intentions. From the townsfolk's discussions, Du Jin gleaned the gist of the situation. "You shameless fools! Release the Yun family this instant!" Several constables snapped back to reality and hurriedly stepped aside, allowing the Yun family to regain their freedom. The constable who had been holding Yun Zhizhang quickly released him. Yun Zhizhang, unable to contain his anger, seized the constable and unleashed his fury upon him. The constable had initially intended to dodge the blows but, upon seeing Du Jin's cold stare, stood still, allowing Yun Zhizhang to vent his frustration. "Young brother, I apologize for today. It was my fault. You can hit or scold me as you wish. As long as you feel better, I will not pursue this matter further." He thought that enduring a beating was a small price to pay to preserve his position. Yun Fu stepped forward to help Chang Qingqing untie her restraints, but Wang Er obstructed her. Du Jin, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "Wang Er, did you not hear what I just said?" Though Wang Er felt displeased, he still responded respectfully, "Chief Du, do not underestimate this little girl. She has quite the temper and formidable skills. You did not see how she injured several of us. She dared to openly challenge the constables and oppose the law. If we let her go, who would not dare to defy the authorities in the future? A child like her should be locked up for a few days to teach her a lesson." As Wang Er spoke, he displayed the whip marks on his body. Yun Fu exclaimed, "How dare you, Wang Er, everyone knows your true intentions, keep your vile thoughts to yourself, she is not someone you can offend." In front of so many witnesses, Wang Er felt humiliated as he was scolded by a young girl. However, with Chief Du present, he dared not further antagonize the Yun family. Yet, the girl named Chang Qingqing was not part of the Yun family, making her an easier target in his eyes. Wang Er felt emboldened by this distinction, knowing that no prominent family in Shiqiao town bore the surname Chang. He had grown up in this town and was well aware of its hierarchy. But how could this clever young girl have discerned his thoughts? The reason for his interest in the maid named Zhu Lu was clear: marrying into the Wang family would be a privilege for her. As long as he could control her young lady, he had no doubt Zhu Lu would willingly approach him. However, with Chief Du still present, he had to maintain a facade. "Little girl, you have misunderstood me terribly," he feigned innocence. Du Jin's expression darkened, as if ink were about to drip from his face. Wang Er, I do not wish to repeat myself, release her, do not force my hand. Wang Er, while you may be their leader, you do not command me. The Yun family has harmed my brother severely, and you have seen for yourself today. I have extended considerable leniency by allowing them to go. I hope you will also give me face. You lot, release that young lady. Du Jin ordered. As a few constables moved to comply, Wang Er interjected, I dare anyone to try. Chief Du, you truly wish to oppose us? Du Jin chuckled coldly, the second group is not under your command. Having exhausted his patience, he delivered a swift kick to Wang Er's abdomen, sending him tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. Yun Fu, Zhu Lu, and Lucia rushed forward to assist Chang Qingqing in freeing her. It was not that Wang Er specifically wanted to detain Chang Qingqing, it was simply that she was too difficult to control. Should she break free, it would take considerable effort to recapture her. Once free of her restraints, Chang Qingqing picked up the whip lying on the ground and strode purposefully toward Wang Er. Wang Er, prepare to meet your end. With her words, the unmistakable sound of the whip striking flesh echoed through the air. Chapter 80 of The Ice of Yunji. Without a face, how could Wang Er possibly be a match for Chang Qingqing? As he ran, he shouted for help, hoping the constables accompanying him would come to his aid. Yet, those individuals merely stood by, exchanging glances, with no intention of assisting him. Du Jin commanded his subordinates to bind Wang Wu and his companions, discarding them at the entrance of Yunji. Despite the sweltering heat, onlookers gathered, and the people of West Street found satisfaction in seeing Wang Wu and his group thrown out onto the street. Wang Wu, disregarding his own shame, cried out for Wang Er to rescue him. However, Wang Er was already too preoccupied with his own plight. Wang Er confronted the constables, we are both from the second group, can you truly stand by and watch me be beaten? Although Du Jin was the head constable, his subordinates belonged to the first group, while Wang Er was part of the second group, under the command of another head constable. Among his companions, 4 were also from the second group, yet none offered assistance. Just as Wang Er was being mercilessly beaten by Chang Qingqing, he spotted his head constable, Xiang Qiu, approaching with a contingent of officers from afar. Wang Er scrambled toward Xiang Qiu, rolling and crawling, calling out, Head, help me, please. As Xiang Qiu drew near, Wang Er felt a glimmer of hope. Chang Qingqing frowned and inquired, are you his accomplice? Beware, or I shall strike you as well. No, just spare him. Wang Er was taken aback. He exerted every ounce of strength to crawl over to Du Jin, pleading, Head, you cannot ignore me. Xiang Qiu kicked him aside, get out of the way. Never let it be said you were part of the second group. I, Xiang Qiu, cannot afford such a liability. Xiang Qiu bypassed Wang Er and entered Yunji directly. Rest assured, even your head constable has forsaken you. Do not worry, I shall leave you breath, he added. At this moment, Wang Er could think of nothing else and charged forward, only to find 2 individuals blocking his path, fellow constables from the second group. I'm sorry, the head ordered us to keep you in check. You cannot escape. Wang Er closed his eyes, realizing his fate was sealed. He had been severely betrayed by Wang Wu. Meanwhile, Xiang Qiu strode into the shop. Ji Yuche, following closely behind, approached Yun Fu and said, Miss, I apologize for returning late. Yun Fu then realized that Gu Che had not been inside the shop. He had stealthily slipped out to deliver news. Ji Yuche rushed to the county office, having previously accompanied Yun Jiqian to deliver ice. He was familiar with Du Jin and Xiang Qiu. After inquiring, he learned that Du Jin was off duty today, resting at home, while Xiang Qiu had been out on business. Anxiously, he awaited Xiang Qiu's return, and upon finally finding him, explained the situation. Without delay, Xiang Qiu hurried over with his men. Yun Fu remarked, it is not too late, we can still make it. Xiang Qiu surveyed the surroundings and commanded, bind these individuals. Those who had erred must naturally face the consequences. The constables accompanying Wang Er all hung their heads, allowing themselves to be tied up. They understood that returning home would not only cost them their jobs but also result in punishment. Among the 4 from the second group who had accompanied Wang Er, 1 belonged to the first group and stood in silence, seemingly hoping that if Du Jin did not look at him, his past misdeeds would be forgotten. However, his hopes were dashed as he met Du Jin's icy gaze. The constable quickly exclaimed, Head, I was wrong, it's too late, I'll bind myself. Du Jin then turned his attention to the 6-armed constables. No need for the head to intervene. They removed their swords and tied themselves together. Du Jin, with a hint of embarrassment, turned to Yun Jiqian and said, My apologies, young brother Yun. It was my negligence that caused you distress today. As for the ice, we can no longer accept it for free. Henceforth, the office will purchase ice at your usual selling price, and I will report this to the county magistrate. Regarding today's events, I assure you I will uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation. If there are individuals behind this, I shall not let them go unpunished. Yun Jiqian replied, there is no need for that, brother Du. Today's incident is not your fault, and you were unaware. Yet, regardless of Yun Jiqian's reassurances, Du Jin remained adamant that they would no longer accept free ice. He felt he could not face it. Xiang Qiu shared the same sentiment. Du Dinyang interjected, child, do not mind him, ice is too precious to be used without payment. Reluctantly, Yun Jiqian acquiesced. Du Jin added, today marks the opening of the shop. It should not affect your business. We will take our leave now, and I shall return another day to apologize. As for your assistance to my mother today, I, Du Jin, acknowledge you as a friend. Yun Jiqian replied, it was me. The shop still requires tidying up for its reopening, so I shall not keep brother Du and brother Xiang. With that, Du Jin and Xiang Qiu led Wang Wu and his companions away, leaving the shop in silence. Xiang Qiu ordered the barely conscious Wang Er to be dragged away. Initially, Chang Qingqing was reluctant to let him go, but upon seeing the battered state of Wang Er, she relented. Chang Qingqing placed her hands on her hips and declared, he got off too easily. Who got off too easily? Zhao Mingzhou emerged from behind. What brings you here? Chang Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance, you come too late. A day late and $1 short. Didn't you ask me to come? When did I ask you? I can handle this little matter myself. Suddenly, Chang Qingqing seemed to recall something, pointing a finger at Zhao Mingzhou, you weren't spying on me, were you? Zhao Mingzhou handed Chang Qingqing a rolled-up drink order, you can see for yourself. Zhu Lu chimed in, miss, it was I who informed the young master. Zhu Lu had been trailing Chang Qingqing, worried she might come to harm. Now that she finally stopped, she let out a sigh of relief. Since we are here, shall we go to Yunji to taste the ice drinks? Taste, not a chance, Zhu Lu, tell Miss Yun that I'm leaving. I will visit her another day. Chang Qingqing tugged at Zhao Mingzhou, marching forward. With the incident at Yunji, the Yun family was already quite busy, and her cousin's lack of awareness was exasperating. She had come to deliver a gift, now that it was done, it was time to leave. Chang Qingqing, don't you have any modesty as a young lady? Zhao Mingzhou felt ahead. Given his cousin's fierce pursuit of Wang Er, word would surely reach their grandmother's ears by tomorrow. Their grandmother had repeatedly instructed him to take good care of his sister, and it seemed he would soon face another lecture. Meanwhile, the Yun family was busy attending to customers, having previously promised that all drinks in hand would be free of charge, while any additional orders would incur separate fees. To appease their patrons, Zhao Zhanggui provided each departing customer with a block of ice. Zhao Zhanggui, how can we accept this for free? This is the order from our master. If you find our master to your liking, please introduce more customers to us once you leave, and we would be immensely grateful. Of course. The customers, satisfied with their good fortune, left happily. At this moment, Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu were on the second floor. Brother, this incident must have originated from Xuanji. We were fortunate to have Changqing. Lin Youcai's failure this time suggests he will not rest easy. Chapter 81 Yun Fu desires to train in martial arts. On this day, Lin Youcai stood at the window of the second floor private room in Xuanji, still awaiting the scene of the Yunji personnel being taken away. Just as he was about to instruct Wang Zhanggui to send someone over to check, he heard the sound of someone crying out in distress, being lashed with a whip. Returning to the window, he saw a young girl chasing after Wang Er, her whip cracking skillfully, unmistakably trained in martial arts from a young age. What is happening? Who is that child? Lin Youcai turned to Wang Zhanggui. I have no idea. I've checked, and there is no such person at Yunji. Go investigate for me. Wang Zhanggui, not daring to delay, soon returned with news. The child is not from Yunji, she is likely a customer who has been inadvertently caught up in the situation. Wang Er, not knowing how he had provoked that fierce ancestor, found himself cornered and beaten in the street. Lin Youcai's focus remained on Yunji. He wished only for Yunji to close its doors for good. As for why Chang Qingqing was pursuing Wang Er, he did not care. Why haven't the Yun family been apprehended yet? It seems unlikely, boss. The situation has changed. I just sent someone to eavesdrop at the entrance of Yunji. It appears the Yun family has secretly allied with Du Jin, the head constable of the county office, who has arrested Wang Wu and his group. Lin Youcai was taken aback. What? Wang Wu has been captured. What a useless fool. If Yunji has managed to cozy up to Dujin, they must possess some influence. He had underestimated this family. Boss, do you think Wang Wu will spill the beans on us? Do not worry. Based on my relationship with County Magistrate Kong, even if Wang Wu exposes me, what difference would it make? Can Dujin overshadow the County Magistrate? Once Wang Zhengui left, Lin Yukai felt a wave of anxiety. He knew nothing of the County Magistrate, he was merely boasting in front of Wang Zhengui. I must pay a visit to my sister, urging her to bring this matter up to the Xie family master, lest I find myself embroiled in a lawsuit. Yunji set off several firecrackers outside to dispel bad luck, and business continued smoothly. Now, half of Shiqiao town was abuzz with the news that the owner of Yunji was acquainted with Dujin and Xiangqiu from the county office, who would dare to provoke them, fearing a fate like Wang Wu's. That evening, the Yun family returned home and tallied the earnings from the day's business, discovering they had made over 200 taels. No one could believe that a small ice drink shop could earn such a sum in a single day. Yun Jiqian cautioned, do not celebrate too soon, ice drinks can only be sold during the summer months, 3 to 4 months at most. Moreover, today was a half-price opening, naturally, everyone wanted to try the novelty. In the future, fewer people may be inclined to purchase cold drinks. This was anticipated by Yun Jiqian. The profit margin on cold drinks was substantial. A bowl of shushan cost only a few coins to make but sold for 1 tael of silver, even half price yielding half a tael. Yun Fu concurred, brother is correct, it can only be sold in summer. However, she had already devised a plan. Once the weather turns cooler in 3 to 4 months, the shop would offer other food items, albeit not as lucrative as ice drinks, but it would still sustain the family and the children. Yun Jiqian handed the money to Lu Shi, who refused to accept it, saying, let us first repay the money owed to your classmate tomorrow. Alright, once we earn more, I will repay mother. Fearing his parents would become suspicious, Yun Jiqian hurriedly agreed. He needed to discuss with his sister how they would repay that person. Now that they were making money, it could be considered a loan, and he would add an extra 10 taels as interest, thus not truly owing that person anything. With these thoughts, he tucked the silver away. Yun Zhizhang announced, Father, I shall drop out of school tomorrow. I want to learn martial arts and no longer allow the family to be bullied. This time, Yun Zhengqing did not object. If you wish to learn, then learn well. Yun Jilan and Yun Jili chimed in, Father, we want to learn too. Yun Fu added, I too want to learn. Today's events had shifted Yun Fu's perspective. She wished to be more proactive like Chang Qingqing in the face of adversity. She planned to ask Chang Qingqing if she could recommend a suitable martial arts instructor. In her previous life in the capital, she conducted her business largely through others, issuing instructions from behind the scenes while they executed her commands. After all, the Song family was a prominent official family. Even if their rank was not high enough to command respect, local ruffians were wary of provoking them. In contrast, in this life in Shiqiao town, the Yun family held only a commoner's status. Without martial skills, survival would be even more challenging. Oh, Fu wishes to learn too? Yes, father. Learning martial arts is arduous. Fu should stick to embroidery with your mother. Yun Fu shook her head vigorously, insisting, I don't want to. I am no more afraid of hardship than my brothers. It was effective to act a little childish and throw a tantrum at times. Alright, then, our Fu shall learn martial arts with her brothers, and when she grows up, she can protect her father, alright? Yun Jingqing took her playful remarks lightly, thinking that if she truly trained for a few days, she would likely lose interest. At that point, he would find her a female teacher to teach her the arts of music and literature. With her father's approval, Yun Fu beamed with joy, exclaiming, Yes, I want to learn martial arts to protect father and mother when I grow up. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, you two can attend school during the day and come back in the evening to practice with your second brother. Understood, father. Only Yun Jiyan remained in his room, studying diligently, unaware of the happenings in the shop. When they returned home, Lu Shi went to check on him and noticed that the meal provided by Chai. Lu Shi asked, Why haven't you eaten, is it not to your taste? Yun Jiyan inquired, Haven't I already eaten? Upon seeing the uneaten food, he smacked his forehead, Oh, what a memory I have. I completely forgot to eat. Lu Shi had no choice but to reheat the meal. Watching him eat, concerned that her son might neglect his health with such relentless studying, Lu Shi advised, Yenner, I know you are determined, but you must also balance work and rest. Take care of your health. Yun Jiyan smiled, I understand, mother. After Lu Shi left, he shook his head and smiled softly. What could he do? The only path to a better life was through education and passing the imperial examinations. From the day he began his studies, he vowed to excel, to rise above his station, and to relieve his parents of their hardships. The next day, the morning in Shiling village was still quite cool, imparting a sense of peace and comfort. Yun Zhizhang, accompanied by his 3 younger brothers, set off for Shirgu Academy to withdraw his tuition fees and collect his belongings before finding a martial arts instructor. Until he secured a teacher, he aimed to. As they reached the village intersection, a voice called out, "Are you Yun Zhiqian's younger brothers?" "And you are?" "I am Zhao Yingzi." Upon hearing, they had heard of Zhao Yingzi from their sister, who had mentioned she was the girl who had been matched with their elder brother. This woman could potentially become their future sister-in-law. "Are you headed to the academy? Why haven't you seen your elder brother?" Zhao Yingzi had prepared some food to give to Yun Zhiqian. Having not seen him for several days, she wondered whether he had taken a liking to her. Mother said that young Master Yun is a scholar and values his reputation. If he does not take the initiative, I can be a bit more forward. She had waited at the intersection, and upon seeing Yun Zhiqian's 4 younger brothers approach without their elder brother in sight, she stopped them to inquire. "My elder brother has dropped out. He is no longer studying." "What, he has dropped out?" Chapter 82. Perhaps you should marry my elder brother sooner. Why did he drop out? Zhao Yingzi inquired urgently. Yun Zhizhang opened his mouth, intending to explain, but soon felt that his explanation was somewhat superfluous. For reasons unknown, he harbored a certain aversion towards Zhao Yingzi, despite her evident concern for his elder brother. Surely, the meal she prepared was intended for him as well, since she was, after all, his brother's woman. It would be better for his brother to elucidate the matter. As Zhao Yingzi gazed at the meal she had prepared early that morning, an impulse to smash it surged within her. "You should ask my brother, he is still at home," Yun Zhizhang said, and with that, he departed alongside his 3 younger brothers. Zhao Yingzi stamped her foot and hurried in the direction of the Yun residence. Yun Zhili asked, "Second brother, why did you not tell her the truth? Could she possibly be our sister-in-law?" Yun Zhiyan and Yun Zhilan also turned their gaze towards Yun Zhizhang, curious to know the answer. "Do not speak nonsense. Whether she is our sister-in-law remains to be seen," Yun Zhizhang replied, suddenly recalling something. "Let us not discuss our family matters with outsiders, especially not with the villagers, understood?" "Why not?" the 3 younger brothers asked in unison. "There are no reasons to elaborate. Just obey my words. While our elder brother is away, I am your elder brother," Yun Zhizhang asserted, using his brother's authority to impose his will. Unbeknownst to him, this realization had only dawned upon him after growing up. Particularly during their childhood, when their parents frequently relocated, there were instances when they were roused from sleep in the dead of night, hastily donning clothes and shoes, leaving their belongings behind. In hindsight, it seemed as though their parents were perpetually evading something. His elder brother often advised him that family matters should remain undisclosed to outsiders, and now, reflecting on it, it was likely that his elder brother was privy to certain truths as well, but whenever he inquired further, his brother would fall silent. Yun Zhiyan, Yun Zhilan, and Yun Zhili pouted, wishing to retort, yet fearing their second brother's wrath, they chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingzi hurriedly arrived at the Yun residence. The family was utterly exhausted from the previous day's opening, with everyone feeling the strain, particularly Yun Zhiqian and Yun Fu, who had far too many concerns weighing on their minds, resulting in a late start to the day. Fortunately, as it was an ice drink shop, the morning was not particularly busy, and with Zhao Zhanggue, Anfu, and Guche managing the shop, they were somewhat relieved. Despite his youth, with him present, both Yun Fu and Yun Zhiqian felt considerably more at ease. At that moment, the two were having breakfast in the main hall when Zhao Yingzi entered. "Yun Zhiqian, why did you drop out?" The family members, including Yun's father and mother, turned in surprise to regard her. To avoid any implications, Yun Zhengqing retreated to his chamber. "How did you know I dropped out?" Yun Zhiqian replied, since the Yun family had little interaction with the villagers, with only a few households maintaining a decent relationship, it was unnecessary for them to share such family matters. "It was your younger brothers who informed me." Lu Shi, noticing the anxious expression on Yingzi's face, assumed she was merely concerned for her son and said, "Shenner, you two should have a good talk." She intended to vacate the main hall to provide them with some privacy. "4, shall we go to the bedroom to eat?" "No, I want to eat here," Yun Fu pouted. She refused to leave, eager to hear what this woman had to say to her elder brother. "Very well, 4 can stay here and eat, while mother steps outside to wash clothes." "Okay." Lu Shi thought little of it, believing 4, being merely a child, would not interfere with Shenner and Yingzi's conversation, hence she did not insist on taking Yun Fu away. Once Lu Shi departed, Yun Fu continued to sit there, engrossed in her meal. Zhao Yingzi, growing increasingly impatient, considered shooting Yun Fu a glare but hesitated, fearing Yun Zhiqian might misinterpret her actions. "What an insensible little girl. When my mother fell ill, my father alone could not support all 5 of us in our studies. As the eldest son, it was my duty to assist my parents in sustaining our. It had nothing to do with anyone else. As for now, Yunfu feared her elder brother might make a foolish decision and disclose the matters concerning the shop. She had a lingering suspicion that Zhao Yingzi was not truly interested in her elder brother, but rather in his status as a scholar. Fortunately, Yingzi, being rather impulsive, interrupted Yun Jiqian before he could finish. Then, your aunt's health has improved, hasn't it? She mentioned going to the courtyard to wash clothes just now, so it would be best for her to return to work, allowing young Master Yun to continue his studies. Yun Jiqian replied. Yunfu recalled the hardships the Yun family faced in her previous life, where they had not opened a shop so early. At that time, her elder brother's only choice seemed to be women like Zhao Yingzi, who had never ventured beyond the village and lacked education or foresight. It was not until over a decade later that Yun Jiqian began to see some success in business, while their parents never enjoyed the fruits of his labor until their deaths. Moreover, Yun Jiqian eventually amassed great wealth, becoming a renowned merchant in the entire Zhou dynasty, yet it was said he never took a wife or fathered children. He even reached a point of disdain for women. At that time, she had extended an invitation to discuss a potential business collaboration with young Master Qian, only to be outright rejected. Initially perplexed, she later learned of his aversion to women. He had proclaimed he would never collaborate with one in this lifetime. Surely, he must have been deeply scarred by such experiences. In this life, she must take precautions and assist her elder brother in finding a suitable sister-in-law. Yunfu remarked. Sister Yingzi, my mother has yet to fully recover. It is impossible for her to work right now. My father has suggested that my elder brother quickly find us a sister-in-law, so that the household chores can be entrusted to her, allowing my mother to rest. I believe Sister Yingzi is a good person. Perhaps you should consider marrying my elder brother sooner, thus relieving my mother of her burdens. Chapter 83. I want you to marry into the Zhao family. Zhao Yingzi was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? To marry a wife to serve her younger siblings in their household? Did she not have siblings of her own to tend to? Was it truly necessary for her to come and serve in his family? Yun Jiqian was also startled, wondering when his father had ever uttered such words. Even if she were to enter their home, their mother would never allow her to toil excessively. Yet, pondering it further, he realized that his sister had never acted so capriciously before. There must be some ulterior motive behind her words. Trusting his sister's intentions, Yun Jiqian. At that moment, Yunfu glanced at Yun Jiqian and winked. With her elder brother working in town to earn money, and her sister-in-law managing the household, the second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers could continue their studies, and he would finally have new clothes and shoes to wear. How delightful! Yun Jiqian, momentarily lost in thought, soon grasped his sister's meaning. Yes, he did wish to find a wife who could share both joys and hardships with him. Zhao Yingzi had not anticipated that Yun Jiqian would express such sentiments. Surely, he must have been coerced by his family. With his remarkable intellect, how could he willingly forsake his studies to labor? Moreover, he would have to support 4 scholars. If those 4 younger brothers lacked academic talent, how long would he have to provide for them? When would they ever rise above their circumstances? Contemplating this seemingly bottomless pit, Zhao Yingzi proposed, why don't we, the Zhao family, pay for your tuition fees? You Zhao family? No. Hearing this, Yun Jiqian felt a flush of embarrassment. It appeared he had been narrow-minded, having just harbored suspicions about Zhao Yingzi, while she was actually considering his welfare and offering to support his education. At this moment, he looked at Zhao Yingzi and found her remarkably beautiful, even more so than when they first met. However, I have one request. What request? Speak freely. Determined to pursue a relationship with Zhao Yingzi, he believed that such a kind-hearted individual would not make unreasonable demands. I want you to marry into the Zhao family, severing all ties with the Yun family henceforth. What? Yun Jiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. What right did she have to speak so boldly, demanding he sever his relationship with his parents? How dare she? At that moment, his perception of Zhao Yingzi shifted. She no longer appeared as enchanting, but rather somewhat loathsome. Yun Jiqian felt that saying another word to Zhao Yingzi was superfluous. I understand that you may not be able to accept. I shall wait until you come to terms with it. Zhao Yingzi sensed Yun Jiqian's discontent and chose not to press further. She believed her intentions were noble, acting solely for his benefit. She thought that he simply needed time to comprehend her feelings. After all, his parents had urged him to drop out of school to support 5 younger siblings. What was there left to cherish in such a family? This is the meal I prepared for you. Do remember to eat it. Zhao Yingzi placed the packed meal down, which included an egg, something the Zhao family usually considered a luxury. Take it away. Didn't my brother tell you to take it? Yunfu retorted irritably. Zhao Yingzi's expression soured significantly. With no further delay, she took the food and departed. Lu Shi was washing clothes in the yard when she saw Zhao Yingzi running away at great speed. She hurried inside and noticed her son's grim demeanor, quickly inquiring, Shen'er, What happened? Why did Ingzi leave? Jun Jiqian remained silent. Lu Shi turned to Yun Fu. Fu, do you know what transpired? With a sigh, Yun Fu replied, Mother, that Zhao Ingzi wishes for elder brother to marry into their family and cut off relations with us. What? Lu Shi exclaimed in disbelief. How can she do such a thing? Guilt washed over her. Jin Jiqian's feelings for Zhao Ingzi had been permitted by her consent, and she had failed to safeguard her son's interests. She had initially thought Zhao Ingzi to be a good match, never imagining she would make such an outrageous request. Qian it's all my fault, Yun Fu interjected. This matter has nothing to do with you, Mother. In my view, that Zhao Ingzi is wholly unworthy of elder brother. He is such a fine young man, surely he can find a more suitable sister. Law. In an effort to redirect Yun Jiqian's focus, Yun Fu suggested, Brother, let us hasten to eat. We must head to town afterward. Initially dejected, Yun Jiqian's spirits were lifted by his sister's words, and he quickly dismissed his earlier concerns, thinking about the bustling shop awaiting them. Lu Shi, relieved to see Yun Jiqian resume his meal, exhaled softly from the glance exchanged that day. It was evident that Qian held feelings for Zhao Ingzi, and she had feared he might become despondent. Yun Jingqing emerged from the bedroom, intending to inquire about his son's marital prospects, but before he could utter a word, Lu Shi pulled him aside for a private conversation. After their meal, they prepared to head to town, with Yun Jingqing accompanying them to gather information and assist the children in locating Master Wu. Lu Shi, disliking public appearances, now that the Yun family had established a business, neither Yun Jingqing nor the children permitted her to seek work outside. Meanwhile, her embroidery skills were not in demand at any shop, leaving her with an abundance of. Observing that everyone else had tasks to occupy them, Fu noticed she seemed to have become less of a priority for her children, particularly with Qian increasingly preoccupied with his own matter. Noticing Lu Shi's forlorn expression, Yun Fu resolved that once they began earning, she would open an embroidery shop for her mother, allowing her to be the behind-the-scenes proprietress. At the Xie residence, the head of the family inquired, How is Yen's health progressing? The head of the Xie family was referring to his third daughter, Xie Qian, who had been sent to recuperate at a country estate after her failed attempt to seduce the crown prince nearly cost her life. Following that incident, the Xie family discreetly sent her away. Subsequently, when the head of the Xie family mentioned the matter to the crown prince, the latter remarked, Xie family head, you ought to manage your household staff more diligently. It was then that the head of the Xie family realized that the crown prince was somewhat faceblind, having failed to recognize the woman who had attempted to entice him, mistakenly believing she was just a maidservant. The head of the Xie family felt a surge of joy. It was fortunate that the crown prince had not recognized Yen. Once Xie Qian had fully recovered at the estate, she returned to the Xie residence. Madame Lin rose to greet him, saying, My lord, Yen is feeling much better. That is splendid, my lord. Yen expressed a desire to learn the proper etiquette from grandmother. Oh, it is rare for her to have such insight. Tomorrow, I shall inform Lady Wang to have Yen study alongside her older sister. Lady Wang was the head wife of the Xie family. The head of the Xie family felt immense satisfaction. He had not anticipated that his daughter would mature and become so sensible after this ordeal. Madame Lin cast a glance at the head of the Xie family and gently said, My lord, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Speak. Do you recall the plan to force the Yun couple into destitution, compelling them to come to us and agree to serve the old matriarch? That couple is quite remarkable. They have opened a shop in Shiqiao town. Chapter 84 Secret meeting. After Wang Wu and the others were captured yesterday, Lin Yukai remained restless, unable to sit still, unable to wait any longer. He visited the Xie residence to see his sister. Yun Ji Bingyin, inquired Lin Yinyang. Is her surname Yun? Yes, sister, it is indeed Yun. This made Lin Yinyang think of Lu's family, which also bears the surname Yun. The Yun surname is rather rare in Shiqiao town. Aside from Lu's family, Lin Yinyang had not encountered any other household with that surname. She felt puzzled. There aren't many people in Shiqiao town who could outsmart her brother. If the Yun family were truly that formidable, how could Lu still be serving as a maid? Lin Yinyang found it hard to comprehend. After dismissing the servants, Lin Yukai grasped his sister's hand tightly and implored, Sister, you must help me, or the Lin family will be finished. The notorious and impartial captains Du and Xiang, who are friendly with the Yun family, will undoubtedly torture Wang Wu and the others severely, ultimately implicating me as well. Seeing her brother in such a state of panic, Lin Yinyang felt a pang of sympathy. Do not fret, take your time in explaining, she urged. Thus, Lin Yukai recounted the entire ordeal to his sister without reservation. Sister, you must assist me. Lin Yinyang stepped forward and embraced her elder brother. Alright, I will have that old man help you. Her words calmed Lin Yotsai's anxiety considerably. I am truly grateful for your support. Of course, you are my dear brother. We have shared the same bed since childhood, who else would I assist if not you? Embracing his sister, Lin Yukai inhaled her delicate fragrance, moistened his parched lips slightly, and could not resist kissing her. Lin Yingyang pushed him away, her eyes glimmering with a mix of annoyance and allure. With a slight smile, she whispered, "Not here, the old man could arrive at any moment, you must wait for me at home. I shall return to our mother's house in a few days." Her soft murmurs seemed to ignite all of Lin Yotsai's reason, and unable to contain himself any longer, he forcefully pushed Lin Yingyang onto the couch. Moments later, they both rose, their clothes disheveled. Lin Yingyang hurriedly adjusted her attire and hair, then helped Lin Yukai tidy himself as well. Did I not say I would return to my mother's house in a few days? If the old man finds out, we will both be doomed. Have you forgotten what happened recently when that little vixen Haitang almost discovered us? Lin Yukai retorted, but she did not discover anything, did she? Does she not know how perilous it is to be in the Xia residence? If it were not for that old woman's utter dullness, and if I had not been starved of satisfaction for so long, would I dare to act so recklessly? Even if I occasionally visit the Baihua Tower, those women cannot compare to the experience with my own sister. Lin Yingyang replied, that little vixen is with a death occurring in the Xia residence, and a respectable one at that. If it were not for the old man stepping in with funds to placate them, we would indeed be in grave trouble. Lin Yukai asserted, she is merely a lowly servant. If she is of no use, she can be disposed of without a second thought. Why waste your energy on her? You should focus entirely on me. As he spoke, his hands began to wander again, but Lin Yingyang swatted his hand away. I have cast my entire heart back to my mother's house. How can I still focus here? Continuing, she shifted the topic back to Haitang. Were it not for her madness, I would not have let her off so easily. Now, brother, you should return home. I will discuss today's events with the old man. Do not dwell on it.tom, this is merely a trivial matter. As Lin Yingyang urged him to leave, Lin Yukai cast lingering glances at her and said, I shall take my leave now. You must visit our mother's house in a few days, your sister-in-law has been missing you. Indeed. Once her brother's figure disappeared from view, Lin Yingyang finally withdrew her gaze. They had endured hardship together as children, often squeezing into a single bed due to their family's scarcity. She recalled a particularly frigid winter when she was 11, when her brother had embraced her to keep warm. Their innocent embrace had inevitably led to a moment of stolen intimacy. Rather than feeling ashamed, she had surprisingly relished the sensation. However, when her brother married, she had harbored a desire for him to After coming of age, she had proactively offered herself as a concubine to the Xie family master to secure the Lin family's future. Her sole desire was for her brother to have a better life. Initially, her brother and sister-in-law had shared a deep bond, leaving her neglected. Yet, over the years, her brother had frequently sneaked off to the Xia residence to see her. Fearful of the old man discovering their secret, she had resorted to giving him money. Reflecting on her childhood with her brother, Lin Yingyang felt a bittersweet nostalgia, lamenting that those days could never return. After Lin Yotsai's departure, she sent a servant to inquire if the master was home. Shortly thereafter, the servant reported that the family head was out attending to business. The next day, Lin Yingyang finally encountered the Xia family master. How could this be? Opening a shop is no small affair. If that couple had money, why would they come to my residence as servants to earn mere pittance? Perceiving the Xie family master's disbelief, she promptly recounted the events of the previous day, albeit with some. Instead, she informed the Xie family master that Wang Wu had approached Lin Yukai due to grievances with the Yun family, prompting Lin Yukai to assist him with a plan. Is it truly the Yun family? Yes, I sent someone to that shop yesterday, and Lu's youngest daughter was indeed present. There is no mistaking it. The Xia family master furrowed his brow and remarked, for the Yun family to acquire funds to open a shop is no trivial matter. If Lu is to care for the old lady, it appears he will require some strategy. He lamented his singular dependence on that elderly matriarch, whose ailment could only be alleviated by Lu's massage. What shall we do about my brother? Mentioning Lin Yukai seemed to tighten the Xia family master's expression further. Your brother. I have wiped his behind countless times. When he wished to engage in business, I guided him. I even secured him a master in the capital to open a cold drink shop, yet he neglects the business to indulge in shady dealings. Master! Lin Yin gently called, sensing her master's frustration. Seeing her distressed demeanor, the Xia family master relented. All right, I cannot bear to see you like this. Fortunately, I have some connections with County Magistrate Kong. I will make a trip. Thank you, master. Upon reaching the town, Yun Jingqing parted ways. As they walked, they encountered a commotion outside a bun shop, indicating something unusual was afoot. Let us take a detour, Yun. However, before they could turn, a figure rushed out, barreling towards Yun Fuo behind her. The shopkeeper and staff were in pursuit, shouting, "Stop that thief, catch her." Yun Jiqian instinctively shielded his sister. Yun Fu looked up to see a disheveled woman, her hair unkempt, with a face and body so dirty it appeared she had rolled in the dirt. The woman sprinted swiftly but slowed down upon spotting Yun Fu, flashing a toothy grin as she exclaimed, "Bun! Eat bun!" Chapter 85's encounter with a madwoman. Fearing for his sister's safety, Yun Jiqian placed himself firmly in front of her and shouted at the madwoman, "Go away!" Not only did the woman refuse to retreat, but she also grinned widely, revealing her teeth. "Hungry! Bun, eat bun," she repeated, before tearing into one herself. The bun shop owner and 2 staff members soon arrived. They swiftly restrained the madwoman and warned Yun Jiqian, "Be cautious, this madwoman can be dangerous." Yun Fu peeked out from behind her brother, watching the pitiful sight of the madwoman being held down. She felt a strange sense of familiarity towards her, though she could not recall where she had seen her before. It was a sad fate indeed, to be dragged away in public over a mere bun. Such is the plight of women in this world. Women are bound to their husbands. When men fail to provide, they often drive their wives to madness. Just for 2 buns, Yun Fu called to the shop owner, "Uncle, we will cover the..." "What filling do they have?" Seeing someone offer to pay for the madwoman, the shopkeeper was eager to oblige. He smiled and replied, "Meat buns, 3 won each." Yun Jiqian fished out 3 won and handed it to the shopkeeper, saying, "It is not worth it over a bun. She is merely starving and is likely a pitiful soul." After a moment's thought, he added, "And please pack 2 more buns for her." The shopkeeper accepted the money and, "Go, pack her 2 more buns." The staff complied and soon returned with the extra buns wrapped in oil paper. The madwoman accepted the buns and grinned at Yun Fu, displaying a rather frightening expression. Yun Jiqian, wishing to help further, hesitated as he was concerned for his sister's safety and led her away from the scene. The madwoman pursued them for a few steps but soon halted. Though his face betrayed no emotion, Yun Jiqian's grip on Yun Fu's hand tightened, which she promptly noticed. Understanding her brother's gentle heart, Yun Fu realized he too felt sympathy for the madwoman. Their recent experiences together, such as when they had assisted Gu Che and his sister, or taken in the dirty little beggars, confirmed to her that her brother was kind-hearted. He always wished to extend his modest help to the weak, but his cruelty was reserved for the wicked. "Brother, remember not to help too much. Excessive kindness may lead to backlash." Yun Jiqian suddenly turned to his sister. He shook his head, realizing that even his sister understood this principle while he, a man of letters, had been so naive. All this learning had been in vain. Such a simple truth, and it took his sister to remind him. In this world, there are indeed many who are pitiable, and he realized he could not help them all. Moreover, should he offer too much assistance, those he helped might eventually blame him for not continuing to support them once he was unable to do so. Not everyone would behave this way, but the ungrateful are certainly not in short supply. Just as his sister had brought home those little beggars, providing them with food and clothing was conditional. She required them to earn their keep, instilling in them the understanding that nothing in this world comes without effort. As for the madwoman, while she appeared mad, her eyes were clear, and he could not ascertain her true state. Providing her with 3 buns could be considered a form of assistance. Upon arriving at the shop, they found it was just past the hour, and customers were trickling in, primarily to purchase ice pops and ice. Once the shoppers departed, only 2 tables remained occupied. The shop was running smoothly, with manager Zhao and Fu, and another newly hired young man attending to customers. Jiu Che and Guyu were distributing ice pops and milk puddings to sell, while Yun Jiqian headed to the ice room, leaving Yun Fu with nothing to do. She languidly perched on a stool and asked, "And Fu, how is your mother's health?" "Returning home, my mother is feeling much better. Thank you for your concern." "Good, work hard, and at the end of the month, I will treat you to chicken drumsticks." "Chicken drumsticks?" "Thank you, master, I will work diligently, as long as it isn't chicken, but I am not picky." Upon hearing Yun Fu's remark, Yun Fu couldn't help but burst into laughter. It reminded her of her previous life when she had first heard a time travel. Her initial reaction had been, if you get the chicken drumsticks, what will happen to the rest of the chicken? At that time, she had rescued Tang Xinxin, providing her with food and shelter, entrusting her with managing the business, and gifting her gold and jewels. Yet, Tang Xinxin had turned treacherous, attempting to seize the profitable business for herself, colluding with an accomplice to poison her. When she discovered the betrayal and confronted Tang Xinxin, the latter had retorted, "Without my ideas, could you have made any money?" "I created this business, and you only offered me a mere 40% profit. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Feeling exasperated with Tang Xinxin, she recalled that her business had already flourished before Tang Xinxin's arrival. The latter had merely added embellishments, and she had generously granted her a 40% share, along with countless gifts of gold, jewels, and properties, exposing her to various social circles and influential figures. Though Tang Xinxin had indeed contributed some unique innovations, business success required more than mere creativity. It demanded strategic management to transform those ideas into profit. Eventually, their relationship soured, yet she found herself powerless against the time-traveling girl. For Tang Xinxin, after a while, Yunfu rested her head on the table, nearly drifting off to sleep. In the midst of her busyness, she felt an unusual sense of contentment. "Sure, I must tell you something, but you must not breathe a word to anyone." "What is it?" "Speak quickly." "Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I asked about what happens in the master's chamber." The maid glanced around the room, verifying that only one table of customers was seated far away. Another little girl lay on a nearby table, seemingly asleep, so the maid neglected her presence. Yunfu chimed in, "I want to hear too." She was particularly fond of gossip. Yunfu perked up her ears. 3 months ago, do you remember when Haitang gave a pastry to a child, and that child? It was not Haitang who poisoned him. Chapter 86 Re-encountering old affairs of the Xie family. Who was that? It is Aunt Lin. Do not speak of this lightly. Was it not Aunt Lin who punished her? Did she not poison and frame Aunt Lin out of resentment? Thus, Haitang is indeed wronged, yet, to be fair, she is not entirely innocent. Although she did not administer the poison, the child perished because of her actions. So, was that pastry truly a gift from Aunt Lin? How do you know this? The person listening and asked, astonished. After Haitang was confined, I went to visit her. Why would you go to see her? Are you not afraid of being implicated? Haitang had previously assisted me, and thinking of her pitiful state, once a decent person now driven mad, I decided to visit her and bring her some food, as a gesture of sisterly camaraderie. That night, under the cover of darkness, I dared to see her. Haitang was locked away in a windowless room, the door secured tightly. I called out to her a few times, and to my surprise, she responded. She recognized me, the person exclaimed in astonishment. But did not Haitang go mad? Does she not fail to recognize anyone? Eagerly eavesdropping, Yunfu realized that the speakers were two maidservants from the Xia residence. You must not speak of this to anyone else. Indeed, Haitang recognized me, but, is not Haitang Aunt Lin's trusted maid? Was that pastry truly bestowed upon her by Aunt Lin? Why would Aunt Lin wish for her demise? And why would Haitang offer the pastry to a child? Did Haitang know it was poisoned? The string of questions posed by the individual mirrored Yunfu's own curiosity. It is true, Haitang conveyed this to me through the door. She did not know that the pastry was poisoned. She was punished by Aunt Lin for breaking a teacup and was sent to the servant quarters. Aunt Lin claimed that this was done in accordance with the rules of the Xia residence, merely for show. While punishing Haitang, Aunt Lin simultaneously consoled her by rewarding her with exquisite delicacies. Hush, upon seeing a guest enter, the two fell silent. Yunfu remarked, she truly guessed correctly. Haitang is indeed clever. Alas, her intelligence has been her undoing. Haitang was merely gambling. If the pastry were free of poison, it would suggest that her mistress still cared for her and would allow her to return to service. If the pastry were poisoned, then the woman's grandson, being of good lineage, would implicate Aunt Lin, leading to an inevitable inquiry by the authorities. It is a case of using a knife to kill from behind. Such underhanded tactics are familiar to her from her past life, yet, she overlooked one crucial point. In the face of true power and wealth, such conspiratorial maneuvers amount to little more than a ripple. If her deductions hold true, then Aunt Lin must have bribed the family of the victim, paying a hefty sum to ensure their silence. Haitang was indeed acting in self-defense, but she ought never to have harmed that innocent child. Noticing that the newly arrived guest had seated themselves at the adjacent table, the two maidservants swiftly shifted the subject away from the matter at hand. After some time, Yunfu feigned waking from a slumber and stretched languidly. Her movement caught the attention of the two, who glanced over and, seeing her truly appeared to have just awakened, felt relieved. Meanwhile, Yun Fu discreetly observed the two. They were unfamiliar to her, however, the garments they wore were unmistakably those of the Xie family's maidservants. Once the two departed, Yun Fu was left in contemplation. Since Aunt Lin sought to poison her own confidant, there must be some leverage that Haitang possessed against her. This matter did not pertain to her directly, yet since Aunt Lin's brother, Lin Yukai, had crossed her path, perhaps she could uncover the truth and deliver a resounding blow to him. Moreover, the earlier incident had nearly implicated her. Since she had been wronged, she felt justified in seeking retribution, but what could that leverage be? Yun Fu sensed she was overlooking something. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet nothing concrete emerged. Do give it a taste and see if it pleases your palate. Yin Yang's voice broke her reverie. Yun Fu looked up to see Yin Yang presenting a plate of delicacies before her. Wow, Aunt Ying, you made lotus flower pastries. The pastries were intricately layered, with petals. Yun Fu picked up a piece, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. Reluctant to take a bite, she had not anticipated that Aunt Ying possessed such culinary skill. Taking a bite, she found it light, crisp, fragrant, and sweet, truly delightful. Seeing Yun Fu enjoy the treat brought relief to Yin Yang. As two children had earned their wages selling ice pops, Yun Fu had provided her with a means to earn a living, prompting her desire to gift Yun Fu something special. With limited exposure to fine things and little money to buy them, she thought to purchase a pastry for Yun Fu, but upon discovering the exorbitant price, she could not afford even one. Pleading with the shopkeeper, she mentioned her ailing mother-in-law, hoping for just a taste of the delicacy. The kind-hearted proprietor acquiesced to her request. After tasting it at home, she found it lacking and realized she could replicate it herself. After several nights of practice, she finally succeeded, creating a version even more delicious than the shop's offering. Any failed attempts were simply enjoyed by her own children, thus not wasted. If you like it, I shall continue to make it for you, Yin Yang said. Aunt Ying, with such talent, why not sell your creations? At this earnest question, Yin Yang blushed and replied, You overestimate me, little master. I cannot conduct business, and this is the only recipe I know, learned only recently. She recognized that despite the little master being young, he possessed great understanding, and thus refrained from boasting. Yun Fu realized that Yin Yang had genuinely made an effort for her sake. The ability to replicate a dish after a single taste indicated her considerable gift in pastry making. Yun Fu sensed a burgeoning opportunity. Chapter 87. The foolish son of the Xie family. Master Yun Fu produced 2 taels of silver and said, Aunt Ying, this is for you. This was pocket money given to her by her elder brother. Now that the shop was profitable, Yun Jiqian had distributed 100 won to each of his younger brothers while gifting Yun Fu 2 taels. Sister, spend it wisely, and if you run out, I shall give you more, he had said. Yun Fu accepted it, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. The feeling of having someone earn money for her to spend was delightful. Once the shop was on solid footing, she would no longer need to be present, allowing her elder brother to be the one to toil for the family. She would merely offer him a few suggestions from behind the scenes. Yin Yang hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, No, this was made especially for you, little master, I cannot accept your money. Aunt Ying, you misunderstand. I wish for you to learn more varieties, so you may occasionally surprise me with different treats. Yun Fu understood that without such reasoning, Yin Yang would certainly refuse her money. Indeed, upon hearing Yun Fu's words, Yin Yang's eyes brightened, and she accepted the silver. If the little master enjoys it, I shall strive to learn and prepare more for you. Then I thank you, Aunt Ying. There is no need for such formality. You enjoy your pastry, I shall return to my work in the back. Yin Yang replied, retreating to the rear courtyard. Yin Yang and Aunt Su had worked diligently since their arrival at the shop. They washed, cooked, and cared for the children, a demanding task, yet when the shop was busy, they would still emerge to clean and tidy up, or perhaps having endured much hardship, the two were submissive, fearful of disappointing Yun Ji and losing their livelihood. Yin Yang, being around her children, occasionally engaged in light chatter, sharing amusing anecdotes, while Aunt Su remained quiet, focusing solely on her tasks. Yun Fu was keenly aware that had she not accepted the pastries made by Yin Yang, it would have led to unfounded worries on Yin Yang's part. Conversely, by offering a few kind words and graciously accepting her goodwill, she could ensure Yin Yang felt reassured and happy. Ja shopkeeper, Anfu, don't lie, do try Aunt Ying's pastries and see how they fare. Ja shopkeeper quickly waved his hands, smiling, these are made for the little master by Sister Ring. We cannot indulge. Do not be modest, Uncle Zhao, my mother always said that good food should be shared, come, take some. Yun Fu held out the plate for them to help themselves, each of the three picked up a piece and began to eat. Upon taking a bite, the lotus flower pastry revealed its crispness, causing their eyes to light up instantly. The pastry crunched delightfully yet miraculously melted in their mouths, releasing a sweet, delectable flavor. They were astonished by Aunt Ying's skill, finding it superior to any delicacy sold at the pastry shop. At the same time, they felt deeply moved, having worked in numerous shops before. Only this brother-sister duo treated them with kindness, never flaunting their status as employers. The little master sharing his treats only inspired them to work even harder. Just as they finished their pastries, a customer arrived, prompting the three to rise and greet them. The pastries were limited in number, only 7 in total. With Yun Fu consuming 1 and the 3 others sharing 3, only 3 remained. Reluctant to eat more, Yun Fu decided to save the remainder for her elder brother, Gu Che, and Gu Yu. At the Xia residence, the old matriarch's headache had struck again, causing her immense pain and resulting in shattered porcelain teacups strewn across the floor. Coincidentally, her daughter-in-law, Hurry! Wang Shi commanded the servants of the old matriarch, pounding her own head in agony, lamented, what use is calling the physician? I have taken his medicine for so long, yet it does not to alleviate my suffering. Why have you not brought Lu Shi to attend to me? Are you wishing for my demise? Wang Shi, looking distressed, replied, Old matriarch, Lu Shi is of good lineage and not one of our servants. If you do not acquiesce to her demands, we cannot summon her. I am powerless. Only then did the old matriarch recall Lu Shi's previous proposition regarding her daughter studying alongside the young miss of the Xia household, igniting her fury. She shall not have it. In her agitation, the old matriarch's headache intensified, and she struck her own head with greater force. Seeing this, Wang Shi hastily instructed Chuanhong and Xiangming to restrain the old matriarch's hands to prevent her from hurting herself. Reproaching, Chuanhong and Xiangming had yet to touch the old matriarch when she bellowed, Do not touch me. The two stood frozen in fear, not daring to move an inch. With no other object to hurl, she threw her prayer beads away. The beads struck Wang Shi, who attempted to catch them but, failing to do so, watched as they scattered across the floor. The old matriarch, witnessing this, glared with bulging eyes, nearly fainting from rage. Those prayer beads had accompanied her for decades. Their scattering was an ill omen. Wang Shi ordered, Why are you not hastening to retrieve them? Upon command, the servants hurriedly gathered the beads. After a painstaking effort, they collected each one and placed them in a tray. Chuanhong quickly took them away to be rest-wrung. Mother, is your head very painful? May I assist with a massage? Young Master Xia stepped forward, intent on helping the. He resembled a bobblehead doll, his speech unclear, yet he managed to convey simple meanings. Swaying as he walked, the old matriarch, irritated, snapped, Grandmother is suffering a headache, go play over there. In her discomfort, she found fault with everyone. Her tone grew increasingly impatient. Even the dim-witted young Master Xia could discern her displeasure, and upon receiving his grandmother's rebuke, he could not suppress his tears any longer. His cries only added to the old matriarch's agitation, though more profoundly, This grandson, born plump and fair, resembled a cherubic figure from a painting, bringing her great joy. He was her favorite, yet at the age of 2, he remained unable to walk or speak. The house physician could not identify any ailment afflicting the child. As he grew, she sensed something amiss. He seemed to possess fewer wits than others. This realization pained her immensely, for he was the most handsome. Even at 13, his intellect remained akin to that of a toddler. Suppressing her irritation, she soothed, Do not cry, our Tsong'er is a good boy, would you please massage grandmother's head? At this, the young master ceased his tears, his large eyes. He approached and pressed down hard on the old matriarch's head, causing her to wince in pain. The intensity of his actions was such that it seemed he might crack her skull. Wang Shi rushed forward to pull him away, halting his pressing. In retaliation, the young master threw a tantrum, kicking and shouting at Wang Shi, You wicked woman, you are a bad woman. You wish to harm grandmother, you are the reason for her headache. He was deeply attached to his grandmother, not wanting any misfortune to befall her. His mother had once said that this very woman was intent on harming the old matriarch, preventing Lu Shi from attending to her, leading to her current state. Wang Shi's servant, Shui'er, witnessing the young master's blatant disrespect, scolded, "Young master, what does the old matriarch's headache have to do with our mistress? It is all because of that Lu Shi, who carries herself." Yes, if only Lu Shi could be found, grandmother would not suffer from headaches. With this thought, he scrambled to his feet and hurriedly made his way outside. Chapter 88 Xia Mingsong seeks Lu Shi. Seeing her young son heading outside, Aunt Lin hurriedly stopped him and inquired, "Songer, where are you going?" "I am going to find someone to treat grandmother." Aunt Lin assumed he was seeking the house physician, and since there were servants accompanying him, she allowed him to proceed. Madame Wang swiftly commanded the servants to carry the old madam to bed, and chaos erupted in the room. "Have you summoned the house physician?" Madame Wang asked. Aunt Lin replied, "Songer has gone to fetch him." Madame Wang instructed her maid, Shui'er, follow the third master to see if he can communicate clearly with the physician. Can a fool really convey the message to the physician? Noticing Madame Wang sending someone again, Aunt Lin furrowed her brows and intercepted Shui'er, saying, "There is no need for you to send anyone else. Songer has already gone to summon the physician. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Does she truly believe that her Songer cannot handle such a simple task?" Aunt Lin wished to provide Xia Mingsong with an opportunity to prove himself and to demonstrate to others that her son was not foolish. What others could accomplish, her son could certainly do as well. The old madam's illness does not permit you two to act recklessly. "Madam, please clarify, I have not acted recklessly. Songer is the old madam's own grandson. Would he truly wish harm upon her?" The second young lady, snatched, interjected, "Whether or not he is the old madam's true grandson is still up for debate." She had long heard the whispers and rumors but had refrained from mentioning them in front of her parents. She had previously discussed this matter with her elder brother, only to be reprimanded by him. Whenever she recalled Xie Qian's smug demeanor before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her face apart. Having committed such a grave mistake, why did father bring her back from the estate? If she were to uncover that Xie Qian was not their father's biological daughter, she would relish seeing her lose her arrogance. Xie Qian's words briefly flickered a hint of panic in Aunt Lin's eyes, but she quickly steadied herself and replied, "Second young lady, one may eat haphazardly, but one should not speak carelessly." How can Songer not be the old madam's true grandson? Are you implying that the master is not the old madam's biological son? Aunt Lin, do not conflate concepts. It is you and your child. Aunt Lin interrupted. "Second young lady, we are in the old madam's room. Given her current illness, I shall not hold this against you, but should there be a next time, I will not be so forgiving." Xia Qiting pointed at Aunt Lin and then at herself, exclaiming, "Ha! You are merely a concubine, a secondary wife, essentially a servant. I am the mistress of the Xia household. You think you can intimidate me? I would like to see how you intend to do so." Everyone knows that we, the Xia family, are but a joke in Shichao town. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Qiting was met with a slap across her face. Your grandmother is ill. What is this commotion about?" Madame Wang closed her eyes, feeling a pang of heartache, yet recognizing there was little she could do. The master had always favored. If the master were to discover how Tinger was treating Aunt Lin, he would undoubtedly punish her severely. Seeing her mother avert her gaze, Xia Qiting ran off in tears. Madame Wang sighed, "This family will eventually be ruined by Aunt Lin. She was merely a concubine, she likely wasn't even qualified to be a maidservant beside the prince, perhaps she was simply tired of living." Madame Wang had previously advised the head of the Xia family, only to— Since then, the head of the Xia family had not set foot in her door for 3 months. If anyone in her household committed another mistake, her position as mistress might be usurped, and her children would suffer the consequences. Aunt Lin looked at the mother and daughter, a smug expression crossing her face. "Humph, I shall see who truly holds the power in the Xia household." Xia Mingsong, accompanied by a servant, exited the Xia residence. He sought Lu Shi to come and care for his grandmother. He had money to offer her. As he pondered this, he felt the 2 taels of silver in his pocket, his allowance from Aunt Lin. Lu Shi, where is she? Xia Sanyi asked the servant. The servant scratched his head in confusion. I do not know, sir. Having been with this servant since childhood, Xia Mingsong knew he could understand him despite his unclear speech. Seeing the servant's blank expression, Xia Mingsong said, You are foolish, even more so than Songer. Yes, sir, I am quite foolish, but you are clever. I will tell you a secret. If you do not understand, you must ask your uncle. The servant, puzzled, inquired, Why must I ask my uncle? Because mother said that Uncle is clever, and if I... After all, Aunt Lin had instructed that no matter what the third master wished to do, he should be allowed to do so, provided he did not commit any heinous acts. He was only to protect him from behind. Moreover, it was merely a visit to Lin Laoyi. The servant first brought Xia Mingsong to the Lin residence, where Lin Madam informed them that Lin Laoyi had gone to Xuanji. Thus, he took Xia Mingsong to West Street. After walking for a short while on West Street, they arrived at the Xuanji cold drink shop. Upon seeing his uncle's shop, Xia Mingsong gleefully bounced inside. Manager Wang, having previously met Xia Mingsong, hurried forward to ask, Young master, are you here to find Lin boss? You are too late, he just left not long ago. Where did uncle go? I do not know. He knew many people named Lu, including his own wife, but he was certain that the Lu Shi the young master sought was not the one he referred to. The servant quickly clarified, Lu Shi's husband. There is a family across the street. Manager Wang pointed, the only family with the surname Yun in Shichao Town resides over there. The servant looked up at the sign. If Lu Shi's husband could afford to run a shop, how could he still work at the Xia residence? But before he could dwell on it, Xia Mingsong dashed out, heading directly for Yunji. Chapter 89. In the Yunji cold drink shop, the establishment was now filled with patrons. Due to its recent opening, Yunji had initiated a 3-day half-price promotion, and with the event still in effect, it was approaching noon, the busiest time of day. People weary from strolling outside flocked in, eager to cool off and enjoy refreshing ice drinks to beat the heat. Manager Zhao was overwhelmed, so Yunfu stepped in to assist with serving. Hello, ladies, here are the crispy mountains you ordered. Enjoy. The little girl balanced a tray with 2 bowls of ice on it, struggling a bit under its weight. As the tray was held by her, it appeared even larger, and she exerted herself to manage it. The 2 female customers quickly helped themselves to the bowls on the tray. The little girl had her hair styled in 2 buns atop her head, her cheeks round and fair, with large, expressive eyes. As she parted her cherry-red lips, revealing a small row of neat teeth, including 2 charming little fangs, her smile, especially with the accompanying dimples, was utterly enchanting. Was she the daughter of the shop owner? She was simply adorable, so delightful that one couldn't resist the urge to pat her head. Please enjoy, ladies. Thank you. Having walked away, the 2 women. The Su family had built their fortune through weaving and had been established for over a century. Most of the fabric worn by the townspeople of Shichao Town came from the Su family's weaving factory. If one were to consider which family in Shichao Town could rival the Xia family in wealth, it would undoubtedly be the Su family. The other, Ji Yun, belonged to the Ji family, which had encountered misfortune. They operated a winery and were commercial rivals with the Xia family. Initially, the 2 families coexisted peacefully, but when second master Xia sought to marry Ji Yun, she not only declined but wed a poor scholar instead. This infuriated second master Xia, who wondered if he was inferior to a destitute scholar. Thus, he harbored resentment towards Ji Yun and frequently undercut her family's business, turning the 2 families into rivals. Both had recently married and came out together to enjoy ice drinks. As they sipped their bowls of ice, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su Qingru remarked, When I have a daughter in the future, if she is even half as beautiful as that girl, I will be content. Ji Yun stifled a giggle. Look at you, shameless little girl. It has only been a short while since you married, and you're already thinking about having children. Su Qingru shot her a sidelong glance. You can mock me all you want, yet you are no different, always thinking about having children with your Jianggij. I am not in such a hurry. I wish to spend another 2 years alone with him first. Besides, if you want to have a beautiful child, it is simple enough. We should visit their shop more often. The more you gaze at that girl, I am certain your child will be as lovely as she is. Su Qingru expressed her astonishment. Is that really possible? Ji Yun replied, I have heard of such a notion before. A woman gazed at a portrait of a child daily, and her own child ended up resembling that painted child. Delighted, the woman quickly turned her head to see if Yun Fu was still in the shop. Hurry, let us switch places so I can admire her more. She perfectly resembles my dream daughter. Ji Yun, unable to resist Su Qingru's enthusiasm, agreed to switch places with her. As Yun Fu sat there, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw the beautiful sister smiling at her and returned the gesture. Su Qingru immediately tugged at Ji Yun's arm, exclaiming, Yun Yun, Yun Yun, she smiled at me, does this mean she likes me too? Ji Yun, shaking her head with amusement, gently tapped her forehead, oh, you seem quite eager to have a daughter. What if your in-laws do not approve? They dare not. Yes, they wouldn't dare. You have the audacity to ridicule me, do you not wish for a daughter either? Ji Yun sighed, I already have a mischievous little sister-in-law. I fear if I have another child like her, I would rather not. Thinking of her little sister Jiang Wanyin made her head throb. She was even more mischievous than a boy. Meanwhile, her little brother Jiang Xi was gentle and quiet, quite the opposite of her. Had Yun Fu known that one of these women was Jiang Xi's sister-in-law, she certainly would not have accepted their money. Upon mentioning Jiang Wanyin, Su Qingru chuckled, do not bring her up, just thinking of her brings me trouble. I certainly do not wish to bear a daughter like her. At that moment, Jiang Wanyin was at home, sneezing multiple times. Who is cursing me? On the night of Ji Yun's marriage to the Jiang family, as the young couple prepared to consummate their marriage, a small head suddenly popped out from behind the curtain, observing them intently. Upon noticing the gaze, the couple nearly lost their composure. Brother and sister-in-law, do not mind me, please continue. That night, Jiang Wanyin ended up sleeping between the newlyweds. However, Ji Yun, feeling anxious and afraid, found a sense of relief with Jiang Wanyin's presence. As the two women laughed while reminiscing about Jiang Wanyin's antics at home, Su Qingru suddenly looked up and noticed a peculiar boy entering the shop, mumbling, looking for Lu Shi, to treat grandmother. Chapter 90. Xia Mingtsong visits Xianji. Su Qingru could not help but mutter, what bad luck, I had intended to observe that young lady, but after switching places with you, I was afflicted by some ill omen. Ji Yun inquired, whom did you see? As she turned her head, she caught sight of Master Xia Mingtsong. He was engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, mumbling something that the shopkeeper appeared unable to comprehend. It's him. Su Qingru asked, they have never allowed him out before, it's strange that they let him out today. Is the son of the Xia family a fool? I have never heard of such a thing. In Shiqiao town, only a handful of families were aware of Xia Mingtsong's condition. This was something that came to light when the head of the Xia family took him along during a business trip, revealing that he had intentions of nurturing this young man. Su Qingru exclaimed in astonishment, to nurture a fool, does the Xia family have no other sons? I recall there being two more. Master Xia is relatively normal, but who can blame him for being the offspring of the Wang family's concubine? The head of the Xia family does not favor him. In Shiqiao town, everyone knew that the head of the Xia family was most fond of his concubine, and only Xia Er and Xia Mingtsong were the biological children of Lady Lin. Ji Yun cleared her throat and continued, precisely because Xia Mingtsong is the son of Lady Lin, despite his folly, he is cherished by both the head of the Xia family and the old matriarch. The fact that the head of the Xia family took him along during business indicates he intends to pass the family business on to him. That is perfect. If the head of the Xia family wishes to ruin his own household, who can he blame? If he entrusts the business to Xia Mingtsong, your winery has nothing to fear. Yun Yun, quickly switch places with me, I can't bear to look at Master Xia anymore. For some reason, I feel quite uneasy. Meanwhile, shopkeeper Zhao had listened for a long time but was unable to discern what Xia Mingtsong was saying. What is this walking food? How could it come to our shop? This child seemed rather peculiar. Just then, a young servant rushed in, panting and bowing, asking, Sir, why are you running so fast? Upon hearing, our master is here to find someone. Shopkeeper Zhao, puzzled, asked, walking food? Oh yes, we are looking for someone named Lu. Shopkeeper Zhao furrowed his brow. Lu, aside from the master's mother, no one else bears that surname. Could it be the master's mother they were referring to? Shopkeeper Zhao scrutinized the two, but he could not ascertain their relationship with the masteress mother. Thus, he summoned Yunfu. Upon seeing the servant's attire, Yunfu immediately grasped part of the situation. He was quite handsome, but his head appeared disproportionately large, his gaze vacant though his features were fine. Their combination made him look somewhat odd, unmistakably a simpleton. This reminded Yunfu of a tale she had read in her past life, where an emperor of a certain kingdom fell in love with his sister, and their union produced a child who was a simpleton, resembling the description of this young man. Could it be? A bold hypothesis flickered across Yunfu's mind. Could he be the illegitimate offspring of Lady Lin? If her conjecture were true, then this young man was indeed quite pitiful, having been doomed by his own mother. Young master, they say they are searching for Lu. This is our third master. Yunfu thought to herself, so my guess was correct, this young man is indeed Lady Lin's child, but whether he is the head of the Xie family as son remains uncertain. There is no one you seek here. You may leave. What Yunfu did not expect was that Xie Mingsong uttered, then I shall take my leave, and truly began to walk away, yet, he turned back multiple times, glancing at Yunfu as he reached the door. This made Yunfu's heart race with unease. Wait, could it be that Haitang discovered this matter, prompting Lady Lin to plot against me? Haitang, the madwoman, a series of thoughts cascaded through Yunfu's mind, and she suddenly recalled the woman who had snatched the buns at the shop that morning. She bore a striking resemblance. Could it be? Was she Haitang? Chapter 91. The old lady Xie is not ill. Upon exiting, the young servant, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Xie Mingsong, Sir, are we not in search of Lu? Should we continue our quest? You fool, she said she isn't here in this place. The young servant faltered. Indeed, his question was rather foolish. The lady had explicitly stated that the person they sought was not present. Should they linger any longer, they would likely be expelled, and that would certainly be a source of embarrassment. Yet, this was not in accordance with their third master's usual logic. Typically, should their objectives remain unmet, he would resort to tears and tantrums. How was it that today he exhibited neither weeping nor wailing? Instead, that young girl merely uttered one sentence, dismissing them with the assertion that the person they sought was not here. Sir, shall we return to the manor? No, we shall seek Lu. Where else could they possibly search for Lu? The look he cast at Yunfu as he departed left her feeling somewhat confounded. Had he not yet abandoned the notion of having their mother serve the old lady of their family? They had expended considerable effort to compel their mother to acquiesce. Moreover, just the previous day, in a bid to seize business, the Xin family had sent Wang Wu to stir up trouble at their establishment. Thus, old grievances would be settled alongside new ones. With this thought in mind, Yunfu instructed Gu Che to arrange for someone to sell popsicles, and if they encountered a madwoman, they must find a way to bring her back to Yun's establishment, describing the madwoman's appearance in detail. Gu Che acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lady Wang, having yet to see the family doctor arrive, posed a question to Aunt Lin. Where is the doctor that third master sought? At this moment, Aunt Lin too sensed something amiss. It had been over half an hour since Tsonger had left. The Xia residence was not a grand estate, and surely finding a family doctor should not take so long. Yet, she could not admit her son's inadequacy in front of the Wang family. Perhaps the doctor was simply not at home. Chui, go see if the doctor is at home, Lady Wang commanded. What does the lady mean? Does she not trust Tsonger? Aunt Lin intercepted Chui, preventing her from departing. At such a time, you still indulge in nonsense. Chui, go. Yes. Aunt Lin showed no signs of yielding, instructing, Shu Weiqin, stop her. She was determined to have everyone in the Xia household acknowledge Tsonger's capabilities. What others could accomplish, her Tsonger could as well. Her son was simply a bit unclear in speech, not a fool. Receiving her orders, Shu Weiqin immediately stood in front of Chui. Lin Pianpian, do not push your luck. Lady Wang furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, yet she found herself powerless against Aunt Lin. Should anything happen to the old lady, upon the master's return, blame would surely fall upon her. If she punished Aunt Lin, upon the master's return, this woman would shed a few tears, and blame would similarly be directed at her. Furthermore, the old lady was prone to indiscriminately blaming her for any misfortunes. Were it not for her 3 children, she would truly wish to draft a divorce decree and escape this wretched place. Even becoming a nun at the Jingyin monastery would be preferable to her current predicament. However, if she left, Minner was already married, but what of her other 2 children? Tinger had a temperament that could not endure. She was competitive and wore her emotions on her sleeve, a disposition that could not withstand that mother and son pair. After a moment of stalemate, Aunt Lin ultimately triumphed. Lady Wang, feeling defeated, acquiesced. Very well, do as you wish, it matters not to me, for the old lady is not my mother. An hour later, Xia Mingsong finally returned, accompanied only by the young servant, with no one else in tow. Tsonger, where is the doctor you summoned? Lu was not found. Aunt Lin experienced a moment of embarrassment, then remarked, Our Tsonger is truly considerate of his grandmother, knowing to seek Lu on her behalf. He is indeed a good grandson to his grandmother and a good son to his mother, Lady Wang interjected. Treyer, go fetch the family doctor. This time, Aunt Lin did not intervene, allowing Lady Wang to summon the doctor. After the doctor examined the old lady, he stated, Madam, the old lady's headache has long since been cured. It is merely a matter of emotional distress. Lady Wang inquired. Emotional distress? Aunt Lin rebuked. Do you even know how to practice medicine? Emotional distress is associated with chest pain, not headaches. How could one claim it is cured when you did not see her faint? The doctor did not respond to Aunt Lin's inquiries but turned to Lady Wang. Madam, the old lady likely fainted due to a recent impact to her head. She will awaken shortly. Lady Wang shot a glare at Aunt Lin, who opened her mouth but refrained from further argument. Madam, has the old lady harbored any unfulfilled wishes these past days? Lady Wang contemplated for a moment before replying. Indeed, there is one. This prompted her to scrutinize the doctor more closely. The household had seen quite a few doctors change due to the old lady's illness, and this doctor was also newly hired. Yet, he had merely taken her pulse and observed the old lady's complexion, and already discerned the root of her ailment. To it seemed he possessed some genuine skill. Very well, if we fulfill the old lady's wishes, her ailment will be cured. This predicament left Lady Wang in a quandary. Chapter 92, Are you unwilling to serve the old lady? Madame Wang found herself in a predicament. Had she treated Lu kindly from the outset, Lu, being of a benevolent nature, would undoubtedly not have found herself in such a situation. Recalling the first time Lu came to serve the old lady, it was due to the lack of hands in the household, coupled with the old lady's irascible temperament, which left the servants terrified and unwilling to attend to her. It was Lu who stepped forward voluntarily. Yet, how did the Xia household respond? They drove the Yun family to the brink of destitution. Now, what face do they have to invite Lu back? She is not a contracted servant of the household, to be dispatched and coerced at will. It is merely a relationship of mutual consent. The compensation offered by the Xia household was adequate, and Lu was willing to undertake the task, thus they collaborated. Should even one party disagree, it would be of no concern to the other. If Lu were to suffer, it would hardly matter to them, and yet they still stooped to forcing the Yun family, severing their means of livelihood. Upon hearing the physician's remarks, concubine Lin retorted, what do I care? It is simply that there is no competent servant at hand. Having finally found one, she is unwilling to work. Would that individual be coerced? The physician continued to address Madame Wang, casting not a glance in concubine Lin's direction. This infuriated concubine Lin. Did the physician regard her as invisible? Did he not believe she could go to the master and demand he dismiss him? Madame Wang gently explained, Indeed, there have been several occasions when she was pressed, and each time the old lady fell comfortably asleep thereafter. However, since this person is not a servant of our household, it may prove somewhat difficult to have her attend to the old lady. The physician replied, Then it is simple. Seek the guidance of that individual. If anyone in the household can master this massage technique, it would suffice. He frowned as he added, They have been taught, yet none have grasped it. None have learned? With so many individuals in the Xia household, is there not one who could master it? This can only signify one thing, a lack of diligence. He had been in the household for 3 days, having seen the old lady twice. She was either in a fit of rage or on the verge of one. Perhaps these people are simply unwilling to learn the technique to care for this difficult old lady. If one were to misapply the technique, it would not merely result in a reprimand, they might even face punishment, yet he would not make this overt. Let this concubine take on the task. I perceive her to be exceptionally astute, and she will surely master it. Concubine Lin paused momentarily, processing the information before exclaiming in astonishment, Me? The physician affirmed, Yes, indeed, I find you far more intelligent than the others in this household. When I converse with the madam, you often interject, which speaks to your capabilities. Therefore, I propose you undertake the learning. Concubine Lin's expression faltered again, but she quickly regained her composure. This may not be feasible. I am, by nature, rather dull. How could her well-maintained hands possibly be used to massage that old crone? Madame Wang interrupted. What? Are you unwilling to serve the old lady? She holds the deepest affection for you and your child. Concubine Lin's expression subtly shifted. She was about to retort when she heard her son say, Songer will take care of grandmother's grandmother. Songer can massage. Songer, do not speak foolishly. Songer has not. Songer made grandmother fall asleep. Xia Mingsong only knew that grandmother often struggled to sleep, yet now that she was asleep, it was solely due to his efforts. To prevent Xia Mingsong from speaking further nonsense, concubine Lin hastily said, Quickly, take the third young master back to his room. Xia Mingsong, somewhat temperamental, was reluctant to leave, prompting concubine Lin to coax, Songer, why not return for now? Mother will have something wonderful for you shortly. Only then did Xia Mingsong relent. Once her son had departed, concubine Lin finally exhaled in relief. She wondered when Songer would become as astute as his elder brother. Fortunately, he was still young, and with gradual instruction, he would surely awaken to his potential. My lady, you are aware that Lu likely harbors resentment towards our Xia household. Although I am eager to learn from her, she would likely refuse to teach. The physician appeared puzzled. Had she not taught previously, why now claim she would not? Noticing the question in the physician's eyes, Madame Wang explained to Dr. Li, you may not be aware, but you were not yet in the household at that time. She was hired as a general worker, and on one occasion when we were short-staffed, she was asked to assist the old lady for a day. To our surprise, the old lady took a great liking to her and wished to keep her close. This was likely due to her massage skills. The old lady, long plagued by insomnia, fell asleep after just a few strokes. Initially, Lu was quite agreeable and occasionally assisted in caring for the old lady. However, some within the household acted most improperly, coercing her to sign a contract of servitude to remain by the old lady's side. Lu, having a scholar in her family, rightfully refused. Now, the two families have effectively severed ties, making it quite difficult to have her return. Upon hearing this, the physician began to comprehend. So, it was the Xia household that had bullied her. When the Xia household had sought him as their physician, they had offered a lucrative compensation, which had raised his suspicions. It was only through these days of interaction that he realized that, aside from Madame Wang and Master Xia, those he encountered in this household were exceedingly difficult to deal with. Particularly the old lady of the Xia family, who epitomized the saying, an elder without virtue brings calamity to the family. As for the child who had just departed, there was something amiss about him. Although the pay from the Xia household was generous, it was not easy to take. Presumably, the previous physicians had departed for this very reason. Concubine Lin remarked, this world does not rest solely on Lu's massage skills. Surely there are others who excel in this art. The master will undoubtedly find someone more adept. Unbeknownst to Concubine Lin, Lu's massage technique had been learned from the renowned healer, Dan Yuanzizi. The matriarch of the Su family suffered from chronic headaches, and in her quest to alleviate the symptoms, Lu had traversed the entire Zhou dynasty, ultimately seeking out Dan Yuanzizi, from whom she learned this acupressure method. Chapter 93, Treating everyone to iced refreshments. The entire staff of Yunji Iced Refreshments mobilized, selling popsicles while searching for the madwoman mentioned by Yunfu. Over the past 2 days, they had scoured the entirety of Shiqiao town, yet had found no trace of Haitang. With no money to her name, one wondered where she could possibly have fled. Yunfu was utterly perplexed. Ultimately, he decided to cease pondering the matter and instructed the children to remain vigilant while selling popsicles. 3 days of promotional activities had concluded, and upon reviewing the accounts, Yun Jiqian discovered they had amassed over 700 taels in profit during this period. Coupled with the 5 days preceding the grand opening, they had nearly reached a total of 1,000 taels. This was a sum he had never dared to envision before. The profit from these iced refreshments was indeed staggering. Remarkably, all of this stemmed from his sister's ingenious ideas. When she first arrived at the Yun household, she appeared as a mere sprout, and he had assumed yet another mouth to feed had come to burden them. With their already meager means, he felt a twinge of resentment at the thought of another competing for their sustenance. However, he could not deny their parents' fondness for her. To his astonishment, within just over a year of her arrival, his sister had transformed their lives for the better. Zhao, let us close for the day and gather the children, Yun Jiqian instructed. Understood, master, came the prompt reply. Before long, the staff of Yunji Iced Refreshments had assembled, with Guche bringing along the children as well. Yunfu took a seat nearby. Now that our 3 days of half-price promotions have ended, we will be returning to normal operations starting tomorrow. I want to acknowledge everyone's hard work during this time. It was no trouble at all. We are grateful to you for leading us to earn money. One of the children chimed in. I have called you all here today to allow you to sample the iced refreshments we create in our shop. You may order anything from the menu, and it will be my treat. One child's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly happening? The items on the menu cost 1 tael each. Can we really partake? Yun Jiqian smiled. Absolutely, you may all indulge. As soon as Yun Jiqian's words were spoken, the air was filled with jubilant cheers from the children. A few days ago, I could not resist and purchased a popsicle with my own money. It was truly delectable. I can only imagine how much better the iced bowls must taste. I too bought a milk pudding, made from milk. It was fragrant and sweet, so delicious. I am certain what we have today will be even more delightful. I have tasted, Yun Jiqian interjected. Not only can you all enjoy the iced refreshments today, but you will also receive a popsicle each day henceforth. Another round of cheers erupted. This is wonderful, master. You are exceedingly kind to us. We shall work diligently to repay your generosity. Indeed, today, I sold 32 popsicles and 15 milk puddings. Well, I sold 63 popsicles and 28 milk puddings. Zhao, the manager, along with Anfu and Yang, joined in the merriment. Observing her elder brother managing the shop with increasing adeptness, Yunfu silently praised him. Truly, he knew how to win the hearts of the people. Yun Jiqian instructed everyone to take their seats, as he and his sister would serve the guests today, allowing them to relish the experience of being patrons. Master, allow me to assist with serving, Zhao offered. Uncle Zhao, please take a seat. Guyu, you both sit as well, and Yang and Aunt Su, do sit down. Anfu, Dong Lai, please take your places as well, the iced bowls are ready, whatever you wish to eat, I will serve you. Yun Jiqian insisted. Very well, I shall sit down as well. Today, I shall play the role of a guest and sample our shop's iced bowls for the first time. Had the bowls not been so pricey, I would have tried them long ago. His curiosity was piqued. How could such a small bowl command a price of 1 tael, while even the cheapest sour plum soup sold for 15 won? What could possibly be so exquisite about these icy treats when a large block of ice costs only 10 won? As Zhao settled in, the others followed suit. Concerned he might forget orders amidst the crowd, Yun Jiqian retrieved a charcoal pencil and a small notebook typically used for jotting down orders, carefully recording each name and their desired delicacies. Once all orders were noted, he followed Yunfu into the ice room. Brother, you were so wonderful. Yun Jiqian nodded. Of course, they are all kind individuals who understand gratitude. As long as we treat them well, they will work even harder. Reflecting on the events of the previous day when Wang Wu had caused a ruckus, Yunfu felt warmth envelop her limbs. These people were worth a lifetime of loyalty. Brother, you bear a significant responsibility. They will depend on you for their livelihoods. A glimmer of resolve shone in Yun Jiqian's eyes. Rest assured, sister, I will strive diligently. Chapter 94. Ansu contemplates selling herself. Yun Jiqian and Yunfu, having attended to the needs of their guests, gathered all the orders. The children, unable to contain their excitement, dove into their treats with fervor. Even manager Zhao, upon tasting the ice cream he had ordered, felt as though his taste buds were engaged in a delightful skirmish, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavor. He glanced around at the nearly 40 patrons indulging in their expensive orders, each bowl costing a silver tael. Manager Zhao felt as though they were consuming his wealth. Should all the orders be fulfilled, it would amount to over 30 taels of silver. A pang of sympathy for Yun Jiqian struck him. The young master was indeed extravagant. The young master had shown them unparalleled kindness, and in just 5 days, he had managed to pocket a tael from his employer. This was his first encounter with such a benevolent master, and his heart swelled with gratitude, vowing silently to serve him well for life, unless the master chose to dismiss him. As the merriment continued, the sudden sound of sobbing pierced the air. Who could be weeping? Following the sound, they discovered Aunt Su, tears streaming down her face as she ate, each droplet akin to scattered pearls. The once lively room fell into a hush, her cries echoing in the silence. Yunfu approached her, offering a handkerchief, saying, Aunt Su, please do not be sorrowful, the children in this room will always be your children. Even in old age, you shall not be alone. Yet Aunt Su did not accept it. Yunfu's attempt to comfort her only escalated her weeping. Ying Yang interjected, Sister Su, do cease your tears. We shall keep each other company. My 2 children will be yours, they shall support you in your old age. What say you? Wiping her tears, Aunt Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took the handkerchief and said, Young master, I am fine. I merely find this fluffy dessert too delectable. I have never tasted anything so marvelous before. It brings me such joy. Aunt Su understood well that despite his youth, the young master had a maturity about him, always considering the feelings of those around him. In front of these children, her tears felt like a shameful display, yet she could not restrain herself. After over 20 years in her marital home, where she toiled endlessly and often went hungry, she had endured the daily abuse from her husband and mother-in-law. Once, after a gambling loss, her husband had beaten her indiscriminately that night. She bore bruises that swelled her face like dough and left one eye swollen shut, along with a fractured leg. It took her a month to recover her health. Even so, her 3 children always complained, blaming her for the beatings. If you hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have hit you. How could he strike you without cause? Such days felt like a descent into hell, as none in her in-laws' family regarded her as a human being, especially her own 3 ungrateful children. Since coming to the shop, not only did she earn a wage, but she also had food and shelter, receiving kindness from the young master that made her feel as though she were in paradise compared to her former life. She recognized the young master's compassionate nature, sheltering the children who were once beggars, providing them with food, shelter, and opportunities to earn. Initially, she had nowhere to stay, but the young master, noticing her plight, kindly suggested, Aunt Su, please bear with these children for now. Once we earn enough, we shall buy a house in Shichao Town to settle you properly. She resolved then that the young master would be her family master. I wish to request something, Yunfu said. Aunt Su, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. There is no need for formality with us, Yunfu reassured her. I wish to sign a contract of servitude. Let us proceed to the authorities tomorrow and formalize it. Yun Jiqian, perplexed, replied, Aunt Su, there is truly no need for that. Have you encountered some trouble? You may share it with us, and we will assist you. I have no troubles, I merely wish to sign the contract, Yunfu insisted. Brother, let us take Aunt Su to formalize the contract tomorrow. Yunfu surmised that Aunt Su's relatives had likely caused her much distress. Perhaps this decision was to secure a means of escape from her husband's family, or even her own children. It was clear Aunt Su had been cast aside, and something must have transpired at her marital home, something she found difficult to articulate. Should her in-laws learn of her earnings, those relatives, who had once betrayed her, would likely return, employing every tactic to extract money from her. By signing the contract, she could sever ties with those relatives, declaring her allegiance to a new master, thereby protecting herself from their abuse. Yun Jiqian, confused, glanced at Yun Fu, sister. As a scholar, he understood the implications of such a contract. He had been somewhat opposed to Guche and Guyu's contracts, but at that time, trust was lacking. Yun Fu refrained from explaining further. Brother, let us honor Aunt Su's wishes. Aunt Su, whenever you wish to tear up the contract and restore your status, we shall return to the authorities to amend it at that time. Chapter 95. Do you not wish for your brother to find a sister-in-law? Very well, I will heed the young masteress' words. Despite her agreement, Aunt Su's resolve had solidified. The young masteress family was so kind that perhaps she should spend her latter years working alongside them, finding a sense of security in their company. After finishing their ice drinks, Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian prepared to return home. Each day, they found themselves unable to ride in old Li's donkey cart and were left to traverse the path on foot. Yun Jiqian pondered an early trip to the market the next day to procure a horse-drawn carriage, alleviating some of his sister's burdens from their walks. Indeed, after merely a few steps, Yun Fu declared her fatigue, playfully insisting, "Brother, I am too tired." Her petite frame simply could not endure the exertion. Yun Jiqian, with affection, ruffled her hair and squatted down, saying, "Climb on, I shall carry you." Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly concerned for his sister, often offering her rides home. Having grown accustomed to his back, Yun Fu had become somewhat lazy. With a cheerful grin, she climbed onto her brother's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Brother, let us hurry home." "Very well, just hold on tight." The two laughed and chatted as they made their way swiftly to Shiling Village. The village fork. A pair of eyes watched Yun Jiqian intently. Zhaoingzi contemplated approaching him, yet hesitated, fearing he would disregard her. She did not feel she had erred in their previous encounter. In her mind, her actions were entirely for his benefit, yet, why could he not show her a modicum of understanding? For days, she had awaited his return, neglecting food and drink. Observing him set out early with his sister and return late, she grew increasingly curious about their activities. As Yun Jiqian drew near, the face she had yearned to see filled her vision. Recently, under her parents' insistence, Zhaoingzi had been introduced to several suitors, yet none compared to Yun Jiqian's refined elegance. They were all rough countrymen, laboring in the fields, lacking the grace and charm he possessed. She was unwilling to relinquish her feelings for him so easily. Overcome by longing, she stepped forward, greeting him. "Where have you been?" Upon hearing her voice, Yun Jiqian lifted his gaze to find Zhaoingzi. "Out of courtesy for a fellow villager," he replied, "I went to town. May I speak with you?" Zhaoingzi's voice grew softer, nearly inaudible by the time she uttered the word "speak." Even then, she dared not lift her gaze to meet his, fearful of rejection. Noticing her silence, she finally mustered the courage to look up. To her surprise, she found Yun Fu perched on her brother's back, gazing at her with an expression that carried scrutiny, amusement, and disdain, far from that of a mere child. A surge of irritation towards Yun Fu bubbled within her. As she saw Yun Jiqian lost in thought, she shot a glare at Yun Fu, intending to intimidate her, yet, to her astonishment, Yun Fu merely smiled back with playful understanding. "Brother, I am hungry, let us return home." Only then did Yun Jiqian snap back to reality. Hearing his beloved sister's plea, he quickly replied, "All right, I shall take you home for a meal." Turning to Zhaoingzi, he added, "You may return, it is not suitable for us to converse." As Yun Jiqian carried Yun Fu away, Zhaoingzi's jealousy flared. The honor of being carried should have belonged to her. She saw Yun Fu as merely a sister, a mere liability destined for marriage. Do you not wish for your brother to find a sister-in-law? Yun Fu chuckled. "I will certainly find a splendid sister-in-law for my brother, but it will not be you." Yun Jiqian chimed in, "Fear not, dear sister, even if I do not seek a wife, I shall ensure that you, our parents, and all your brothers are well cared for." Zhaoingzi clenched her fists in frustration. "You shall see it. I will ensure that Yun Jiqian has no choice but me." Yet the siblings remained unaffected by Zhaoingzi's presence. Yun Fu inquired, "Brother, do you have feelings for her?" Taken aback by his sister's directness, Yun Jiqian laughed. "What could a little child like you possibly understand about love?" "Oh, I understand quite well. I can see that you like her very much." Yun Jiqian replied earnestly. "Before meeting Zhaoingzi, our mother had mentioned her a few times, and I felt a certain admiration. Upon meeting her for the first time, I thought her lovely, wishing to grow old together. I once believed her to be a good person, but unexpectedly, brother, you truly have not encountered many women." Reflecting on his sheltered past, Yun Jiqian had indeed spent years confined to the academy. Even now, though he had left school, his interactions with women had been limited to customers, without any meaningful conversations. No, I must introduce you to the world soon. You need to see what a true woman is like. Chapter 96. A father's affection. Upon returning home, Yun's father and several brothers had also arrived. Lu had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting the return of the two. As Yun Jingqing noticed Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu stepping into the house, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Fu, you must be tired. Come and sit by your father." Dismounting from Yun Jiqian's back, Yun Fu dashed to her father's side. "Daddy, I'm exhausted, my shoulder hurts." She pointed to her small shoulder. "Ah, my dear daughter, you mustn't overexert yourself. Sit down, let father give you a massage." A gentle smile graced Yun Jinqing's lips, softening his usually stern demeanor. "Father is so kind." Yun Fu sat down, casting a proud glance at her brothers, who, unlike their usual selves, were smiling warmly at her, devoid of their customary jealousy. Only a sister could dare to act thus in front of their father, yet, it was for the best. Their father had always maintained a stern facade, but ever since their sister had joined the family, his face bore a tender smile every day. It was then they realized their father possessed another side. Yun Jingqing carefully massaged Yun Fu's shoulder, mindful not to apply too much pressure lest he cause her discomfort. "Daddy, my arms are tired too." Feeling the soothing effects of her father's massage, Yun Fu playfully extended her arms. Yun Jingqing looked at his daughter with twinkling eyes. "Very well, if father massages you, you won't feel tired anymore. Tomorrow, you're not to work at the shop, do you understand? Let your elder brother and manager Zhao handle it. Tomorrow, relax at home with your father while your elder brother worries about earning money." "Yes, I will listen to you, Daddy. I'm no longer tired." After a while, Yun Fu insisted that Yun Jingqing stop the massage. She wasn't truly fatigued, as her elder brother had been carrying her the whole way. She simply couldn't resist the urge to act cutesy upon seeing Yun Jingqing, relishing the paternal love she had never experienced in her past life. "Daddy, have you found Master Wu for my second brother?" "Indeed, I have. He is at the family martial arts school, but your second brother can only attend if he stays there for food and lodging. I had hoped to find a master to teach you at home, but none were available." "That's fine. Let second brother learn first, we don't mind." Yun Zhijiang interjected. "Rest assured, father, I will practice diligently." However, the martial arts school does not accept just anyone. The master stated that they must first take your second brother to the school, or he would be evaluated before admission. Furthermore, the tuition is quite expensive, requiring 2 taels of silver per month, which includes food and accommodation. Yun Jiqian replied, "It's of no concern, I will earn money for the family. Whatever you wish to learn or buy, just tell your elder brother." Now, Yun Jiqian felt confident. In just a few days, he had managed to meet the needs of his younger siblings. Yun Jingqing looked at Yun Jiqian with gratitude. How the children had grown. "Thank you, elder brother. And a special thanks to sister." Even without being told by their parents and elder brother, he had realized the family's improving situation was largely due to his sister's ideas, with their elder brother merely executing her plans. His sister was indeed their family's little lucky star. "Second brother, you must study hard, you'll need to protect me in the future," Yun Fu teased, eliciting laughter from everyone in the room, except for Yun Jiyan. He was tirelessly studying day and night, determined to pass the county examination in August. Each day upon returning from the academy, he would retreat to his own room, consumed by his studies, only emerging for basic necessities. Only students were eligible for the examination. Jin Jiyan had already passed the county and prefecture exams at the age of 12. Director Liu was aware of this and thus made things difficult for Yun Jiyan. While the elementary exam was relatively easy, the county exam posed significantly greater challenges. Director Liu doubted that Yun Jiyan, having only recently passed the elementary exam, could succeed in the county exam. Yet, Yun Jiqian held great confidence in his brother. The third brother was a natural scholar, and Yun Jiqian was certain he would succeed. To live up to his elder brother's expectations, Yun Jiyan studied tirelessly, not only for himself and the family but also for his elder brother. He aimed to fulfill the dreams his elder brother could not realize. With this thought in mind, he became even more diligent. The following day, Yun Jiqian set off early for the town, intending to purchase a horse-drawn cart for the family's use. He needed it to deliver ice to the county office and the academy. The county office now required payment for each block of ice delivered, charging 10 won per block. Yun Jiyan, Yun Jilan, and Yun Jili went to the academy. Yun Zhengqing planned to take Yun Zhijiang to the martial arts school in town to meet the master. Suddenly, Yun Fu bounced out. "Daddy, second brother, I want to go too." She wished to see where her second brother would practice martial arts so she could conveniently bring him food and supplies later. "Very well, let us go together. Come, let your father carry you," he said, squatting down. Seeing his daughter scamper towards him with her little legs, Yun Jingqing's face lit up with affectionate delight. Previously, he had been too busy to spend time with his daughter. Now that she was home and he was too, he cherished this rare opportunity to accompany her wherever they went. Chapter 97. A second brother is assigned to class. Ding Yun Fu had been dozing on her father's back throughout the journey, only roused by the clamorous hawking upon their arrival at Shichao Town. Once they reached the martial arts school, Yun Jingqing gently set her down. Still groggy from her slumber, Yun Fu leapt to the ground and found herself unsteady. prompting Yun Zhizhang to swiftly catch her, allowing her to regain her balance. "Thank you, second brother. Why are you being so formal with me?" he replied. "If I were to remain here training in martial arts, would you miss me?" Yun Fu nodded vigorously. "I would certainly miss second brother." This brought a flicker of comfort to Yun Zhizhang. Indeed, she was a true sister. Once steady, Yun Fu gazed towards the entrance of the martial arts school, where a prominent sign read Yusher Martial Arts School in bold characters. "Yes, it looks fine. However, if one wishes to sculpt these unrefined stones into jade, one must endure countless trials. I hope second brother can withstand it." Yun Zhengqing took his daughter's small hand and said, "Let us go inside." The trio stepped through the door and proceeded within, only to be greeted by a voice calling out, "Hey! What are you doing? Is Director Duan here? We had an appointment yesterday." The doorman scrutinized Yun Zhengqing, glancing at Yun Zhizhang a few times before his demeanor shifted to one of cordiality. "You must be Master Yun, correct?" Yun Zhengqing replied warmly, "Indeed, that is I. The director has instructed me to escort you to him right away." Under the doorman's guidance, the four of them arrived at the training ground, where around 40 to 50 children were practicing under the supervision of their respective martial instructors. These children ranged from the ages of 4 or 5 to 17 or 18, each under the tutelage of different masters. Some taller children were seen training alongside much younger ones, and even younger children had been assigned to classes with older peers. Yun Fu discerned that there were likely 3 or 4 classes here. Those just beginning their martial journey would only be placed in the beginner's class. Director Duan, with his hands clasped behind his back, was observing the children's training, occasionally approaching a child to offer guidance. After finishing his instruction with one child, Director Duan spotted Yun Zhengqing. He instructed the instructors to continue their practice and made his way toward Yun Zhengqing and the others. "Director Duan, this is my son. I hope he won't be too much trouble for you in the future." It was evident that Yun Zhengqing and Director Duan shared a close camaraderie, akin to old friends. Yun Zhizhang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Student Yun Zhizhang pays his respects to Director Duan. Director Duan appraised Yun Zhizhang for a moment, placing a hand on his shoulder. Quite impressive. Thank you, Director Duan." While others failed to detect anything unusual, only Yun Zhizhang realized that Director Duan had subtly exerted his internal energy. He reminded himself to endure and to pass Director Duan's assessment. In the blink of an eye, Yun Zhizhang felt a tremor within his body, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Have you trained before?" Director Duan inquired, releasing his grip. "I have been practicing with a sandbag for 10 years. Director Duan nodded in satisfaction. Although Yun Zhizhang was already 15, he had initially intended not to take him in, but the long-standing acquaintance with Yun Zhengqing swayed his decision. The martial arts school required various weapons for the students' training, and those weapons were crafted by none other than Yun Zhengqing himself. Master Yun's craftsmanship was unparalleled. The weapons he forged boasted unmatched quality. Previous attempts to procure weapons from others had proven unsatisfactory, leading to a deepening familiarity between the two men. Director Duan had almost missed out on this promising talent. Despite Yun Zhizhang's age, his rigorous self-training had equipped him with sufficient strength. With just 2 more years of training under him, Director Duan was confident that this child would have no more than 5 rivals in Shiqiao Town. Director Duan lamented the missed opportunity. "It is a shame that Brother Yun did not send this child to me sooner." "Excellent, I shall retain this child." Yun Zhizhang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, but the next statement made his heart leap into his throat. "Coach Yuan, we have a new student to add to Class Ding. Yun Zhizhang." Director Duan called out to one of the instructors in the training ground. Coach Yuan, who was currently guiding his students in stance training, acknowledged the call with a wave of his hand, indicating his understanding. "Class Ding?" Yun Zhizhang echoed, bewildered. Director Duan explained with a smile, "Our Yusher Martial Arts School is divided into 4 classes A, B, C, and D. Based on your abilities, Class D is indeed the most suitable placement for you. But those students under Coach Yuan appear to be no older than 4 or 5, even younger than my sister." Yun Fu grasped the situation and realized that her brother would likely find himself reigning over a group of toddlers. She glanced at her brother, then at the small children, unable to suppress a laugh. It was easy to imagine how out of place he would appear among such diminutive peers. She wanted to laugh, yet felt it was inappropriate to do so in front of her brother, as it seemed rather unkind. The effort to stifle her laughter appeared quite comical. Yun Zhizhang shot a glare at Yun Fu, and for the first time, he found himself feeling grateful for the existence of a younger brother. If his brother dared to jest at his expense, he would have certainly retaliated. However, with his sister, he could neither strike nor scold her, for such actions would surely bring her to tears. Second brother, I am not laughing at you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yunfu clapped her hands over her mouth and burst into giggles. This only served to further irritate Yun Zhizhang, causing his breathing to become somewhat labored. He had intended to give his sister a more severe glare, but upon feeling his father's watchful gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, no longer daring to glare at her. Noticing Yun Zhizhang's grim expression, Director Duan offered reassurance. Being placed in Class D is a fortunate opportunity. You must solidify your foundation, akin to laying a sturdy foundation for a building. The more robust the base, the more stable the structure. Chapter 98. The clay figurines. Yun Zhizhang's expression remained grim, and he found it difficult to counter Director Duan's remarks. At that moment, Coach Yuan approached, inquiring, "You are Yun Zhizhang, correct? Come with me." It seemed that Coach Yuan had grown accustomed to this scenario and said nothing more. Director Duan replied, "Yes, go ahead, you will have a trial lesson today, and you may return home in the afternoon. Tomorrow, bring your belongings and a change of clothes to officially report for duty. It is a rule of the martial arts school to allow the children a day of trial. Some of them lack perseverance and often abandon their training after just one day." Yun Zhizhang responded, "Understood." Seeing his son being left behind, Yun Zhengqing let out a sigh of relief and said, "Zhanger, practice well here. Your sister and I will head back first." Yun Zhizhang replied, "Wait, father, I have something to discuss with my sister." He then took Yun Fu's hand and walked a few paces away to whisper. Director Duan sighed, "Brother Yun, your children share a remarkable bond." Yun Zhengqing felt gratified. When Fu first joined the family, his sons had been quite resistant towards her. However, he understood that despite their outward rejection, they were kind-hearted boys who would eventually accept her with time. He had a special connection with Fu. When he first saw her shivering in the cold wind, his heart ached for her. Now, witnessing his sons gradually treating her kindly brought him joy as a father. Meanwhile, Yun Zhizhang spoke softly, "Sister, please do not tell them that I was placed in the junior class when we return home, alright? It would tarnish my image as an elder brother. If the younger siblings learned of this, his stature as their older brother would be utterly shattered." This secret was meant to be shared only with his sister. Seeing her second brother's demeanor, Yunfu suppressed a giggle. No, I must tell eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother that second brother was kept by Director Duan of the Yusher Martial Arts School. They should share in your joy, huh? Yun Zhizhang, flustered, attempted to intimidate his sister as he usually did with the younger brothers, raising his fist, but then remembered their father was present and relaxed his grip. "Good sister, I beg you. Whatever you desire, I will grant you, just please keep the secret, alright?" Yun Zhizhang's tone softened. "Well, that sounds more agreeable. Let me think about it, and I will let you know once I decide." Finally, Yun Zhizhang exhaled in relief. At that moment, Coach Yuan called for him to return to the group. Yun Fu could not help but laugh again. "Sister, you and father should head back first, take your time on the way." Yun Zhizhang shouted as he ran off, "Alright." Watching her second brother's departing figure, Yun Fu pondered what gift she should give him. Since arriving at the Yun household, her second brother had always set aside treats and toys for fifth brother, and he had even chased after her a few times to ask for some. Now that second brother would be living at the martial arts school, she remembered in her past life, she had once asked her elder sister about what happened when Yun Zhizhang secretly left home with a note at the age of 17, not returning for an unknown time. Yun Fu felt pained for her elder sister and had investigated the entire Yun family. Learning that Yun Zhizhang had gone to the southern battlefield. At that time, the family lacked the means to support his martial arts education, so he relied solely on his brute strength, fighting on the battlefield for several years before carving out a future for himself. It wasn't until their parents, enraged by her elder sister's actions, fell ill and passed away that Yun Zhizhang returned in haste from the front lines. Back then, he had only achieved the rank of a 1,000-man commander, highlighting the difficulties he had faced along the way. Had he received 2 years of training, he would have undoubtedly led a more remarkable life on the battlefield. "Fu, let's go," Yun Zhengqing called, bringing her back to reality. As they exited the Yusher Martial Arts School, Yun Zhengqing said, "While the weather is still mild, let me take you for a stroll." "All right." Yun Fu had been hoping to visit some bookstores to purchase books and exam materials for third brother. However, to her surprise, Yun Zhengqing led her directly to a children's toy shop. Looking at the various items such as rattles, spinning tops, cloth tigers, and bamboo horses, Yun Zhengqing smiled. "Take whatever you like, Fu. I will buy it for you." Yun Fu thought to herself that her father must see her as a small child grateful for his kindness. She chose a clay figurine. Noticing that Yun Fu had picked a figurine resembling a middle-aged man, Yun Zhengqing couldn't help but suggest, "Fu, I believe this one is more appealing. Why not choose this?" In his hand was a figurine of a little girl, which bore a slight resemblance to Yun Fu. Yun Fu shook the figurine in her hand. "I want this one." It looks like father. This sentiment deeply moved Yun Zhengqing. Were it not for the crowd in the shop, he would have shed tears of joy, feeling that his daughter truly cherished him. Alright, we shall buy this one. Yun Zhengqing happily paid for it, hoping to let Yunfu select a few more items, but she insisted she didn't want anything else. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Father, I would like to explore East Street. Very well. As they walked along, chatting and laughing, father and daughter reached East Street. Throughout the journey, Yun Zhengqing exhibited the demeanor of a loving father, shedding the sternness he displayed with his sons. East Street was filled with shops selling books, paintings, and elegant writing materials. Father, let us check out a bookstore, Yunfu suggested, spotting one and turning to pull her father along. Oh? Four enjoys books as well? Yun Zhengqing, initially thinking Yunfu wanted to buy children's books, decided to indulge her. Behind them, someone also intended to enter the bookstore. As Yunfu turned to tug on her father's arm, she almost collided with the person behind her. Little sister, is that you? Are you here to buy books as well? Chapter 99. A chance meeting with Mei Shuyu. Yunfu turned around and immediately recognized the older sister from the last time they shared a table at Chuanji. Sister, are you here to buy books too? Yunfu recalled how, during their previous encounter, her elder brother had been somewhat displeased upon learning she was from the Xie family. However, the way this sister smiled was truly charming, momentarily leaving Yunfu mesmerized. Surely, not all members of the Xie family could be bad people. As she pondered this, Yunfu's irritation dissipated. Mei Shuyu did not possess the kind of striking beauty that captivated at first glance, yet she exuded a unique aura of nobility and grace, like fine tea that requires careful savoring to appreciate its beauty. Noticing a middle-aged man accompanying Yunfu, Mei Shuyu inferred he must be her father and greeted him with a polite smile. Uncle. Yun Zhengqing, recognizing the young woman's familiarity with his daughter, nodded courteously. What a coincidence! The last time you left in such a hurry that I did not have the chance to thank you properly, Mei Shuyu remarked, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a silver coin, intending to offer it to Yunfu. However, Yunfu quickly withdrew her hand. Sister, it's not necessary. Last time was only 301, please give me just that amount, the rest can be considered a gift for my sister to buy some sweets. Yunfu did not wish to take advantage of others, stating, how can that be? Last time was merely a small favor. Seeing Yunfu's refusal, Mei Shuyu felt a bit awkward as she lacked the change to offer. How about this, you can choose any book you wish, and I shall buy it for you. Yunfu playfully replied, that sounds good. But please do not choose anything too expensive, I cannot accept anything costly. Her words endeared her further to Mei Shuyu. Although the siblings had helped her last time, they had left without even exchanging names. However, mentioning the Xie family seemed to evoke some displeasure, leaving Mei Shuyu to wonder about any past grievances they might have had. This child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, likely seeking only some introductory reading materials. Given that there was no girls' school in Shichao town, she asked, where do you study? I do not attend school yet. My third brother is preparing for the imperial examination, and I wish to buy him some books and exam materials. I am uncertain if the bookstores on East Street carry them. Yun Zhengqing, listening nearby, felt a surge of pride. Indeed, though his daughter was young, she always thought of her brothers. If he ever witnessed them glaring at her again, he would not hesitate to discipline them. Let us go inside and take a look, Mei Shuyu suggested. The three entered and browsed, but they could not find what Yunfu was looking for. After inquiring with the shop assistants, they were met with shaking heads, indicating they should try elsewhere. However, after exploring all of East Street, they still found no examination materials for Yunfu's brother. Yunfu recalled that in her past life, a specific bookstore in the capital had these items, but did it mean she had to make a trip to the capital? Moreover, when she had bought them in her previous life, it had been over 20 years later, she was uncertain if they would be available at this point in time. Yet, her brother only had this one opportunity, and she was determined to assist him. The Yun family was unlike the Song family from her past life, where everyone had only been motivated by self-interest. In this life, she truly felt what familial love meant. She had experienced the kindness of the Yun family firsthand. When she first arrived, even when the 5 brothers struggled to fill their bellies, they remained silent as their mother provided her with eggs to nourish her. Over time, her brothers began to show concern for her. Even if third brother and fourth brother rarely spoke to her, whenever they acquired something special, they would leave it in her room. The introductory reading materials left in her room by third brother were bought with money he earned through copying books. The cloth tiger left by fourth brother was purchased with the money he made selling medicinal herbs. Even eldest brother, second brother, and fifth brother seemed to compete to show her kindness. Only after spending this time with the Yun family did she understand why her elder sister had caused their parents such distress when she became a concubine. The Yun family had genuinely treated her elder sister as their own daughter. They could not bear to see their beloved sister diminish her own worth. In her past life, her elder sister had not appreciated the love of their parents and brothers, but in this life, she held it dear. Perhaps I shall do this. Since my mother is unwell, I plan to return to the capital tomorrow to visit her. If you need any books or materials for your brother's examination, I can bring them for you. Yun Fu, taken aback, inquired, Sister, are you not a member of the Xie family? Is your mother not in Shichao town? Mei Shuyu, realizing Yun Fu had misunderstood, explained, I am a female instructor hired by the Xie family. My surname is Mei. You may call me Mei Jie in the future. Mei? Mei Shuyu? Recognizing the name, Yun Fu realized who she was. Seeing Yun Fu in a daze, Mei Shuyu smiled and asked, May I know how you are called? Yun Fu instinctively replied, I am Yun Fu. The one with me last time is my elder brother, Yun Jiqian. That is wonderful, thank you, Mei Jia. When you come to Shichao town, please visit the Yun Ji ice drink shop. It is right across from Xuanji, where we had cold drinks last time. I will treat Mei Jia to ice drinks then. Mei Shuyu appeared somewhat surprised but smiled. So, Yun Ji ice drink has gained fame in Shichao town in just a few days. It turns out it is run by Uncle Yun. Chapter 100 Yun Ji ice drink was established by my elder brother Mei Jia. You are mistaken, Yun Ji ice drink was established solely by my elder brother. Mei Shuyu's expression briefly reflected astonishment, and she silently admired Yun Jiqian. Yun Fu's elder brother appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, yet he had managed to open a shop in Shichao town, achieving such fame that everyone in town knew of it. She had heard that Yun Ji also took in homeless children, indicating that the young master of the Yun family was indeed a kind-hearted individual. It was rare to find such noble character, even among the wealthy families and merchants of the capital. However, during their last shared table, she had not taken a good look at Yun Jiqian, which now felt regrettable. If fate allowed, she would thank him in person for the previous incident. However, it seemed he did not particularly like her. Mei Jie? Mei Jie? Yun Fu called her name 3 times before Mei Shuyu returned to her senses. With a hint of embarrassment, Mei Shuyu said, Uncle Yun Fu, I have purchased what I needed, so I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will bring back the books and materials your brother requires when I return from the capital. I will come to find you. Alright, thank you, Mei Jia. Yun Zhengqing also nodded at Mei Shuyu as she departed. After watching her leave, Yun Fu turned her gaze away, marveling at what a remarkable woman she was. How many women in this world dare to defy fate? Mei Shuyu was undoubtedly one of them. In her past life, she had heard of Mei Shuyu, who never married and chose to live independently at the age of 20. Throughout her life, she traveled extensively, serving as a teacher for countless women. 4. We should be going. Yun Zhengqing called. Very well, father. Noticing the sun's intensity, Yun Zhengqing urged them to leave before it became unbearably hot. He did not want his daughter to suffer in the heat. Father, what do you think of that sister we just met? Yun Zhengqing had not dared to glance at the young woman, unsure of her appearance, lest he offend her. All he had heard was the exchange between her and his daughter, suggesting she was well acquainted with Yun Jiqian. From their conversation, it was evident that she was a woman of high moral standing. She seems quite admirable. Yun Fu nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed, it's a pity that fate is unkind. Such a wonderful woman deserves a good man. As they continued walking, Yun Fu spotted a stall selling chicks under a large tree. Excitedly, she hurried over and crouched in front of the stall. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled patterns on the fluffy chicks, their soft down and curious little eyes darting about. They chirped in delight. Old man, how much for these chicks? The vendor, initially impatient with the little girl, noticed the middle-aged man standing behind her and immediately changed his demeanor, smiling broadly. Each chick cost 6 won. Are these males or females? The vendor, maintaining his smile, replied, Rest assured, they are female chicks. We don't charge for males. Then I want some males. He wished to shoo the troublesome child away but hesitated when he saw the middle-aged man watching him. Continuing to smile, the vendor patiently explained, Little girl, female chicks grow up to lay eggs. Why would you want a male? No one is foolish enough to buy a rooster. At that moment, 2 women passing by overheard Yun Fu's request for a rooster and shook their heads. Is this child silly? Who raises chickens just to have them lay eggs? Yun Fu shot them a glare, thinking, what business is it of yours? The 2 women attempted to say more but, upon noticing Yun Zhengqing's gaze, wisely chose to walk away. Old man, let me ask you, how long until you can tell the males from the females? The vendor paused, slightly taken aback, then replied, about 30 days. He had underestimated the child. She seemed harder to fool than he initially thought. I see. So these chicks look freshly hatched. We cannot determine their gender yet, correct? If I end up with a rooster, what will you do? How many are you buying? If you buy in bulk, we can exchange any roosters you find later. But if I exchange, it won't be worth it for me, old man. I've raised them for a month already. How do I account for the feed costs? Yunfu gestured dramatically. The vendor was at a loss for words, realizing he was being cornered by a clever child. Alright, how about this? If you find a rooster, I will refund you the 6 Is that acceptable? That still doesn't work, old man. Once the rooster is grown, it can't lay eggs. What would I do with it? That won't do, either. What do you intend to do, causing chaos here? The vendor, losing patience, snapped. Hearing this, Yun Jingqing found it difficult to interject. It was indeed a bit unreasonable for Fu to make things difficult for the vendor. However, he trusted that his daughter was not a troublemaker and said, please, vendor, do not be hasty, let my daughter finish her thoughts. If you find them unsuitable, you need not sell.